This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Embracing His Sin by A.E. Villa, narrated by Aidan Snow. Chapter 1. Everything's Not Always As It Seems. All right, Sin, don't waste my fucking time. Let's see what you got. Sin turned and looked at his hopefully future lieutenant. God's gruff voice could really intimidate a man. Add in the guy's build and tattoos and he intimidated most men. But Sin wasn't most men. He'd put in for an immediate transfer from his precinct in Philadelphia when he heard a vacancy opened up on the most notorious task force in the eastern U.S., a task force headed up by Lieutenant Cashel Godfrey, known as God, and Lieutenant Leonidas Day. A quick-witted, snarky bastard who wasn't afraid to cut you to the quick if you got in his face. The dynamic duo were both promoted to the rank of lieutenant a couple years ago after having been detectives for only 5 years. Being promoted so quickly had been unheard of, before they were recruited by the mayor of Atlanta to head up their own task force made up of some of the toughest SOBs this side of the Mississippi. The new rules for God and Day were the same as before. There were none. Lieutenant Day was on one side of the bolt-locked door, a sarcastic smirk already on his face, his 2 chrome 9mm handguns pointed down at the rickety porch. God was on the opposite side of the door, his broad back against the house's red brick siding, his twin gold-toned Desert Eagles cocked and ready to fire. Sin took one final look behind him and saw Detective Ranowski at his 6, ready his shotgun. Sin gave him a quick nod. Everything was a go. Sin steeled his spine, reared back, braced his weight on his back leg, and raised his right boot in one swift motion and shattered the thin wood surrounding the doorknob. "Atlanta PD! Atlanta PD!" Sin yelled as he moved inside the small townhome, eyes forward but mindful of any movement in his periphery. God and Day were inside now, and Sin watched them kick tables and chairs out of their path, making their way through the narrow hall that led to what looked like a couple of bedrooms and a small bath. After Sin shouted a couple of clears for the living room and the kitchen, Ranowski quickly began rummaging through couch cushions, feeling underneath tables and knocking at areas of the wall, listening for hollow sounds. Drug dealers were known for concealing drugs, money, and guns behind drywall. "Atlanta PD, let me see your hands now." Day's command floated out to Sin, and he made his way back to the front of the house. He saw Day leading a man who looked to be in his early 30s. He was shirtless, and his hair was matted to one side of his head like he'd been sleeping. His hands were secured behind his back with a zip tie. Day threw him on the ratty plaid sofa, and God's look dared him to try to get up. "I guess you're not going to read me my rights, fucking filthy cops. I heard you've been asking around about me, God. I heard some other shit, too. Maybe I should fix it so you don't hear anything else," God growled. Sin watched God yank his 12-inch serrated blade from its sheath tucked underneath his left arm. He masterfully flipped the blade over his hand once, like something you'd see in a Jet Li film, and use his other hand to get a painful grip on the top of the suspect's ear. The suspect became still and very quiet as the tip of the blade skated lightly across the side of his face and stopped at his earlobe. "Chill the fuck out, God," the man hissed. "What else did you hear, Goose?" God asked in a low voice. "Nothing, man. Nothing, all right?" Sin saw God look him in the eye, and he made sure his poker face was in place. Sin had read the entire file on this drug-dealing trash over the last 2 days. Their suspect, Greg Goose Jenkins, had taken over his uncle's illegal business after Day and God had gotten him locked up for 20 years. The men on their team had secured enough surveillance on Goose to conduct a legal search and get a solid conviction if they found drugs, cash, or guns in the home. After God tucked his knife away, Goose spat on the floor and leveled each of them with a hateful look. "Where's the warrant, God? Your boy is back there tearing up my goddamn house. Let me see the fucking warrant." Sin kept his eyes on the suspect, but the man's comments were raising Sin's hackles. Shouldn't they be calling this in by now? What were Ranowski and Day doing back there? Sin was on the task force on a trial basis. He needed to prove he could follow orders, anticipate the need to act, and work efficiently as part of the team, but also show he was ruthless and dangerous, just like all the other team members. He'd heard stories that these guys were badasses. So was Sin. He wanted to climb the departmental ranks, and being on God and Day's task force was a sure way to get his name recognized and get out from under his father's legacy to make his own. God pulled one of the dining room chairs into the room, turned it around, and straddled it. He stared at Sin, those green eyes drilling into him, but he didn't dare look away. God was intuitive as fuck. He knew Sin was thinking something was off about this bust. "I heard you was crooked, man," Goose snapped at God. "You still hearing shit?" Sin answered before God could. God briefly gazed at Sin. "Where's your fucking warrant, God? I didn't hear you motherfuckers knock before you kicked in my door and just invited yourselves in." "You don't invite the wind," Day said with a mischievous grin, coming back into the room with Ranowski trailing. "The wind just blows in." "Fuck you," Goose snarled. They hefted a medium-sized safe onto the wobbly dining table, and Ranowski quickly pulled a small device from one of his pockets. He attached it to the front of the safe, next to the lock. Putting his ear to it, he listened intently as he turned the dial. "I knew it, dirty-assed cops!" the angry man yelled, bolting to his feet. God moved so fast Sin didn't have a chance to react. God's large hand gripped the suspect around his throat and lifted him several feet in the air before slamming him down onto the unforgiving floor. "Ouch, town. Population U," Day chuckled. Fuck. Sin's head was spinning. Something wasn't right. God didn't have a warrant. He hadn't read the man his rights, and no one was calling this in. Oh, fuck me. This can't be happening. "You all right over there, Detective Sidney?" Sin blinked and realized that beads of sweat were dripping down his face and his weapon was still out. Everyone else had returned their weapons to their holsters. Sin hoped he wasn't witnessing what he feared he was. "Jackpot," Ranowski said. Sin spun around and watched the smooth-faced detective pull out stacks of rolled money. He didn't know exactly how much, but it had to be at least 10 to 20,000 since the rolls contained $100 bills. Ranowski turned and winked at God, and Sin narrowed his eyes. "Please, someone pull out an evidence bag, please." He watched Ranowski's bright blue eyes turn to Day, and he'd be damned if the man he'd heard such wonderful stories about didn't reach into the safe and pull out several rolls of cash, putting it into the lining of his vest. God and Ranowski following suit. "Got a payday on your first C's. Looks like your lucky day, Sidney." God's look was a warning when Sin refused to pocket any of the money. Chapter 2. Fool me once, shame on you. The ride back to the precinct in the unmarked Suburban was awkward and silent. God drove like a bat out of Haiti while everyone else held on tight to the oh shit bars. It seemed likely the man broke every traffic law on the books. Sin's head was reeling. He imagined that if this were a cartoon, he'd have smoke coming out of his ears and his eyes would be bolting out of his head. How in the hell could God and Day be dirty cops? Was the whole task force dirty, or just these three? He thought he would show his superiors his efficiency and fearlessness in carrying out a raid, but it was all bullshit. They didn't even arrest Goose. They'd stole his damn money and told him to get out of town or they'd be back. What the fucking fuck? Ranowski looked like the boy next door with his cropped blonde hair, smooth face, and eyes bluer than a Wyoming sky. But after God had issued Goose his warning, Ranowski quickly cut the zip tie from Goose's hands and leveled the guy with a powerful right hook. He'd casually stepped over Goose's motionless body and walked out the door with his shotgun resting on his shoulder. They just walked into the precinct when Captain Myers bellowed from his door for them to come into his office. Sen huffed a frustrated breath and felt God drop a heavy palm on his shoulder, moving the grip up to the back of his neck. Sen jerked out of the hold. "Get your damn hand off me, Godfrey." "Uh-oh, looks like someone needs a little more fiber in his diet," Day quipped on his way past them. "Get your asses in here now," the captain came back out and yelled across the bullpen. Sen and God were locked in a heated stare-off. "You think I'm scared of you, God?" "You should be," was the man's simple response. The toothpick moved in God's mouth, and he spoke as if he didn't have a care in the world. Sen narrowed his eyes, his anger plain. "Yeah, I heard you were a fucking psycho, and I was looking forward to working with you. But now you can kiss my ass." "You mean working for me, not with me. I'm your lieutenant, Detective Sidney. You don't deserve that title, and you won't hear it from my mouth. I'd never work for you or with you. You revealed yourself to the wrong fucking cop." Sen stepped in closer, and even though he was 6'2", he still had to look up into God's eyes. "I won't be your bitch. You can't muscle me, and you sure as fuck don't scare me." "Are you sure?" "Fuck yeah, I'm sure." Sen glared at God's smug expression, and he felt the vein in his neck bulge. He was beyond livid. He'd left his home, his family, back in Philly, only to get here and work for some cops that were on the take. Sen took a couple steps back and tipped his head in the direction of the still-waiting captain. "Let's go have a little chat, shall we?" Sen walked across the station with his head held high as several sets of eyes tracked his movement. He didn't hear the other detectives following him, but he knew they were. As big as they were as light on their feet as he was. Sen brushed past the captain, and they all filed into the fairly nice-sized office. Sen noticed that Ranowski hadn't joined them. Coward. Sen yanked his worn leather jacket off and tossed it on one of the chairs. His t-shirt was damp with perspiration under his Kevlar, and his guns felt like they weighed a ton. Or maybe that was his conscience. Sen went straight to the window and looked out at the graying sky over the nearly empty parking lot. He kept his back to the other officers, unable to look them in the eyes. The captain whistled the Old West showdown tune and closed the door. He sat on the edge of his desk before speaking. "Pretty tense in here, fellas. I suppose your day didn't go as planned, Detective Sidney. I don't have to ask how the bust went, especially since Goose is not in custody. You should have waited until you knew he was in the house. My men should know better." The captain looked at God and Day expectantly. Sen's jaw ticked. He felt like a bomb waiting to explode. He knew this could be the end of his career. Did he really want to be the one who ratted out God and Day? What if he couldn't prove it, and it all backfired in his face? He'd be blackballed. No PD would want him. God and Day were heroes to so many cops, especially since they were out and proud. It gave so many other gay officers hope that although their line of work was dominated by macho alpha males, they might be accepted too. Because God and Day were as alpha as it got, and they were accepted based on their abilities, regardless of their sexuality. But now, Sen knew they were nothing but scum-sucking thieves. "We thought he was there, Cap. But it wasn't him, just some addict." Day spoke up first. "Fucking liar. Goose was there, all right. Our probie kicked the door in before we gave the okay. We don't think he's going to make it on the task force, Cap. He's too much of a hothead." Oh, fuck that. There was no way that they were going to pin this on him. Sen growled and took several determined steps toward Day before God was there blocking his path. "You might want to think about your next move very carefully, especially if it involves touching him." God's voice lowered to a frightening timbre. "Fuck you," Sen growled right back. "Whoa, everyone calm the hell down. Detective Sidney, we gave you a chance on a probationary basis, and if Day says you didn't make the cut, then I'm sorry, son. I'm sure you can get your job back in Philly." I spoke to your captain there, and he said you're one hell of a detective and that he hated losing you. Well, now he doesn't have to." Sin was still staring God down as he listened to the older man's words. "I knew your father, Detective Sidney. He was a damn good man and an even finer captain. I served under him for 8 years, and I learned a lot." Myers patted Sin on the back. "You still got some learning to do, son. You can always reapply." That did it. Sin didn't think he knew all there was to know about police work, but he knew he was the right man for this job. Policemen everywhere spoke of how great his dad and grandfather were. Sin wanted to earn his own greatness. He was about to take a step in that direction because he was going to do what was right, even if it cost him everything. "I was exactly the right man for this job, Captain Myers, but I refuse to work for these two thieves." God moved into Sin's personal space quickly, damn near putting his nose on Sin's forehead. He snarled, "Shut up." But Sin didn't budge. He kept talking, refusing to be intimidated. "The bust went exactly according to their plan. You might want to check some of your detectives' bank accounts, Captain. It seems they aren't satisfied with their pay grade and have resorted to robbing dealers." "Are you referring to yourself, Sidney?" God pfft. Sin saw red. His hand moved quickly, too fast for God to stop it as he bunched God's jacket up in his fist. Sin didn't anticipate God's anger escalating as quickly as it did. A huge hand locked onto his throat, the other massive hand gripping his bulletproof vest. God propelled him backwards until Sin slammed against the wall. "Calm down, Sidney," God roared. Sin tried to unsuccessfully take a breath. "God, back off, now!" Sin could hear the captain yelling, but his head was pounding from the impact with the wall. Sin knew he only had a few more seconds before he would pass out. He brought his right arm all the way up and slammed it back down onto God's forearm, dislodging the punishing grip. Sin gulped a quick breath, crouched low, and slammed his right fist into God's ribs. He saw God's right fist coming, and he had to use both arms to block the hit. Fuck. God was huge and fucking strong. God grabbed both of Sin's shoulders, and no matter how Sin twisted, he couldn't pry himself free. He stopped trying to remove God's fingers and instead braced both hands on God's thick shoulders, reared his head back, and slammed his forehead into the bridge of God's nose, finally making him release his grip. God staggered back, and although Sin was dazed, he moved in, determined to keep the upper hand. In a split second, he registered his legs being taken out from under him. Day had moved like a panther, dropped and spin-kicked his legs, sending Sin to the floor back first, hard. Damn, that fucker is fast. Sin didn't let the pain radiating down his back stall him. He kicked up onto his feet and prepared to take them both on. How? He had no idea, but he damn sure was going to give it his best try. "Enough," Day said easily, not even out of breath. Sin saw God over against the captain's desk, moving his nose back and forth, checking to see if it was broken. Sin didn't dare let his guard down. "I'll say when it's enough, and I won't stop until I've gone to IA and your whole goddamn task force is under investigation. It won't be enough until they're probing up your asses with microscopes for dirty money." Sin gasped the words between breaths. "A microscope is not what I prefer up my ass, Detective Sidney. Or haven't you heard?" Day retorted. Sin couldn't stop his startled reaction, Day's crass remark catching him off guard. "You son of a bitch." Sin moved toward Day again, his resolve long gone. Captain Myers moved in and put a thick hand against the front of Sin's chest. "Actually, I say when it's enough. Detective Sidney, unless you want to wait down and lock up until you calm down, I suggest you get a hold of yourself. You are all highly trained professionals, and you're acting like goddamn animals." Sin's chest heaved up and down with adrenaline. He'd just taken on God and Day. What the hell am I doing? Captain Myers turned and pointed a long finger at Day. "Day, if you ever refer to anything you want in your ass around me again, I'll have your inappropriate cocky ass back in a uniform policing school zone traffic." Sin watched Day at the captain and walk over to God, squinting to look at his nose. Is it broken? Day asked. God shook his head no, while glaring at Sin. Day smiled at Sin with what looked like pride. He clapped his hands together once and whooped before speaking. Damn, the man can rumble. Never seen anyone not back down from you, God. I like him already. I say we make him third in command. I told you he'd fit right in. Man, when I'm right, I'm right. Sometimes I stun my damn self with how great a judge of character I am. Day did some weird happy dance. Yeah, I'm a great judge of character too. That's why I don't like anyone, God snapped. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not staying to work with you bastards. Sin looked at Day like he was crazy and turned to the captain. Captain Myers, I want to lodge a formal complaint immediately against Detective Ranowski, Lieutenant Godfrey, and Lieutenant Day. I personally witnessed them carry out an unwarranted search and seizure, assault a man with excessive force, and steal evidence. Sin pointed angrily at God. Hell, I want that crazy bastard arrested for reckless driving and running 6 stoplights on our way back to the station. Sin was baffled when all 3 men burst out laughing. Sin didn't know what was so funny. Or maybe the captain was on the take too, and they were laughing at the end of Sin's career as a detective. Fuck. Captain put his hands up in a placating manner. Okay, you made your point, detective. You're clean. Let's have a seat and we'll talk about this rationally. With all due respect, fuck you, sir. Sin spat at the captain. Ice-cold fear shot down Sin's back at the angry glare the captain shot his way before the regal man spoke through clenched teeth. I understand you are upset, Detective Sidney, but unless you want to know what an old-school ass-whipping feels like, then you better wipe that self-righteous look off your face, change your tone, and remember that you are speaking to a superior officer, a superior that will only give you one final order to sit your ass down and show some fucking respect. Or not only will I take your shield, but I'll have your ass in front of the commissioner's disciplinary board faster than you can ask why. Sin tiredly ran his hand over his beard stubble and dropped down in one of the 4 uncomfortable chairs in the captain's office, trying not to wince at the pain in his lower back. Day and God slowly did the same. The captain settled back behind his desk and pushed a button on his desk phone. Send in Detective Sealing. Yes, sir, a female voice responded. Sin was still on alert and made sure he was watching God and Day out of the corner of his eye. He heard the door open and immediately recognized the suspect from the house they'd just kicked in, except the man had a badge and a holstered weapon on his belt. He had a mark on his jaw, obviously from Ranowski's punch. Speaking of the bastard, Ranowski came in right behind him. The captain let the 2 men close the door before he spoke again. Detective Sidney, this is Detective Sealing. You may recognize him as Goose. He is the training officer on God and Day's task force. He's a Golden Glove champion and a martial arts expert, so he can take a punch. What you just went through was a test of your strength, your courage, and most of all, your morals. Everything that this task force requires. From what I've seen here, you passed with flying colors. I don't think Day could be any happier, since he specifically chose you over the other 300 candidates. Sin turned and saw Day throw him a wink, making Sin roll his eyes. I didn't pick you because you come from a long line of cops. I chose you because you're the real deal. Your record and commendations speak for themselves. I only just saw that you got balls of steel, too. Sin blinked and tried to control his rapidly beating heart. It hadn't quite registered yet that his career might not be over. So that whole setup was a fake? The file and everything? Day nodded his head yes. Motherfucker, Sin whispered. That's an awful lot to go through to test someone's loyalty to do their job, don't you think? No, Detective Sealing spoke up. You are going to be seizing millions of dollars, Sidney. More money than you've ever seen. We looked into your finances. While you're not in debt, you're not rich either. We needed to be sure you can't be persuaded to keep some of that money, and who better to convince you than your own superiors? A new recruit may balk at stealing evidence if another officer tried to tempt them. But if your lieutenants are on board, then they may feel it's safe to go along with it. Believe me, Detective Sidney, not everyone has passed my simulation. Not only did you refuse the money, but you refused the position, physically attacked your superiors, and wanted to go to internal affairs. I think it's safe to say we made the right choice." "I made the right choice?" Day said smugly. "Whatever," God grumbled while still holding his swollen nose. "Fuck. Are you serious? He hit you, God?" Ranowski grinned. "Shut the fuck up, bro," God swore. "Well, we're not going to throw you a damn party and kiss your ass all night for doing the right thing. Do you want the position or not?" God stared at Sen. Sen looked at Day, God, and Ranowski before turning his own smart-ass grin on them. "Depends. Is being gay a requirement too?" "No, but being an asshole is. And you've got that in spades, so what's it gonna be, fuckface?" Day quickly threw back. Sen stood and held his hand out to God. God gripped his palm in an extra firm grip, and Sen increased the pressure to match it while looking directly into those threatening green eyes. He dropped his gaze down to God's nose. "You might want to get that looked at. It's swelling pretty bad." Sen prodded the big man, and God dropped his hand roughly, turning his evil gaze to Day as the man laughed at his lover's expense. Sen looked each man in the eye before he threw on his coat and headed to the office door, yanking it open. "I accept," he said with complete confidence, and closed the door behind him. Chapter 3. The Name's Sin. Sen made it through the parking lot and into his truck before pausing to take a couple of deep breaths. He'd completely lost his shit in there, even told the captain, "Fuck you." What the hell was I thinking? "A test. A goddamn test," he yelled to no one. Sen started his beat-up Chevrolet pickup, driving quickly out of the parking lot. He needed to blow off some steam. He was still tightly wound, and his body ached all over. Sen parked at the curb in front of the pub across the street from his apartment. He'd seen different types come and go from it over the last few days, and he figured it'd be a good place to get a stiff drink, and possibly get his stiff sucked. It had been long enough. Sen checked his cell phone to make sure it was on vibrate. As part of the task force, he was required to be available 24/7. He tucked his wallet and his badge into his back pocket and secured his weapon at the small of his back. He plucked his faded leather jacket from the back seat and got out. After scanning the parking lot one last time, he walked into the small pub. A quick look around told him the crowd looked friendly enough and the back exit wasn't blocked. This was a place he could hang for a bit. The long wood bar held only a half-dozen or so customers, most of the patrons seated in small booths along the wall and a few standing tables surrounding a tiny dance floor. The music being played was classic rock, thank goodness. Sen took a seat at the far end of the bar, allowing him to observe the entire place. Cop habit. He scanned the multitude of liquor bottles lined up on the bright wall behind the bar and tried to choose his poison for the night. "What can I get you, sport?" The young bartender threw a coaster in front of him and braced both hands on top of the smooth wood. Sen's head turned back toward the masculine voice and looked into eyes as dark as his own. The guy looked to be in his late 20s, early 30s maybe. He wore a tight black t-shirt with the bar's logo on it and jeans that rode low on his narrow hips, barely held up by a black studded belt. A silver chain hung across his hip and disappeared into his back pocket. Sen didn't respond for a few seconds and noticed the man's dark eyebrow go up in question. The bartender brushed his fingers through his long brown hair, tucking one side behind an ear that had 2 silver hoops and 1 stud in it. That's when Sen noticed the ink along both lean, muscular arms and an intricate pattern which led up out of his t-shirt and wound around his neck. Was it a dragon's tail or a serpent? He couldn't tell for sure. "Did you want a few more minutes, or do you want to see a menu?" Sen snapped out of it and cleared his throat before speaking. Let me get a Bud Light on draft." "You got it. Want a menu?" "No thanks." Sin watched the man walk down to the other end of the bar to pull his beer. He just reminds you of someone, no big deal, chill out. He tried not to stare at the bartender. All those damn tattoos, the way his ass looked in those jeans, the way his hair swayed with his movements. It looked so thick and soft, straight on the top, its length curving into a few deep waves just past his shoulders. He was lithe but not skinny, toned but not overly muscular. Sin turned and looked out at the dance floor. There were two women, obviously intoxicated, dancing seductively with each other, putting on a very entertaining show. Aerosmith blasted through the speakers about making love in an elevator. There's an elevator in my building. It was after 10 o'clock now, time for people to consider if they were going home alone or with company. Sin was hoping for the latter. Loving it up till I hit the ground. Here you go, Chief. Tattoos set his beer in front of him. What's with the fucking nicknames? Name's Sin, he grumbled, and took a long swallow of his beer. Is that right? Sin watched Tattoos flash him a sexy smile and give him a look that said, I like it, but moved on to a couple of few seats over. Sin. Now that sounds dirty. Fury tried to concentrate on the customers that had just sat down, but he'd wanted nothing more than to linger and find out more about the intense man at the end of the bar. He was sure the guy was straight, but he was throwing some interesting looks in Fury's direction. He tried not to read too much into that. People stared at him all the time. Young people gawked at his tattoos, women wanted to play in his hair, and men wanted his tight ass. The gay ones, anyway, and a few that weren't. But he couldn't get a read on Sin. Fury wouldn't mind seeing what the guy's smile looked like, surrounded by all that delicious dark stubble. Obviously, Sin didn't like the nicknames, but Fury wanted to see if he could get a rise out of Mr. Too Damn Hot. Hey, Furious, time for you to go, ain't it? Fury ignored his uncle and finished mixing a margarita for the woman and a rum and coke for her date. Here you go. Can I get you guys a menu? After they declined, Fury went back to check on his favorite customer. You want another, buddy? Fury smirked. Name's Sin. The deep, sultry voice made its way through Fury's stomach and down to his groin. Sin's entire persona screamed, I'm masculine. His broad shoulders and firm chest were visible through his thin gray V-neck shirt. Although Fury couldn't see them from behind the bar, he was sure the man's thighs were muscular and strong enough to crack walnuts. Sin dragged one strong hand through his dark, medium-length hair, making it spike and fall in different directions. That gesture made Fury notice there was a mean-looking 6-inch serpent tattooed on Sin's forearm. Fitting, since he's definitely poison. A predator that could strike and kill when you least expected it. Fury leaned a little closer, but didn't dare invade too much. Yeah, you told me your name already, but I asked if you wanted another drink. Now, Fury ran his hand through his hair and watched Sin follow the movement with those sexy midnight eyes. No, I'm good, thanks. No problem. Fury winked and clicked his teeth. Well, I'm out of here. Fury heard Sin grunt his goodbye as he turned to pull his old leather coat from underneath the bar. He went to retrieve his tips from the jar next to the register and whispered a couple words to Candy, the closing bartender. He kissed her at the bottom of her jaw, just lingering a little, putting on a show for Sin. Bye, Fury, she squirmed and yelped playfully at the touch of stubble on her smooth skin. Throwing his jacket on, his back to Sin, he made sure to flip his long tresses out so they could fall over the dark material. He swore he could feel those deep charcoal eyes tracking him through the bar, but he refused to look back. Goodbye, Sin. That man at the end of the bar, that was the kind of man that lured you into his bed at night and fucked you senseless, but then beat the shit out of you the next morning because in the harsh light of day, he wasn't gay. Fury knew that type of man all too well. As he walked the half-block to the bus stop, his blood cooled at the horrific memories of the last year as he lit a Marlboro and waited for the next bus. He didn't need to dredge up old horror stories. He had to get his mind right. He had an early shoot in the morning. Chapter 4. Stranger Danger. Sin paid his tab for the one beer and left the pub. Somehow, making love in an elevator didn't appeal to him anymore. If he was being honest, women in general rarely did. He'd always felt they were more of a distraction than anything, and he'd had very little time for distractions while focusing on his career. Sin looked up and down the street, about to cross to his building when a familiar figure caught his eye just a half block up. Furious. That's what the man in the pub had called him. Interesting name. Sin detoured and headed in that direction, his body completely ignoring what his brain was screaming. He just looks like him. This is not the same. Sin walked slowly. Furious wasn't going anywhere since he appeared to be waiting for the bus. He watched a billow of smoke emerge from full, pink lips. Smoking. It was a filthy habit, but somehow Furious made it look kind of hot. Sin was just a few feet away and saw that Furious had earbuds in, his hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket, head hanging down and all that hair falling over his beautiful face. Beautiful face. Sin watched the man remove the cigarette from his lips. Uh-oh. Stranger danger. Sin looked behind him, but no one was there. I mean you. You just gonna stand there and stare, man? Furious raised his head and turned slowly, pinning Sin with a hot glance. Names. Yeah, I know your name. You told me already. Furious cut him off. Your cologne will give you away every time. Sin stepped a little closer. Does it smell that bad? Nope. Smells that good, he said on an exhale of smoke. Sin unintentionally let a small smile creep up on him. Now that he had approached Fury, he was at a complete loss as to what to say or do. He had absolutely no idea why he was approaching this man. Any man. Furious's eyes were as dark as night, his eyelashes dark and long, just brushing his cheek when he looked down. Sin looked his fill, while Furious watched him curiously. I like your ink, Sin blurted out, cringing a bit when it came out a little louder than he planned. The stars are pretty cool. Furious took a deep inhale of his cigarette, blew the smoke out through his nose, and flicked the butt into the street. He rose up off the back of the bench, standing to his full height, perhaps 6'1". You know what people assume about a person when they have star tattoos, don't you? Furious held his eye contact. I've heard some things. Not one to believe everything I hear, though. Is that right? Sin scrunched his eyebrows, not knowing where Furious was going with this. Hell, where he was going with this. You waiting on the bus? You got it, genius. How'd you ever guess that? You're a real smartass. And the name's Sin. I thought I'd keep you company while you wait. Maybe even offer you a ride. Sin's face was tight as he spoke. Why the hell did everyone have to be so fucking sarcastic all the time? Oh, really? Furious tucked his earbuds inside his jacket and ran his hand through his hair. Why the hell would you offer me a ride? Why wouldn't I? You obviously need one. I'm just trying to be friendly. Sin stepped closer, and he heard a slight catch in Furious's breath. I'm good, man. I got a ride. Sin turned when he heard the diesel engine of the MARTA bus pulling over to stop. I could drop you off. It's no big deal. Sin shrugged as if it really didn't matter. Oh, but it did. Why the hell am I trying so hard? I'm good. Besides, I don't ride with strangers. The bus's air brakes were loud as it came to a stop and the automatic doors opened. Say it, Sin snapped suddenly. Furious turned to look at him from the stairs of the bus. Say what? My name, damn it. Why? Furious almost whispered. Because I want to hear it from your mouth. Sin's voice had gone gravelly. He was being honest. He did want to hear it. Now, later, and 10 octaves higher, ricocheting off his bedroom walls. Hell. No, Furious replied, turned, and got on the bus. For some reason, Sin watched as his new enigmatic friend paid his fare and settled himself in the back on the far side of the bus. Furious never looked in his direction, but Sin kept hoping he would as the driver pulled the large vehicle back into traffic. Fury walked the half-block to his small basement apartment in Emery Point. He'd been there for 9 months since he'd made his escape from his abusive husband. He'd changed his last name and made it as far as he could on the $700 he'd managed to secret away. His landlord was an old lady with 7 grown kids and about 15 grandchildren who visited often, which was extremely beneficial to Fury. He had access to, but rarely ventured to any other parts of the house. He turned on the small entryway lamp and peeled off clothes on his way to the bathroom. He did the same thing every night when he came in from the bar. He had to rid himself of the smell as quickly as possible. Smelling like hot wings and vodka never appealed to him. Fury half-checked his messages and half-hobbled into the small room that had the tiniest shower ever and turned on the hot water. He had to let it run for a few minutes before it even considered warming up. He had another message from Greg, the film company's publicist. Fucking great. Fury opened the email and only managed to read a few words before his eyes started to roll in annoyance. Fury, I've gotten with Mac about what I mentioned to you last week, and we are prepared to up your offer to $1,000. How about that? And 25 cents per download. How awesome is that, hot stuff? It's an offer you don't want to refuse. You have fans who adore your sexy ass. You don't want to lose your audience, do you? They need more of you. Let me know ASAP, and we'll cancel your shoot tomorrow and start on the new scene instead. We'll even let you choose your partner. Wouldn't Sasha Payne be delicious? Oh, and P.S. there's a $500 advance if you say yes now. G. Fury reread the email and felt his stomach start to do some weird flippy shit when he thought about accepting Mac's offer. Fury was already risking being found by his ex by doing the solo jerk sessions on Mac's small-time porn site. When Mac came into his uncle's bar almost 6 months ago, he'd gushed half the damn night about how sexy Fury was and how he could make him into a movie star. Fury quickly decided it was worth exploring and went to Mac's studio. He'd been floored when he realized it was a porn company, and worse, felt like an idiot for not asking what type of movies Mac produced. Each time Fury tried to bow out gracefully, Mac offered up more money. Although Fury needed to stay hidden from Patrick, he desperately needed money. His uncle wanted him the hell off his couch after only a few months. There was just one big fucking problem with Mac's porn site. It was hetero porn only, and Fury was so gay he wouldn't know how to get a woman off if someone gave him a diagram. So after practically chasing Fury out into the parking lot, Mac had convinced him to do one solo jerk-off session for $500. Fury figured he'd do only one session, and that would get him off his uncle's couch. That money would be enough to rent him a small room, but of course one film turned to 2, then 3, and it just kept going. Fury had done over 20 solo performances, but now Mac was aggressively trying to convince Fury to do more. Fury refused a blowjob on film. Hell, he doubted he could stay hard. He'd refused mutual masturbation scenes, and he damn sure wasn't doing penetration. Now they were offering him $1,000 plus 25 cents per download. Fuck. It probably would do pretty well. But the thought of being found by Patrick or his psycho brother made Fury physically ill. Fury calmed his racing heart by convincing himself that there was no way those two fuckers would ever pay to go on a het site, since both his husband and his brother were gay. Fury closed the email without replying and stepped under the lukewarm water. He released a small sigh, wishing for more water pressure. The small trickles of water that came out of the 30-year-old showerhead were barely strong enough to rinse the conditioner out of his hair. He shook his head at how many small things he had taken for granted when he was married and living in his comfortable condo in Charlotte. When Patrick and his brother were away on business, he was happy. It was when Patrick came home that shit turned disastrous. Goosebumps popped up all over Fury's taut body. Not because the water was already getting cold, but because once again those memories were invading his head. No matter what, he couldn't stop them. Chapter 5. Ghosts of Marriage Past. 1 year ago. "Darling, I'm home. Are you here?" "I'm coming," Fury yelled from the second floor. He quickly closed up the Universal Technical School pamphlet he was reading and gathered the other materials, making his way down the metal spiral staircase. Fury found Patrick in the kitchen, loosening his tie. Damn, the man could wear a suit. The black designer suit had fine, lavender pinstripes that Patrick accented perfectly with a light purple tie. Fury would no doubt be responsible for getting the suits his husband traveled with to the cleaners and returned to his closet. He didn't know how he'd become his husband's personal assistant, but it had happened, and to avoid argument, Fury didn't refuse Patrick's requests. "Is this the kind of welcome you give your husband when he returns home after a week away?" Patrick set his water bottle down on the brown marble countertop and looked at Fury expectantly. "You just gonna stand there looking at me from the other side of the room?" Patrick's eyes could pin you in place with one stern look. Fury had thought this extremely sexy in the beginning, but as time wore on, the glare became more feral than attractive. Patrick's hair was jet black, slicked and combed straight back, reminding Fury of Andy Garcia without that annoying widow's peak. "How was your flight?" Fury asked, moving into Patrick's muscular arms. "Long. Anything happen here?" "Well, actually, yes." "What's this?" Before Fury could tell Patrick what was new, he'd picked up the enrollment package from the auto mechanic school and was frowning while quickly scanning the contents. "What the fuck is this, Furious?" "I was getting to the—" "If it isn't Mr. Lazybones." Fucking great. Patrick's younger brother and business partner Brendan came around the corner fastening his belt buckle. Fury hadn't heard him in the bathroom when he came downstairs. If he had, he may have stayed upstairs. "I'm not lazy. Did you see the yard?" Asswipe. Not only had Fury completely turned over the entire flower bed, he'd mowed the grass and gotten his fall flowers in the ground, not to mention the 3 hours he'd put in at the auto repair shop. Patrick would never know about that last part, though. Fury loved gardening. It was peaceful. He'd started doing it to be out of the house when Patrick was home, but it quickly became an enjoyable hobby. He loved anything he could do outdoors. However, his passion was automotive mechanics. There wasn't a vehicle with wheels and an engine that he couldn't fix. "Darling, I asked you a question." Patrick's hard gray eyes glared at him, but his voice was cool and calm. Fury feared that tone more than his yell. Fury turned from his annoying brother-in-law and faced his husband, seeing immediately that Patrick didn't like what he saw in the paperwork. "I mentioned to you before you left last week that I wanted to continue with my degree in automotive mechanics. It's still my dream to own my own shop." Fury lowered his voice and tried to speak only to his husband since his bastard brother-in-law was still smirking at him. "You know I promised my father I'd do that. Have my own shop one day, just like him." Patrick tossed the pamphlet on the table like it had shit on it. "How would you pay for something like that, huh? Those schools cost a fortune." Fury ran his hand nervously over the tattoo of his father's Harley on his forearm and cleared his throat. "I was hoping you'd lend me the money, and then when I start working, I'd pay you back. Every dollar," he added for good measure. No one knew, especially his husband, that Fury's father had named him beneficiary of a life insurance policy, along with a will telling him to live his dream. Fury had $80,000 safely hidden away in an account in his best friend's name. However, after doing a million different calculations, the money wasn't enough for his schooling and startup money to open a shop. "Yeah, that's not going to happen, slacker," Brendan sneered. "Shut the fuck up and mind your own business, Bren." Before Fury could put up any kind of guard, Brendan had his hands around his throat and shoved him until his back slammed into the stainless steel refrigerator. "You think you can talk to me that way, you little shit?" Brendan snarled, spittle flying from his mouth. his hands twisting and burning the skin around Fury's neck. "Get off me!" Fury gasped, trying unsuccessfully to pry the thick fingers off. His husband and brother-in-law had both been linebackers in college. Neither minded using their brawn and strength on him, and often. Brendan brought his knee up fast, kneeing him so hard in the groin Fury thought death would be better than the pain. Brendan stepped back and let Fury drop to the hard granite floor, slapping him hard in the back of the head before strolling off as if he owned the world. Fury couldn't hear what the hell his husband was saying because his ears were ringing, and his eyes were so filled with tears he thought best to just keep them shut. "Patrick," Fury groaned, clutching at his balls, knowing nothing would stop the throbbing. "Don't talk like a big boy if you don't have the balls to back it up, darling," his husband said nonchalantly. "What the fuck?" "He has no right to put his hands on me, Pat. What the hell? He also has no say in our marriage." Fury's voice was strained as he made his way up off the floor with no assistance from his husband. "Blood's thicker than water, twerp." Brendan shrugged and pushed Fury out of the way so he could get a beer from the fridge. "So I'm water, Pat?" Fury stared at his husband of 2 years and realized at that moment he didn't stand a chance. It was bad enough when Patrick began taking jabs at him a year ago, each time swearing it'd be the last. But now his brother was having a go at him too. Well, fuck. He'd die before he spent the rest of his life like this. Fury was 28 years old. He had a lot of years ahead of him. If he got out in time. Fury opened his eyes, trying to ward off the bad memories, and stepped out of the shower, twisting the towel tight around his narrow waist. What the fuck am I going to do? Fury had to admit that the money sounded great. He could really use that cash to pay for his books and tools for the semester. But damn it. I can't do a chick, he whispered, shaking his head sadly. He'd tell them tomorrow that his answer is still no. Furious woke up a few minutes early to shave his pubic hair. He was told ladies like a full, clear view of the package. All it did for him was make him itchy as fuck 2 days later. People probably thought he had crabs with the way he scratched sometimes. He dressed casually in jeans and a t-shirt covered with black skulls. What he wore really didn't matter, since he was only going to take it off. Fury spent an extra 5 minutes to ensure his school uniform and recent project were safely inside his backpack with the disc for his presentation. Fury's passion was bikes, but he loved cars too. Unfortunately, when he'd fled Charlotte and landed in Atlanta, he didn't think about them not having a great motorcycle mechanic school. Georgia Piedmont Tech was well known for its automotive technology program, and Fury had eagerly enrolled as soon as his name change was official. Fury checked that the bolt on his front door was secured and jogged up the couple stairs to the sidewalk. He saw his landlady, Miss Jones, had bent over the small flower garden, and Fury called to her when he jogged past. She waved a small, weathered hand at him, smiling sweetly. He made a mental note to cut the grass for her this weekend. She must have breezed in after he'd fallen asleep last night, probably just to check on things. He hoped she'd be going back to her daughter's house. Fury just made the number 6 bus before it pulled up. He settled in for the hour-and-a-half bus ride to Peachtree City. Sure, if he had a car, the trip would be half that time. But Fury had a plan, and it required his and Doug's entire savings to bring it to fruition. Hey there, stud. I figured you'd be taking the bus and thought I'd give you a ride to the studio. Fury was grinning ear to ear as he took his earbuds out and threw his arms around his best friend. If they were both filming on the same day, then Doug usually met him at the bus stop in his brand new Kia Sportage SUV, so he didn't have to walk the last couple of miles to the studio. Fury gently placed his book bag in the back seat and climbed in the front, quickly fastening his belt while looking horrified at the noise coming from the speakers. The music and bass pounding through the speakers were deafening. What the fuck are you listening to, Doug? Doug looked at him, his hazel eyes sparkling with amusement. What, you don't like rap? Oh, come on. Everyone knows who this is. He's won like a ton of awards. Ice Cube? Well, those lyrics sound lukewarm. Please turn it off, or at least down. This is the thanks I get for saving you from hoofing it another 2 miles. I'd rather walk in a G-string and flip-flops with a chihuahua nipping at my heels than listen to this shit for even 1 mile. Fury laughed. Doug ejected the compact disc, mellow rock now filling the small space. Better? Very much. So I hear you're going the distance today. Doug raised his eyebrow at Fury. They changed your solo to you fucking Sasha Payne. Bro, why didn't you tell me? What the fuck? Who said that? Fury gritted his teeth. She's been posting shit all over Facebook. Since you're not on social media to refute it, everyone's going crazy about it. Doug pulled into one of the few empty spaces in the parking lot. Fury looked around at all the vehicles. Damn, there's a lot of shoots today. Actually, no, there aren't. Everyone's here to watch you. Doug rubbed his hand over the smooth caramel skin on his cheeks, licking his pinky and slicking down his dark eyebrows. He was biracial, and his skin was beautifully tan and flawless. His soft hair had a little length to spike up wildly. He opened the door and looked over the hood at Fury as they both got out. You don't want to do it, do you? Doug looked as pained as Fury felt. I knew something was off about it. I never said I'd do it, man. I can't fuck no female, Doug. Oh, God, especially not Sasha. Damn it. Fury ran his hand through his hair and pulled the length at the bottom. Fuck, he yelled. He realized now that he should have responded to the email last night. Mac must have thought his silence meant he agreed to do it. Now everyone was here to watch him bang one of the skankiest women Fury had ever met. This woman's life revolved around fucking. If she wasn't doing it on screen, then she was doing it in someone's car, at the club, in the break room, on the beach, where the fuck ever. Fury wanted to throw up. Hey, Furious, breathe, man, shit. Doug's strong, calloused hand was squeezing his shoulder as he leaned against the car. Fury's world was spinning, like he was on a ride from hell at an amusement park, and the operator, in this case Mac, wouldn't let him off. It's not worth this. Not worth your mental health, dude. You look like you're about 2 seconds from going apeshit. You're not obligated to do this, you know. Your agreement was solo, so that's what you stick to, okay? He can't force you. I know, Fury whispered. But I sure as fuck can use the money, man. I still need books and tools for this semester. I refuse to use my savings. I graduate after this semester, and we are this fucking close to opening the shop, Doug. A few weeks, tops, and we'll be fucking open for business. Doug had a rich girlfriend who showered him with expensive gifts, but she never gave him cash. Not to mention that the cars and condo were all in her name. He still had to work for his money. Doug already had a mechanic's certification and worked full-time at a Chevy dealer, but he'd always wanted his own shop, specializing in restoring classics. He did porn shoots to help them reach their financial goal faster, and Fury loved his best friend's dedication. Buddy, take the money out of your savings and buy your school stuff. I'll pick up a few extra scenes this month to cover it. I can't ask you to do that, Doug. That isn't right. 50-50 all the way, remember? Doug pulled him into an embrace. You're not asking. I'm offering. Besides, it's just fucking. 2 or 3 extra scenes ain't nothing. Doug pulled back and held onto Fury's neck, looking into his eyes. Especially if it means saving my best friend's sanity. Fury hugged him back hard. No one had ever sacrificed anything for him. Not since his father was alive. Now he had a real friend willing to fuck strangers on screen just so he didn't have to. Well, hell. I love you, man. Damn it, thank you, Doug. I know you do. You sensitive little girl. Gotta keep that virtue of yours intact. Doug's soft laugh blew Fury's hair as they stood that way a little longer. I love you too, man. They parted and turned in opposite directions as both men discreetly wiped at their eyes. Let's go tell these sex fiends that they can take their popcorn and goobers and go the fuck home. The show is canceled. Doug hooked his arm around Fury's neck and pulled him through the parking lot and into the small building. Chapter 6. I've already screwed it up. Sin stayed at the speed limit on his way home. He was in no rush. Work had been productive, meeting after meeting and mounds of paperwork. God had officially introduced him to their team as third in command, so technically he was a sergeant now, and hopefully his pay would reflect that promotion soon. The guys were an easy group to command, each of them the best in his specialty. The first half of the day was spent with the team getting him up to speed on their current cases. He wasn't afraid to jump right in and take charge. It's what Sin did best. Managing and controlling situations. He wasn't nervous about calling the detectives out on their bullshit and vice versa. The laid-back, say-what's-on-your-mind, no hard feelings camaraderie was simple to adjust to. Sin's feelings weren't easily hurt, so he had no problem with God's tough-as-nails attitude or Day's snide remarks. Simply put, you had to have skin as tough as a rhino to survive on this task force. Now it was evening, and after listening to God and Day heatedly dispute how they were going to prioritize the next two cases, Sin and several other members had eased out quietly when the looks between them began to turn less angry and more hungry. He shook his head and secretly wished he could be a fly on the wall in their bedroom tonight. What the hell? No, I don't. Sin needed to get laid, but he couldn't get tattooed arms and long, soft brown hair out of his head. Strong, lean body mixed with soft features. Jesus fuck. Sin had to admit the sexy bartender did look like his ex-roommate. When Sin had graduated from the Philadelphia Police Academy, he'd chosen to apply to a roommate wanted ad posted in the officers' break room. Nothing ever came of him and Rhodes, but damn if there weren't some pretty intense glances and quick touches. Rhodes was gay and made sure that Sin knew he was wanted by the big man. Sin was just too afraid to tell his roommate exactly what he wanted Rhodes to do to him. It was Friday night, and he didn't have anywhere to be. He wasn't overly eager to go to his barely furnished apartment and order takeout. He'd thought about taking some of the guys up on their offer to meet at a bar called Henry's, but he doubted he'd make it there. He actually had another bar in mind tonight. Rather, another bartender. Sin heaved a sigh as another car sped past him. Okay, that lady was like 90 years old. He pressed down on the accelerator and moved to snag a spot right in front of his building. Sin checked his watch. It was 5 minutes after 8, just enough time to go inside and take a quick shower. Sin had on a tight black t-shirt with dark blue jeans. He typically didn't do anything with his dark brown hair. He kept it cut close on the sides and simply finger-combed the length on top. He could probably use a shave, but decided to leave the 2-day-old growth alone. Sin tucked his Glock 37 in his waistband, always feeling comforted by the weight of his weapon nestled snugly against the base of his spine. He tucked his handcuffs, wallet, and his badge in his inside coat pocket and headed for the door. As soon as he exited, he saw his neighbor coming down the hall toward him with a pizza box in his hands, flanked by 2 other guys that looked like metalhead stoners. Sin had been meaning to talk with the young punk about his loud, head-cringing music blasting at all hours of the night. "What's up, man?" The stoner threw a limp hand at him with his greeting. Sin looked at his neighbor and just managed to not roll his eyes before responding. "Yeah, hey, I wanted to ask you if you wouldn't mind keeping the music down after midnight. I'm sure a lot of you neighbors feel the same way." The stoner and his friends looked at Sin as if he had horns before they all cracked up. "I haven't heard any complaints, dude. And besides, I was here first. You just moved in," his neighbor argued weakly. "What the fuck does that have to do with anything?" Sin gritted his teeth, his patience diminishing rapidly. "Everything?" the stoner hissed, stepping into Sin's face. "This has got to be a goddamn joke. He wants to fight now? Sin did roll his eyes this time. Look, I don't have time for this bullshit. Keep the fucking music down or I'll haul your high ass in for disturbing the peace. Sin flipped his gold badge out and felt smug when the stoner's friends sobered and turned their backs on him, retreating quietly into the apartment. Sure, officer. Stoner spat the word officer in the most disrespectful tone he could muster and bumped Sin's shoulder while moving past him into his apartment. Sin was sure he heard a murmured, fucking pig, before his neighbor's door slammed shut in his face. He wasn't going to let that little exchange ruin his mood. He should be celebrating tonight. He was just hired by the Atlanta PD and promoted into the most revered task force in the eastern U.S. People would know his name. He'd be set apart from his family's legacy, creating his own. Sin was due some congratulatory pats on the back and some hot sex. Soulful midnight eyes and a thick accent popped into his mind, almost causing Sin to stumble. Sin jogged across the 3-lane street and needed a couple of calming breaths as he stood staring at the heavy wooden door to the pub. Hell, why was his heart racing in the first place? He looked up and down at the many bars and restaurants on his street. The crowd was already bustling with pre-weekend excitement. Sin straightened his spine and pushed the door open. He stepped into the loud, dark environment, taking a brief look around at the crowd before making his way to the bar. He took a seat close to where he'd sat yesterday and tried to be discreet while looking for his favorite bartender. Sin only saw the big man from last night who had called the bartender furious, and 2 female bartenders dressed in the bar's official t-shirt, along with short kilt-like skirts and platform shoes. He tried not to be disappointed, but felt it slowly creeping in. Sin completely turned around on his stool and scanned the dance floor and its surrounding tables. Maybe he works the floor, too. Sin didn't see him. Fuck, god damn it. His mysterious friend was off tonight, probably out getting a shitload of attention elsewhere. Looking for someone? Rich, deep, mellow sexiness stroked its way down Sin's back like a lover's caress. Oh, God. Sin slowly spun his seat back around and locked onto those dark chocolate pools that were Fury's eyes. The bartender was looking at him like he'd just discovered all of Sin's secrets, all his wants, all his deepest desires. Fuck. All of his kinks. Sin wanted to bolt at the feeling of being exposed, but he held fast. Fury blinked at him, and it broke Sin's trance. Shit. Fury had asked him a question. No, Sin answered quickly, wincing at the excitement in his voice. He took a breath before speaking again. I'm not looking for anyone. You sure? Fury smirked. He wiped at some non-existent liquid on the bar and tossed a napkin in front of him. What'll it be, Chief? Here we go with the nicknames again. God, I just want to hear him say it once. Is that too much to fucking ask? Sin smoothed his hand over his stubble. Sure, let me get a double shot of Makers with a Corona. Fury didn't move or acknowledge his order. He just stared. So Sin stared back. Damn, this man was something. Tattoos every damn where, peeking out where clothes ended, visible even through the rips in his jeans. Hair looking so soft and beautiful. His lips pink and plump like a woman's, but Sin was sure that the prickly stubble wouldn't feel like kissing a woman. It would feel like... hell, he didn't know. Fury's arms were braced on the bar, his veins in his arms protruding with the muscles twitching just beneath the surface of his inked skin. Now it was Sin's turn to display a little confidence. Start a tab. I might be here for a while. Furious. Sin said the man's name slowly, letting it play across his lips for size. Sin liked the startled look that flashed across his new friend's face. It seemed he liked his name on Sin's lips, sounding sexy and dirty. Fury quickly looked around to see if anyone else was paying attention to their stare-off. He pulled at his hair and turned around without a comeback. Furious didn't seem as cocky as he had at the bus stop last night. Sen watched him for a few seconds while he took and filled a couple more orders. His back was turned and Sen tried to get a look at the view hidden behind the bar, but was distracted by a loud knocking coming from the other end of the pub. He turned to look, but the crowd was thick, and all he could see was a rambunctious group over by the pool tables and dartboards. Looked like college kids. The loud pounding and chanting sounded again. "Tommy, Tommy, Tommy." The small crowd chanted and banged what must be beer mugs on the wooden tables. What the fuck? Sen turned back around and saw his drinks were in front of him, and so was Furious. Louder knocking and yelling. "What the hell is that?" The big man, Sen assumed now was the owner, emerged from behind double doors that probably led to the kitchen. "What is that damn noise, Furious?" Sen watched Furious close his eyes with obvious annoyance and wipe his cloth across the bar in front of him. Furious shrugged, but the stout owner didn't see it because he was still trying to see over his customers' heads into the dark corner. This time, the knocking was louder than the music. The big guy put his hand on Furious's shoulder and spun him around to face him. "Fury, what the fuck is that knocking?" "Hell if I know, Unc." "It sure as fuck ain't opportunity," Furious yelled back. Sen choked on his beer, laughing at Furious's witty comeback. When Furious shrugged off his uncle's grasp and turned back around, he stared down at the still chuckling Sen and shook his head. Sen saw a smile crack the man's supple lips, and before Sen knew it, he'd winked at him. "Well, they need to calm down. People are leaving," the uncle said. "Go tell them to knock it off." Sen watched Furious lower his head. He couldn't make out what Furious was mumbling, but it didn't look like he was chanting a calming mantra. Furious threw the towel on the floor and made his way to the end of the bar. He lifted the bar top and slammed it back down when he'd passed through. "I'll show you where you can put that attitude, Fury," his uncle added, irritating Fury further. Furious disappeared into the crowd. He must have made it to the rowdy kids and said something because the knocking stopped briefly before starting up again, only now it was even louder. Sen heard some yelling, then some oohs and ahs, which was never good to hear in a rowdy crowd. It typically meant someone was getting told off. Sen couldn't see Furious at all, regardless of his 6'1" height. He abandoned his seat and made his way through the crowd. Sen felt the shift as he was pushed back with others. Fuck. Someone was shoving or fighting. He still couldn't see. People were gathering in to get closer to the angry shouts. This is not what I came here for. He could finally see Furious nose to nose with some preppy guy in a green polo shirt and khaki shorts. His spiky, gelled hair and boy-next-door looks screamed spoiled rich college boy. They were cursing in each other's faces, and Sen was just about to intervene when a thick arm came around Furious's neck from behind, and Preppy punched him in the stomach. The pain that flashed across Furious's face had Sen feeling a burning rage that jolted him into action. He barreled through the last few bodies in his way and took determined steps, using his momentum to nail Furious's captor in the ribs with a hard right jab. The man bowled over, almost taking Furious to the floor with him. Sen yanked Furious up and slung him protectively behind him. Preppy looked startled for a second, then bared his teeth at Sen. "You don't want none of this, man. Stay out of it." Preppy looked around Sen, obviously wanting some more of Furious. "Maybe I do." Sen looked bored and then thought for a second. If he broke this kid's jaw, that could be his damn promotion. Just when the kid looked like he wanted to start something, Sen pulled his badge. "Maybe a night in lockup will get you to shut the fuck up." Sen heard the guy he punched groaning and looked at him, not wanting to find himself attacked from behind, too. What he was surprised to not find was Furious. Sen pulled out his cell and called 911. He gave his name and badge number and told dispatch he had a few drunken disorderlies that needed clearing out. Sen desperately wanted to find Furious. He knew the man was all right. Surely he was able to take a gut punch, but he wanted to talk to him. Sin knew he may have already fucked up. Without thinking, he'd pushed Fury behind him like he couldn't defend himself. But when Sin saw the pain of that punch flash over the man's beautiful face, his protective instincts rose with a vengeance, and he'd acted. He looked back and forth from the bar to the door to the college assholes, wanting to run and find Fury, but he couldn't leave his perps unattended until the uniforms got there. Officer, I'm sorry, okay? Can you get that guy so I can apologize to him, and then I promise we'll leave and never come back? Preppy damn near whined his request. He wasn't so confident anymore. Didn't want Daddy to have to come bail him out of jail. Sin heard the sirens and knew the officers would be in soon. He turned to Preppy and a deep frown contorted his face. Fuck no. And I better never see you guys in here again. Collective yes sirs came from the kids that had sobered quickly at the thought of going to lockup, even if it was just for one night. As the police led the guys out and into squad cars, Sin hurried back to the bar, but there was no Furious. Sin didn't even think twice. He made his way to the end of the bar and lifted the top, coming behind the bar. The two girl bartenders looked at him in shock, and Sin flashed his badge again. Where's Furious? He asked, using his authoritative cop tone. He left, they said in unison, still looking at him strangely. Damn it, Sin hissed and raced out of the pub. He looked anxiously up and down the sidewalk and saw Furious sitting on the bench, head hanging low, waiting on the bus. Even though he had a hoodie pulled up and hanging low over his forehead, Sin knew it was his man. He's not my damn man, he's just a friend. Sin approached his new friend with all the confidence in the world, but wasn't prepared for the angry, haunted eyes that looked up at him when he slowly removed Furious's hood. Sin sucked in a hard breath and blew it out slowly before finally deciding to speak. Furious, are you okay? No answer. Are you hurt? Sin was really concerned. Furious looked detached, closed in on himself. Babe, shit. Fury, Sin quickly corrected. Please answer me. Look, my place is right there. Sin pointed in the direction of his building. If you want, you can come up and talk. I can take you home later. It was a few long and very intense minutes that Furious didn't move or say anything. We'll just talk, okay? Sin tried again. Thanks a lot, Marta. Perfect timing. Just Sin's luck that the bus pulled up to the curb and the air doors swung open. Furious, I just want to talk. No thanks, detective. Furious's voice was so deep and angry it had felt like Fury had struck him. Sin swallowed a hard gulp. That was the second time in a matter of minutes that his title had been used nastily against him. Sin didn't give a fuck about his stoner neighbor showing his distaste, but coming from Furious, it stung. Sin's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he worked to think of something, anything, but Furious was already halfway to the back of the bus. He watched him plop down into the seat and throw his hood back over his head. The bus driver looked at Sin a split second before closing the doors and merging back into traffic. Sin wanted to punch the bus bench, the light pole, any damn thing. What was really pissing him off was that he didn't know what this was with Furious and how the man got under his skin. Yeah, he knew Furious was gay. He'd all but said it, but it was very clear he wasn't interested in Sin. He needed to let it go. He'd find another bar. Sin trudged back across the street and took the elevator to his floor. As soon as he walked into his apartment, he felt a prickle of something unfamiliar slither down his neck. His entire place was dark, so he didn't flick on the lights just in case he had an intruder. If it's you, Stoner, you picked the wrong fucking night. Then a smell hit him. Coffee. Sin let out an annoyed grunt, running his hand across his beard. Is this what I have to look forward to, Lieutenant? You and Day breaking into my place any time you feel like it? Sin said, hitting the lights. Day was sitting at his small kitchenette, leisurely drinking his usual jumbo cup of coffee, while God stood next to him, leaning casually against the wall, his massive arms crossed over an even more massive chest. His long chestnut hair was pulled back into a ponytail. God's leather coat was draped over the back of the chair Day sat in. With no coat on, God's guns looked like something you'd see in a drug kingpin movie. Silver Desert Eagles with gold appointments. Sexy rolling script etched into the long metal barrels, "In God We Trust." The black grips had large lions' heads etched into them. Sin had never seen anything like them. No doubt they were gifts from his lover. Those cannons were attached to his sides, secured in his black leather shoulder holster. Very few people got to see the 12-inch military-style serrated blade that he kept sheathed and tucked under his left arm. Sin had heard stories of that blade's handiwork. God's gold badge hung suspended around his neck by a long silver chain and rested in the middle of his chest. The black lettering, "Lieutenant," etched into the gold. Sin watched Day look around at his lack of furniture, or pictures, or art, or decorations, or any other amenities that made a house a home. "Oh good, it looks like we didn't miss the housewarming party. Are you registered?" "Fuck off, Day." Sin grunted and jerked open his refrigerator for a Corona since he never got to finish his at the pub. "Put that back. We got a dead body. Let's go." God grabbed his coat. "Dead body," Sin frowned. "We doing homicide now?" "We do whatever the fuck I say. Let's go." God's voice was definitive. Sin put the beer back quickly and went to his room to get his own shoulder holster and his other Glock. He harnessed them both and went out the door behind his bosses. They walked down the hall, neither man concerned with making his footsteps light. Wouldn't you know, it must be Sin's shit day because Stoner neighbor was coming off the elevator with another pizza and about 5 more guys in tow. "Hey, it's the mob squad," Stoner laughed, high-fiving one of his friends who looked as high as he was. Stoner turned and looked at them. "I'm just saying, you guys look, well, you look weird." Stoner giggled. "Dude, you think we look weird? And you're the one wearing a goddamn members-only jacket." Day scoffed, grinning. "Who the hell wears those things anymore?" Sin asked in disbelief. "The last fucking member," Day laughed. Sin's laugh burst from him before he could stop it. Even God let out a husky laugh. Sin had to admit, Day was one funny motherfucker. God's hulking figure moved through the crowd, none of his stoner friends wanting to accidentally bump into him. As they got onto the elevator, they could still hear Stoner's friends ribbing him about his old-school jacket. Chapter 7. Birds of a feather flock together. Fury shoved his apartment key into the lock with way more force than was needed and shouldered the door open, making it bang loudly against the wall behind it. "A cop. He's a fucking cop," Fury yelled at his empty apartment. He pulled out a cigarette from a crumpled pack and lit it while he dialed the only person he trusted. Fury listened to the annoying rap song that was programmed as the ring on Doug's phone while he waited for him to pick up. He answered on the 3rd ring. "What up, Fury?" Fury sighed at the sound of his best friend's voice. "Hey, man, are you busy? I need to talk to you right now. I'm fucking freaking out." "Say no more. I'm on my way. Are you at home or at the pub?" Doug asked. "I'm at home." Fury ran his left hand through his hair and pulled on the length. It was a nervous habit. "Be there in 20. "Thanks, babe." Fury went to the bathroom and pulled off his bar shirt and noticed the bruise from the punch. Fucking bastard, college prick. As he leaned against the wall waiting for the water to get warm, he thought about Sen's reactions. The men had jumped into the fight like Super Save a Gay Man and taken out one of the guys before Fury knew what was happening. Then he was being pushed behind him while Sin flipped out his badge. Fury got under the spray and washed as quickly as he could. He tried not to think about Sin's scent, his voice, or his strength. Men like that were nothing but trouble. Powerful men. Men who thought they controlled everything. Fury's dick was hard and aching to be touched as he replayed Sin's actions repeatedly. He was pissed off. He didn't want to want him. He'd actually been entertaining the thought until he saw the badge. Fury had just stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around himself when he heard pounding on his door. Fury yanked it open. "Geez, Doug, wake up Miss Jones, why don't you?" Fury moved aside and let his friend in. Doug had obviously just come from work. His jeans had grease stains and his work shirt was opened, revealing a tight, smudged white wife beater. His black steel-toe work boots had plenty of wear and tear on them. Doug was the hottest fucking mechanic Fury had ever seen. "What's that?" he asked, looking at the brown crumpled bag in Doug's hand. "A little something for your nerves." Doug pulled out a bottle of Don Julio tequila and grinned at him. "Damn, man. Sparing no expense, huh?" Fury said, walking over to his dresser and grabbing some boxers and a pair of track pants. "Well, it sounded like you could use it." Doug went into the tiny kitchen, pulled out 2 mismatched glasses, and grabbed an ice tray out of the freezer, making his way back to Fury's thrift store couch. "Is this still about Mac pressing you to scene with a chick?" "No, I haven't heard anything else about that. Hopefully I never will. This is about a guy." Fury slid on his pants and plopped down by Doug, quickly taking the offered glass. He gulped it and relished the premium liquor sliding smoothly down his throat. "Fuck, that's good." Fury held out the glass for more, and Doug laughed, pouring him another 2 fingers. After 2 more refills, Fury slouched down and rested his head on the back of the couch, happy to have a nice buzz starting. "So tell me about him." Doug sipped his drink. Fury let out an exasperated breath. "Where the fuck do I begin?" "At the beginning?" "Right. Well, I guess there's not much to tell." "Okay." Doug drew out the word. "Tell me the little bit there is." "All right." Fury sipped and told Doug about the attraction between him and Sin, how the man gave him crazy vibes. He told him about Sin going to the bus stop and offering to take him home, how Sin wanted to hear his name on his lips. Fury closed his eyes when he described Sin to his best friend, the man's growly voice, his perfect lips framed by a delicious goatee. He told him all about the fight and the power he oozed from every pore. Then he told him that he was a cop. Not just a cop, a damn detective. "Okay, this guy came to the bar and flirted with you, then he pummels some guy for hitting you." Doug counts off each attribute on his fingers. "Then he chases after you to make sure you're okay, but you blow him off because he's a cop." Doug shook his head. "I'm sorry, but what exactly is the problem?" Fury's head was spinning at his screwed-up emotions. "I told you how Patrick started hitting me after I gave him what he asked for in bed. Whenever we'd fuck a certain way, he'd love it, but would always freak out later. I can see the same shit in Sin. As soon as men like that fuck, they lose their shit and immediately feel like they have to reclaim their lost manhood. On my face. Mark my words. Sin would snap just like Pat did." "How the hell do you know that?" "Call it my gay man's intuition." Doug laughed and refilled their glasses. "I think you're making an unfair generalization. Every man is not a psycho asshole like your husband and his brother. There are plenty of good guys out there. This cop seems like he's more of a protector than an abuser, babe. I guarantee you he's closeted and will go crazy on me the second I let my guard down and hook up with him." Fury let his head fall to the side as he stared at his friend. "There's no way that a goddamn detective is going to be all out and proud. You think he'll take me to the policeman's ball? Hell no. He'd make me be his dirty secret and eventually his punching bag." "Whoa, dude, chill. You're jumping too far ahead. Give the guy a chance. Try to get to know him first, then decide if he's crazy. You know I got your back. I'd never let anyone fuck with you." Doug looked at Fury through squinted eyes. "You want him bad, don't you?" "Of course I want him. He's hot as fuck. All alpha and growly and shit, wanting someone to take his control. But he's not going to admit it. Fury downed the last sip and put his hand up to decline another refill. A fucking cop. What do you have against cops, man? They protect and serve, Doug argued. Yeah, they serve and protect other people. Not people like me. What do you mean, people like you? Fury pushed his fists into his eyes and winced at the memories. When I was first beaten by Patrick, he'd cracked 2 ribs, busted my lip, and given me a black eye. I had other bruises on my legs and back from being kicked repeatedly, all because that motherfucker thought it would make him a man. After sex, he had to do something to feel like he was in control. I got myself to the hospital, and after I was released, I took a cab to the police station. I was going to file a restraining order against Patrick. But the cops, they... Doug noticed Fury was shaking and scooted closer to put his arm around him. Shh, it's okay. You don't have to talk about it. Doug rubbed soothing circles on Fury's shoulder. Fury nuzzled in close to Doug and was immediately calmed by the contact with his friend. It's fine. The cops there wouldn't help me. It was because I was gay. I know it was. They looked at me with disgust on their faces. Cops are fucking homophobic as hell. There I was, all banged up, begging for help, but all they were concerned about was my sexual preference. The bruises meant nothing. Like they felt I deserved it. Fuck them. But you can't assume that... What's his name again? Sin. Yeah. You can't say Sin is a homophobe too. I mean, he was hitting on you in public, right? And protecting you? Doug kissed the top of Fury's head and squeezed him close. Fury moaned and brought his hand up to rub little circles on Doug's strong chest. Fury's cock was responding to Doug's touch, his deep timbre, his scent. Oh man, that scent was absolutely delicious. He smelled like aftershave with a touch of motor oil. God, it's been so fucking long. Doug's throaty laugh radiated through Fury's haze, and he had the urge to straddle his best friend. Hey, horny boy, don't get any ideas. Doug ran his hands through Fury's long hair and pulled so that Fury had to look at him. They touched foreheads. You like this guy? Give him a chance. He might surprise you. Doug leaned in and rubbed his smooth jaw against Fury's cheek. Fury couldn't have stopped the moan if he'd wanted to. Doug was a sinfully pretty man compared to Sin's ruggedly handsome face. Both were turn-ons for him. Hey, Doug asked against Fury's cheek. Yeah? My brother said he called and told you the divorce papers were ready to be served last week, but you haven't given him the go-ahead. What's up? He knew Doug could feel his body tense up because he moved his firm grip to the back of Fury's neck and began to massage the knots out. The thought of Patrick knowing where he was scared the shit out of him. If the papers were served, he'd surely come after Fury, even though he wasn't asking for anything from Patrick, except his freedom. The man had made it painfully obvious that Fury did and always would belong to him. I just haven't said okay yet. Furious, why not? Are you going to let Patrick control you forever? If I have him served with those papers, he's going to come after me. Then let him come. I'll be ready for his ass. Fury wouldn't dare put his best friend up against Patrick and Brendan. No fucking way. This was his fight, win or lose. I'm going to call you, brother, first thing in the morning. Doug gave him a skeptical look. I promise. First thing. You better. I will if you give me a little kiss. Fury grinned. He was tipsy and horny now. Tequila does that to a man. Get the fuck out of here. Doug laughed and pulled on Fury's hair. Just because you have long, soft hair and I've had a little to drink doesn't mean I'm going to mistake you for a woman. don't want you to. Come on, one little kiss, Fury moaned. Fine, but only because I feel sorry for you. Make it quick, Doug laughed. Fury's head was still resting on Doug's broad shoulder when he brought his hand up and put it around Doug's neck to pull him to him. Doug's smile faded, and he looked very serious. Fury thought he was getting mad, but that wasn't the case at all. Doug closed the distance and pressed his soft lips to Fury's. Both of them gasped in surprise at the initial contact. There was no tongue wrestling or groping, just his friend giving him a little comfort and some much-needed affection. Fury hadn't been with anyone since he left his husband last year. That's a long time to go without any sexual contact or the comforting touch of a lover. Fury felt Doug's strong hand thread through his hair, making him lean back into the touch. His eyes fell closed when he felt Doug place a soft kiss against his throat. But what Doug did next brought tears to Fury's eyes. Doug wrapped him in his muscled arms and hugged him tight, whispering on the shell of his ear that he'd be okay, that he'd protect him no matter what. It was exactly what Fury needed. The great part about their contact, there was no awkwardness after they pulled apart. Doug removed his work shirt and boots. He told Fury to put on a movie because he was staying the night since he'd had too much to drink to drive home. Fury put on an action flick and settled back on the couch. Doug reclined, propping his feet up on the small table in front of the couch. He pulled a pillow from behind his back and placed it in his lap, patting it a couple times, telling Fury to lay his head there. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation. Fury laid his head in his friend's lap and let him run his fingers through his hair. Fury didn't even get through the opening credits of the movie before his best friend had lulled him into a peaceful sleep with his touch. Chapter 8. Respect. Sin tightened his seatbelt as God drove like a damn lunatic through the city. He was now on the interstate doing over 100 miles an hour. If the person's already dead, what's the damn rush, Cash? Day grumbled, obviously not liking God's driving either. God ignored his passengers and swerved over 4 lanes, cutting off an 18-wheeler and just missing the barrier as he took the exit ramp at 70. Got a real heavy foot there, don't you, Lieutenant? Sin gritted through clenched teeth. God let out a grunt as sharp green eyes caught Sin's reflection in the rearview mirror. Please just watch the fucking road. You know what else is real heavy, Sydney? God smirked. Oh, let me guess. Sin deadpanned. Yep, my goddamn balls. So just sit back and shut up. I concur, Day chimed in matter-of-factly. About the heavy balls. Not about you shutting up, Sin. Shut up, Day. God and Sin grumbled in unison. God made a hard right onto North Peachtree Highway. You know, I'm more than capable of driving myself to a crime scene. I appreciate you chauffeuring, but it's not necessary. It was Day's idea, God said. We oversee the narcotics division. We should present a united front when we approach the scene. The homicide detectives aren't going to like us taking over, Day said, while adjusting the volume on the police radio mounted on God's dash. An operator was reporting a 1032, a person with a firearm on Putman's Head Road, which was only 3 streets over from where they were. God hit his brakes hard. If Sin weren't wearing his seatbelt, he'd definitely have a massive headache right now from slamming into the back of Day's seat. Sin jerked right when God swung his large truck into a U-turn in the middle of the street, no doubt heading toward Putman's. Suspect about 5'6" or 7", Caucasian, wearing dark clothes. Proceed with caution. The operator's voice came over the radio. What the fuck is going on? Sin asked, pulling his Glock from his holster and removing the safety. God lowered the windows, all the men on full alert now. Sin didn't bother to ask the question again since it didn't look like he'd get an answer. Cash, slow down, Day whispered, and turned down the police radio. It was eerily quiet on the dark street. It was after midnight. The residents of Peachtree City had turned in for the night. Day was looking up the street and Sin followed his gaze. There was a man walking fast with both hands in the pockets of baggy black cargo pants, his dark hoodie pulled up. Sin saw the man look back at them as God slowly approached from behind. Sin and Day both kept their weapons pointed down, waiting to see what the man would do. "He's a runner," Sin said quietly. "I think you're right," Day said. God unlocked the doors and pulled up next to the sidewalk. The man pretended not to notice, but he walked faster, keeping his head lowered. "Excuse me," Day said loudly. Surely the man heard him, but ignored him. "Sir, can you stop walking? We'd like to ask—" Day didn't get to finish his question before the suspect whipped around, pulling his hand out of his pocket, a shiny object coming into view. Fuck. The three of them ducked down. Knowing exactly what the man held, God hit the gas and cut the wheel hard to the left, spinning them around. A single shot rang out in the night, the bullet sounding like it hit the bed of the truck. The heavy footsteps of military-style boots told them the man was on the run, moving away from them quickly. Day and Sin jumped from the truck, almost completely in sync, and gave chase. Day was fast, but Sin had no problem keeping up with him. Sin heard the squeal of God's tires and was sure he was circling the block to try and cut off their suspect. "Stop, Atlanta PD!" Day yelled, and the suspect doubled his efforts to elude them. The guy still had his gun out, and Sin watched it as he ran. This was a residential area. He didn't want the suspect firing his weapon, bullets going through a house, hitting an innocent. The armed man cut through a yard, jumped a low fence. Day and Sink increased their speed and both hurdled the fence, closing the distance fast. The man had cleared the next fence, putting him on the other side of Putman Street, when he turned and raised his gun in their direction. "Down!" Sin yelled, as he and Day both dove to the ground. 3 shots rang out. Bullets whizzed by him, and Sin cursed. He heard God's powerful turbo engine revving, then the loud sound of tires skidding across asphalt. They stayed low to the ground, peering carefully around the trees scattered throughout the yard. The next shot sounded like thunder. That shot, fired from God's Desert Eagle, had Sin breathing rapidly, tensing in anticipation of another shot from that damn cannon. "Day, Sydney!" God's deep voice carried to them, his concern for his lover clear in his tone. Sin and Day jumped the fence and jogged around the corner. "Damn, that sight makes my dick hard," Day said straightforwardly. God was leaning out his window, both huge guns still in his hands, one with smoke rising from the barrel. The suspect was on his knees with both hands behind his head. Sin breathed a sigh of relief that God had only fired a warning shot. He didn't think he'd ever want to see the damage God's gun could do to a person's chest, or what would be left of their chest. Day approached God's door, and Sin watched as both men just looked at each other, neither man speaking. God pulled his guns in the truck, his eyes roaming all over Day's body, making sure he was indeed all right. "I guess I'll just secure our perp while you guys have a moment," Sin said dryly. He holstered his weapons and yanked the man up to pat him down. He pulled the suspect's arms down and secured them behind his back. He yanked off the guy's hood and was stunned by the long, flowing hair that came with it. Holy shit. This is a woman. Guys? God and Day turned to look at Sin and noticed at the same time. The looks on their faces said it all. What the fuck? The woman was strikingly beautiful. Despite the baggy clothes, Sin's pat-down told him she had a body that could stop traffic. Day walked over and stood, eyeing the woman curiously. Sin moved to stand in front of her again. Although sirens could be heard, God radioed a 1026, informing dispatch that the suspect had been detained and gave the operator their location so a squad car could come to transport the suspect. God stepped out of the truck, and Sin noticed the woman's brave facade disappear at the sight of him. "So why were you shooting at us, G.I. Jane?" Day asked her. The woman stuck her chin in the air defiantly. Sin figured he may as well place her under arrest and read her Miranda rights now. "You carrying?" God asked. "Fuck you," she snarled angrily. Day smiled, glancing at them. "You pat her down good?" Day looked at Sin, waiting for an answer. "Yep, She must have tossed her weapon before she rounded the corner. She's clean otherwise. Uh-huh. Day looked at her again. Sin knew Day was a people reader, a profiler. He noticed body language, mannerisms, things other people often overlooked. It was obvious he saw something that Sin and God didn't. He watched Day move in until he was practically on top of the woman. She looked Day in the eye for several seconds before she let out an exasperated huff, shifted her weight onto her left foot, and rolled her eyes up and to the right. "Yep, she's carrying," Day said with confidence. He squatted and patted the many pockets on her pants and stood back up, grinning at her. "Oh, you're really gonna make me go there?" 2 squad cars pulled up, followed closely by 2 more, lights flashing, coloring the neighborhood in red and blue. Sen was glad he didn't divert his attention away from his lieutenant. Day unzipped the dark hoodie, boldly lifted the woman's black tank top over her large breasts, and dug his hand roughly underneath one boob and then the other. He yanked a small plastic bag of blue pills stamped with a dolphin. Sen cursed himself for not checking her more thoroughly. He knew better. Day chuckled deeply. "Women have the best hiding spots." "Did you enjoy that, you bastard?" She spat. Her accent and slang told Sin she was from up north. Newark, New Jersey, maybe, Brooklyn or Queens, New York. She jerked away from Day, but God was there fast, tightly gripping the back of her neck. She hissed at the hold. "Calm the fuck down." God's harsh glare told her that was his last warning. "I'm sure you enjoyed it more than me, hot ma," Day quipped back, already mocking the woman's northern slang. She pursed her lips angrily as she was put in the back of a squad car. God instructed the patrol officer to get her processed and into a holding cell until he was ready to interrogate her. He sternly told the officer that no one was to question her except him. The officer nodded his understanding and drove off. Chapter 9. All work and no play. Sin couldn't help feeling angry about his role in this arrest. He'd been left completely in the dark. He didn't wait for God and Day to finish their quiet exchange before he interrupted. "Hey!" Sin shouted, shoving God's shoulder, spinning him around to face him. God's glare had little effect on Sin. "If I'm going to be a goddamn sergeant under your command, then I demand to know what the fuck is going on at all times." Sin vaguely registered that Ranowski and several more members of their team had arrived in 2 dark, unmarked Suburbans and were standing behind him. "You break into my goddamn apartment, almost get me killed on the way to a crime scene that I've still not seen to apprehend a suspect who I was not informed about before finding myself getting shot at. I need to know every fucking thing that you know. And then I want to know even more. I want to know why the fuck are we responding to a homicide any goddamn way. And don't fucking tell me because you say so. You outrank me. But if you don't treat me with the same fucking respect that you demand yourselves, I will whip your happy and love asses, and that's not because I said so, but because it is so." Sen turned and barked at the crowd of officers gathered nearby to do a complete sweep of the path their suspect had taken and to bag and tag all evidence. He ordered 2 of their men to get statements from the witnesses that had called in the 1032 and to meet him at the station in an hour. He walked determinedly to one of the Suburbans, yelling over his shoulder for Ranowski to take him to the original crime scene on Peachtree. "I can drive you," God said sarcastically while giving Sin a "fuck you" look. Sin gave God the finger before slamming himself inside the large vehicle. "Damn, I like him," Day laughed. Sin walked under the yellow police tape and told one of the uniformed officers to move the perimeter back further. He didn't want reporters this close to the body. Only a few feet away, the coroner was standing next to their victim with a clipboard in his hand. Sin turned to Ranowski. "Why's the body still here?" "God said to leave it until he surveyed the scene," the young detective said, waving over a couple of uniforms that were nearby. Sin huffed his frustration as the officers approached, looking a little green around the gills. Sin thought this might be their first DB. They looked fresh out of the academy. "Were you the first one on the scene?" Ranowski asked them. Yes. Are you the guys from God's team? The smaller of the two stuttered. Yes, we are. I'm First Officer Detective Ranowski, and this is their third-in-command, Sergeant Sidney. God and Day will be here soon. You can tell us what you observed after responding to the call. Ranowski folded his arms over his chest and waited for the men to stop staring at them in awe and answer his question. One of them pulled out a small notebook and began reading off some information to them. The suspect, victim. Ranowski put both his hands up and shook his head slowly, cutting off the nervous cop's stuttering. Whoa, calm down, buddy. Just tell us what you saw. The other officer began speaking for his anxious partner. We responded to the 1010 that came over the radio, expecting to find a fight in progress. But when we pulled up, there were two people standing over the man in the alley. They fled on foot when we flashed our lights. Were they male or female? Did you get a look at either one? Ranowski asked. They had on dark, baggy clothes and hoodies. I radioed that both appeared to be about 5'6" or 5'7". That's all I got. My partner gave chase but lost him when they separated. He called in a vague description and came back to me here at the scene. I checked for a pulse and radioed in the victim was DOA. The victim had sustained multiple blows to the head. Was that your observation or is this from the coroner? God's deep voice immediately followed the green officer's report. Everyone turned to look in their direction. God and Day walked ahead of 6 of their men. Although God was unapproachable and threatening, towering at almost 5 inches taller than his partner, everyone knew how deadly Day could be. Both men wore black shirts with the APD emblem over their left pectoral. God had on black cargo pants, while Day wore tight, dark denim jeans. God's thigh-length leather coat stretched tight over his broad back and swayed along with the gold badge hanging from his neck. Day's tight red and black leather biker jacket looked like he should have rolled up to the scene on a Ducati Diavel. If anyone saw this group walking down the sidewalk, that they were cops would be the last thing they'd think of. Thugs was more like it. That was my conclusion, sir. Confirmed by the coroner, though. The officer responded, watching God with wide eyes as he squatted, lifting the sheet from the body. Sen encouraged. Go on, officer. The officer cleared his throat before speaking again. We didn't find any weapons and no witnesses to the actual crime. The custodian for the upstairs office heard the commotion and called 911, but claims he didn't stick around to watch the fight. Where does that door lead to? Day pointed to a door which opened out onto the dark alley. I looked it up. It appears to be a small film studio. The other officer finally stopped staring at God long enough to add to the conversation. Porn films. Day looked up in amusement. Shut the fuck up. The 2 cops nodded. That's what we pulled up in the system. We went around to the front. It's locked and no one's inside. We called the number registered to the address but got no answer. Who's the owner of the company? God asked. The officer flipped a couple pages on his notebook. Illustra is owned by Jonathan Mack. We also have a list of all the performers and staff. Day looked at God. I bet that little vixen we just apprehended has a recurring role here. Wonder what made her so mad that she wanted to kill someone as soon as she finished fucking. Maybe she didn't get to come, Ranowski chuckled, joined by several of the team members. Sen grimaced. Yeah, that might make you homicidal, all right, Day added. But I wouldn't know. Day, shut the fuck up. God barked at his lover's usual inappropriateness. It seemed Day had never met a boundary he didn't stomp right over. God looked at the officers' name tags. Officers Jimson and Boyd, I want your reports on my desk at 9 a.m. sharp. You guys can head back. Yes, sir, they both responded before leaving. Officers, God called out. Nice work. The men looked shocked, responding with a simple, Thank you, sir. That was sweet of you. You going soft on us, God? Ranowski teased his commanding officer. God stepped up to Ranowski, and Sen thought he was going to deck the guy. I don't go soft, Ro. You should know that, God hissed close to Ranowski's ear. The other members of the task force may not have heard it, but Sin did. He watched God's glare turn into something akin to lust, and Sin did a double take. Ranowski's hooded eyes said he'd welcome whatever God had in mind as retribution for his comment. Day was watching as well, but didn't seem the slightest bit upset by his lover's exchange with another man. What the hell was that? No, there's no way. Sin must be misunderstanding. It had been too damn long since he'd gotten laid. He was seeing lustful glances and mistaking innocent comments as sexual innuendo. It was after 2 a.m. The hour of the wolf made men think more with their little head than the one with the brain in it. I need some sleep and some fucking sex. Soon. He refused to examine why Fury's face came to mind with that last thought. Sin pressed his thumbs into his eyes and shook his head in fatigue. He saw his lieutenants doing that silent communication shit that they did, so he approached their team and instructed everyone to go home, get a few hours sleep, and be at the station ready for a briefing at 10. That would give him a couple hours to talk with Day and God and get all his questions answered. He hoped he had made his point, that he wouldn't tolerate being disrespected again. Chapter 10. And where were you between the hours of? During the night, Doug had stretched out on the small couch, one leg hanging off the side, Fury nestled beneath his arm, his face tucked into Doug's armpit. Fury felt Doug stir next to him, and he tried to be still so he wouldn't wake him. It felt so good waking up to a warm, maybe not willing, but a male body nonetheless. And oh, was he warm. Doug smelled like a man's man. Fury's face was sandwiched between a bulging bicep and a firm pec. If Doug were completely awake, he'd no doubt feel Fury's morning wood pressed against his thigh. There was nothing he could do about the wood. It was nature, right? Fury rolled his eyes while fighting the urge to rub his aching shaft against that strong thigh. Doug was straight, had a girlfriend. He was very liberal, but hell, no man was that damn laid back that he'd let another man rub one out on him. Fury laid there perfectly still, basking in the masculinity surrounding him, wishing it was Sin, or at least someone who could be interested in him. Maybe Sin's not so bad. Dating a cop could be beneficial if I'm getting ready to alert my psycho husband and brother-in-law to my whereabouts. But what if he's not looking for a date? What if he wants to fuck and then go on his way? Damn it. That's another reason I can't go there. Strong arms tightened around him, and Doug slid further so his chin rested on Fury's head. Stop thinking so hard. You're disturbing my sleep, Doug said in a deep, groggy voice. He took Fury's hand from where it was tucked in between them and pulled it so that Fury was wrapped around him. Doug began to pet Fury's unruly hair. So nice. They were chest to chest, and Fury could feel Doug's deliciously thick cock against him. Fury groaned and tried to shift even closer. Any closer and you'll be inside me, Doug groaned. Is that an invitation? Fury smiled against Doug's chest. Doug moaned. As horrific as that sounds, I'm going to have to pass. Fury pinched Doug's ass, making him yelp and laugh. I've got to go to work, gay boy. And you have a phone call to make to your lawyer, remember? Doug stretched his long body, half of him hanging off the too small couch. Yeah, I know. It's only 7, babe. Your brother's office isn't even open yet, Fury argued, trying to get off the couch. No excuses. I'm going to call my brother on my lunch break, and he better tell me that you called. Doug was pulling on his boots. Will you at least have some coffee with me before you leave? Fury pouted, immediately feeling silly for it. Dude, you're way too tatted up to ever make that face. Doug laughed. He bent over and pressed a kiss to Fury's forehead. I will not have a cup of your nasty coffee. I will, however, take you to breakfast and drink some real coffee with you. Fury felt better already. He stood, wrapped his arms around Doug, and whispered, Thank you for last night. I needed it. I know. Now go get dressed. Doug popped him on the shoulder. Fury was in the bathroom brushing his teeth when Doug barged into the tiny space, almost knocking him over. Furious, have you looked at your cell yet? Doug's hazel eyes were wide as he spoke. No, it's dead. Why? What is it? Fury's stomach dropped at the expression on Doug's face. Oh, hell. What is it now? Max sent a group text 2 hours ago. Someone was killed outside the studio last night, and he wants everyone to come in at 9 for a meeting. And no matter what, no one is to talk to the cops. Holy fuck. Who the hell was killed? Fury asked, toothpaste dripping down his chin. He didn't say. Call him. I did, and I called his assistant. Both went straight to voicemail. Shit, Fury whispered, his mind racing a mile a minute, shocked that someone from their little production company would be killed. Hurry up, let's get going. Doug moved quickly through Fury's small place, grabbing his clothes, looking as distraught as Fury felt. 10 minutes later, they were out the door and in Doug's car, speeding to Peachtree City. I can't believe this, Doug said as he turned into the crowded parking lot, his eyes scanning each of the vehicles. Doug was most likely doing the same thing Fury was, checking the cars to see whose was missing. There were several, but they couldn't conclude anything since they were an hour early for the meeting. Fury saw several reporters recording what must be the crime scene. There were still a few police cars parked on the far side of the lot and yellow tape blocking off the entrance to the back alley. When a news anchor saw them, he waved to his cameraman and ran over to them. Doug pulled Fury's arm and hurried him the last few feet to the door and pushed him inside. What? Fury looked at him. You don't need to be on television right now. Doug gave him a look that said, think about it. Fury nodded and ran his hands over his face in frustration. It really didn't matter now. He was having Patrick served with divorce papers this week. The inevitable couldn't be avoided any longer. Fury and Doug made their way down the corridor and slowed when they passed a room where a few of the girls were talking in hushed tones. Doug backed up and peered inside. Hey, what's going on, girls? You look like you know something, Doug said as he approached their tight circle. Fury stood at the door, knowing he wasn't real popular with the girls right now. The women stopped talking and eyed both of them with disdain. Fuck off, Doug. Sasha stepped in front of the girls like she was their spokeswoman. Doug's head snapped back at the venom in her tone. He turned his lips up at her. Been there. Done that, Sasha. It appeared they took offense to Doug's statement, and Fury raced in to grab his friend from the extremely angry mob. Fury wondered if it was one of the female entertainers who was killed. That might explain why the girls were all wound up. Sasha, who was killed? Fury asked as calmly as he could. He'd used that same tone when he tried to talk his husband out of his rages. How the hell should we know, fag? We're just waiting like everyone else. Sasha didn't wait for Fury's shock to register before she turned her back to him. You little slut, Doug bristled. Hey, let it go, Doug. Fury pulled on Doug's shoulder, stopping his tirade as the women began to really turn up the insults. Let's go, this is pointless. Damn, you'd think we were the killers, the way they're acting. Maybe you are, Angelica sneered. Do you have an alibi for last night, Furious? Fury's face morphed into a deep frown, confused. What the hell had Furious ever done to these women? Damn, he'd never even had a real conversation with any of them. His refusal to fuck them wasn't reason to act so hurtful toward him. He'd always been respectful to all the entertainers. Fury didn't think he was better than anyone else there. Sure, Mac threw money at him left and right, but that's only because he was the one performer who had never been in a partnered scene. Fury guaranteed as soon as he agreed to one, he'd be yesterday's news. Actually, yes, I do have an alibi, Fury answered. I'm sure he had some guy's dick up his ass last night, Sasha added. I'm confused. Sasha, Angelica, did I do something? Fury pointed at his chest. I really don't know why you're attacking me like this. You don't have to explain shit to these bitches, Doug hissed. Fury looked at his best friend, wishing he'd tone it down, because the name-calling wasn't helping. Don't call them bitches, Doug. Seriously, Sasha. Fury stepped a little closer to her and lowered his voice. Is this about me not doing the scene with you? Fuck you, she flung at him. You think your dick is golden or something? I don't give a damn about you not fucking me. Probably saved me from getting some nasty disease. Oh, please, you probably pop penicillin like Tic Tacs with all the cocks you fuck on the regular. Doug jumped in again. Okay, that's enough. Fury shook his head sadly. Let's just go wait for the meeting to start, Doug. Yeah, go on, Doug. Go with your boyfriend. Yours is probably the cock he had in his mouth last night. Yep, sure was. And he gives better head than you. Doug and Fury were rounding the corner and the yelling still reached their ears. Don't you think you could have handled that a little better? Fury asked. What? Doug feigned innocence. Not all female performers are bitches or tramps. Fury shook his head. No, not all. Just them, Doug responded as they entered the meeting. Fury's next comment was cut short when Mac and his assistant came into the cramped room. The furniture had been removed so they could fit more people in. The studio was used mainly for orgies and poly scenes. It was the largest space they had in the building, so all meetings were held there. Fury looked around the room. There were actually a few people missing, but he still chose not to draw any conclusions. Mac's hair looked like he'd been pulling it half the morning. His tie was loosened at the collar of his wrinkled dress shirt. His khaki pants had a couple dark stains on the front, and Fury thought this was the messiest he'd ever seen Mac look. Fury could only imagine what the man had been through the last few hours, and if his beard stubble was any indication, he had been awake half the night. Thanks everyone for coming on such short notice. I know most of you have day jobs, so I'll try to make this quick. Last night, a little after midnight, Jake Starman was killed leaving the studio after his shoot. Mac paused as several gasps and oh no's echoed the room. Doug turned and looked at Fury for his reaction, but he didn't really have one. He'd run into Jake a few times, but he didn't really know the guy. All he knew was the man was bisexual, leaning more towards women than men. He was handsome, with chiseled features, a warm smile, and sexy brown bedroom eyes. It was his tattoos that led Fury to have an occasional conversation with him. Jake had commented on Fury's sleeves, asking him about ideas for his next tat. He was always smiling and pleasant to be around if you were milling around the break room waiting for your scene to start. Who the hell would want to kill him? Mac put his hand up to quiet the room when questions started to fly. I don't know all the details, but I do know he was shot. Mac rubbed his neck when more questions came in quick succession. Yes, there is someone in custody, but the police suspect there may have been more assailants involved. Everyone was looking around at each other, looking for God knew what. Hell, Fury didn't know if he should make eye contact or keep his head down. Was there one reaction that made him look guiltier than another? Then he thought about it. I was home with my friend all night. It doesn't matter what face I make. Fury lifted his chin up. The police have a list of everyone's name and contact information. I assume they'll be contacting you at some point to take statements. Cooperate or don't cooperate. Mac turned to the company's publicist. Greg, do you want to say something? The thin man was neatly dressed and looked as if he'd had a full night's sleep. His white polo shirt was crisp and clean, as were his jeans. His neatly trimmed beard drew your eye to the man's mouth when he spoke. I strongly recommend that you cooperate with the police department. I've been in contact with the detectives from the drug task force that's working with homicide on this. They are a little intimidating, but we want Jake's killer brought to justice, so if you know anything that may help, come see me in private. I won't ask any questions. I'll simply give you their information, or you can contact them on your own. Illustra's official position is that we do not condone our entertainers buying, using, or selling illegal substances, and we are cooperating with the police in any way we can to get this matter resolved for Jake's family. Under no circumstances is anyone to make a generalization about our employees to the authorities, nor are you to speak to the press on Illustra's behalf. Is that clear? Greg paused, while noting most people nodding their heads. Excellent. With that said, all filming is to remain on schedule. If you are contacted for questioning during a scheduled shoot, please try to inform us as soon as possible. Any questions? One of the female entertainers sitting with Sasha and her friends raised her hand. You said they have a suspect in custody. Who is it? One of our crew? No, it isn't one of our entertainers, but we don't know the suspect's identity, was all Max said. And it looked like the girls didn't like that response at all. Is it a man or a woman? She questioned quickly. Female, from what we understand, Greg answered. That started a frenzy, and Sasha and her girls stormed out of the room. What the fuck is going on? Please settle down, everyone. Greg raised his voice to be heard over the already too loud comments bouncing around the room. We want you all to know that we are available for you if you need us. We understand that some of you were close to Jake and considered him a friend. We have hired a security team to patrol the grounds nightly after 7. So those of you who have late shoots are not to leave the building without a security escort, male or female. Everyone clear on that? People were already getting up and gathering their belongings. A few members of the set crew were bringing the furniture back into the room and setting up for shooting. The show must go on. Fury shook his head solemnly. Doug tapped Fury's shoulder. You ready? Yeah, he replied softly. Hey, you okay? Doug embraced Fury, not caring who was watching. Yeah, it's just shitty. Who the hell would want to kill him? And a woman? I don't know, babe. Come on, I'm late for work. I'll take you home. No, I'm good. I think I'll catch the bus. Fury left the building. It's almost an hour ride. Come on, let me drive you home. Doug ran his fingers through Fury's hair. Fury combed his own hands through his hair and pulled his rubber band from his pocket, quickly securing a ponytail at the base of his neck. It will give me some time to think. To think about what? Don't overanalyze this. Sometimes fucked up shit happens to nice people. Don't go getting yourself all depressed. Doug opened his car door and paused to narrow his eyes at Fury. I mean it. Someone is dead. Have some compassion, Doug. Jake had a family. But really, I'm good. I just want to ride and clear my head. I've got to call your brother soon, too. Attaboy. Doug held up his hand for a high five and Fury left it hanging. Shut up. Go to work. Fury leaned in and gave Doug a quick peck. Your lips are soft and pink like a girl's, Doug teased him, licking his lips. You're ridiculous, Fury called over his shoulder while walking toward the street. He pulled his earbuds from his pocket, plugging the end into his MP3 player. He let the sounds of soft rock fill his ears as he took long strides towards the bus stop. I don't want to talk to the cops. I'll just tell them where I was last night, and I don't know shit else. Chapter 11. Something's Missing. Sin was sitting at his kitchen table staring into his glass of orange juice. He'd gotten about 2 hours of sleep after Ranowski dropped him off. God and Day had looked like they were extremely anxious to get home. Witnessing the person you love get shot at makes a man want to affirm life in an animalistic stake-your-claim kind of way. Sin heard the bullets whizzing by him, but there was no one home waiting to show him their appreciation that he was alive. There wasn't a warm body to curl up next to, making sure he slept peacefully. There was no one to smile at in the morning with thanks in their eyes that they were with you for at least one more day. There was just no one. Sin scrubbed his hand over his hair and leaned back in his chair, unconsciously surveying his surroundings. Maybe some curtains and a few pictures would be nice. Sin had a 65-inch flat-screen television and one recliner set in front of it. One lamp attached to an end table next to the chair. Something to set his beer bottle on. The kitchen possessed very few amenities. The usual stove, fridge, microwave, a toaster, a tea kettle, and a can opener on the counter. There was a small 3-chair dinette set placed by the far wall. Sin hadn't felt like this since Rhodes had moved out of their small apartment in Philadelphia when he'd met someone. That apartment had felt like Rhodes was always on top of him. Sin used it as an excuse not to feel weird whenever Rhodes' hard body rubbed up against him, or when they ended up a little closer together than guys usually sat on a couch. But it was okay because the living room was only big enough for their television and a love seat. So he had to rub thighs with Rhodes, right? So why was Sin devastated when Rhodes left? Why was he so goddamn lonely? Like he was right now. Fury's face, his hair, his taut, firm body all popped into Sin's mind again. Fuck. Sin had been married to his career for so long. He dedicated every single day to being the best so he could live up to and eventually pass his father's legacy. Now that he was satisfied with his job's status, he sensed there was something missing. It felt like his job had stopped fulfilling his needs. The respect with which the uniforms, detectives, and even other agencies treated him gave him a feeling of superiority. Maybe he shouldn't feel that way, but come on. Who wouldn't relish that feeling? It was almost 7 a.m. Most people were with their significant other, trading sections of the paper over coffee, bacon, and eggs before they were sent off with a kiss and have a good day. Sin grunted and took a bite of his plain bagel. Hell, even his breakfast was boring. Surely God and Day were ensuring right now that they both started off their day with a smile. It must be pretty cool working with your life partner, watching their back while they watched yours. It was not the norm for couples to partner on the police force. They were usually assigned to separate precincts. Sin had heard of the situation God and Day were in when they'd headed up a raid that resulted with Day having a gun pointed at his head by a very angry, cornered drug lord. The negotiations were not going well, and in what were supposed to be the final seconds of Day's life, God snapped. He'd threatened to kill the drug lord's parents, children, grandchildren, neighbors, and anyone else he was associated with. Sin heard from some of the officers that witnessed it that God was nothing short of demonic. He'd asked the drug lord if he'd ever met the devil, because that's who he'd become if the criminal killed the man he loved. God had really put the fear of God into the man. He'd growled and threatened enough to back the man into the sight of sharpshooters. One shot to the side of the head, and it ended with another victory for God and Day. That's when Captain Myers learned of their involvement, but he'd refused to lose his best narcotics detectives to another precinct. So as long as their relationship didn't interfere with their work, God and Day were the only couple that worked together, partners on and off the job. They were much more effective together than apart, and despite Sin's irritation over their quirks, they were a kick-ass duo to work with. Sin wanted that. Although he'd never really been in a full-on relationship, he knew what love was. He wanted someone to have his back. Someone that he could let his guard down with so he didn't have to maintain control all the time. A partner that would take the reins. Just let Sin feel. Jeez. Sin shook his head. That would never happen for him. The closest he'd ever come to that was with Rhodes, but he'd left him when Sin wouldn't give up control. Sin never would take that final step and let the man have him. Did you have to be intimate in order to call it a relationship? Shit, he didn't know. But at least Rhodes understood him. Rhodes was a cop. He knew the job and what it entailed. No one wanted a relationship with a cop who was on call 24 hours a day and could have bullets flying at him at any time. Sin saw he had a few minutes before he had to leave for his meeting with Day and God. He opened up his laptop and went to Amazon. He was not the shopping type. If he was forced to shop, he was definitely the one-click type. He quickly scanned the photos of some home decor and purchased a couple pieces of Phoenix canvas art to hang on the living room wall, and a tan microfiber leather sectional that even came with decorative pillows. It would all be delivered by Monday. Sin figured if he ever got around to having some company, they'd at least have somewhere to sit. Sin made his way through the bullpen to the office that was home to the task force. It was an exceptionally large space, primarily floor-to-ceiling glass with blinds on the inside walls in case they needed privacy from the rest of the squad. The door read Special Task Force, Narcotics, and underneath were the names Lieutenant Cashel Godfrey, Lieutenant Leonidas Day, Sergeant Corbin Sidney. The carpeted office's interior was spacious and comfortable. The windows on the opposite side overlooked the east end of the block. Day was the one responsible for the plants and few decorative items that sat along the wall with their collected awards and commendations. Included was a large photo of God and Day shaking hands with the police commissioner and the mayor, and various photos of their team. All three of them had large, executive-style chairs in front of their oversized desks. The desks were necessary to accommodate their ever-overflowing inboxes and leave enough room to spread out files. The other members of the team had desks right outside their office in the main bullpen. On the far side of the office was a conference table and a large dry erase board. The wall behind the conference table had been turned into a bulletin board where numerous papers and mugshots were scattered across its length. In a couple of hours, the room would be filled with their team. They'd be seated at the table or on couches and chairs scattered around the room. It was almost 8 o'clock. Sin looked up from the file he was reading and saw God and Day entering the precinct. Was it Sin's imagination, or did all heads turn when they entered a room? Sin watched them walk side by side, and he found himself wondering about the more intimate aspects of their relationship. It was probably inappropriate, but he couldn't help it. Sin thought God looked like he was a beast in bed, a man that pulled your hair, threw you up against the wall, and fucked you unconscious. Or was the big guy a cuddler? Yeah, right. Was Day as funny at home as he was when he was around others? Did they lie in each other's arms and watch cable? Hell, who cooked dinner, and who took out the trash? Sin shook his head. He was thinking about shit that didn't have a damn thing to do with him. "What's going on, Sin?" Day asked and plopped down in his chair, setting his very large thermos of coffee on his desk. "I have the reports from Jimson and Boyd," Sin replied. His boots were up on the corner of his desk as he reclined back in his chair, skimming the contents of the file. "How are they?" God asked. He removed his leather coat and draped it over the back of his chair. "Detailed." "Good," Sin answered. He brought his feet down and gave God a pointed look. The big man shook his head, already knowing what Sin wanted. He wanted everything they knew about this case, now. "All right, Sin, chill out. We're not used to you yet, but we know what it means to have a sergeant on our team. You're the team's go-to, and have just as much command and input regarding decision-making as we do." Day responded as God stared. Day chuckled. "Tito was just as important as the other Jacksons." Sin threw a pin at Day, which he dodged easily. Sin couldn't help but laugh at Day's fucked-up comparison. "I'm no fucking Tito, shithead. We're going to discuss the case before the guys come in, but first I'm going to the kitchen to refill my coffee. Babe, I'll grab your muffin," Day told God and headed to the door. "I'm at least Jermaine," Sin grumbled. God gave Sin half a grin, and Day threw over his shoulder, "Dream on." They were all studying the whiteboard dissecting their drug homicide case. Sin felt up to speed. His lieutenants finally recognized Sin's role on the team, and that was all he'd wanted. He knew it wasn't easy turning a long-standing duo into a trio. But they weren't even a trio. There were 20 outstanding detectives that made up the task force, and it was understood that they all had critical roles to play to make their squad successful and effective. To say this case was fucked up was putting it mildly. There had actually been 3 dead bodies. All 3 of the bodies fit the same M.O., which was why God and Day had him responding to the 4th homicide call last night. All good-looking males found in secluded areas, beaten before being shot once in the head or chest. They'd just received the medical examiner's report that confirmed adult entertainer Jake Starman, just like the last 3 victims, had a form of ecstasy laced with rohypnol in his system that rendered him almost helpless, easy to be taken down by someone far smaller, perhaps a woman. They finally had a suspect. Sin watched a tall, dark-haired man stride into the office with a labeled evidence bag in his hand. His suit was crisp and tailored. To say he was handsome was an understatement. He was almost as tall as God and built like a brick house. Sin mentally beat himself up for noticing so many men lately. The man spoke to Ranowski before he acknowledged anyone else in the room. "Hi, babe. What do you have?" Ranowski answered. "Babe?" Sin turned and looked at Day, who was grinning at Sin's confused look. Day walked the big man over to Sin, and he got an up-close and personal view of the fine specimen. Goddamn, he smelled good, too. Day pointed at him. "Detective Johnson, this is Sergeant Corbin Sidney. He just came on last week. Damn good detective. Sin, this is Detective Johnson, our ballistics expert. You and he should get acquainted. You'll be working with him whenever we need weapons forensics. He's not officially on our team. Instead, he chooses to spread his wisdom around to multiple precincts," Day informed him. Sin stood up to shake the man's hand. Johnson gave Day a playful shove before he turned a warm, genuine smile on Sin and shook his hand. "Nice to meet you, Sidney. Ro has told me some interesting things about you already. Anyone that will headbutt the fuck out of Godfrey, I like." God looked up from his file just long enough to flip Johnson off, then went back to reading. Sin liked this Johnson already. He didn't know Ranowski was going around singing his praises, though. "Nice to meet you, too," Sin answered. After pleasantries, Johnson got right down to business. "Ballistics matched the slug that was pulled out of your Vic's body with the 9mm we recovered from your suspect last night. It was a 15-round chamber and 3 rounds were still in the clip. Bad news is the slugs pulled from the previous 3 bodies didn't come from this weapon." "Damn. Of course it wouldn't be that easy," God grumbled. "She may have more than one weapon. We'll see what turns up during the search of her residence. Have you questioned her yet?" Johnson asked. "No, we're letting her stew," Day said. Johnson went over a few more details before gathering up his evidence and heading to the door. Ranowski met him there. Sin watched, but didn't watch. "You coming home late?" Johnson asked Ranowski. "I hope not. We'll see." He'd be damned if Johnson didn't bend down right there in front of 20 men and kiss Ranowski's lips. "I'll see you when you get there." Johnson's deep voice even made Sin tingle as he saw a loving look flash across Ro's face before he turned back to them. "I'll be damned. That big motherfucker is gay too. And fucking Ranowski to boot." The interesting part about that whole scene, no one batted an eye. This team really was a team. There was no judgment or bigotry between them. Sin believed it was no accident of fate. No one had time for that petty bullshit anyway. These men kept things in perspective. There were innocent people in their city being killed by tainted drugs. No one had time or energy to waste being judgmental about who made love to whom. The meeting concluded 3 hours later with Sin giving the men their assignments for the day. Some were going back to the crime scene. A couple detectives were researching the fucked-up drug. Others were going over evidence secured from the search warrant of their suspect's home, and some were going out to pick up the first round of adult entertainers from Illustra to be questioned. After answering the men's questions, Sin headed downstairs. Chapter 12. "See, I told you that bitch crazy." Sin met Day and God at the interrogation rooms. Their suspect was sitting ramrod straight in the small metal chair. Sin knew her posture was meant to be a statement that even though fatigued, she refused to give them the satisfaction of showing it. Her hands were cuffed, her fingers laced together and resting on top of the table. They watched her through the one-way window. She raised her head and glared at the mirrored glass, smirking as if she knew they were there. "Cocky little thing, ain't she?" Sin mumbled. "I like her." Day grinned. "You would," God huffed. "Let's not forget she likes to kill pretty men." "Ah, touché." Day took the file from God's hands and handed it over to Sin. Sin nodded to the officer to unlock the door. The three of them walked in, faces impassive. God took up his post in the corner at the suspect's back. It was a tactic to make her aware of her vulnerability to God's hulking form. Day propped his hip on the corner of the table, and Sin sat across from her. Without a word, Sin removed the crime scene photos from the file and lined them up in front of her. 4 graphic photos of a man with multiple bruises and a gaping hole in his chest. Sin watched for a reaction. Getting none, he began to speak in a level tone. "I'm Sergeant Sidney. This is Lieutenant Day, and behind you is Lieutenant Godfrey. You are Janet Lindstrom, a.k.a. Lady J, a.k.a. Black Widow, leader of a right-wing lesbian extremist group, organizer of the—" "Feminist group, dickhead," she snapped, interrupting him. Sin looked up slowly. "Excuse me?" "You said lesbian extremist. Our organization is not defined by our sexuality." "Do you like cock or not?" Sin asked nonchalantly. "What does that have to do with why I'm here?" she asked. "I'll take that as a no. Is that why you killed Jake Statham, known as Jake Starman? Because he had a dick?" Sin waited, but she didn't answer. "Tell us what happened last night, Janet. You were seen fleeing the crime scene. When stopped, you opened fire on us and ran." Sin stressed his strongest evidence. "You shot at police officers before you were caught. Bullets fired from your weapon matched the bullet we removed from Statham's chest. Tell us what's going on, and we'll see what we can do for you. Tell us where you got the laced ecstasy, and maybe you'll be back to leading your crazy broads before you're old and dried up." If looks could kill, Sin would be on the floor in cardiac arrest. His tactic was working. Lady J was getting very angry. This was his role, to get her so pissed off that she'd eventually let some valuable information slip. Sin had to be sure the dried up comment would get that fire started. Except her only response was, "I want my lawyer. Her name is Jean Goldsfer. So we're finished with the Q&A, fellas." "I've got a Q for you, Ray. Why are you such a bee?" Sin couldn't hide his irritation as he stared at her. She scowled at him. "Just get me my fucking attorney." "Honey, it doesn't matter if your lawyer has 20 fucking law degrees. There's no way you're getting out of here. Not without cooperating with us. We're not homicide. We're narcotics. All we want are the drugs. If you help us, we'll put in a good word for you once homicide takes over the case," Sin added. "Huh," she barked. "You smug macho bastards aren't going to give me a fair shake, so leave. I'm not answering your questions without my attorney." Sin picked up the pictures and placed them back in the file. His expression said he didn't care one way or the other as he shrugged and flipped through a couple more pages of the file. "Oh yeah, Lieutenant Godfrey, wasn't that Statham's father and his legal team we saw in the captain's office with the police commissioner this morning? I think they were throwing around some terms like death penalty and premeditated murder." Sin pulled a paper out and turned it around to show the suspect. It looks like you run a website listing men's names. The DA could probably get a jury to believe it's a hit list. It appears that you and your extreme lesbo followers have listed a bunch of male adult entertainers as porn stars that rape. Interesting that Statham's name was on that list. Sounds like premeditated murder to me. Count your blessings, though, Lady J. If this were Afghanistan, you would be pulled backwards through the streets by mountain goats with your hands cut off. But here in the great U.S. of A., All you get is death by lethal injection. Sin watched a terrified expression cross Lady J's gorgeous face. Oh, did you think because you used an alias we wouldn't find your fucked up hateful propaganda? I wonder what my men will find after they finish the search of your home. What they'll find on your computer. Sen lowered his voice to a mere whisper. And in the laptop you had stored under a floorboard in your bedroom. That did the trick. Lady J looked like she was about to be sick or bolt. Day came in right on cue, his voice sympathetic and comforting. Good cop. Janet, we know you were raped by 3 male adult entertainers 9 years ago. All 3 of them walked because their lawyer convinced a jury that as a porn actor yourself you'd asked for it. Instead of focusing on the facts of your crime, your character was attacked. We know all 3 of those men are now dead, their bodies mutilated beyond recognition. Their killer was never found. Day's hazel eyes looked full of concern. You've already taken your revenge on your attackers. Why are you still targeting men? I'm protecting my girls. You fuckers sure don't care to. Well, bless your nurturing little dick-hating heart, Sin said condescendingly. Lady J gasped. Sergeant Sidney, show some control, Day admonished him. What girls are you protecting, Janet? The girls that helped you kill Statham last night? Sin butted in again. I didn't say that. She yelled at him, then turned back to Day. That bastard keeps putting words in my mouth. I protect the girls of BTNS, she stated proudly, lifting her chin. What the fuck does that stand for, bitches that need slapping? Sin quipped. You asshole, she snapped, jumping up and leaning over the table to get in Sin's face. Sin's non-reaction had her seething with rage. God moved fast. He grabbed her shoulder and slammed her down hard in the chair. Get up again, and the only deal we'll give you will involve 25 years on death row before you get a needle full of potassium chloride in your arm. Don't fucking touch me, she screeched. Lieutenant Godfrey, get your hands off her immediately, Day snapped. As a matter of fact, I want you out of here. Leave. God grumbled. Fuck this shit, and left the room, slamming the door behind him. Miss Lindstrom, I apologize for my colleague, Day began. You can't apologize for that bully. Just like a man. Thinking he can handle women any way he wants. She whipped her head so her long blonde bangs were no longer covering her eye. I want to file a complaint for excessive use of force. I absolutely agree. I'll write that up myself, Miss Lindstrom. Is there anything we can get you before we continue? A glass of water, a soda, perhaps? Day asked calmly. Lady J's shoulders relaxed slightly as she nodded. A Diet Coke. Day pfft at her. Diet Schmiet, what are you, a size 6? Don't try to patronize me, detective, she said around a slight grin. Sin was flabbergasted that Day actually got a half smile out of the woman. Sergeant Sidney, will you be so kind to get Ms. Lindstrom a Coke, please? Day looked down at her with the most charming smile Sin had ever seen. The sugar will help you. I'm sure you didn't sleep well last night. I want to get you into the minimum security wing so you can receive visitors. I'm sure your girls of BTNS would like to see you. Lady J nodded as Sin was leaving the room. Day continued. I saw that BTNS stands for Better Together, Never Separated. Damn, he's good, Sin told God after the door closed tightly behind him. God and Day had an awesome good cop, bad cop routine for interrogations, but when Sin added his straight-up asshole cop to their dance, it was downright entertaining. He had to admit that he'd enjoyed it. Sin told a uniform to get a Diet Coke as he and God watched Day work his magic through the window. Sin saw Day unplug the camera on the wall. Lady J's eyebrows rose in question. Pulling that plug was just a ploy. The camera in the next room was the one actually recording. So we can talk privately, Day said. So what does BTNS do? I teach the girls that loving each other is better. Never separate from each other. Men will tear down a woman's self-esteem if she doesn't have another woman there to help lift her up. I teach my girls that they will get the love and care they deserve from a woman, not a man. All of my girls have experienced some form of abuse at the hands of a man. She glared up at Day. You act like you might be a nice one, but you'll have to understand, Lieutenant, I still don't trust you. Miss Lindstrom, talk to me, please. I really want to help you. I don't want to see you on death row. Why did you kill Jake Statham? You seem to have done your research, Lieutenant. Did you see Jake Starman's scenes from Illustra? Did that look consensual to you? The way he handled her, slammed her around by her hair, pounded her until she screamed for him to stop? She slammed her fist down on the table. She said stop, and those assholes just kept on recording like it was entertaining. Sin hoped Day could keep her talking. He was a profiler. He was great at using people's passions to get information. He could easily find their vulnerabilities and use them to his advantage. Clearly, Lady J's weakness was her girls. Day had already gotten from her, without her realizing it, that the other assailant was possibly one of the girls Statham performed with at Illustra. One with hair long enough to pull, and one that had used the word stop during the scene. Hopefully that part was on film. Which girl are you referring to, Janet? Starman has over 20 films on Illustra's site. Day moved from the edge of the table to sit down. Another girl was at the crime scene with you. Who was it? Why are you going to take 4 counts of murder at 25 years each on yourself? Give us her name and the supplier of the ecstasy that you used to drug Mr. Statham, Rick Diggler, Lance Towers, and Dick Barry. Day placed the pictures of the other 3 victims in front of her. You won't see your girls ever again. Who's going to protect them when you go to prison? You'll give them a chance if you cooperate with us. A deal of 10 years sounds a hell of a lot better than life without the possibility of parole. You're not as slick as you think, Lieutenant. I never said I killed them, she said softly, her smile almost sinister. You killed Statham because he raped one of your BTNS girls and no one did a damn thing, so you took it upon yourself. I never said that, she yelled, getting even angrier. You're trying to force a confession. I want my lawyer right fucking now. Don't ask me another question. Sen knew the interrogation was over, and so did Day. He gathered the contents of the file and stood from his seat. He looked at her, shaking his head sadly. I tried to help you. Lady J slammed her hands on the table again. You don't want to help me. You're just like all the rest of them. You thought you were so slick slipping in those other 3 names. Fuck you. Day turned, heading for the door. You're not as smart as you think you are, Lieutenant Day. Smart enough to like cock, Day shot over his shoulder before leaving the room. Sin and God doubled over laughing at Day's parting shot, and he was sure Lady J heard them because she went crazy. Laugh all you want. I didn't ask for this lifestyle. I was born this way, she yelled at the mirror. Well, damn. She brought out the national gay anthem, Day chuckled. Yeah, she went there, Sin smirked. He turned to the uniformed officer still holding the Diet Coke and plucked it from his hand, popping the top and taking a long sip. That crazy bitch can drink water when she gets upstairs. Take her back to lockup. Call her lawyer. He'd let homicide deal with Lady J from here on out. The first of Illustra's entertainers are upstairs, Ranowski said as he met them on the stairs heading back to their office. 2 men and 1 woman. All right. Let me know what you come up with, Sin told him. Ranowski could handle questioning them. Sin had watched his interrogation tactics and he was good. Ranowski went one way and God and Day another to review some of Starman's films. All this bullshit to get to an ecstasy dealer. Sin was not in the mood to spend his day watching a shitload of porn. He yelled to his bosses that he was going to lunch and he'd be back in an hour. Chapter 13. Shit just got real. Fury was sitting at the bus stop waiting for the next bus. After he'd called Doug's brother, a.k.a. his divorce lawyer, and gave him the okay to have Patrick served, he thought he'd feel sick and be scared shitless. but he actually felt pretty damn good. He was taking back his life. He wouldn't run and hide anymore. Fury was all about control now, living it and taking it. He still had 30 minutes before the bus was scheduled to arrive when his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. The illuminated display told him it was Mac. Fuck. Fury allowed himself to contemplate not answering for a few seconds before he connected the call. Yeah, he answered shortly, already knowing exactly what Mac wanted. Hey, Furious, it's Mac. I'm really sorry to call all spur of the moment like this. Dean had a live performance scheduled today, but he was picked up by the detectives for questioning. Fury heard Mac let out a frustrated breath. I know you don't do live, but no one else is available. You won't see or hear the customer, just act like it's solo. All you have to do is jerk off. Joe will be on the phone with the customer, and if they want you to do something specific, Joe will tell you. The pay is good. When we tried to cancel, the customer offered up an additional $500 if we find a replacement. Fury sighed in annoyance. He was already scheduled tomorrow for a solo. He damn sure didn't feel up to filming 2 days back to back. I'm in control. Tell you what, Mac, I'm supposed to do my solo tomorrow. I'm willing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Fury could almost feel the vertebrae in his spine locking into place. No one was telling him what to do anymore. His suggestion may be a long shot since private live shows were supposed to be exclusive. That's why they cost so damn much. But hell, if Mac said no, Fury had no problem saying no too. Mac was silent, so Fury waited. After your live ends, we'll have to add a few things so that it doesn't look like we used a film instead of a live. Maybe change rooms and your clothes, then add other positions. How about that? Fury thought for a second. Shit, that'd be $700. Fury didn't even have to talk with the customer. All right. What time? It's in an hour. I can have one of the guys come get you. No, I'm around the corner. I need to make a quick phone call. Fury's words died off when he saw a dark Benz come around the corner way too slowly. Fury squinted. The windows were so dark he couldn't see inside. The car crept up to him, and Fury's focus diverted from Mac. So are you in, Fury? Fury didn't hear Mac's last question as he unconsciously let his hand fall slowly to his side while keeping his eyes on the dark vehicle. When the passenger side window rolled down, Fury stood up and leaned over a little to peer inside. Fury could see Sasha's blue eyes and blonde-streaked hair. She sneered angrily at him as she stopped at the curb. He couldn't see the passengers, just assumed it was a couple other women from Illustra. Fury knew he looked confused as he took a timid step forward. He paused, and his heart skipped a beat when the back window rolled down just far enough for someone to stick their hand out in the shape of a gun with their thumb and index finger pointed directly at him. His head jerked back at that gesture. Sasha, what the fuck? He hissed at her. A loud horn had Fury jumping out of his skin and Sasha peeling away from the curb, but not before he got another icy blue glare. It was pure, unadulterated hate. Jesus H. Christ. The bus pulled into the spot the Benz had just vacated. Fury blinked away his confusion and waved the driver on. He looked down at his phone and saw that he was still connected to Mac. He quickly lifted the phone back to his ear. Mac, you there? Hey, what happened? Are you with Sasha? I thought I heard you say her name. Mac asked him. Fuck no. I was waiting on the bus and she pulled up acting crazy. I'm headed back to Illustra now. Fury was double-timing it back to the studio. Hey, Mac? Yeah. You know when I canceled the shoot with Sasha a few days ago? Yeah, what about it? You pissed off 90% of my customers. Fury ignored that. How'd she do with Doug? Did they not get along or something? Doug offered to do it, but I didn't pair her with Doug. Fury halted his steps. Who'd you pair her with? Jake Starman. Fury's chin rested on his chest while he stood with his legs shoulder-width apart and his hands braced on the wall. He could sense the cameraman pan in to get a good shot of the water sluicing down his abs and streaming off his semi-erect cock. "Rub some soap on your chest," Joe instructed him. Joe was the coordinator director of live performances. Fury had been clear he didn't want to hear the customer's voice, so Joe was relaying her requests. At first, it was difficult for Fury not to imagine a woman on the other end of the line. That, coupled with everything going on in his head, his ex-husband, Starman's death, school, just everything, meant he was struggling to get hard. There was only one thing that could keep Fury hard enough to get through this scene. Sin, there with him. Fury poured some body wash in his palm and imagined Sin's coal-black eyes scanning appreciatively over his body. Fury used his hand to track every ridge and muscle that Sin's eyes roamed over. Sin moved in closer and ran the back of his hand down the length of Fury's uncut cock. Fury took the back of his hand and mimicked him. The flushed head was already peeking out of his foreskin, seeking attention. Fury could hear Sin's gasp when he pulled the skin all the way back, exposing a leaking slit. Sin slowly moved his hand up Fury's chest, making goosebumps appear on his arms. Fury shivered and grasped the base of his shaft, jerking that sensitive skin up and down a couple times before stopping. It felt so fucking good and so torturously sweet to stop. Sin licked his neck and Fury let his head drop back to give those soft lips complete and total access. Fury rubbed his other hand up his body to his neck that was now slick from Sin's tongue. Oh, God. Fury opened his eyes and the camera was right there. He imagined Sin looking back at him. His eyes slid half-closed when Sin's shadowy gaze dropped to his nipples. Fury felt rough, calloused thumbs simultaneously rub over both delicate peaks. Fuck, that feels good. Fury pinched them until they were red and aching. His cock leaked some more, ready and craving release. Sin wouldn't make him beg for it. He took his hand, wrapped it around his fully hard dick, and began a slow, sexy drag up and down with that skin gliding easily from his natural lube and the shower gel. Sin spun him around and pushed him hard up against the heated marble tiles. Fury arched his back off the wall and looked up into the soft recessed lighting over the shower, his neck fully exposed. "Sin, please." Fury shook when his hand crept under his cock to pull on his hypersensitive balls, already drawing up close to his body. He massaged them, kneaded them, rolling them around lazily in his hand. Fury licked his lips, desperately wanting Sin's hot mouth down there. At first, just breathing his warm breath on them, heating them before he opened wide to take the drawn-up sack inside. Oh my fucking... Fury was already working to hold off his orgasm. "She wants you on the bed," Joe's deep voice cut into Fury's fantasy. Fury shut off the water, grabbed a fluffy white towel off the warmer and casually rubbed off the excess water dripping from his hair onto his back. "Leave a little water on you. You look sexy when you're wet." Sin's deep voice was right there telling Fury what he liked, and he answered him. "Whatever you want, baby." Fury stretched out on the king-sized bed, not bothering to pull back the comforter. Fury reclined back slowly as if Sin were easing him back himself, watching him carefully. Fury's entire body was on fire, and this from imagining himself with Sin. If he ever got the pleasure to actually be with the hot detective, he might spontaneously combust. Fury laid his hair across the pillow and spread his legs wide as the cameraman sat up directly in front of him. "This how you want me?" Fury asked, looking right into the camera. He was talking to Sin, picturing him at his desk at the police station, watching Fury when he should have been working. "Yes," Joe said, his voice rough. "Bring yourself off fast. 2 minutes left." "Not even gonna take that long." Fury got a good grip on his balls, wanting so bad to dip one finger lower to tease his quivering hole. But that probably wouldn't be received too well. So Fury rubbed the tender area beneath his balls, his hips rocking back and forth slowly. His other hand started working the excess skin up and down his cock, and it wasn't long before he started to feel the electricity sparking a fire in his groin. He didn't even need the slick that was next to him. He was leaking so much. Fury picked up the pace, moaning and writhing, putting on a good show for his tough cop. "Want to see you come for me, Furious. Come and moan my name. I want to hear it on your lips." "Yes, Sin." With one leg bent up and falling to the side, Fury showed Sin the best part of himself, where he wanted the man to be, pushing into him so deep he felt too full to do anything but grunt and cry out for him not to stop. "I'ma come for you. Fuck." Fury stroked with purpose. He would come for Sin, show him he could please him. He applied more pressure to his balls, squeezing them almost to the point of pain. Such sweet pain. His right hand flew up and down his length, twisting the skin around the head on each upstroke. His head was tilted back, his brow furrowed. It was straining his resolve not to shove fingers into his ass. Fury gritted his teeth, and he swore he could feel the vein in his neck bulging from the intense pleasure. "Fuck, I'm about to come. Fuck, I'm about to come so fucking hard." Fury pushed his foreskin down, made a fist over his cockhead, and squeezed repeatedly, the action making the head pulse and throb. That was what pulled him over, and Fury free fell. The first blast of cum exploded from his slit, making his body jerk and the back of his head slam against the pillow. "Sin." "Yes, baby, I'm right here. So fucking sexy when you come." Fury's cock spurted again and again, the hot cum landing on his chest. He rubbed it in, showing Sin how nasty he wanted to be with him. Fury's chest rose and fell with his labored breathing. He slowly dragged his skin up and down his cock a couple more times, squeezing any cum out that lingered in his shaft, looking at the camera with lustful eyes. "And cut," Joe called out. "Good one, dude. Damn caller was panting so fucking hard she couldn't even give any more instructions." Fury just nodded with a secret smile on his face. If Joe or the caller only knew what was going on in Fury's mind. God damn it, Sin. He was so sated he was close to pulling out a cigarette and sparking one as if he were in his own bedroom. I'm in trouble. I want him. Bad. Fury was sitting on the bus, staring blindly out the window. Filming had taken way longer than he'd expected. After doing the 1 hour live, Mac had the producers do a new set and wardrobe to mix in some original material for his solo. That took over 3 hours before he was able to start posing for some quick shots. He didn't even have time to go home before his shift at the pub. Now that his orgasmic bliss had worn off, his mind clicked back on. He didn't want to think about all those damn concerns because he had no clue which issue to tackle first. School finals that were next week, the risk of gambling his entire savings on signing a lease for a garage, Sasha's certifiable behavior, his deep desire for a possibly in-the-closet will snap my neck off in my sleep if we fuck detective, his schizo soon-to-be ex-husband and brother-in-law, Starman's death. Beaten and killed by women. Fuck. Fury put his earbuds in and tried to drown out his thoughts with some Green Day as he closed his eyes and settled in for the ride to the pub. Fury groaned as soon as he pulled open the thick wooden door. The place was already filling up with obnoxious, horny college kids. Fury eased his way in between groups to get to the opening at the end of the bar. Fury felt a firm grip on his arm trying to turn him around. He yanked his arm loose while spinning to look into dark eyes. Fuck. Sin. Chapter 14. From good to sexy to bad to totally fucked. It was almost 7 before Sin got home. It was Saturday, for fuck's sake. After he'd returned from lunch, it was hours of watching Jason Starman fuck every female member of Illustra's roster, as the detectives tried to decipher what woman liked it and which could possibly feel violated. Starman had definitely been one of the more popular entertainers. He had really great ratings. Luckily, Day had called an end to it, because Sin was unbelievably horny. He'd been at the pub for almost 45 minutes before concluding that perhaps Fury wasn't working tonight. He'd just come out of the restroom, heading back to the bar to pay his tab when he saw the gorgeous man making his way through the crowd. Sin's heart rate picked up, and he berated himself for feeling this for a man that had blown him off the last couple times he'd seen him. His damp hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and the tip of it just reached the middle of his shoulders. He had on the pub's t-shirt tucked into his low-slung jeans. Sin saw he had a 5 o'clock shadow darkening his otherwise soft face. Damn, he looked fucking edible. He didn't think. He just reached out and wrapped his hand around the man's tight bicep. Fury angrily yanked it away and spun as if he was about to strike him. "Hey, easy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to grab you," Sin said quickly. Fury gave him a half-smile that vanished way too fast for Sin's liking. Now, narrowed, dark eyes stared back at him. "If you didn't mean to, why are you still holding my arm?" Fury's voice held a sensual bass that he'd secretly missed. Sin looked down where his hand still rested and removed it. "Right," he mumbled. Fury's eyes were so mesmerizing, Sin could have stared into them for the rest of the evening. He honestly didn't know what to say. Sin hadn't realized how much he needed someone until he came here, until he saw him. He thought he saw a flash of heat in Fury's eyes as he watched him, obviously waiting on Sin to speak. "Say something." Fury leaned in, not quite coming into contact with Sin's cheek, and told him, "I gotta get to work." Sin didn't want him to go. He looked so beautiful, smelled so good. He needed to talk to him, maybe ask if Fury was seeing someone. "I have to go back to work too, but can I give you a ride home after your shift?" Sin had never felt so exposed. After he'd asked the question, he immediately wanted to take it back. He'd never liked putting himself out there, but this was what he needed to work on. He'd never get anywhere if he didn't at least try. Fury stepped in closer to him, and Sin fought his reflex to take a step back. Fury grabbed his wrist and moved him quickly through the customers waiting for the bathrooms and pushed open the back door that led to the parking lot. Sin quickly took in his surroundings before focusing back on Fury. "What's wrong? Why'd you bring me back here? What's your angle, detective? Why are you lingering around my job and offering me rides, huh?" Fury forced those questions through gritted teeth. "Why are you angry? It's just a ride. I was trying to be nice," Sin said with little conviction while avoiding answering Fury's questions. He didn't have an angle, and he wasn't sure why he was drawn to him. He just wanted to be around this guy, if for nothing else, then to at least be friends. Fury narrowed his eyes again and stepped into Sin's space. "Are you gay, detective?" There it was. The million-dollar question. Was he gay? He'd never asked himself that. He'd only slept with women before, but had never felt anything more for them than an easy friends-with-benefits involvement. Rhodes was the only person that he'd ever felt a connection with. A man. Sin felt his mouth move, but no sound was coming out. Fuck. Fury looked at him skeptically. "Uh-huh. Just like I thought. Who are you working for? Him? He sends you? Did he hire you to find me? Are you a private detective?" That accusation cut through Sin's speechlessness. "Whoa. I work for the city of Atlanta. What are you talking about? Who is him? Is someone after you?" Sin didn't realize he'd grabbed Fury's shoulders, forcing him to look into his eyes until Fury threw his arms up and dislodged Sin's grip. "Take your goddamn hands off me. I'm sick of people thinking they can put their fucking hands on me. Stay the fuck away from me, detective." Fury shoved past him and reached for the door. Sin jumped in front of it before Fury could get it open. He yelled right back at Fury. "My name is Sin. I'm not here as a detective. I don't know who him is, nor do I work for him." Sin put up air quotes for the word him. "I just want to talk to you." "About what?" Fury yelled. They were in each other's faces, chest bumping each other. "I don't fucking know. About you, about me, about the damn Falcons game last week, about the weather, about why there's so many goddamn reality TV shows. About what the hell ever. That's what people do when they want to get to know someone." Sin stepped back and gripped his hair, blowing out a long, frustrated breath. He felt so ridiculous, was so annoyed that he was seconds away from just walking away. Fuck. I didn't think dating was this damn hard. "That's what you're trying to do, detective? Date me?" Fury's tone and facial expression were full of skepticism. "Because I don't want to date. Dating is stupid. What the hell is dating anyway? Some long drawn-out process of elimination where you both present your best side while hiding the real you? And you can only keep that charade going for about 3 months because your bullshit and lies eventually leak out, and then you have to spend the next 3 months getting to know each other for real. Jeez, man, you are insanely cynical. Do you always overanalyze everything? Why can't we just—" Fury cut him off. "Because I'm only interested in gay men. Not men that might or might not be gay, or men that are looking for an experiment, or men that are fucked up in the head. I've been there, done that. I'm never going there again. It almost cost me my life." Sin turned at Fury's words. He walked back to him slowly. He could see pain in Fury's eyes, and Sin wanted to take it all away. Take all the hurt this man had experienced and put it on himself because he could handle it. All he wanted was to see Fury smile, see him uninhibited, full of passion, full of him. Sin just barely held in his groan. He wanted this damn man. God help him, he did. He let out a slow, calming breath and brought his hands up to cup Fury's cheeks. He wanted to kiss him, taste him, feel Fury moan his name into his mouth and swallow it down. Fuck. He wanted that and so much more. Fury was looking hard at him, waiting. His eyes roamed Sin's face before settling on his lips. Sin needed this. All he had to do was take it. Take it, goddammit. Fury took it for him. Sin felt confident, sure hands on his own cheeks and soft, beautiful lips against his. Fury took Sin's control. He knocked his hands down and grabbed the material of his jean jacket, pushing him up against the wall right there behind the pub. And then those lush lips were on him again, taking him. Sin's eyes were rolling behind his closed lids. Fuck, it felt so good. He could have never imagined how good. Sin wrapped his arms around Fury's back and squeezed him close. He needed this contact more than he needed his next breath, needed Fury's heat. Damn, he needed Fury's control. Sin heard moans and whimpers as he let his tongue dance with Fury's. An erotic dance full of entrada and saccada flips, fast then slow. Fury kissed like no one had ever kissed Sin. Strong, demanding, and he did it all with the softest fucking lips Sin had ever felt. Sin had dreamed of those plump pink lips on him, on his mouth, on his neck, on his chest, on his cock. There the sounds were again, needy whimpers. Fuck, he was making those sounds. Sin wrenched his mouth away. He was embarrassed. He'd been moaning like a $2 hooker. He took in a hard breath, not meeting Fury's eyes. Don't turn away from me, Fury snapped. Oh, God. Sin turned back. He'd obeyed. Fuck. Fury grasped the back of his head and took his mouth again. Sin felt his body go limp in Fury's tight hold, letting himself just feel. He did what he'd wanted to do since laying eyes on Fury. Sin reached up and pulled the rubber band that held Fury's long hair, releasing those beautiful tresses. He dug in with both hands, and it was just as soft as he'd imagined. Say my name. Please, Sin moaned into Fury's hot mouth. God, he wanted to hear Fury's rough voice groan his name in the heat of passion. The stubborn man just looked at him defiantly and claimed his mouth again. After Fury concluded the kiss of erotic Argentine tango, he masterfully transitioned into a Viennese waltz, his tongue gliding sensually over teeth and lips, making Sin swoon like a schoolboy with a crush. Fury eased off the kiss, just letting the tip of his tongue skate along Sin's parted mouth, making Sin feel sexier than he ever had. Fury stopped torturously teasing him, waiting for Sin to stop falling and open his eyes. Sin shamelessly chased Fury's mouth and ended up burying his nose in the man's long hair. It didn't smell sweet or citrusy like a woman's. It smelled clean and masculine with hints of sandalwood and white musk. Sin didn't want to come down from this feeling. Fury's voice was a seriously sexual growl. Be here at midnight. Sin watched Fury disappear into the darkness of the pub. He stared at the door for a few seconds, gathering himself before he pried his back off the wall. Sin's cock was so hard he walked with a limp back to his truck. He was going to be late getting back to the precinct, but whatever. He was feeling damn good. The drive to the precinct was long enough for Sin to decide that he was going to be back to pick up Fury by midnight, sharp. He'd take Fury home and walk him to his door. That's what people did when they were dating, right? Sin shook his head. Whatever it was called nowadays, Sin was going to give it his best shot. God and Day were so in love it radiated from them. Rowe and Johnson were in love. The hot IT guy's boyfriend came and had lunch with him every day if they were in the precinct. He was part of a team where it might be all right to be gay and out, and badass too. All Sin wanted was the respect that he deserved, no, that he'd earned. Now he wanted the last piece of himself to snap into place to make him whole. What you got, Ro? Sin plopped down in his chair and flicked his wrist, looking at his watch for the 5th time in 30 minutes. It was only 5 minutes to 10. Midnight couldn't come fast enough to suit him. Got a hot date tonight, Sarge? Ro chuckled as he handed Sin the next group of illustrious entertainers that were being picked up for questioning. Sin flushed, but chose to ignore Ro's smug grin. Shut up, he mumbled, and flipped open the next file. He flinched so hard his neck popped. Sin's breath caught at the image that stared back at him. Oh yeah, this is the one I wanted to mention. He might be a prime suspect. Sin threw his hands up, stopping Ro. This couldn't be happening. I thought we'd concluded that the killers were women from that crazy-ass men-bashing group BTNS. Yes, we did, but hear me out. There may be more players in this. Starman was definitely taken out by women, but he could have been set up by others. This guy's name is Furious Gray Barkley. During questioning, the owner of Illustra, Jonathan Mack, said that Furious Barkley, who performs as Furious Styles, was scheduled to do a movie with Sasha Payne but declined. Furious's replacement was our Vic. Ro rubbed his smooth face and kept talking, oblivious to Sin's inner turmoil. Kicker is, although this Furious Gray Barkley has no priors, he's also known as Furious Gray Nix, husband to Patrick Nix. That image there is a photo that was given to the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department when Furious's husband filed a missing persons on him almost a year ago. Furious is on the run, and I want to know why. I contacted the husband, but had to leave a message. I already sent Jameson to pick him up. He works at a pub in... Ro's eyebrows rose. In your neighborhood? Yeah, I see, Sin said quietly. Ro's phone rang and he picked it up, giving Sin a couple of private minutes which were needed because his heart was beating a mile a minute. The fates can't be that cruel. To make the only man, no, forget that, the only person that Sin had been interested in over 10 years, a suspect in a murder case he was overseeing. On top of everything else, the man is married. This isn't good. Ro disconnected his call and Sin asked him, How soon before this one arrives? He's already here, in room 5. You coming? Ro asked, taking Furious's file from his hands. I'll watch. Sin walked beside Ro to the interrogation rooms. Then he thought better of it and decided he needed to be honest with his men. They worked effectively together, but most of all, they had each other's backs. Ro was a good man, and Sin felt he could trust him. Ro, wait. What's up? Sin blew out a breath and scratched at the hair on the top of his head, which was grown out enough that it was already starting to curl. Sin, what's going on? Ro looked genuinely concerned, his vibrant blue eyes staring intently at him. Sin looked back and forth as uniforms brushed past them in the hall. Ro clasped a firm grip on Sin's shoulder and ushered him into one of the vacant offices. Talk to me, man. You're my Sarge, but I consider you a friend first. That's the way we operate. If you have a problem, then I have a fucking problem, and so do 21 other men. But between you and me right now, what's up? Sin rubbed the back of his neck and tried to ease some of the tension there. This guy Furious. Ro shook his head, indicating he was listening. I'm kind of, he's my... Sin stuttered, not quite finding the right words. You know him and you like him, Ro finished for him. Sin looked Ro in the eye. Yeah, I like him. Sin took a deep breath. He's the first him that I've liked in a very long time. I see. Ro rubbed his hand over his cheek again. Sin knew the gesture meant Ro was thinking. Shit's all fucked up now. I can't date a goddamn suspect, a married goddamn suspect. Hey, whoa. We don't know the situation with the marriage yet. The reasons I thought he could be a suspect, they might be easily explained away. You're the one who said you think he's hiding something, Sin argued. Yes, I did. The guy is married, right? He leaves his husband in a way that makes the man file a missing persons on him, and then Furious changes his name and not back to his birth name? It looks like he's hiding from him. I just need to find out why. Ro pulled a paper from the file. This shows him making regular deposits to an account in a bank located in Los Angeles. The account is under a different name and has over $90,000 in it. So he stole his husband's money and hauled ass in the middle of the night. Fucking great. Sin yanked the door open, ready to charge into interrogation room 5 and tell Furious he could go to hell. Geez, hold on a minute, Sarge. Ro grabbed his arm and pulled him back inside, slamming the door closed. No wonder Day likes you so much. Both of you go off half-cocked all the fucking time. That money wasn't stolen. It was life insurance proceeds from when his father died. He might have been hiding it from the husband. The contributions he's been making since then have been small but frequent. He's a porn star, Ranowski. I can't date a damn porn star. Fucking other women and probably men, what the fuck? Sin was yelling and pacing now. He knew it wasn't fair to yell at Ro, but he was the only one there now. After a few seconds, Sin turned and saw Ro was staring down at the file, not saying anything. Damn it, say something! You done? Ro asked calmly. What? Sin asked dumbly. I was waiting on you to finish your tantrum. Ro smiled, that boy-next-door grin that made people calm. Now, as far as the porn, it's a het site only, so no male on male. But he doesn't fuck women either, never has. What? Sin asked for the second time and took the paper that Ro handed him. It was a complete list of Fury's movies. Every one of them were solo masturbation sessions, about 15 minutes long, some less than that. That made Sin exhale, and before he knew it, one side of his mouth was cocked up into a grin. "Ah, that's better," Ro chuckled. "Now let's stop trying to guess the answers about the husband and go talk to your man. He's gonna wonder why you're questioning him about his husband on a homicide that doesn't have anything to do with his marriage. He'll probably scream for a lawyer before you can get anything out of him," Sin said with frustration. "You let me handle that. I was trained in interrogations by the best." Ro grinned again, and Sin knew they were both talking about the same names, God and Day. "As far as the porn stuff," Ro piffed, "that fucker is hot. I wouldn't give a damn if he beat his meat in a damn Santa costume on Home and Garden Network, as long as I got to see the video." Sin's face paled at the mental image. Ro laughed a deep laugh. "Point is, no one cares who you're fucking around here. You just need to be a good Sarge and an even better friend. We all have our outlets when we leave this place." Ro led them out of the room. "Just look at me. 2 years ago, I was a homophobic asshole who no one could stand to be around. Now I'm fucking the police commissioner's son. Nightly. Hard." Sin smiled and shoved Ro in the shoulder as he walked. He'd found out pretty quickly that Detective Johnson was the police commissioner's one and only son. Some people may have had a problem with his gay status, but they sure as shit didn't express it. Ro stopped with Sin outside the interrogation room as he looked through the one-way mirror at Fury. He sat still, staring at the table, and Sin saw him check his watch and fidget in his chair. Looks like he has somewhere to be too. I wonder where," Ro sing-songed. "I'm supposed to pick him up at midnight from work. He'd finally agreed to let me see him." Sin checked his watch and saw it was already after 11. Ro snapped him on the back. "I'll get whatever I need, which will be enough to get him cleared, and then you can swoop in and rescue him once I get into the husband situation. Every man loves a hero, especially one with a shiny gold badge." Ro winked. Sin rolled his eyes as Ranowski opened the door and went into the room. He was starting to like Ro more and more. Chapter 15. So I've been hoodwinked. Fury had been having a halfway decent night at the bar tonight. Tips were good, and he was excited about Sin coming back later. Damn if that man wasn't sex on a stick. Strong and powerful, but full of need and want. He'd easily pushed Sin up against the wall, not meeting a bit of resistance. Fury had licked and stolen every single whimper and moan the man made. It had turned him on to no end. Sin was so responsive to him. Fury couldn't fight it anymore. He'd caressed those strong muscles, heard his need. Sin wanted Fury to say his name. He smiled, thinking about it. "Say my name, please." Fury had felt Sin's power and taken it from him. Fuck yes. He'd take more soon. He wouldn't say the man's name until he was ready, or until he'd earned it. "Furious!" His uncle snapped him out of his thoughts. Fury had been washing the same glass for 5 minutes. "What?" he yelled right back. Damn, his uncle got on his nerves. "These detectives want you," his uncle hissed in his ear. "Look, I don't want you bringing your trouble here." "I'm not in any trouble. I told you that I know a guy who was killed, that I'd probably have to make a statement." Fury was already slipping on his coat. "I'll be back when I'm finished." "You knew the guy, huh? Knew him, or were doing him?" His uncle eyed him skeptically. "Can you be any more of a prick?" "Look, I told you already, I knew him from school." Fury refused to tell his uncle where he really knew Starman from. Honestly, it was none of his business. His uncle gave Fury enough shit without adding the porn to the mix. "I'm gonna dock your pay for this. Now I'm a bartender short," his uncle grumbled. "Well, the sooner you let me go, the faster I can get back." Fury barreled past him. Fury didn't say anything to the detectives, not wanting the customers to overhear. When they got outside, Fury turned and looked at them suspiciously. They sure as hell didn't look like any detectives he'd ever seen. One was wearing jeans, a dark blue button-up shirt, and a well-worn black leather coat. His hair was slicked back and hung just a little past his collar. The other was a couple inches taller, standing at least 6'3". His jeans had a hole in the knee, and his faded Metallica t-shirt had seen better days. Both men looked to be in their 30s. "You're both detectives?" "Yep," the smaller one spoke up first. "I'm Detective Green, and this is Detective Ruxburg. We need to ask you some questions about the homicide that occurred Thursday night behind your employer's building." "Your other employer?" the other detective added smugly. Fury narrowed his eyes at him. "Let me see some identification, detectives." Both men reached for their IDs. Metallica shirt pulled out his wallet and revealed his gold badge with detective written in black across the shield, while the smug one pulled back one side of his jacket, showing the butt of his firearm and his badge clipped to his hip. "Where's your gun?" Fury looked to Metallica. "You don't want to know." He grinned. Fury rolled his eyes. "Just let me get this over with." He'd keep it short and simple. He didn't really know Starman, so he had little to contribute. He'd answer their questions and get back to work. He didn't care what these bastards thought of the way he earned his money. "Satisfied? Now let's go," the smug one said. "Go where?" Fury looked between them. "I can answer your questions right here." "You could, if we were the ones with the questions," Metallica spoke up. "Our sergeant and first officer will be questioning you down at the precinct." "So you're the errand boys." "And you're the porn boy," Metallica quipped back smoothly. "Now that we got job titles out of the way, move it, unless there's some reason you don't want to come." Fury wanted to flip them both off, but he followed them toward the parking lot. He was sort of glad they weren't the ones questioning him because he didn't like their attitudes. Metallica opened the back door to a dark Suburban and told him to get in. Fury climbed in and put his seatbelt on, just wanting to get this over with and get back before midnight. Fury found himself wondering what precinct Sin was in, and if he should tell him soon about his second job. He didn't want him finding out through the grapevine or hotline, whatever. Fury was in the little room for almost a half hour before the door finally opened. Finally. He took in the young detective's appearance. Blonde, blue eyes with an innocent face that was every mother's dream and every gay man's wet dream. Compact muscles could be seen through his white and gray shirt. His dark jeans fit nice, too nice, over his round ass. Fury looked his fill before letting his gaze travel upward. A drop-dead gorgeous smile was surrounded by pretty pink lips. Oh man, was he pretty. And the way he was looking at Fury, he had to be gay. A light brown eyebrow rose, followed by a deep, easy chuckle. "You like what you see?" "Yes. I'm not blind. I prefer a stronger jaw, someone a little darker." Fury smirked right back. Where the hell had he gotten all this bravado from? He usually wasn't so blunt, but it felt good. He was finally coming into his own, the way his dad had urged him to before he'd passed. "Stronger and darker, huh? No shit." The man looked behind him into the one-way mirror, smiling broadly, making Fury wonder who was behind it. "I'm Detective Ranowski. I'm the first officer of a narcotics task force based in this precinct. Thank you for coming down tonight." "Well, it wasn't by choice. I will say your errand boys could use a refresher course in charm and courtesy," Fury said with little venom. "Errand boys? Oh, you mean Green and Rux." Ranowski laughed again. It was a melodic sound that had Fury leaning back and enjoying it. "Those errand boys are very skilled men, maybe not in charm, but definitely in hand-to-hand combat, just in case someone doesn't want to come willingly. But I'm sure you didn't give them any trouble." "No, I didn't." "Anyway, how long is this going to take?" Fury asked, checking his watch again. Damn it. "Got a hot date?" Ranowski smiled, looking at the window again. "Something like that." "Who's behind that glass?" "My boss." Ranowski shot him that sexy grin again. "Well, this is fun, but can we move it along?" "Of course." The detective opened a thin file and looked over a few notes before he asked his first question. How long have you been performing for Illustra? About 9 months. Fury would only answer the questions with straightforward answers. He wasn't going to elaborate. You know why we asked you here, right? Yeah, 'cause Starman was killed. Fury shook his head. It still made him sad to say it out loud. That's right. How well did you know him? Just in passing. When I was there to film, he was sometimes finishing up or starting a scene. Did he ever mention any problems he was having? No, I didn't talk to him much, and when I did, it was usually about my tattoos or his. We didn't have much in common, I guess. Starman was a ladies' man. I'm a man's man. Fury laughed humorlessly. Did you ever see Starman doing drugs? No. Do you? Ranowski had a damn good poker face. Fury didn't know what he was looking for. No, never. Sometimes the performers do ecstasy or take Viagra, but I've never taken either. Nor did I see Starman. Like I said, I never performed with him. I see you never did any movies with women, but do you get along with them? Fury thought about that question. He needed to tell the truth. He wasn't popular with the ladies right now. I thought I got along with them. They've been acting a little more hostile towards me lately. How so? Just real bitchy is all. The owner of Illustra, Mac, is always trying to get me to do a scene with a woman. I keep declining. I can't and won't have sex with a woman. No amount of Viagra can keep me hard enough for that. Rowe laughed again, nodding his head like he understood. The last offer Mac came up with was for me to do a movie with Sasha Payne. Well, there was a communication screw-up because everyone thought I was going to do it. I heard she posted comments about it on her website. Rowe was writing quickly while Fury talked. I'm not on social media, but I hear she made some pretty nasty comments when the shoot was canceled. I will tell you, though, I just found out today that instead of my friend Doug filling in for me, Mac put Starman in instead. I think she was really pissed. At me, though, not at Starman. Ranowski kept going. So you only do solos? Fury didn't know if that was a question or a statement, so he didn't say anything. Are you waiting to see if Illustra will eventually branch out into gay movies, too? What the hell type of questioning is this? What does that have to do with Starman's murder? Hell no. I don't care what Illustra does from now on. I'm quitting in a couple weeks. Doug and I are finally going to open our own garage. I did what I had to do to earn my share of the startup costs. Fury thought the questions were way off course. If this detective was hitting on him, he was ready to get back to the pub. Do you have any other questions about Starman? 'Cause I really need to go. Sure. Where were you the night Starman was killed? Ranowski's easy smile was gone, replaced with a serious expression. I was home with my friend Doug. I'd called him about 8. We got drunk and crashed. Ranowski wrote that down and continued. Do you know of anyone who would want to kill Starman? No, I can't say that I do. I don't talk to or hang out with anyone from Illustra except Doug. Last question. Why did your husband have to file a missing persons report on you? Fury flinched before he could stop himself. Fuck. Now he really was pissed. He'd had every right to leave Patrick the way he did. Fury drug his hands through his hair, pulling on the ends, gritting his teeth. My husband was an abusive son of a bitch. When he wasn't throwing punches, he didn't mind letting his brother take a few shots for shits and giggles. So I waited until he was out of town and I got the fuck out of there. What does this have to do with Starman? Not a damn thing. Fury's breath caught at the sound of Sin's voice. He came into the room looking like he was going to hurt Ranowski. Was he the one behind the glass all this time? Asshole. Let's go, Furious. Sin stood at the door, glaring at Ranowski. Do you not want your husband contacted? Ranowski continued, ignoring Sin's glare. Fury turned around at the door. It doesn't matter. He's already been contacted. With divorce papers. Fury left the room and took long strides through the precinct until he was outside. He knew Sin was behind him. Though his steps were light, he could sense him there. Fury was so angry he wanted to round on Sin and punch him in the face. This meant Sin knew everything about him, about his husband, how he made additional money, about every fucking thing. He'd taken away Fury's control. That just wouldn't do. Chapter 16. Nectar of the Most Forbidden Fruit. Damn it. Fury was mad, and not just a little bit. He was like a man on a mission. Sin watched him fling the doors open and head around the corner. "Fury, can I talk to you?" Sin asked as calmly as he could. Fury turned down a side street and rounded on him fast, his long hair flying over his left shoulder. He grabbed Sin by the collar of his jacket and threw him hard up against the wall. Fuck! Fury, relax, I can explain," Sin said, using a soothing tone. "You knew I was going to be picked up. You stood outside that mirror watching me. Did I entertain you? You think I give a fuck about you judging me because I jerk off on camera for money?" Fury growled in his face. "First, I didn't know you were going to be picked up tonight. Renowski is my first officer and he deals with that. He reports to me whenever he feels he has something worth investigating further. Second, he didn't talk to me about you until after I left you this evening. Third, I didn't even know you worked at Illustra. But now that I do, read my lips. I don't give a fuck." He watched Fury's eyes, saw them land on Sin's mouth, his face just mere inches from his own. He saw Fury's anger turn to arousal just as his did. Sin brought his hands up slowly, desperately wanting to bury them in Fury's hair. "Put him down," Fury said harshly against his lips. Sin dropped his hands to his sides, breath quickening at Fury's command. "Let me touch you," Sin whispered. He groaned deep in his throat as Fury pressed him harder against the wall. He parted his lips slightly, inviting Fury to taste, needing another taste. Sin leaned in and Fury turned his head, making Sin miss his lips. Sin growled low, letting Fury hear his disappointment. "Why are you such a dick to me? You're either being a sarcastic ass or making me chase you. You tease me, not letting me touch you until you allow it. Is this the way it's done? Is this how you will always treat me?" Fury moved in closer, letting Sin nestle his face into all that soft, fluffy hair across Fury's neck and ear. Sin took a deep breath. "Smells so good." Fury finally released his grip on his coat and Sin's dick jerked in his pants at the feel of Fury snaking his hand behind Sin's neck. Fury pulled Sin's head from his hair and looked at him carefully, trying to decide what to say. "I don't want to be mean to you. I just don't know what to think of you yet. Can I still take you home? I need to talk to you," Sin said, his voice gravelly with arousal. "Officially?" Fury asked through clenched teeth. "Yes. I do need to clear some things up, but nothing has changed for me. You want to make me chase you some more, fine. I will chase you." Sin nipped at Fury's jaw, making him flinch. "But understand this. I will catch you, Furious." Fury hissed, grinding their hard cocks perfectly against each other. Fury looked around his mouth, his sweet lips just lightly brushing against Sin's. Fury peppered feather-soft kisses across his stubble. "It's midnight now. You said I could take you home." Fury backed away from him, running his hands through his own hair. "All right. You can ask your official questions during the ride." Sin was on the highway headed to Emery Point. The windows were cracked to let in some brisk night air. Sin watched out of the corner of his eye as Fury pulled his hair back into a loose ponytail. "Ask away," Fury said, realizing they were almost to his exit. "Are you in trouble?" Fury turned, looking sharply at Sin. Fury probably wasn't expecting that to be his first question, but that was the most important issue as far as Sin was concerned. He knew Fury wasn't involved in Starman's murder, so he didn't need to ask about that. "Before I left the pub tonight, you asked me if someone had sent me and if I was working for him. Are you talking about your husband?" "Yes," Fury said roughly. "He hasn't seen or heard from me in almost a year. He might have thought I was dead. He shrugged. I finally had him served with divorce papers, which means he now knows my address. He and his brother will come for me, guaranteed. Even if it's only to serve up one more ass-whipping before he signs the papers. Sin heard the squeaking sound his steering wheel was making as he tightened his fists and squeezed the leather. He was getting angry, angrier than he'd been in a long time. The thought of someone harming the man beside him, touching even one lock of gorgeous hair on his head, made Sin want to shoot something. He took a deep breath and tried to follow the directions Fury was giving him. He pulled up to a small house on the corner in a quiet neighborhood. "This is your house?" Sin asked. No, I rent the small basement apartment. It's clean and safe," Fury said quietly. Sin discreetly looked around the street. He didn't want to scare Fury, but Sin was at DEFCON 3 now that he knew some bastard might want to hurt his man. My man. Putting the cart before the horse again. He didn't want to push Fury, didn't want to make him feel inferior or weak, but the urge to protect was there, and it was powerful. Fury was strong. He'd experienced the man's force a couple times, but everyone needed help sometimes. Sin was just the man to help. That's what he was good at. Damn good at. Sin cleared his throat. He wanted to ask, but was hesitant to. He didn't want to be rebuffed. Fury was excellent at that. Sin had to try anyway. "Can I come in?" Sin asked, sounding a little more nervous than he wanted to. Fury looked away from the street at Sin. "Why?" "I just want to talk." "Just talk?" "Yes." Sin crooked up one side of his mouth. "My place is... it's, small. I don't have much furniture." Fury ran his hand through his hair, pulling on the ends. Sin was realizing that's what Fury did when he was nervous or upset. "I'm not concerned with interior design right now, Furious," Sin told him honestly. Fury snorted. "Okay." He got out of the truck and Sin followed him around to the back of the house. Sin glanced behind him as Fury dug for his keys. He heard a noise in the neighboring yard and instinctively moved in close to Fury's back, acting as a shield. "It's okay, Detective. That's Mr. Wiggins letting his cat in." Fury opened the door and flicked on a light switch. Sin stepped in and made a quick survey of his surroundings. The two-room apartment contained minimal furniture. A full-sized bed was neatly made against the far wall. The kitchen, if you can call a mini-fridge, microwave, and a two-burner stove a kitchen, was right in front of them. Sin saw a single-pane window right behind a small television. It didn't look very secure. "Is there another door or any other exits?" Fury snapped at him. "I don't need your protection, or for you to map out an escape route for—" "Answer my question," Sin barked, cutting off Fury's rant. He grabbed Fury's arm and pulled him to his chest. "You told me that your ex-husband will eventually come to hurt you, and you think I'm not going to do something about it? Well, sorry. You told the wrong guy. Yes, I'm a cop. I also want to be more than that to you. So that basically earns you double protection. Get the fuck over it." Sin took a deep breath and rubbed Fury's arm, trying to ease the sting of his words. "I'm sorry. Someone hurting you doesn't sit well with me." Fury smiled at him. An actual full-on wide smile, and it took Sin's breath away. "Fuck, you're gorgeous," Sin whispered. "Come here." Fury pulled him to the small couch. He draped his coat over the back, and Sin did the same. He sat down and tried not to squirm as Fury stared at him, took all of him in from head to toe. His midnight eyes ghosted over Sin's two Glocks, his badge clipped on his jeans. Sin also had a large phone clipped to his belt along with a two-way radio. He had his suppressor and handcuffs on his left side. He also had his .22 strapped to his ankle. It could seem like a lot to a person at first, but hopefully Fury would get used to it. Fury tucked a few loose strands of hair behind his ear and brought his dark gaze back to Sin's. "So you're not just a detective, you're a sergeant. Maybe I should call you Sarge. Maybe you should call me Sin. I actually prefer it. Or, if you want, you can call me Corbin." "That's your first name?" "Yes. But only my team calls me Sarge or Sin." Sin moved a little closer in the tight space and reached behind Fury to pull the band from his hair, letting it fall freely. Just call me by my name, please. Fury's eyes shuddered, his head dropping back into Sin's palm as he ran his fingers through the thick strands of Fury's hair. Their thighs rubbed together, and Sin immediately wanted more contact. But Sin didn't know if he was ready for what Fury did next. Fury rose up and straddled Sin's lap, settling down on top of him. Oh, fuck, Sin hissed. Fury stared down at him through long, dark lashes. Fury's cock ground into Sin's pelvis, making him groan at how close he was already. God damn it. Sin let his head fall back against the back of the couch as Fury licked and kissed his way down his chin and back up to his mouth. Sin placed his hands on Fury's hips and let his hands follow Fury's gyrations. Sin didn't think he'd ever felt anything that wonderful. Oh shit, Furious. Don't make me come in my fucking jeans. Sin. Fury moaned against the shell of his ear. Finally, oh God. Sin grabbed 2 fistfuls of hair and ravaged Fury's mouth. Sin licked and bit every place he could reach. He'd never thought hearing his name spoken would cause an erotic rush deep within him. Damn, you're so fucking sexy, Sin growled. He was losing control fast. He wanted to throw Fury down and rut against him until he couldn't see straight. Sin's head was clouded with pleasure as he began to thrust up, seeking more contact. He rubbed his hands over muscular thighs before working his way back to Fury's tight ass. So fucking tight. He massaged those supple mounds over and over again, squeezing his eyes shut at the image of burying himself into Fury's heat. Fuck, Furious. I'm getting too close, Sin moaned, squeezing Fury's ass hard enough to hurt. This is what ecstasy felt like. He'd never experienced it before, never knew what being high felt like. But what he was feeling had to be as close as it got. Sin was wrong. Fury slithered down his body, landing on his knees between Sin's thighs. Skilled hands began to unfasten his belt, while piercing, lust-filled eyes stared up at him. Fury had Sin exactly where he wanted him, under his complete control. Sin would have said or done anything Fury wanted as long as he kept looking at him like that and moaning his name. Fury got Sin's pants undone and tapped his hips for him to lift up so Fury could pull his pants down, along with all that damn hardware. Fury pulled Sin's boxers down with his pants and let them pool in a heap at his boots. Fury panted hot breaths over his straining cock, not touching, not licking, just breathing on it. Jesus, Sin gasped, closing his eyes at the intensity of it all. The way he was feeling right now, there was no denying Sin's true nature. Look at me, Fury ordered in a deep rumble. Watch every second of this. Sin fought to hold up his head, his lids weighed down by his arousal. He watched Fury stick out his thick pink tongue and run the flat of it up the long vein on the underside of Sin's cock. He ground his teeth together to keep from yelling loud enough to wake Fury's landlord upstairs. Sin clenched his fists at his sides, not knowing what the hell to do with his hands. If he buried them in Fury's hair right now, he just might make the man bald when he came. Fury swirled his warm tongue around the head of his dick and speared the slit with the tip of his tongue. Oh my fucking God, Sin whispered. That feel good, Sin? Fury mouthed over the sensitive head. Yes, Fury. There was no way he was going to last. Sin could try to quote every statute he knew as a distraction. He was still gonna shoot in less than a minute. Like a 40-year-old virgin. Fury opened those sexy lips wide and took all of him into that warm cavern. Sin wasn't hung like a horse, but he wasn't ashamed by what he had. Fury moaned as if Sin's cock was the best-tasting thing in the world, and he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to remain still much longer. Sin's thighs burned from tensing them, his abs clenched tight, his biceps flexed, his whole body was reacting. Fury's mouth was down against his pubes, swallowing, his throat contracting around the head. Sin's eyes rolled back in his head, and he just barely groaned a warning to Fury. "I'm fucking coming. Oh, now!" Sin felt sharp teeth drag up his length, delivering a vicious blow of erotic pain before Fury licked the sting away and sucked hard on his cockhead while pulling firmly at the base, jacking him swiftly. Sin couldn't sit still, and he couldn't keep his hands down any longer. He buried them in Fury's hair as he vaulted his upper body up and bowed over Fury's head, groaning deep from the power of his orgasm. He thrust up once into that pretty mouth and shot deep into his man's throat. The next burst of cum made Sin's mouth drop open on a soundless cry, his body slamming back hard against the worn cushions of the couch, the force of it catching him off guard. "Fuck, Furious," he moaned, thrusting up again, feeling another blast rip from his balls. His body shook like he was freezing cold. His dick refused to stop spurting. Fury swallowed all of it, licking and lapping at his cock like it held his life's nourishment. Sin was totally confused, feeling drunk from the powerful orgasm. He didn't think he'd ever come that hard before. No, he knew he'd never come that hard before. His cock was still twitching deliciously when Fury climbed onto his lap, ferociously grinding his stiff cock into Sin's hard abs. Yes, God, he wanted to make Fury come too, make him feel just as good as he felt right now. "Damn, you come hard. Fucking loved it," Fury whispered against his cheek, some of his own sweet nectar dripping from the corner of that talented mouth. Sin was just barely getting his vision to focus when he heard a loud knock at the door that had Sin yanking Fury off of him, while simultaneously pulling his gun from his holster. With Fury tucked safely behind him, Sin pulled his pants up, needing to get his dick back into them before he could fully protect Fury. He looked back at him. "Are you expecting someone?" Sin's voice was firm but quiet. "No," Fury whispered back, looking nervously at Sin's weapon. Sin moved them both behind the couch into a better position. He thought for a second, and then pulled his Glock's suppressor from its holder and quickly screwed it on. He didn't want to give Fury's landlord a coronary if he had to shoot. He moved Fury along, keeping him safely behind him. Another round of loud pounding came. "What the hell?" Fury hissed. Sin put his hand to Fury's lips and shook his head, telling him not to respond. Damn. He wished he'd had more time to plan how to handle Fury's husband. "Who is it?" Sin yelled. "Furious!" a deep voice hollered back as the person began trying to break down the door. Sin knew the flimsy door wouldn't hold up against the heavy banging. "Furious, you in there?" "Wait!" Sin barely heard Furious yell when a large body slammed through the door, splintered the wood around the knob. The man's force propelled him forward into the apartment, and Sin used that momentum to his advantage. He pushed Fury back and charged toward the intruder. Sin dipped low and used his shoulder to push the man back into the wall. The guy looked to be almost as tall and strong as he was, leaving Sin no doubt that the man could give him a good fight, but he was momentarily startled by Sin's strength, and he was weaponless. Fury was yelling something at him, but Sin couldn't focus on that. He kept his concentration trained on the intruder. Sin ducked a wildly thrown punch, spun and hooked his arm under his attacker, throwing him face first against the wall. "Don't fucking move!" Sin held the man's thick arm behind his back and used his upper body to keep him pinned. He bent the man's hand in an awkward angle and used his thumb to apply pressure on a sensitive nerve in the wrist, making the man scream out in agony. He brought his Glock suppressor to the man's temple and in a low, dangerous growl told him, "He's mine now." "Sin, stop it! You're hurting him!" Fury was practically screaming at the top of his lungs, but it took a few seconds for the adrenaline to stop pounding through Sin's ears enough so he could hear him. "He's my friend!" Sin took his eyes off the man for a second to look at Fury, who looked like he might be sick. He looked like he was scared to touch Sin. His trembling hand hovered over Sin's shoulder. "Please put the gun down," Fury whispered. Sin raised his gun and stepped back quickly, pulling Fury with him, tucking him into his side. "Then why's he busting in here in the middle of the night?" "I don't know. If you let go of me, I can ask him." Fury looked down at Sin's death grip on his bicep. Sin cleared his throat. Sorry. Fury reached his friend just as he was turning back to face them, clutching and rubbing the aching spot on his wrist. Doug, are you all right? Fury took Doug's wrist in his hand, rubbing the spot where a bruise was already appearing. Sin didn't like the overly tender care Fury was showing his friend. He especially didn't like how ridiculously handsome this best friend was. Doug was breathing heavily and Sin hadn't even broken a sweat. I was filming at Illustra when I was picked up for questioning about Starman. They said you were just there, so I came to check on you. Doug cut his eyes at Sin before trying to whisper through gasping breaths. And my brother told me about the papers, so I thought I'd come stay the night. How thoughtful of you, but it's not necessary, Sin said through clenched teeth. Who the hell is this? Doug finally got his balls working and stepped closer to him. This is a guy I told you about. Fury looked back at Sin. Now that everything was calming down and there were no more blows being thrown, only angry glares, Fury admired Sin's rough-hewn appearance. He stood to his full 6'2". His Timberland boots braced shoulder-width apart as if ready to square off again. His pants were still unbuttoned, his shirt hanging open, and his gun resting at his side. He looked like a hot, renegade cop model. He's the confused cop? Doug asked disbelievingly. Fury's eyes widened at Doug's choice of words. I never said confused, he said, looking at Sin. Now I see what you meant. You didn't tell me he was some goddamn Bruce Willis die-hard cop type. Doug's eyes narrowed, darting back and forth between them. I heard a man's angry voice, and I thought maybe Patrick had you in here tied up or some shit. They were all silent for a second when Sin's two-way chirped to life and a strong, clear voice came, filling the small space. Sarge, what's your 20? Come back. Sin didn't take his deep eyes off of them as he unclipped the device from his belt. Emery Point. We got another body. Get over to the Illustra. God and Day are on their way over there now. 10-4. Sin replied and clipped the radio back on his belt. A dead body, Fury gasped, instinctively easing to Sin's side. I have to go. Sin straightened his clothes and tucked the large gun back into its holster. He looked back up at Doug. He looked like Fury, pale and shocked. Who is it? Doug asked. I don't know yet. Even if I did, I couldn't tell you. Sin asked Doug. Where are you just coming from? I just said, Doug snapped. From the station. You can ask your friends when you get there. Look, sorry to almost take you out. I thought you were his soon-to-be X2. Sin walked over to the couch to get his jacket. Sure, whatever, Captain America, Doug quipped angrily. Sin barked a laugh, putting his coat on. Fury walked over to him, keeping his back to his friend, wanting to say something, anything to Sin before he left. You talked to him about me? Sin didn't know if he was upset or not about that. He guessed it depended on what Fury said. A couple days back, when I left upset after those college bastards took a cheap shot at me, Fury huffed. I was pissed, okay? I didn't know what you wanted from me. I thought it was just... Sin moved in close, looking directly at him. Just what? That you thought I only wanted to play around and experiment with you? Is that what you think? Not after what just happened, no. But at that time, I thought so, yes. I only called Doug for a little comfort. Fury's voice was deep and raspy, his tight body pressed up close against Sin's. I'm sure he comforts you damn good, too, Sin hissed before he could think better of blurting that out. Wow, really? It's not like that. Doug is my friend. A friend who just happened to come by after 1 in the morning and bust through the door to get to you. Stop cutting me off. Doug is straight, and not my type even if he weren't. I don't do jealousy, Sin, so knock it off. Fury leaned in and brushed Sin's neck with his lips. Well, he pops up and it's late as fuck. So what am I to think? Sin whispered. Hey, I'm not gonna fuck around with you if I'm already fucking around with someone else. I'm not that type of guy. Fury moaned in Sin's ear when he buried his thick palm in Fury's hair, soothingly massaging his scalp. Sin's deep whiskey-rough voice penetrated his brain. I'm okay. I'm just all screwed up right now. With you and me, what happened tonight? I just really wish we hadn't been interrupted. Me too. Sin wrapped his arms around Fury's narrow waist. I want to spend more time with you. I need to spend more time with you. We will. Why do you look so upset? Sin asked. I'm nervous about the call you just got. Fury released a shaky breath. It's okay. We'll catch this person soon. Sin held Fury's hand, making his way to the door. Yeah, sounds like someone is after Illustra's entertainers, Doug piped up from his position on the arm of the couch. My team is good. We'll catch him. Sin turned to Doug. I'll need you to come back to the precinct first thing tomorrow. Why? The man asked with an exaggerated huff. Because I said so. You were at Illustra not long ago, right? Sin pulled out his keys while talking, not letting Doug answer. That means the murder may have happened while you were there, so like I said, I'll need you to come back in the morning. For now, stay here with Fury. Sin took Fury by the shoulders, turning him to face him. Any shit comes up, you call me on my cell. Sin handed Fury a card from his inside jacket pocket. If you have any problems, and I mean any at all, you call me immediately. I'm going to have the beat officer for this area do regular drive-bys to check for activity, especially since your door is broken now. Sin glared in Doug's direction. Fury nodded his head. Okay, I mean it. Sin smiled and kissed Fury's cheek like a perfect gentleman. He leaned in and inhaled his hair one more time, whispering into it, causing Fury to quiver. Call me later. Fury nodded again. Sure thing, Sergeant. Say it, Sin growled, nipping at Fury's ear. Yes, Sin, Fury said in a sexy whisper. Chapter 17. Jump and hope the parachute opens. It was 6 a.m. and Sin hadn't had a moment's sleep. After being at the crime scene for most of the early morning, Sin, God, Day, and Ranowski were in the captain's office rehashing the details of their most recent murder. Another male entertainer of Illustra had been drugged. Someone switched his own ecstasy with the laced stuff. His shoot had been cut short when he started to feel sick. The producer told him to go rest in one of the spare sets, but that never happened. Maxis Dillon was dragged out the back of the building and brutally beaten with a bat before his wrists were slit. There isn't the same M.O., Sin reminded them, which confirms that we got the person who killed Starman and the other 3 Vics. This victim wasn't shot, but cut. That means there is someone else, most likely from BTNS, continuing in Lady J's footsteps. I think we should get a search warrant for Illustra. For all we know, it could be the owner with the fucked-up ecstasy, Ranowski suggested. Why the hell would he be helping to kill off his own entertainers? Dillon and Starman were a couple of his highest earners, God argued from his perch on the corner of the captain's desk. He might not know the drugs were bad, Day said. God nodded and told Sin to get the warrant. Sin instructed a couple of his men to pick up all the women who were at Illustra between 6 p.m. and midnight. He'd gotten those names from Doug before letting him leave the station. Sin was now in the magistrate's office, waiting for a signature on his warrant. His mind strayed back to Furious for the 100th time. The feelings he was already having for the handsome man were beyond anything he'd ever felt, even for Rhodes. Sin held in a groan when he thought of burying his hand in Fury's ultra-soft hair while he came down the man's throat. He remembered his entire body tensing and spasming as his orgasm peaked, then feeling the highest high floating down to earth from euphoria. Jesus fuck. Sin twisted in the now very uncomfortable chair. His dick was getting hard. Furious stirred an uncontrollable hunger in him. For a man. Sin was just realizing how much he'd neglected his basic desires while chasing his career, and he desired a man. Fury may have long, gorgeous hair, but his firm features and the delicious stubble on his chin did away with any trace of femininity. All those lickable tattoos made Sin want to get on his own knees and explore where every pattern led. He wanted to please and ravage Furious, but he also wanted to get to know him. Sin debated if he needed to tell his lieutenants that he was involved with one of Illustra's entertainers, although Fury did say he was quitting. Sin loved a person with ambition and drive. Fury had removed himself from a bad situation with his husband, and instead of letting it destroy him, he handled it with strength and worked hard to achieve something for himself. Sin could respect a man like that all day long. Furious was going to be a business owner. Sin had to get this case solved, fast. When he took this job, he didn't think he would have to deal with so many dead bodies. Sin checked his watch again and huffed when he noticed he'd been waiting for 45 minutes. The receptionist looked up from her persistent typing and gave him an apologetic smile. He got up and went out into the hall to call Furious. The beat officers had already called and told him there was no activity all night. Sin had released a sigh of relief at the call. He wouldn't let Furious get hurt if he could help it. He made a mental note to ask the magistrate for a favor to get a temporary restraining order for Fury's husband. His cell buzzed on his hip. Speaking of... Hey, you, Sin spoke softly into the phone, his voice already filled with lust from thinking about the man. Hey, yourself. How's everything going? Fury's deep, sexy voice was like melted butter over a hot, fresh-baked roll. So perfect. It's okay, Sin released a soft breath. You sound tired, Sin. Sin's chest constricted at the concern in Fury's voice. Then, of course, the sound of his name on the man's lips made him feel like he was important to him. Yeah, I'm a little tired, but it comes with the territory. Are you okay? Have you heard anything? My lawyer said my ex called his office threatening his life. Not mine, necessarily. I guess he's saving that for the grand finale. Sin could hear the nervousness in Fury's voice. I want you to get a restraining order. I'm not concerned with your lawyer's usual procedure. I don't want this guy anywhere near you. Sin berated himself for using that authoritative tone. Did he really have a right to demand anything of Fury? He hardly knew him. They'd only fooled around a bit. What if Fury was trying to get his ex's attention by having him served? What if Fury wanted to give him another chance? See if the guy had changed. Hey, you, Fury threw back at him. I can hear your mind turning from here. It's nothing, Sin huffed. You know what? Fuck it. Are you busy tonight? I'm working on my final, but after that I'm free. Fury's voice dropped to a low bass when he asked, Did you have something in mind, Sin? Sin looked down the hall to be sure no one was coming before adjusting his rising cock, groaning into the receiver. Very nice. I already know what's on your mind. Good, 'cause it's on mine, too. Been thinking about your cock in my mouth all fucking morning. Furious, Sin growled. I'm right here. Tell me what you want, Sin. Sin hesitated. Furious wasn't messing with him. This was it, the real deal. Damn. Am I ready to fuck a man? Sin had watched gay porn. He knew the basics, but that's all he knew. Sin had only fucked women, but so help him, he wanted nothing more than to fuck Furious until he yelled out in that deep voice. You're making me wait too long, Sin. Are we on the same page or not? Furious's voice was firm and clipped, and it made Sin's stomach drop and his cock rise. Yeah, we're on the same page, he whispered. Good. Text me your address. Sin stood in the middle of the hall looking lost. His mouth was parted so he could take in a little extra oxygen. He felt like he was suffocating. He wanted Furious there with him right now. His long hair hanging down over his face, staring him in the eyes, pressing their foreheads together while clutching his hips, forcing him to move. Dark eyes boring into... Sin! Fury snapped, causing Sin to jump and almost drop his phone. Sin cleared his throat. Yes, I'm here. Text me the address. Now. Sergeant Sidney, your warrant is ready, came the voice from down the hall. Sin looked back toward the magistrate's office and saw the petite secretary standing there, holding the warrant in her hand. Sin covered the receiver and thanked her. Fury, I'm texting you the address now. Fine. I'll be there at 8. Fury paused, and Sin listened to the silence. And Sin? Yeah. Be ready. Fury disconnected their call. Sin yanked at the growth on top of his head. Fuck. Am I ready? Shit, I wasn't ready with Rhodes. And he left. Chapter 18. Date Night. Furious thought about asking Doug for a ride to Sin's after meeting with the property manager about leasing their garage space, but decided to have him drop him off at the pub. Fury was in the best mood he'd been in months. He was finally graduating from school. 9 months of intense studying and training was at last going to pay off. He wasn't going to have to work in someone else's garage, making money for them. No, he would have his own, joint-owned shop, fulfilling the promise he'd made to his father before he passed. He also hadn't heard a peep from his soon-to-be ex-husband. Maybe Patrick would just sign the papers and let him get on with his life. Last, but certainly not least, he'd met someone that he felt he could have a decent relationship with. Fury knew that would take time, but he couldn't ignore the way Sin looked at him, begged for him, caressed him. He especially couldn't ignore that the man had a protective streak like nothing else he'd ever seen. No one had ever stood up for him or tried to protect him like Sin, so he no longer feared that Sin would snap like Patrick had. Fury jogged across the street from the pub after Doug's headlights disappeared around the corner. He took the elevator to Sin's floor, looking down at his clothes to make sure everything was perfect. He untucked his hair from behind his ears as the rest flowed down between his shoulders. He stopped at Sin's apartment door and tapped a couple times. Fury had to admit his stomach was flip-flopping. He hadn't been on a first date in years, but more than that, he'd never dated a cop. He actually avoided them. Although Fury had never been in any criminal trouble, he'd always classified cops as homophobic assholes with badges that they thought gave them permission to serve an ass-whipping if they felt like it. But he just knew Sin was different. Fury's last thought was cut off when Sin opened his door looking delicious in tight blue jeans and a simple white polo shirt. A gold link chain hung around his neck, matching perfectly the square-cut diamond in his right earlobe. Fury liked that the man was letting his hair grow out a bit. The dark length on top was sticking up wherever it wanted. It was completely free of product and was just long enough to pull on. The salt and pepper edges were tapered close, and his goatee was trimmed in a thin, neat line. Fury loved that Sin had a little premature gray, making him look distinguished and sexy as fuck. "Hey, you," Sin said with a slight smirk playing on his mouth, obviously liking the way Fury was taking all of him in. "Hey, yourself." Fury couldn't keep the grin from his face. Sin moved to let him in. As soon as Sin closed the door, Fury crowded him, walking Sin backward until his back was against the door. "Hey," he whispered again inside Sin's parted lips. Fury took both of Sin's hands, linked their fingers together, and pressed them against the door. "You smell good." Fury's lips ghosted against Sin's cheek as he nudged the side of Sin's face, making him turn slightly so he could bury his face in Sin's neck. He felt Sin breathing faster while he pushed against him, seeking out pleasure a little lower. Sin hissed in his ear, and Fury smiled. "Damn, you're so responsive. I love it." Fury released their hands, and Sin immediately brought his up and buried them in Fury's long locks. "You like my hair a lot, don't you?" Sin's groan was his answer as he rocked his hips some more. "Answer me." Fury nipped Sin's chin before licking away the sting. "Yes, I do. It's so soft and smells so good." Sin's voice was rough and deep. Fury felt its vibration against his neck. He put both his hands on Sin's square jaw and chastely pressed his own lips to his. Sin's lips looked firm, but were soft and sweet. The bottom was just a little plumper than the top, absolutely perfect for sucking. Fury rubbed his lips back and forth over Sin's, teasing and playing to see what the man would do. He felt victorious when Sin grunted and leaned forward to deepen their connection. Fury pulled back slightly, making Sin chase him. "Stop fucking teasing me," Sin growled. "I'm not. You want it? Take it." Fury bit Sin just under the jaw. Sin's grip tightened in Fury's hair as he held him still to claim his mouth. Fury opened and let his detective control the kiss. For now. Their tongues dueled almost violently, Fury matching Sin's passion. He eased his hands down to Sin's tight ass and squeezed him through the denim. Fuck. He slowly massaged those round globes until Sin was thrusting his ass back, clearly asking for more. Fury pulled out of the kiss, gulping in air as he dipped to lick and nibble on Sin's chin. One hand kept massaging, while his other hand traced the crease of Sin's ass. The groans and cries coming from his big, strong cop had Fury's dick growing even harder. "God damn it," Fury hissed. "If we don't stop, we won't make it to dinner." "Huh?" Sin whispered as he continued nuzzling his face in Fury's hair. "Dinner. I'm starving." "Oh, I don't know how to cook," Sin said against his ear. Fury's laugh was husky. "Okay, how about we go out and grab a bite?" Fury let his hands dip down past Sin's ass, nudging his balls a bit before tracing back up his seam again. "You have a preference?" Fury's hand tightened on the back of Sin's neck while his other hand continued its exploration. He brought his hand to the front and cupped Sin's thick package, squeezing until he heard a strained grunt and felt Sin's hips jolt forward. Fury smiled. "I asked you a question, Sin." "Huh?" Sin was sucking on Fury's neck, making it difficult for him to concentrate too. Fury popped Sin on his ass before backing up. "Food. Oh yeah, I can't cook." Fury smiled as Sin stumbled over his words, trying to get his breathing under control. "You already said that," Fury said, turning to look around Sin's spacious but fairly empty apartment. There was a sectional sofa, as well as a recliner in front of a massive television in the living room. There were no pictures or decorations anywhere. He saw an archway that led to a decent-sized kitchen, but that looked pretty bare as well. "I haven't been here long," Sin said, picking up on Fury's thoughts. "I just ordered a couch, and I have a few pictures coming soon, and I have a new bed." Fury spun and watched Sin. He looked so goddamn edible standing there all timid and unsure. "A new bed, huh?" Sin shrugged. "Just saying." "Well, you'll have to give me the whole tour when we get back from dinner." Fury smiled. Sin nodded and gathered his things off the shelf against the wall. Fury watched him clip on his badge and tuck a gun in the small of his back before pulling his shirt over it. "Do you always have to carry a gun?" "No, I don't have to. I feel naked without it, though," Sin said, grabbing a jacket out of the closet. "What kind of gun is that? It's different from the one you had yesterday." "This is a Smith & Wesson 5906. It fits better back here if I'm not wearing my holster. I typically have my Glocks while working." "How many guns do you have?" Sin stepped into Fury's personal space, standing eye to eye with him. "I have enough." Fury snorted, opened the door, and Sin locked up behind them. "Hey, how about some wings and beer?" "Sounds good." "Cool. I know an awesome spot called Henry's. They have the absolute best beer selections and the wings are great. They also have darts and pool." Fury stopped talking when he noticed Sin looking a little pale. "Hey, what's up?" Nothing." They were in Sin's old faithful truck, and Fury sat silently watching the man next to him. "We going or what?" Fury narrowed his eyes, staring at the side of Sin's face. His jaw was clenched and his neck was flushed. What the hell? Yeah, let's go. Okay. Sin thought he was going to be sick. It was just his goddamn luck that Fury would suggest the one place where half the department liked to hang out. Hell, even his lieutenants frequented this place. It would be cruel to subject Fury to Day's inappropriateness so soon. Sin wasn't necessarily afraid of being with a man. He just wasn't the type to make his personal life public. Or am I scared? Fuck. Sin didn't think Fury would go for keeping them a secret. The man had made that quite clear when they were in the alley. Sin gripped the steering wheel and willed his foot to press the accelerator. Maybe, just maybe, there wouldn't be anyone familiar there. Sin drove under the speed limit and felt Furious's probing eyes on the side of his face. He tried to smile and keep his jaw from showing his nervous tic. Despite his efforts, they got there in what felt like record time. Furious got out and waited for Sin to slowly make his way toward the entrance. "Are you sure everything's all right?" Furious asked, annoyed. "I'm good. Really good." "Perfect," Sin said, mentally kicking himself for sounding like an idiot. Fury took his hand in his, and it took every ounce of Sin's willpower not to pull his hand back. Of course he'd be into PDA. Furious pulled open the door and walked in as if he hadn't a care in the world. It was almost 9 p.m., and though it wasn't packed, there were quite a few people there. Sin tried not to look around, keeping his eyes on the back of Furious's head as he led them to a booth, thankfully located in the back of the bar, where it was a little bit darker. Sin made sure to sit so he was facing the door while Fury sat opposite of him. Fury didn't speak. He picked up one of the menus and started to look through it. "First time out with a man?" Sin's head snapped up from hiding behind his menu. Yeah, but, you know." "No, I don't know," Fury answered quickly. "If you didn't want to come out, why didn't you say so? You look like you're about to pull a disguise out of your coat. Or do you plan to just stay hidden behind your menu all fucking evening?" "Furious, although that's going to make eating really difficult. Should I be prepared for you to fake a stomachache?" "Enough," Sin barked. Furious's dark eyes widened at his tone. "Look, cut me some slack, all right? I am not new to dating men. I'm new to dating, period. Just about all of my adult life, I've focused on being a cop, a damn good cop. I had little time for anything else in my life, including dates. Dating takes time and patience, two things I didn't have. I was prepared to accept being alone the rest of my life until I saw you. I wanted you, and I was more than willing to take the time and effort to be with you. So forgive me if I don't do everything exactly right on our first date. I'm not expecting you to. I haven't dated in years myself. But one thing I'm not concerned about is being ashamed." Fury looked Sin dead in the eye. Sin didn't have a chance to respond. The waitress came to set a pail of peanuts on the table, speaking in a cheerful voice. "What can I get you guys to drink?" "I'll take whatever autumn ale you have on tap," Furious said, grabbing a handful of peanuts. "Wow, your hair is so pretty. I wish mine was that full. Can I touch it?" She reached in and ran her fingers through Fury's hair without waiting for an answer. Sin bristled while he watched the busty waitress fawn over his man's hair. Shit. Sin was already considering Fury his. Sin locked eyes with Furious and saw the evil glint in his eye. He obviously realized that Sin didn't like what the waitress was doing. Sin wanted to be the only one allowed to touch that gorgeous mane. She brought her hand up for another swipe and Sin blurted out, "I'll have the same. I'm dying of thirst here." Furious chuckled deeply as the waitress scurried off to get their beers. He gave Sin an incredulous look. "Seriously? I think it's a little unprofessional to do that, don't you?" Sin argued. "Do what? Don't play with me." "Oh, don't play with you?" Fury swiftly interjected. "Yes, don't. I wouldn't let someone else feel me up when I'm out with you, so don't let her touch you again." Fury raised one eyebrow at Sin's tone. Sure, whatever. But she wasn't feeling me up, Sin. Fury slouched down lower in the booth and draped one arm across the back. His tight black t-shirt revealed his toned chest and tattoos on both arms. Various tribal arts, some nautical stars, and a large motorcycle on his left arm. Sin wondered what they all meant, and how many more he had hidden beneath his clothes. Fury just stared at him without saying anything. Sin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His cock was already at half-mast, but with Fury looking at him like that, he was getting harder with each glare. Sin felt a foot nudge his under the table, making him look at Fury and turn up the corner of his mouth. There. That's better, Fury said in his deep, sexy timbre. You're hot as fuck when you get all controlling. Sin just shook his head and took a large gulp of the beer the waitress just sat in front of him. We'll have the endless wings, please, Fury ordered for them. Anything else, babe? Sin choked on his beer at Fury's term of endearment, wrenching a hearty laugh from not only the waitress but from his date, too. Funny. You'll pay for that later. I hope so, Fury almost purred. After the waitress dropped off their order, Sin's nerves had settled and the two of them fell into light, easy conversation. It helped Sin's comfort level that there was no one there he recognized from his precinct. As he and Fury ate and drank, Sin told him about the long line of cops he came from, explaining that he'd always wanted to be a detective. Fury told him about his dad being the greatest mechanic he'd ever worked with and how he was going to run his shop the same way, with integrity and pride. They laughed about his jerk-off videos for Illustra and the things he'd have to imagine to get through them. Sin sobered quickly when Fury confessed that he'd thought about him, his lips, about his smell and his strength. He told him how much Sin turned him on. Ditto, was all Sin could say by that point. The look from Fury said he'd had enough small talk and was ready for something else. Sin knew exactly what that something was. Sin paid the bill and they headed to the door with lust so thick around them Sin couldn't help but wonder if anyone else could see it. Fury reached back for Sin's hand, and he gladly offered it. He looked over his shoulders and threw him a seductive wink when Sin crowded in close behind him. As soon as Sin made it out the door, he saw 4 members of his team walking up the sidewalk. Well, fuck me. Hey, Sarge. Pendleton, his demolitions expert, was the first to speak up. Sin threw down Fury's hand and quickly put some distance between them. Yeah, hey, fellas. They'd all stopped and were staring back and forth between him and Fury. Sin couldn't even look Furious in the eye after what he'd just done. Detective Green cleared his throat and pointed at Fury. Don't I know you? Hardly, Fury mumbled. This is, he's my, Sin cursed under his breath. Obviously, his team already knew who Furious was. They all had detailed lists of illustrious entertainers, and Furious's image was not easy to forget. Sarge, who's your friend? Detective Ruxburg asked, a sly smile playing on his handsome face. He's leaving. Fury's deep voice cut in as he eased his way through and walked in the opposite direction of Sin's truck. Fuck, Sin whispered as he watched Fury turn the corner. You'd better go after him and be ready to do some serious groveling, his IT detective said in his calm, cool voice. Sin didn't say anything. His guys walked around him and went into the bar, leaving him feeling ashamed. He thought about running after Fury, but chose to get in his truck and cut him off at the corner. He sped around the block and pulled into an alley, hoping to intercept his angry date. When Sin got out of the truck, Fury was turning the corner, coming toward him. Oh, hell. Fury had his hands crammed into his pockets, and if the scowl on his face didn't indicate how angry Furious was, then his choice of words when he finally reached Sin sure as hell did. Get the fuck away from me. Furious, I know you're upset. Fury spun around and glared at him with midnight eyes. Upset? Upset? Look at my face, goddammit. Does this just look upset to you? Sin put his hand up in a calming gesture. All right, you're angry, and you have every right to be. I reacted badly back there. I was just caught off guard." Fury was in Sin's face, and people on the street had begun to stop and stare. "Can we please move this off the sidewalk?" Sin tried to usher Fury farther into the alley and away from the nosy fuckers on the street. "Don't fucking touch me!" "I'm not gonna touch you. Damn, calm down. I just want to explain," Sin argued. It seemed every time he was around Fury, he was apologizing for something. "I'm sorry, okay? I should have introduced you properly to my team. How would the—" "Please, Furious, let me finish. I should have told them your name and introduced you as my friend at a minimum. I'm sorry. I told you I fucking suck at this dating shit. And if you don't tell me to go fuck myself and give me another—" "Go fuck yourself," Fury interrupted. He tried to move around Sin, but Sin grabbed him around the wrist and backed him against the side of his truck. "No, I will not go fuck myself. I would rather fuck you." "Well, you pretty much shot that chance all to hell," Fury yelled right back at him. "Have I? What do you think? Just because I'm a man you can treat me any goddamn way you please? If you were with a woman, would you have treated me like that in front of those guys?" Sin looked away, knowing the answer to that question was no. "Answer me." "Probably not," Sin admitted. "Forgive me. I shouldn't have done that to you. You don't deserve to be treated like—" "You're goddamn right I don't. I will not be your dirty little secret, Sin." Fury pointed his finger in Sin's face. "When you asked me out, I told you to be ready. And I meant that. I'm not in the closet, haven't been in over 15 years, and I'm not going into one for you or anybody else. Furious, I'm not in the closet, and I don't want to be either. My team is a good group of guys, and I should have known they wouldn't act like asses. But I'm still the new guy to them. I've always kept pretty much to myself. That's all that was. I really didn't know how to act in that situation." Sin noticed Fury's anger slowly dissolving, so he took the chance and put his arm around Fury's waist. Fury tried to push Sin off, but he didn't put very much force behind it. Sin buried his face into Fury's hair. "Forgive me, Fury." "Just take me home," Fury mumbled, and moved to the passenger side of the truck. The drive home was deathly quiet. Sin wasn't sure if Fury was going to forgive him or not. He was certainly hoping he would. Sin really did like Fury. He was the type of man he'd want to spend hours talking to because the deep sexiness of his voice did funny things to Sin's groin. Listening to him laugh was like the sweetest music to his ears. He wanted to see Furious's gorgeous face when he came home from working a shitty case, knowing he would make it better. He wanted to get into bed with him after a hot shower and bury his face in Fury's soft hair and just lose himself in the erotic scent that lingered in those gorgeous locks. Sin fought the urge to apologize again. He'd done it at least 5 times now. He looked over at Fury, wishing he would turn and look at him. "Are you going to say anything?" Fury did look at him then. But what he said wasn't exactly what Sin wanted to hear. "Your truck needs a tune-up." Then he turned his head back toward the window. Sin pulled up to the curb opposite Fury's apartment and shut off the engine. Fury didn't say anything. He just opened the door, got out of the truck, and walked across the street. Sin jumped out, calling to him, "Fury, please wait." Fury stopped in the middle of the street and turned to face him, looking completely exasperated. "What?" Sin was just making his way around the truck when he heard tires screeching and bright headlights headed directly at Fury. "Furious!" Sin yelled, but he saw there was no time. He ran at full speed, leaping and slamming his body into Fury's, the car's front end just missing them. Sin rolled with Fury, a messy tangle of long limbs hitting the curb hard. Sin kept one arm around Fury while craning his neck to try to see where the car was. All he could see was the make of the dark vehicle and 2 letters of the license plate. Sin pulled his S&W from behind his back just in case they circled back around. Sin jumped up and pulled Fury up with him. "Inside, now!" Fury moved quickly, Sin right behind him. As soon as they got inside the apartment, Sin turned Fury to face him. He looked him over and determined that he was okay for the most part. Fury looked like he was in shock, and rightfully so. Someone had just tried to kill him. Sin put both hands on Fury's flushed cheeks. "Furious, look at me." Sin waited for those now haunted eyes to look at his. When Fury finally focused on his face, he had to slip into cop mode and ask his questions while the details were fresh in his mind. "Does your husband drive a BMW or a Mercedes?" "What?" Fury whispered. "That car that just tried to run you down was a Mercedes or BMW, maybe. Is that what your ex drives?" Sin tried to speak as clearly as he could. "No, he doesn't drive at all. He has drivers." Sin pulled out his cell and called the precinct. He watched as Fury slumped down onto his couch and scrubbed both hands over his face. Sin was giving the operator his badge number when Fury's head popped up, looking startled. "Wait, did you say a dark Mercedes?" Sin told the operator to hold on. "Yes. Do you know someone that drives a black Mercedes?" "Yeah." Fury looked up at him. "Sasha Payne from Illustra has a black Mercedes." Sin got back on the phone. "I need a bolo on a black Mercedes headed eastbound on Clifton Road in Emery Point. The first two letters of the plate are Bravo Tango." Sin finished with dispatch, then called his first officer. While waiting for the phone to be answered, he told Fury to pack a bag with whatever he would need for the next couple of days. Fury didn't move. "Furious," Sin growled. He wanted to get the hell out of that apartment just in case Sasha wanted to come finish the job. "I'm not leaving. She is not going to run me out of my own damn place." Fury jutted out his chin in defiance. Sin forgot about his phone call and came to stand directly in front of Fury. "Go and pack a bag now. That crazy bitch is not going to get a second chance if I have anything to say about it." "You don't have anything to say about it." "The hell I don't," Sin barked. "Your foolish pride will get you killed. Let's deal with her and then you're more than welcome to come home. Don't let your stubbornness make you an easy target, because that's just stupid." "You calling me stupid?" Fury snapped right back. Sin rolled his eyes in frustration. "Are you fucking kidding me? Furious, we don't have time for this Mickey Mouse bullshit right now. Go get your shit and let's move." Sin went over to the only window in Fury's apartment and stood watch while Fury threw some clothes, toiletries, books, and a laptop into a bag, grumbling curses the entire time. Sin let him say whatever he wanted to, as long as he was doing what needed to be done. Fury had a large duffel bag draped over his shoulder when he came to stand in front of Sin. "Done, detective. Anything else you want to order me to do?" Sin took a quick, calming breath. He took Fury's duffel off his shoulder and set it gently at his feet. He put his arms around Fury's waist and pulled him to him. "I'm not trying to order you around. I just can't let anyone hurt you." Sin squeezed his eyes shut. "I wouldn't handle it well if you were hurt when I knew that I could have done something to prevent it. I have to go with my gut. I've always trusted it, and it's gotten me out of more than a few jams. My instincts are telling me to not leave you here alone tonight, so you're coming home with me. I'll have Sasha picked up by morning and a restraining order issued for your ex. Then, if you never want to see me again, I'll understand." Sin was so relieved when Fury leaned in and hugged him back. "This is too much, you know. I'm a nobody, a goddamn mechanic. Why the fuck is she after me?" Fury's breath ghosted over the damp skin of Sin's neck. He pulled back to look into Fury's frightened eyes. "Fuck that. You are not a nobody. Don't ever say that shit again. You're... Sin didn't quite know what he was ready to admit yet, or if he could voice what he was feeling for Fury. "You're important to me." One thing was certain. While his protective streak ran deep for this man, there was something else there, lying just beneath that. He wasn't going to say love. That was too much too damn soon. He'd never even been in love, so he wasn't going to start slinging that word around. But he wasn't ready for Fury to check out of his life permanently. That thought made Sin sick. "I'm what, Sin?" Sin blinked. He needed to finish what he was saying. You're strong enough to handle this and come out victorious. Sin squeezed him back. Come on, we gotta go. When they were back in the truck and headed back to his place, Sin radioed for a unit to patrol the area around Fury's apartment because he was worried about his landlady. By the time Sin made it back to his side of town, Ranowski called and told him that their bolo would be in effect for 24 hours. But no one had picked up Sasha yet. Chapter 19. A hard head makes a soft behind. Sin unlocked his door and let Fury into his place for the second time that night. Shouldn't I be in witness protection or something? In a secure location? Fury fired off indignantly. Sin flicked on the lamp in the living room and turned to look at Furious, shooting him a look that said, Really? Would you rather I take you down to the station where a detective can question you for 5 hours before they take you to the shittiest hotel in the next city, while some cop that's ridden a desk for the last 10 years sits on his ass the entire time he's so-called guarding you? Fury dropped his duffel bag to the floor and shook his head. I guess not. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sin grinned. He removed his coat and draped it over the back of his new sofa. It was nice, but he hadn't had the chance to enjoy it yet. Fury walked backwards until the back of his legs hit the couch. He flopped down like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. Sin rubbed the back of his neck, wincing at the tension there. He needed to say something to Fury. Anything. But what? Bad people, crime, guns blazing, cars running you off the road, all this was normal for Sin. But Fury was just trying to live his life. Sin sat down next to the beautiful man, his hand hovering over his knee before he moved it and placed it on his shoulder. The gesture was meant to be comforting, but didn't look like it was helping. Are you okay? No, Sin, I'm not okay. That crazy bitch just tried to kill me, and for what? Because I wouldn't fuck her. Fury's voice was rising with each word. He vaulted off the couch and started pacing in front of Sin, pulling on the ends of his hair. Is that cause to kill someone? Jesus Christ. I wasn't trying to make her fucking look bad. I didn't want to fuck her because I'm fucking gay. Sin's eyes widened and he put his hand out to stop Fury's pacing. Furious, please quiet down. Fury spun on him, a hard scowl twisting his gorgeous features. Oh yeah, I forgot for a second. You're not gay. We sure wouldn't want the neighbors thinking that. Sin's head snapped back at Fury's rant. All right, you're upset about what just happened and you're projecting. I'm gonna give you some alone time. There's beer in the fridge, guest bath is down the hall. Make yourself at home. Sin turned to go to his bedroom. He'd be damned if he was going to let Fury turn this into a fight about him accepting who he was. Fucking coward, Fury mumbled. Sin halted at his bedroom door. Did he really just fucking say that? Sin pivoted on his heels and hurried back into the living room. What the fuck did you just call me? Fury's eyes bulged at Sin's anger. He rose slowly from his seated position and eased around to the other side of the couch. The fear on his face quickly turned to anger. You want to fight me? Beat me up, detective? What? Sin gasped at the absurdity of that question. He faced Fury head on and held his angry black glare with his own. First of all, how dare you even think for a second that I would put my hands on you in anger? Just because the bastard you chose to marry did doesn't mean all men hit. Sin pointed at his chest. I'm not a coward, Furious. In case you forgot, I just saved your goddamn life. Oh no, I haven't forgotten. But yes, you're the worst kind of coward. You're not scared of being shot at or throwing yourself in front of 2 tons of speeding metal, but you're afraid to hold a man's hand, a man you claim to like, in public. Such a badass in the fucking street, but too pussy to admit what you really are. Sin wasn't sure how long he stared at Fury before turning, walking to his room, slamming the door behind him. Fuck. Why the hell did I say that? As soon as Fury saw the hurt on Sin's face, he'd immediately wanted to take those spiteful words back. Fury was scared shitless. And he was indeed projecting just like Sin said he was. It wasn't Sin's fault that his life was so fucked right now. Actually, if it weren't for the cop, Fury would be going through this on his own. Honestly, he'd be dead now. Sin was trying to stick by him, contrary to what Fury's mind was telling him. Sin was trying to put forth the effort to be with him, and Fury wasn't cutting him an inch of slack. Now, here he was in his apartment, under his protection, and he'd just insulted him so cruelly that Sin couldn't respond. Fury walked down the hall and stood in front of Sin's bedroom door. His hand was poised to knock until he heard the shower running and chose to just let it go. Fury needed to leave. This was his own shitty life. Fury was supposed to be about taking back control, but what was he doing right now besides hiding behind Sin's secured walls? He'd let a crazy bitch run him out of his own home. Fuck this. Fury grabbed his duffel and leather jacket and left out the front door. Fury was feeling confident until he left the apartment building and got to the street. Then a fear like none he'd ever felt struck him. It was late and dark, but people bustled by him like he wasn't there, completely oblivious to his unease. He was running right back into harm's way. A crazy person had literally just tried to kill him. Instead of staying where he was safe, he decided it was a good idea to leave that sanctuary and return to danger, unarmed. A car screeched to a halt 3 lanes over, and the sound made Fury want to dive for cover. What the fuck am I doing? Shit. When Fury thought of Sin's words, "Don't let your stubbornness make you an easy target," he thought about going back upstairs. That's exactly what Fury was doing. He heaved a breath and threw his duffel back up on his shoulder. He looked across the street and saw 5 or 6 guys stumble out of his uncle's pub, laughing. Fury thought he'd just go over there to kill some time, and maybe if his uncle wasn't in one of his moods, he would let Fury bunk on his couch for a couple days, or until they caught Sasha. Fury speed-walked across the street and hurried into the pub. His heart rate was elevated, and he was pissed because all this anxiety was driving him insane. He thought briefly of calling Doug, but he'd already told Fury that he was trying to spend a little extra time with Sal, especially since they were going to be putting in some hellish hours soon to get their shop up and running. He inched his way through the crowd, hiding his bag in the storage room so his uncle didn't see it. "Can you use some help, pretty girl?" Fury whispered in Candy's ear as she hurriedly punched the register. She jumped and slapped Fury on the shoulder for sneaking up on her. "What are you doing here on your only evening off?" she asked, grinning at him, shaking her head in disbelief. "I have no life." He faked a smile. "Need some help?" She turned to look at him, giving him her full attention. "Honey, are you all right?" Fury felt the prickling of tears and immediately got angry. How dare his emotions betray his attempt at control? He wouldn't cry about the situation. It was useless. Crying didn't do a damn thing but waste energy. "I'm fine. Can just use a distraction is all." He shrugged. "Well, knock yourself out. You can take the far end. Sean ended up having to go pick up his daughter early, leaving me to tend the entire bar." She rolled her eyes. "And, of course, your useless uncle didn't bother coming out to help me." "Yeah, I believe that," Fury said, while pulling his hair back. He didn't have on the bar's t-shirt, but he didn't care. He was just helping Candy and trying to occupy his mind so that it didn't wander to the cop across the street. The cop who had probably just gotten out of the shower and realized he was missing a house guest. Over the next couple of hours, Fury fell into the easy routine and lost himself in the monotony of take order, make order, run tab, refill, cash out, wipe bar, repeat. He was sure some of the regulars noticed he was short on small talk tonight, but everyone's entitled to one of those days. It was getting near closing time when Fury went in the back to stack the trash at the service door. His uncle's door was open, so he peeked in, tapping on the frame. "Hey, Unc, is this a bad time?" "It's always a bad time. What do you want?" His uncle grumbled, not even bothering to look up at him. "My place is being fumigated. Can I crash on your couch?" Fury chewed his bottom lip. This time his uncle did look up at him with a look of annoyance across his wide face. 3 days tops, Fury added. Whatever, just bring your own washing detergent and food because you're not using mine. His uncle waved him away, and Fury gladly left. He really hated asking him for anything, but unfortunately he was all the family Fury had. Nothing beats family. He came back out to the front and gasped at the large, dark figure sitting at the bar. Fury's chest constricted at the sight. He came. Fury got his legs working and slowly made his way behind the bar. Candy, can you grab that order right there? Fury pointed at the stern face staring angrily at him. No, thank you. I'd rather you took care of me, Furious. It was spoken casually, but the hard, piercing glare said it was a command. Candy's head darted back and forth between them, and Fury decided it was best to leave her out of it. He walked slowly to the end of the bar and stood in front of his fuming customer. I left for a reason, Fury leaned in and whispered. I have nothing to say to you. Oh, I think you have a lot to say to your husband, Furious. Chapter 20. Still on the chase. Silly, ignorant, bull-headed, stubborn, high-maintenance, jackass little prick. Sin was grumbling under his breath as he tucked his S&W into the small of his back. When Sin came out of his room an hour later, he'd been livid to see that Fury had left. At first, he threw his hands up, thinking it wasn't going to be his problem anymore. Fury didn't respect him, and he refused to be called names and rebuffed repeatedly when he was trying his best. But the more he sat and stewed, the more his heart told him to go find the idiot and bring him back so he could protect him. No matter how much the gorgeous bastard irked him, he wanted him in the worst way. Sin threw on his coat and left his apartment. He was heading to his truck when a cold feeling of dread ran up his spine. It was his instinct telling him something was wrong. Really wrong. Sin looked up and down the busy street looking for the source of his unease. His eyes landed on the lit-up sign of the pub across the street. Are you in there, you fool? Sin jogged across the street, pulling the door open with too much force, quickly scanning the bar area. Sure enough, Fury was behind the bar, working. Sin sat down in his usual seat, noticing that the place was slowing down since it was closing in about a half hour. There were a few booths occupied, and at the bar were only 3 people still sitting, nursing drinks. 2 men dressed in expensive business suits sat nearby while he waited for Fury to turn around and acknowledge him. He gave a quick head nod to the 2 men, thinking they were overdressed for this place. They looked like corporate types, but were built like Mack trucks. Fury turned to face him, and Sin immediately saw the fearful eyes, the closed-in-on-himself posture, and, most of all, the relief that flashed across his face at seeing Sin. He jerked his head for Fury to come down to him. Fury took a napkin from the holder and placed it in front of Sin with shaking hands. Okay, something is very wrong. Furious, why did you leave? I thought you wanted me to. Fury leaned in, speaking quietly. If I'd wanted you to leave, I would have told you to, Sin said directly. He was watching Fury closely and saw him cut his eyes down to the 2 men in the suits. Furious, what's the matter? It's nothing, Fury insisted. Sin looked down at the men who were casually talking, then turned back to Fury. You're coming back with me. Now, let's go. Fury shook his head no. Furious, I'm not going. Sin's phone rang, cutting off his words. He didn't break eye contact with Furious as he pulled out the phone. Sin. Sin listened intently to his lieutenant while watching Fury dart his obviously frightened eyes back and forth from the bar to those suits. Yeah, I'm at the pub across the street, all right? See you in 10. Sin hung up, tucked his phone into his pocket, and waited for Fury to look back at him. Come on, we're leaving. I gotta put the trash out. I'll be back. Furious told him distractedly. What aren't you telling me? Fury's body language was screaming his discomfort, but Sin didn't know the man well enough yet to know exactly what it was. So he wouldn't keep guessing. He was getting Fury out of there, period. Sin's phone rang again. This time it was Ranowski. I'm going to take this out front. Meet me outside as soon as you finish. His eyes caught Fury's again, but only for a second. 5 minutes, he told him, and got off his stool to wait for him out front. Sin waited by his truck while talking to Ranowski. Rowe told him that Sasha Payne had been picked up along with 2 other girls. Sasha and one other female performer, Angelica, were being real tight-lipped, but Ranowski believed he could get the other one to talk. He wanted Sin in on the interrogation. Yeah, they and God are in my area and are coming by to get me. We should be there shortly. Sin disconnected the call and checked his watch. It had been 7 minutes. Sin followed his first instinct and headed back inside the pub. Chapter 21. Asshole is in the dictionary, right next to fuck you. Fury was so happy to see Sin's handsome face that he'd wanted to hurdle the bar, throw himself in the man's muscular arms, and beg his forgiveness for being such an ass. Not only was his abusive husband, Patrick, there, but he'd brought his crazy asshole brother, too. In the past 20 minutes, Patrick had only said a couple words to him, but Brendan kept shooting him heated glares as they casually sipped their beers. Fury didn't know if they were waiting for him to leave or what, but they were acting very strange. He wanted to tell Sin that Patrick was right there beside him, but he didn't want to start a problem in his uncle's place. He'd simply leave with his fierce protector and urge Sin to get the restraining order, which would take care of everything. One thing Patrick wouldn't do is risk publicly humiliating himself and his company by getting arrested. Fury was double-timing it, emptying the trash with no intention of going back inside. He would simply walk up the alley and meet Sin at his truck, leaving Patrick and Bren inside wondering when he was coming back. So, darling, this is where you've been hiding yourself, huh? All that time I spent searching for you, and here you were all along. With the trash. Patrick's voice was calm and even. It usually was right before he went crazy all over Fury's face. He looked around the alley, full of dumpsters, empty liquor bottles, discarded food, and shook his head disgustedly. Well, when I met you, you were slumming it, so obviously that's where you'd run back to. Patrick was talking about his father's garage. He may have thought it was a dump, but many people believed it was a pretty awesome place. Fury rued the day he let Patrick's smooth-talking charm take him away from it. I must admit, not changing your name back to your father's was fairly smart. Really made it hard for the PI to find you. Bren said to let it go. You weren't worth it. But I believed that you would come back eventually. Then out of the blue, surprise, I'm served. At my fucking business. With divorce papers. So goddamn disrespectful. Fury flinched at his husband's quick rage. I knew you were never too bright, darling, but come on. You had to know I wouldn't just let you go after all the money I spent on you. I left everything, and you fucking know it, Fury yelled. I couldn't care less about the fancy clothes and expensive jewelry. It's all worthless now, isn't it? Tell me something, Pat. Is your Rolex keeping you warm at night? Fury jumped back when Brendan moved closer, but Patrick put his arm out to stop his brother from advancing, for now. Patrick, just leave. We're not good together. If you just think about it for a second, I mean really think about it, you'll realize that you don't want me. You just want to save face. But that's not what marriage is about. Fury needed to keep him talking. He was trapped and he knew it. He could feel the sweat dripping down his back. The dumpsters were at the end of the alley, about 20 feet from the back door of the pub. Patrick and Bren had closed in on him. There was no escape. All he could hope for right now was that Sin would get tired of waiting and come looking for him before his husband and brother-in-law could do too much damage. "What are you talking about? I love you, and you love me too," Patrick leered. "And if you really think about it, you'll realize that I'm right." He mocked Fury. Bryn was standing right beside his brother, ready to do what he'd wanted to do since Fury married Patrick. He wanted to beat him beyond recognition. Fury tore his livid eyes away from Brendan, turning a sorrowful gaze on his husband. His once sweet, sensitive, and charming husband. "Patrick, please, just go home. Back to your comfortable life without an unwanted husband in it, complicating things. When we got married, I believe you really did love me, but you changed in every way." Fury squeezed his eyes shut against the flashes of memory that rushed to the forefront of his mind. He tried desperately to put those demons to rest. "You started to beat me after we made love. Who the fuck does that? It was like some switch flipped in you and you couldn't deal with being gay anymore." Patrick shook his head disbelievingly. "That's ignorant, but I'd expect nothing less from your mouth. I don't have time for this conversation, and this garbage smells. Let's go. Now, Furious. I'm not going to repeat myself." Fuck. "No, I'm going to move on with my life. I'm going to open my own garage and just live a peaceful life that doesn't involve frequent trips to the emergency room. You don't want me, Pat. You want a house husband. I'm not that kind of man. You had me believing that you'd be supportive of my dreams, but you knew you'd never be happily married to a mechanic. How can you fix cars with 2 broken arms?" Brendan sneered. Fury gulped hard, but did his best to put on a brave face. He refused to give that shit dick the satisfaction of appearing scared. "Is that why you want me to come back? To be a fucking punching bag for you and your brother?" Fury yelled. His voice had gone deeper with anger and fear. "You are coming back whether you want to or not. Now, we can do this the easy way where you come get in the car, or you can wake up in my bed later, after being knocked unconscious. Either way works for me." "I'm not coming back," Fury growled. "I'm divorcing you. End of fucking discussion." Fury should have been prepared for Brendan's hard punch to his diaphragm, but it knocked the wind out of him and had him falling on his ass to the filthy concrete alley. Fury got to one knee and gritted his teeth, staring up at his husband. "Do what you want, you bastard. I'm not coming back. I'd rather die right here." Brendan came at him again. This time, Fury was able to block the serious damage, but his brother-in-law's kick to his chest sent him flying to the ground again. Fury rolled to his stomach, clenching his teeth at the pain, refusing to cry out. He could hear Brendan's footsteps coming closer. Fury reached out and picked up an empty wine bottle and spun around, bringing the bottle down as hard as he could, shattering it against Brendan's bad knee. The scream that erupted from him made Fury feel slightly victorious. He knew the man had 2 ACL injuries from football. He hoped he'd stopped him long enough to get around him. But he was wrong. "You little shit," Brendan yelled, doubled over from the pain in his knee. Patrick reached out, grabbing Fury around the neck, scowling in his face. "You had to do it the hard way. I'm going to make sure that you're never able to run away again." Fury brought his knee up, but ended up hitting Patrick in the thigh, completely missing his nuts. Fuck. Fury was ready to accept the inevitable when he heard the back door to the bar slam open and saw a dark figure barreling toward them, knocking Patrick to the ground with a hard blow to his ribs. Fury looked up into Sin's scowling face, his black irises shimmering with anger. Holy shit. Sin reached out and pulled Fury to him. He did a quick perusal of his body before tucking him behind him like he always did. Brendan was the first to move in, and Sin pushed Fury back, readying himself for the attack. Sin had walked back into the pub and saw Fury wasn't behind the bar. What really caught his attention was the two brick shithouses in suits that were sitting there before were also missing. Sin's sixth sense, the one that had always kept him 2 steps ahead, was propelling him forward, telling him to move faster. Sin ignored the curious glance from Fury's uncle behind the bar as he rushed toward the back door, pulling out his 2-way radio as he ran. He heard the chirp and spoke into the receiver. "God, step on it. I think I got a problem." "On it," God answered back in a serious tone. Sin burst through the door at full speed and quickly took in the scene at the end of the alley. One of the men had his thick hands around Fury's neck, choking the life out of him, yelling in his face about never leaving him again. Shit, Fury's husband. The other guy was leaning up against the brick wall, holding one of his knees, looking pale and sick from the pain. Sin figured he'd worry about him later. He hurled his fist into the ribcage of the man holding Fury, and he went down from the momentum of the blow, but Sin knew he only had a few seconds before ex-husband recovered and was back up again. But his first priority was Fury. For the most part, he looked all right. There was no blood or bruising, so Sin placed himself in front of his man and trained his eyes back on the 2 men who were staring at him in shock and rage. "There must be some misunderstanding. This is no business of yours." "And you are?" Sin gritted through clenched teeth, already knowing the answer to that question, trying to stall a few minutes to get his anger under control. "No one of consequence to you. But you're standing between me and my husband, so I'm going to give you one chance to leave." Sin shook his head slowly. "You got that wrong. I'm standing between you and your ex-husband." In that moment, Sin saw the man's eyes go from an intriguing light gray to a haunting ashen gray, like the sky before a thunderstorm. He was angry, and Sin knew things were about to take a turn for the fucked. "Furious is my husband, like it or not. He belongs to me." "Belongs to you? So you can abuse him whenever you like and let your pussy brother step in when you get tired?" Sin stepped closer. "I don't fucking think so." The ex tried to look around Sin, speaking to Fury. "Honey, come back home. I've changed. I will never hurt you again. I swear on my life." "Bullshit. He doesn't believe you and I damn sure don't believe you," Sin argued. "I don't have to convince you of anything. The hell you don't. I'm the main one you have to convince." The ex put his hands out, as if gesturing at his surroundings. "I came all the way here to get him. That's enough. I'm here, aren't I?" "So are the dumpsters," Sin answered with a bored expression. "You calling me trash?" X growled. "No. Trash would be too nice a word. Do you really want to know what I would call you?" Sin smirked, his smile morphing quickly to a snarl before he spoke again. "Fury belongs to me now. If you want him, you're going to have to go through me to get him." Sin felt Fury pulling at his arm. Without taking his eyes off the ex, he turned just slightly to hear what Fury had to say. "This is not your fight, it's mine," Fury hissed in his ear. Sin fought the urge to roll his eyes. "Yeah, you were really kicking his ass when I got here." Sin looked up the alley, seeing God and Day turn the corner and walk toward them, looking like 2 renegade bikers. God in his black mid-thigh length leather coat, black clothes, his long hair flowing down his back, and black Timberland boots that you did not want to be on the receiving end of a kick from. Day in his tight leather jacket, black cargo pants, and Jordans. They looked like thugs, not cops. Sin pulled Fury to his chest. "Fury, I want you to go back through the bar and go wait at my place. I'm going to have a little chat with your ex-husband," Sin said extra loudly. Fury huffed in annoyance. "Sin, I took 6 months of self-defense courses at the YMCA this year. I can fight for myself." Sin looked at Fury like he'd lost his damn mind. "At the Y? Well, hell, that's great, Furious. If you ever get jumped by the village people, feel free to pull out those moves. As for now, I want you to go take your karate-kicking YMCA-going ass back to my apartment. Sin snarled at Fury, urging him toward the door, having neither the time nor the patience to argue with his ridiculous pride. Thankfully, with one final glare, Fury went back into the pub. When Sin turned back, God and Day were looking back and forth between him and his two foes. "What's going on here, fellas?" God asked casually, not acknowledging Sin. "You look like you're no stranger to a good fight. I'll give you $500 if you'll kick this idiot's ass." Ex-husband stood up straighter with an evil grin on his face directed at Sin, as if he'd just come up with the best, most diabolical plan ever. He straightened his tie and attempted to brush some of the grime off of his too expensive suit as he waited for God's answer. Day looked Sin up and down as if he was sizing him up, shrugged his shoulders, and turned to look at God. "What do you think?" "You know I've never been one to turn down easy money." God rubbed his hand over his beard stubble, giving Sin a wicked look before turning back to ex-husband and brother-in-law. "So both of you big motherfuckers against this one guy and you couldn't take him down?" "Don't ask questions. Do you want the money or not? This piece of shit is standing between me and something very important to me, and I need him eliminated." Who the fuck did this guy think he was? Fucking Tony Soprano? Eliminated? Sin clenched his fist over and over, desperately wanting to teach this guy a lesson, beat it through his thick head that Fury was Sin's now and would never be any concern of his again. Day stepped a little closer. "All right, but it will be $1,000 each." Ex-husband didn't even blink about the $2,000 ante. He pulled out his wallet and quickly counted off the right number of crisp $100 bills, slapping them into Day's outstretched hand. Day took the bills and folded them in half, tucking them into his pocket. He backed up, returning to God's side, and nodded his head at Sin. "As you were." "Hey, wait just a damn minute," brother-in-law piped up, but it was too late. Day had given Sin his cue. He quickly closed the distance between him and the ex, giving him no time to put up his guard before he slammed his right fist into his jaw, followed by a quick left uppercut. His opponent stumbled back, but just as Sin thought, the guy could take a punch. Ex-husband swung wide right, aiming at Sin's temple, which he easily dodged. Desperate to gain the upper hand, Ex thought it was a good idea to just rush Sin and knock him off his feet, but that attempt was futile as well. Sin brought his booted foot up and connected it with the man's midsection, causing him to double over. Sin didn't miss a breath. He quickly yanked X's head into the crook of his arm and delivered 3 knees to his gut in rapid succession. Sin loved the grunts and shouts of pain coming from this asshole. It felt so good to kick this guy's ass for Fury that Sin was afraid he might not be able to stop. X crumpled like a piece of paper, going down on both knees, but Sin wasn't ready for it to be over. He looked the man in the eye, cocked his right hand back again, and sent a crucial punch dead center in that pretty face, fairly sure that he knocked a couple of teeth loose and permanently restructured his nose. X flew onto his back, clutching his nose, spitting and grimacing at the pain he was surely going to feel for the next couple months. Sin caught movement in his peripheral, but he'd been prepared for the brother-in-law's cheap sneak attack. Before he could reach Sin, Day moved like a cobra, quick and precise, extending his arm straight out, swinging hard, striking the brother-in-law in the throat before he could get anywhere close to Sin. He went down hard, grabbing his throat, wanting to scream from the pain, but unable to. No sound was coming out. His eyes were wide with shock as Day stared down at him, admiring his handiwork. Day looked back at his lover, enjoying the prideful look on God's face. So it was true. Those two really got off on being complete badasses. "This fucking city is full of nothing but thugs, money-grubbing porn bitches and hustlers. I'm calling the police." X fumed as he struggled to pull his cell from his pocket. If Sin weren't so damn angry, it would have been funny as shit the way the man's jaw dropped when God and Day both pulled their gold badges out from under their shirts. Day smiled that sinister grin and kneeled in front of them, speaking in an official tone. 911, what is your emergency? With the brother taken care of, he was able to focus on his real problem. Get up, Sin growled. The bastard put his hand up to ward off Sin's approach. Sin grasped the outstretched hand and frowned at the diamond wedding band glistening on the man's ring finger. Sin twisted the finger, forcing the palm up, and used it to jerk him to his feet roughly, making him cry out in agony. Fury belongs to me. If you ever come near him again, I won't be as nice as I was today. He wants a divorce. Sign the papers or don't sign the papers. I don't give a fuck. Just stay away from him. Sin twisted and pulled tighter. A few more inches and he'd break the goddamn finger. Sin was reaching behind his back for his S&W, the urge to make the guy a permanent non-factor strong. Stay far, far away. Am I making myself clear? Enough! God's gruff, distinctive voice snapped Sin back to reality. X spat blood on the dirty concrete. Snot and sweat dripped down his face as he pinned Sin with a look that seemed to say, Fine. If you want Fury, you can have him. And by the way, fuck you. That works for me. Sin threw the X's hand down and backed up a few steps, stopping himself from doing something that would cost him his shield. Thankfully, God was there. He was relatively sure that ex-husband and brother-in-law wouldn't be filing a police report since Sin had intercepted them in the process of assault and attempted kidnapping. Leave. Now. I never want to see your pathetic asses in this city again, or I'll make sure there's no one around to stop me from doing what I really want to do. Sin crouched down to where Patrick had dropped as soon as Sin released his hand and stared into those scared gray eyes. He pulled his badge out and flashed it at X, briefly enjoying the look of disbelief on that bruised face, before whispering harshly, I know how to hide a body. I'll put you where no one can smell you. Neither one of the men waited around to see if Sin meant what he said. They clambered to their feet and hobbled down the alley, halfway holding each other up, not looking back. Once they were gone, Sin lifted his head to look at his lieutenants. He knew how close he'd been to putting a bullet in that bastard's head because all he kept picturing were that man's hands wrapped around Fury's throat. Sin hadn't lost control in a long time, and he wondered what that meant. How deep did his feelings for Fury run? Go home, Day said, clasping him on the shoulder. We'll handle the rogue bitch clan at the station. I can do my job, Day, Sin snapped back at his boss. We know that. We'll let Sasha Payne, a.k.a. Porn Bitch, sit on ice and interrogate her in the morning. See if there's any connection with this ex-husband and BTNS. God gestured with his head. Go check on your man. You know that's where you want to be. Sin was taken aback. God said nothing about him dating a prior suspect in a case they were still working, or about dragging them into a back alley fight while he took his revenge. God was actually being compassionate. Well, damn. Sin was astonished to see that side of him. Besides, you won't be worth shit to me with a hard-on all night. And he's back. Well, that compassion sure was short-lived. Chapter 22. True Confessions. Fury walked across Sin's living room carpet for what felt like the millionth time while he waited for him to come back. How dare he order me to leave like I'm a damn kid? Fury decided right then and there that he was going to have a talk with Sin. Fury wouldn't be his kept man or his bitch. Fury stopped mid-stride when he heard the door open and close behind Sin. All the anger and hostility he'd felt while alone in Sin's place just disappeared when the ruggedly handsome man yanked his dark coat off and threw it on the couch, approaching Fury with a hungry look. Did he hurt you? Sin's voice was gravelly. He put both hands on either side of Fury's neck and lifted it gently, eyeing the slight redness there. I'm fine. Despite the fact that you keep having to rescue me, I'm not a weakling. I can defend myself, Fury said with venom, pulling away from Sen's examination. Right, that Mr. Miyagi crash course at the Y. Sen stifled a laugh, but Fury thought it was anything but funny, and he let Sen know it. Don't fucking mock me. Fury stormed past him down the hall. Sen's footsteps sounded behind him. He'd just caught up with him when he opened the bathroom door. Hey, Sen said in a whisper. I'm sorry. I wasn't mocking you. I was teasing you. Fury frowned, and Sen shook his head. Let me clarify. Joking after an intensely stressful situation helps to calm me. I need to come down from the high of an adrenaline rush. That's all that was. Fury looked skeptical before finally sighing. I'm sorry too. Fury kept his hand in Sen's and walked backwards down the hall to the living room. So, did you kill him? Sen's head jerked back as if what Fury said was completely absurd. Never mind. Forget I said that. I don't want to talk about him. Fury moved in closer, placing his hand on Sen's wrist. Are you okay? Sen closed the small space between them, leaving only a couple inches. I am now. Fury grabbed Sen's right hand, but recoiled slightly when he felt wetness on his own. He looked at his hand, noticing the blood that was smeared across his fingers. Oh my God. Fury picked up Sen's hand for a closer inspection and winced at the bruised knuckles. Each was an angry purple color, and on a couple of surfaces skin had been broken or scraped off. Sen's entire hand was swollen and no doubt had to be throbbing. Sen shrugged nonchalantly. It's all right. It's just a scratch. Fuck, Fury whispered. You sure you didn't kill him? Sen's coal black eyes were deadly serious. I wanted to. He better be thankful God was there to stop me. It's good you listened to the Almighty. Patrick could use a little Jesus in his own life, Fury added. Sen busted out laughing. No, God is my... Oh, never mind, it's not important. Fury continued to examine Sen's hand while swallowing hard at the emotion in his throat. He took Sen's other hand and led him to the kitchen. Sit. He pointed at one of the small dinette chairs in the kitchen. He looked in a couple cabinets before he found one with a bowl in it. He opened the freezer, glad to see that although Sen didn't have any food, he did have ice trays. Fury cracked and dumped two into the bowl, pulled a beer out of the fridge, and set both in front of his prizefighter. Grinning to himself, he asked, Where's your first aid kit, champ? Under the sink. Sen shook his head, watching Fury intently. So are you back to the nicknames, refusing to say my name again? Ignoring the question, Fury set a few napkins along with the first aid kit on the table and pulled out the opposite chair, scooting it closer to Sen, his knees practically between Sen's parted thighs. Give me your hand. Sen twisted off the top of his beer and shoved his bloody hand into the bowl, hitting the bottom with a thud, not even wincing at the pain. Ah, Jesus H. What the... Fury winced while carefully pulling Sen's hand out of the bowl of ice. I said to give me your hand. Jeez, tough guy. Sen brought his beer up to his lips and took a long gulp, finishing half the bottle before slamming it back down. Good. Fury worked as gently as he could on Sen's hand, feeling the man's powerful gaze on him the entire time. It was eerily quiet. Not even the sounds of breathing could be heard, despite their close proximity. Fury had cleaned all the blood off his hand and was ready to sanitize the wounds. This might sting a little, he said quietly, not looking up. He poured the antibacterial wash over the knuckles and quickly began blowing to try to ease the discomfort. After it finally registered that Sen's hand hadn't even twitched, Fury looked up at the amused smile on the man's gorgeous face. Fury barked an embarrassed laugh, realizing that what he just did wasn't typical of a grown man. I still blow on something when it burns. You're an asshole. Stop looking at me like that. I thought it stung. It did. God damn it, Sin's voice sounded so mysterious and dangerous, like a sexy low rumble that reverberated from deep down in his chest. It drove Fury insane with want. But you made it feel all better. Fine, go ahead and make fun of me, He-Man, Sin tisked. The nicknames again. Looks like I've been demoted. After Fury placed a small amount of ointment on the exposed flesh, he put a few cubes of ice in a cloth and placed it gently on the swollen part of the back of Sin's hand. He looked up into Sin's eyes before finally speaking. You really hate nicknames, huh? A small smile was tugging at the corner of Fury's lips. You might say that. Sin is a nickname, but it's not your given name. That's what you want me to call you. That's not what I want you to call me. Fury cocked one eyebrow up. What would you like me to call you? Lover, maybe? Only if you were. Makes sense. Fury went about preparing the bandage for Sin's knuckles while he was being iced. Your name is cool as shit, though. You must love your nickname. Fury sounds like a porn star's name. Oops. Sin feigned like he'd really forgotten what Fury did for a living. Fury lightly punched Sin in his rock-hard chest. Damn, muscles every fucking where. Actually, I'm not a fan of my name. I thought of changing all of it when I changed my last name, but because of my dad, I kept my first name. Your dad named you? Or are you named after him? Fury cleared his throat. No, actually, my mother did. She named me after how she felt when I was born. Sin stared at him, not saying a word, and Fury felt very self-conscious. He glanced up and was relieved that Sin's face showed no judgment or pity, so he continued. Well, look at it this way. I could have been named Pissed or Livid. He chuckled humorlessly. She was real mad when she found out my dad had gotten her pregnant. She kicked him out right after. Her doctor fucked up and told her she was having a girl. Imagine her surprise when I pop out with a little Audi where my innie should be. Oh yeah, she was furious. Hence the name. I was told she didn't hold me for the first 2 months of my life. Fury shrugged, as if it was no big deal. Who took care of you? My dad and his mom. Your mother eventually came around, though. Sort of. She was on county benefits, and they told her in order to keep getting food stamps and free housing, I had to live with her. She did the bare minimum. My dad came around all the time. Sometimes he'd have to fight her current boyfriends when they would fuck with me. He was a bike mechanic with his own shop. It was small, but he did steady business. Fury removed the ice from Sin's hand and began reapplying the ointment. Keep going, Sin encouraged. My dad did kick-ass work for this local biker gang, and they would always have his back. I thought they were the baddest fucking guys in the world. From when I was like 4 or 5, he'd bring me to his shop and let me watch him. Fury began smiling at the memory as he worked on Sin's hand. I could rebuild an engine by the time I was 10. I built my first motorcycle when I was 15. I helped him run his shop all the way up until he... I'm sorry, Fury, Sin whispered. It's all right. It's been a while. Hey, genius. Why bother with the automotive schooling when you probably know more than the instructors? Sin smiled, obviously trying to lighten the mood. While that's very true, Fury laughed. When a customer comes into your shop, they want to see credentials and certifications displayed on the wall, or they'll go someplace else. Sounds like your dad was a pretty smart businessman. Did he have certifications and credentials? Nope, just his rep, and the business flowed in. Sin looked down at his hand as Fury stroked his fingertips lightly over the bandage. He dried off all the excess liquid from the ice and placed a sterile nonstick pad over the knuckles before wrapping Sin's hand a few times around with gauze. After the final piece of tape was in place, he'd smoothed his hands over the soft padding, wanting desperately to kiss the pain away. Very nice. You got a first aid certification, too? Sin's sexy half-smile was quickly becoming Fury's weakness. No. But over the course of my marriage, I got pretty good at patching up cuts and bruises. Damn it, why'd I say that? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But it's the truth, Sin said solemnly. His eyes were the color of charcoal, and a deep frown creased his forehead. Sin stood abruptly, pulling Fury up with him. He couldn't look into Sin's eyes. He was so ashamed of how he'd let himself become a fucking victim. Sin was strong and courageous, a respected cop and smart. Why would he want someone like Fury? Look at me, damn it. Fury's eyes shot up to meet Sin's gaze. We all have things that happened in our past that we're not proud of. Regardless of where you came from or where you've been, everyone has faced trials. What defines you as a man is how you overcome them. Did you beat it, or did you let it beat you? I didn't beat shit. I ran like a thief in the night. I didn't fight. Fury looked down. Sin gently lifted Fury's chin so he was looking at him. As far as your husband and his bitch-assed brother, they didn't fight fair. You are all man. Beautiful. Because a real man knows when he has to turn and walk away from an unwinnable fight. You may think I always win, but I'll be the first to tell you I don't. And I'll lose more. But I'll damn sure keep fighting. I'm a man. And so were you. Don't think I didn't notice that you took out one of those big bastards out in that alley tonight. Your brother-in-law was still crumpled over crying like a bitch, holding his knee long after you left. Fury couldn't help but flash a large smile at hearing that. You're amazing. The very little that I know about you is fascinating. I want to know more. I want to know it all. I promise you, nothing you say will make me cringe and head for the door. Sin appeared the most vulnerable Fury had ever seen him. And I hope you don't balk at what I tell you about my past, my trials. Fury's breath caught in his throat. My wants, Sin whispered, leaning in and nuzzling close to Fury's ear. He buried his face in Fury's hair and inhaled deeply before pushing it behind his ear. God, I want you so fucking bad. Please. Fury swore something bolted together inside him at that moment. Sin was finally putting it out there, who he was and what he needed. He knew what Sin wanted. But was Fury brave enough to go there again? He'd done it once and he'd barely escaped with his life. Could he trust Sin? Yes, he could. Because Sin was 10 times the man that Patrick was. Fury pulled Sin from nestling in his hair and looked him in his eyes. You've never been with a man. It wasn't a question, but Sin shook his head anyway. Are you ready to take what you really want now? Because I can give it to you if you can handle it. Fury licked Sin's lips, enjoying the shiver that coursed through him. Sin nodded his head this time. Say it, Fury growled. I want to hear you ask for it. Can you give me what I want, Fury? Sin held on tight to Fury's shoulders as if he was his lifeline and he was going down. Fury got a tight grip on the back of Sin's neck, pulling him roughly to his mouth, and damn near spat the words inside those sexy parted lips. Fuck yes. If you're man enough to take it, then I can give it. Sin's voice was so low, Fury had to strain to hear him. But when those words came out in a harsh, bass-filled timbre, they were like lava flowing down Fury's throat, searing his stomach. You gonna let me fuck you, Furious? Fury searched those dark eyes and knew he had it right. Sin was screaming for someone to strip him of that airtight control. Make him forget about always being in charge, making all the decisions and holding the reins. Just let him lie back and feel. Enjoy the euphoria. No, Sin. I'm gonna fuck you. Chapter 23. This is long overdue. Oh, hell. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. Fuck me. No. I'm not ready. Sin didn't know how he felt about Fury's declaration. Fuck me? Shit. Sin was always on top, right? He was the one that called the shots, right? Fury was supposed to do what he told him to do, right? Because that's the way it had always been. Fury was watching Sin so closely he felt as if the man could see clear through his eyes and into his mind, witnessing the struggle Sin was waging internally. What he'd always believed to be true, warring with what he was only now realizing he truly wanted. It was a terrifying proposition to be questioning everything you had always thought you knew about yourself sexually. Hey, Fury broke into his inner battle. No one needs to know what the fuck goes on in your bedroom. That's your business. Don't mistake me not wanting to be your secret for me wanting to share intimate details of my sex life. Look at me, Sin. Sin's eyes were dark, and Fury didn't know if it was the strong desire running rampant through him or an acute attack of fear of the unknown. No doubt this was new, uncharted territory. Fury had to tread carefully, or he could wake up with a snapped man. Patrick and his marriage started with a lie about what Patrick's true needs were. Fury wasn't going to start this relationship the same way. Sin was a bottom, the best kind of bottom, one that needed his top to take him where he could be completely carefree, allowing himself to soar. Bottoming doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with being weak or less than a man. My ex-husband believed that bullshit. Bottoming takes trust and courage. The courage to give another person control of the lovemaking and to trust them enough to take care of you while you place that cherished piece of yourself, for you it's your control, into the hands of another. It's a very special and intimate gift to give to a lover. Believe me when I tell you I don't take that trust lightly. Fury could see that his words had gotten through to Sin, but now that he'd spoken the truth, he needed to show him what he meant. Fury snaked his hand around Sin's waist and held him tightly, moaning in relief and arousal at the feel of Sin's hard cock pressing into his own. He felt Sin running his hands up into his hair, roughly massaging his scalp, little puffs of hot breath on his cheek, making him more anxious. Fury released his own soft breath and licked at the damp skin of Sin's neck. He tasted salty and masculine, the best flavor in the fucking world. Fury walked them backward until Sin's back hit the wall beside the refrigerator. Sin grunted a little at the force of it, and Fury latched onto those firm lips that quickly turned pliable against his own. He licked and bit at Sin's bottom lip, forcing him to open wider. Fury growled into his mouth. Open for me now. Sin's mouth parted so sweetly that Fury had to fight to keep himself in check and not fuck Sin right there on the cold tiles of the kitchen floor. Sin had obeyed him, followed his command. That was what it was all about. Fury had to remain in complete control, or else he'd lose Sin's trust. He plunged his tongue into Sin's mouth and explored every bud on his tongue, licking each corner as Sin pushed his lower half against him, seeking blissful friction of their hard dicks rubbing together. Fury's body was revved up, but he maintained composure, needing to feel and counter every one of Sin's actions. Fury felt him push against him again. This time he grasped Sin's hips tightly, forcing Sin to stay still, and his lover did just that. Fury smiled against Sin's wet lips. Good boy. He wouldn't dare say that aloud. Not yet, anyway. He popped the button on Sin's jeans and lowered the zipper slowly. Fury confidently reached inside, hissing at the feel of dampness in the front of Sin's briefs. His man was leaking like a broken faucet. He couldn't wait to have another taste of him. But first, Fury's hands continued around Sin's strong hips to those round, furry cheeks, and he dove in, grabbing 2 nice handfuls. Damn, you feel good. Fury wanted in so badly, but he had to be patient. Sin's breaths were coming in fast, shallow pants, and Fury's eyes were observing his every reaction as he slowly dragged one finger down the seam of Sin's ass. That little piece of heaven was nestled between those soft cheeks, and Fury was about to get his first feel of it. He lifted the hand that was still massaging Sin's ass and brought it to his mouth, making an erotic show of sucking on his middle finger, while Sin watched with hooded eyes. "Fury," Sin groaned. "Shh, I got you. Need you to trust me." He knew Sin wanted to feel that finger deep inside him, and Fury was happy to give it to him. He slid his spit-slicked finger from his mouth, and pulling Sin's ass cheeks apart, he let that finger oh so delicately touch that hot hole. Fury rubbed it lightly back and forth, slowly massaging the tight skin surrounding it, Sin making the most beautiful sound Fury had ever heard. "You like that, don't you, baby?" Fury knew Sin was basking in the feeling and didn't expect an answer. He already knew the answer. Sin's head was thrown back, his cock leaking copious amounts of pre-cum. Yeah, Fury knew the damn answer. He applied exactly the right amount of pressure to Sin's hole, feeling him tense just a little in anticipation of entry. "Relax, Sin. I promise I won't hurt you. Do you trust me?" Sin brought his head down, slowly opening his eyes before looking at Fury very seriously. "Yes." Fury needed to move this out of Sin's kitchen and into a room with a bed. Fury was barely applying any pressure to Sin's butt, letting him get used to the feeling, used to being touched there. The multitude of nerves around the anus were so sensitive, and Fury was determined to stimulate Sin there so thoroughly that he never doubted his true desires again. When Fury began pulling his hands away, Sin grabbed both his biceps in a punishing grip, obviously not ready for Fury to stop massaging him. Fury was over the moon elated, but he pushed Sin's strong arms back against the wall and pressed his forehead hard against his. "You're not in control here, Sin. Got it?" Sin slowly nodded his head. "Good." Fury reached around and palmed Sin's dick, giving it a few nice, long strokes. Sin's whimper and moan were fucking beautiful. Fury would never tire of those sounds. "I know that feels good, baby. But trust me, I haven't even started pleasuring you yet. I want to go take a quick shower. You go in your room and get ready for me. I'll meet you there in a few minutes." Sin looked like he didn't want to move. "Go," Fury said sternly against Sin's mouth, licking those sexy lips one last time as he grabbed his bag, making his way into the bathroom. He really needed to wash that nasty alley fight grime off as quickly as possible. Then he was going to fuck Sin so good, the man would think he had invented sex. Chapter 24. By golly, I think he likes it. Sin went into his room, leaving a nice-sized crack in the door. He moved about the spacious room, picking up dirty clothes, throwing them in a corner since he didn't have a hamper. He secured his guns in his nightstand, making sure the safeties were on while trying not to overthink everything. He washed quickly, giving a certain area a few extra scrubs, then swished some too-hot mouthwash around a couple times before leaving the bathroom. Wearing only a towel around his waist, he quickly smoothed out the fitted sheet and folded the blue plaid comforter down. Sin climbed on the bed and listened to see if Fury had stopped the shower yet. He had. Fuck. Okay, calm down. Breathe. This is not the same thing as Rhodes. You couldn't do it with him because Rhodes wasn't the one. Furious Barkley is. Fury had hit the nail on the head. Sin did want to feel good, feel cared for. His whole life he'd been going through the motions of life like a damn robot. Be a good cop was his mantra. It's all he'd fucking known his entire life. Now he was over 30 and he'd let almost half his life pass without letting himself feel something meaningful, intimate. Fury was going to give him that tonight. And if the brief scene in the kitchen was any indication, Fury was going to give it to him just the way he needed it. At first he was nervous about Fury's talk of taking his control and ordering him through this, but the man had been right. What he did in the privacy of his own bedroom was no one's business but his. Period. He wasn't feeling any less like a man about letting Fury fuck him. Sin hated to even think about it, would never say it out loud, but he was pretty sure that Day was on the receiving end when he and God made love. So when he thought about it, Fury was right. It takes a real man to let another man top him. It came down to trust. Trusting your partner enough to share something very intimate with him. Sin was ready. Oh, hell yeah, he was ready. Sin stretched out on his full-size bed. He'd decided against a queen or king because he never thought he'd be sharing it with anyone, figuring he'd upsize if it became necessary. Maybe it has. His previous tricks hadn't slept in his bed. They'd never made it past his couch. Maybe he'd keep the full. It meant Fury would always have to be real close to him. Sin gulped when Fury pushed his bedroom door the rest of the way open and stood there completely naked and beautiful. Sin's eyes immediately honed in on Fury's long, uncut cock jutting out from his neatly trimmed pubic hair. It wasn't overly thick, which Sin thought might be a good thing, especially for his first time, but the length was impressive. He hadn't noticed that he was holding his breath until a hard gust of air burst through his lips. Fuck. Fury remained where he was, letting Sin look his fill. You'd think you'd never seen my cock before, detective. Fury's deep voice ricocheted off his bare walls. What? Sin whispered, still mesmerized by Fury's nudity. A man was actually naked in his bedroom. You have seen my cock before. Surely, with all your investigation of illustrious entertainers, you saw some of my videos too, right? Fury smiled. No. Once I found out you worked there, I let my lieutenant handle your file. Sin thought about what he'd just said. Fuck. Days watched my boyfriend jerk off, and this can't be good. What's wrong? You told me you didn't care that I'd done it. Why didn't you want to watch them? Fury didn't look upset, just intrigued. I didn't want to violate you like that. Sin felt his face heat. Fury was an adult entertainer. It wasn't likely he'd perform in front of a camera if he felt ashamed. Fury came to stand by the bed. He had towel-dried his hair, but it was still damp and a few shades darker than when dry. It appeared longer, hanging past his shoulders. Sin slowly sat up and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. His towel came undone, and he let it lie there, not shy about his nakedness either. Fury wedged his way in between his parted legs. Although Fury's semi-erect dick was right there in his face, that wasn't what had his attention. Oh, God. It was the large dragon tattooed across the left side of Fury's chest, the spiked tail moving over his muscled shoulder and ending at the middle of his neck. Sin mapped the beautiful creature with one finger, stopping just briefly at Fury's nipple, watching the goosebumps pop up around the light pink bud. Sin was absolutely fascinated by Fury's beauty. He'd never seen such creamy skin. Sexy light brown hair lay damp against his toned chest. Sin brought his other hand up and noticed he was shaking as he explored more of Fury's tatted torso. The nautical stars he'd seen on Fury's arm weren't just age-old gay symbolism to him. To Sin, they also represented what the 5-point star was meant to represent: guidance, loyalty, and honor. He'd already seen the black and red Harley taking up most of Fury's forearm, but he'd never read the words that were inked underneath it. I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep. There were at least a dozen unique Chinese symbols down his right side. A proverb, written in elegant rolling script, almost completely covered his left side. Sin looked up into Fury's hooded eyes and pushed his arm back so he could read it. The greatest thing you'll ever learn is how to love. The greatest thing you'll ever feel is being loved in return. But love, I've come to understand, is more than 3 words uttered in the dark at bedtime. Love is sustained by action, a pattern of devotion in the things we do for each other every day. Sin didn't know what made him do what he did next, but it felt right. He leaned in and laid several gentle kisses along those beautiful words and hugged Fury to him. Sin then pulled Fury back to arm's length. "You're so goddamn gorgeous," he choked out, his voice rough with emotion and desire. Fury gently pushed Sin back to lie across the bed and climbed on top of him, pinning him deliciously beneath his weight. Sin didn't remember ever having been this turned on. His balls were full and aching, his cock so hard and red he thought he may be doing it permanent damage. He needed to come. Soon. "Fuck, you feel good under me," Fury moaned and thrust hard against Sin's cock. Sin was holding his legs straight and a little stiff, his arms lying flat at his side. He wasn't sure where he was supposed to put them. He didn't like the uncertainty, not knowing what to do. Damn it, he needed to do something. Fury was supposed to be guiding him. No sooner had that thought arose than Fury responded as if he'd heard it. He took both of Sin's hands and wrapped his arms around Fury's neck. Sin lightly stroked that beautiful mane as Fury ground down harder, making Sin moan deep in his chest. "Spread your legs nice and wide for me, baby." Fury's voice was so dark and sensual as he lapped at Sin's neck and nibbled on his chin, waiting for Sin to comply. Oh, God. It felt so good. Sin spread his legs wider than a cheap hooker in a Red Roof Inn. "I need it now, Fury." Fury laughed, a deep throaty sound in his ear, causing him to instinctively raise his hips, seeking relief. "You'll get it when I'm ready to give it to you." Fury rose off him, and Sin resisted the desire to hold his arms out for him and beg him to come back. Fury stared down at him adoringly before popping him hard on his thigh. "Get up there," Fury said, glancing at the head of the bed. Sin turned and moved to the middle of the bed, scooting all the way back until his head was on one of the 2 pillows. His eyes followed Fury as he stepped through the doorway to the hall. He was wondering what Fury was doing out in the hallway, but soon realized he must be getting something from his duffel bag. He returned with a few things in his hands and began to place them on the nightstand. When Fury took a sheer red scarf and draped it over his bedside lampshade, casting the room in a sexy glow, Sin was floored. It seemed almost as though Fury planned this. "Where'd you get that?" Sin had to ask. Fury climbed back on the bed and nudged his legs apart again, settling comfortably between them, as if he belonged there. "In your linen closet." "I have a linen closet?" Sin frowned. Fury just grinned and shook his head disbelievingly. "You have a quaint bed here, Sin. I like that it's not overly huge. Makes things more cozy. Thank you, he whispered absently, still eyeing the items Fury had laid out. The small, weird, cock-shaped device held his attention the most. He finally looked back at Fury, who was smiling in amusement. Do you know what that is? Fury's eyes were so dark and simmering with lust, Sin just lay there staring at him. It's a prostate massager. You're gonna put that thing in me? Sin's deep voice was hardly recognizable to him. He knew what a prostate massage was, in theory. He'd heard things, good things. Suddenly, he was anxious. I'm gonna do anything I want to do to you, and you're going to let me, Fury said lasciviously and ducked down to take one of Sin's nipples between his teeth. Sin's back bowed at the erotic feeling. Furious, he hissed. Damn, he'd never realized how sensitive his nipples were until Fury swiped his tongue repeatedly over one taut bud while pinching the other one. Oh, fuck yeah. Sin thrust up hard, desperately wanting more friction on his weeping cock. Fury pushed back, answering him and moving his hot mouth over to the other nipple. Sin dug his hands into Fury's hair and pulled lightly while moaning. Fuck, feels good. Fury looked down between their connected bodies and chuckled, slyly. I love how fucking responsive you are. So damn needy and ready. Look at that beautiful dick, just begging to be licked and sucked. Yeah. Suck it, babe, Sin pleaded. You are not in control, Sin, Fury said matter-of-factly against his abdomen, teasing him with quick flicks of his tongue. No, I don't want to be in control. I just want you to suck me, please. Fury laughed softly, traveling down further until his lips were poised over Sin's dick. Sin held his breath, waiting for that first lick. Come on, damn it. Fury just braced himself over his groin, rubbing his stubble along Sin's inner thigh. Reminds me when I first blew you, baby. You came so goddamn hard I thought I was gonna choke on all that cum. Furious, Sin groaned again, squeezing his eyes shut. Look at me. Fury stuck his pink tongue out and slowly dragged it up the underside of Sin's cock, flicking it against the cap when he got to the top. Yeah, that's it. Sin watched his man put on a very erotic show. Sin's hips seemed to move with a will of their own. He braced his feet on the bed, legs spread wide, and watched as he thrust his wet cock between Fury's pretty lips. Oh, it was wonderful getting familiar with that talented mouth again. Fury's brow creased in concentration, and it drove Sin crazy that he was so intent on pleasing him. Although he wasn't thrusting fast, he was pushing in deep, almost to the base, and Fury was taking it. One hand rolled Sin's balls around in their sack while Fury's hand jacked the base of his cock in time with his thrusts. His head instinctively fell back and his eyes rolled in his head. I'm gonna fucking come. Damn, Sin was there already. Fury hadn't even been sucking for 2 minutes. Right there. Fuck. Yes. No, Sin yelled out, not caring how loud he was. Sin felt something tight clamp around his cock and balls, quickly suppressing what may have been the most explosive orgasm ever, a desperately needed orgasm. Ah, fuck, what are you doing? You'll come when I say you come, Fury said, way too calmly for Sin's liking, and grabbed more supplies off the nightstand. Sin threw his head back against the pillow and gritted out. Take that fucking thing off me, Furious. Fury stopped what he was doing, dropped the prostate massager on the bed beside his thigh, and dragged his body slowly up Sin's, his chest making sparks fly along Sin's ultra-sensitive cock. Sin thrust upward, but Fury rose up on his elbows and looked down at him. What was that? I didn't hear you. Fury glared down at him. Your cock is mine to do with what I want tonight. Until you just relax and feel, trusting me to take care of your needs, then I'm gonna make you wait for it. Sin was more turned on than before. Damn, how was that even possible? Fury, all dominant, made for an extremely sexy sight. Sin rubbed Fury's arms, trying to show him he was calm and he trusted him. That's good, baby. Fury lowered himself back to Sin's chest and attacked his mouth with a ferocity he hadn't felt before. All that long chestnut hair fell against both sides of Sin's face, cocooning him from the world outside him and his lover. Sin brought his hands up and ran his fingers through the thick strands, turning his face to deeply inhale the intoxicating scent that always lingered within those waves. You smell so good. All the time, Sin moaned. Fury was smiling against his forehead, laying soft, sweet kisses there as he braced himself over him on his elbows, and Sin shamelessly buried his nose in Fury's armpit, enjoying the light-headed sensation basking in his man's scent caused. Fury laughed throatily and dipped down, taking Sin's mouth again. He didn't stop kissing him as his hand worked its way between their bodies, latching on to Sin's straining cock. Yes. Fury stroked their leaking dicks together, and Sin damn near lost his mind. If he wasn't confined in a cock ring, Sin would have blown his load all over them as Fury strangled his cock, killing him with a slow, erotic death. It looked as if his lover was struggling to keep it together as well. Fury gripped Sin's thighs in a punishing hold and spread him wide, just staring at his hole as if awestruck. Fury's lips were moving, but no words were coming out. Sin squirmed beneath the scrutiny. Was he too hairy? Was his hole ugly? Hell, Sin hadn't seen many holes, but he had assumed his was normal. Just do me, for fuck's sake. A smile ghosted across Fury's beautiful face as he made himself comfortable between Sin's thighs. Fury pushed Sin's legs back and delved into his most private part, lapping with long, slow, flat-tongued licks over his anxious hole. Sin hissed and pulled his legs up higher, not caring about how the position made him look. Fury was doing something indescribable to him. The gentle prods and figure eights Fury made with his tongue had Sin bucking his hips, wanting way more, way deeper. Fury pushed Sin's hips down against the firm mattress, forcing him to stay still, but it was proving difficult. Sin rose on his elbows and looked down at the sinfully sexy sight between his legs. Fuck. Fury was working him over good. Sin was winding his hips within the space Fury allowed him to maneuver. It felt so erotic and nasty. It felt carnal, but sensual. It felt like all the things Sin had wanted to feel for a very long time. His bandaged hand was resting on his forehead, and he used his other to play with his already stimulated nipples. He pinched and flicked each one, crying out when he squeezed with just enough pressure to cause a little bit of pain. At the same moment, Fury shoved his long, hot tongue inside him. Sin was no longer worried about coming, because he knew when he did, it was going to be epic. He just enjoyed all the unique and foreign sensations careening through his body. Sin was so lost in the feeling, it hadn't registered that Fury was nudging at his hole with something other than his tongue. It was blunt, slick, and cold. Sin stared down the bed, marveling at the look of complete confidence on Fury's face. When the object breached the first ring of muscle, opening him up, Sin let out a startled grunt. It wasn't a sound of pain, but of blissful relief. Fuck, furious. Sin had something inside him. This was it. Although it wasn't Fury's long cock, it still gave him the heady feeling of being taken. Fury looked up at him, watching him through strikingly dark hooded eyes as he slowly pushed the slick object in further. Sin was hyper-aware of it curving inside of him, sliding against his walls. Fuck. Feels so fucking good. Damn it. If he'd only known. Sin was already addicted to the feeling, and he wasn't even sure if this constituted sex. They were still in foreplay mode. They hadn't even gotten to penetration with Fury's cock yet. There was no pain, just a pleasantly full sensation. The stretch was noticeable but easily dealt with, more of a give me a second to get used to it feeling. Not a fraction of what he'd imagined the pain would be. The slight sting and burn wasn't uncomfortable, hell no, it made Sin feel alive. Then that magical toy did or touched something in him that made stars flash before his eyes and his cock jerk against the confines of the cock ring. Furious, Sin yelled out, his hips bucking, seeking out that feeling again. Yeah, that's it, ain't it? You like that? Fury eyed him mischievously. You want some more? Sin just nodded his head like a madman, unable to speak in anticipation of, "Oh, yeah, fuck more, baby, please." Sin couldn't finish a single thought as Fury worked that wonderful gadget inside of him like a professional sex toy representative showing him all the features of the little wonder. Fury stroked Sin's hard cock with one hand, concentrating on the blushing head every few strokes while working the toy in and out of him, increasing in intensity and speed. Sin was so overwhelmed by sensation he was babbling some language that even Rosetta Stone couldn't teach. His eyes were shut tight, his teeth bared while he took all Fury had to give him. He just let go of every inhibition and allowed himself to feel. There were no worries, no problems that needed fixing, nothing that needed his management. All he felt was complete serenity and bliss. Sin's eyes rolled in their sockets. "I trust you," Sin whispered. "Yes." Fury spoke in his own lust-filled whisper. When Fury snapped the cock ring off, Sin's entire body jerked from the rush of power that surged through him, slamming viciously into and through his cock. "Fuck, I'm gonna come. Fury, fuck, I'm coming so fucking hard," Sin yelled. Fury turned a switch on that toy that sent strong vibrations streaming through Sin's throbbing channel while pressing firmly into that sweet spot. All Sin could do was let his body feel, yell, buck, and take it. In his own bed, he was completely powerless to Fury's merciless sexual onslaught. Fury gripped Sin's ass in a grip sure to leave finger marks and slammed his hot mouth over his cock, taking him down to the base in one swallow. An animalistic lust coursed through him with an intensity he'd never felt. Sin was hit hard with hunger, and he roughly grabbed 2 handfuls of Fury's hair and pumped his cock as far down his throat as it could go while he loudly groaned his release. Sweltering heat surrounded his cock as he shot jet after jet of hot, thick cum inside that heavenly cavern. Sin had absolutely no poise or courtesy as he used the hell out of Fury's mouth, fucking his dick in between those pretty pink lips until he had no strength left. Fury feverishly jerked his own cock, his hand moving so fast on his length it was a blur. Sin wished he could see his lover's face, see him in the throes of passion. His head was too heavy to lift, and Fury's face was buried in his damp pubic hair, his red, swollen mouth still hovering near Sin's sensitive dick, panting hot breaths on him as he howled his own release into the red-lit room, coating Sin's thigh with wet heat. Fury dropped between his thighs and rested his head on his groin, his chest rapidly rising and falling as his orgasm left him weak as well. Sin absently ran his hand through Fury's long tresses, while they both came back down to earth. Sin shook his head back and forth in bewilderment. He was glad Fury's head was still down there. Otherwise, Sin would be embarrassed by the goofy grin stretching his mouth. Fury had shown him the reality of what it meant to blow someone's mind. Sin was a changed man. He was a fucking bottom, and he embraced that designation. He loved the feel of something penetrating his ass, stretching his hole. It was so much, so fast, but he wasn't looking back, and he damn sure had no regrets. Chapter 25. Making Friends Fast. Fury wasn't aware that he'd drifted into a shallow slumber right where he lay until he felt Sin shift beneath him. Fury moaned and raised his head from Sin's hip bone and stared into dark eyes. Sin's look revealed nothing. "Hey, you. Hey, back." Sin's voice was deep and groggy. "Ready for me to get off you?" Fury chuckled softly, hoping to lighten up Sin's mood. He forced himself up. "I'll get something to wipe you off." Fury went to the bathroom and slowly cleaned himself off, almost dreading going back into the bedroom. "Don't flip out. Don't flip out, Sin. It's okay, babe." Wanting to buy some time, Fury washed his face and brushed his teeth. He took a warm cloth back into the bedroom and began to clean Sin's leg and stomach. He wanted to know how the man felt, but he was too nervous to ask. Fury wiped off the toys and set them back on the nightstand. Sin turned and pulled the comforter up to his hip, covering himself. Fury couldn't describe the pain that shot through his chest at the sight of Sin's back turned to him. He sincerely hoped it was just Sin processing his first homosexual experience. Fury couldn't fathom how the man could have screamed in ecstasy the entire time, but feel bad now. Fury shut off the lamp and crawled under the covers, curling himself around Sin's hard body. He felt Sin tense against him. Fuck. Oh, come on, this can't be happening. There was no way that Sin was going to flip out on him just like Patrick had. Fury's luck couldn't be that bad. Light seeped under the door from the hall, so Fury could see Sin's eyes were open and alert. "Sin," Fury whispered. "Do you want me to go?" Sin flipped around so fast it startled him. "What? Why?" "Well, because you seem a little upset." "I don't—" Fury stopped talking. He didn't want Sin to know how much leaving would hurt him. Sin looked ashamed, torn. Fury dropped back onto the bed, completely exasperated, and draped an arm over his face. He huffed out a hard breath and angrily swung his legs over the side. "I'm out of here. I'm not staying long enough for you to realize you're not gay and then fucking snap on me." Fury was angrily shoving his legs into his pants and spun around to grab his shirt off the nightstand when he noticed Sin was propped up on one elbow, watching him with a broad grin on his face. "Oh, this is funny?" Fury hissed. Sin stretched lazily. "Actually, yes. I think you're hilarious. Now you and your dick get back in this fucking bed." "What?" Fury looked at Sin like he'd lost his mind. "Just get in the damn bed." "Hell no. Furious, for fuck's sake. I've never slept with anyone, okay?" Sin groaned and scrubbed his hand over his beard stubble. "You've never slept with anyone," Fury said incredulously. "I don't mean like that. I've fucked enough, but they always leave after. I've never thought of sharing a bed with anyone. Hell, I don't even know if I snore, or if I fart when I sleep, or if—" Sin's tanned skin flushed a deep crimson at Fury's amused look. "I don't give a damn if you snore or fart," Fury laughed. "I probably do both myself." He plopped down on the edge of the bed. Sin reached out and caressed Fury's back. "You have to stop getting mad and trying to storm off. I said I'm not going to hurt you, and I meant it. I'm definitely not upset about what happened tonight. So, like I said, get your dick back in this bed." Fury choked out a laugh, kicking his jeans off so he could climb back in bed next to his lover. Sin didn't turn his back this time. He faced Fury head-on. Fury inched closer until they were chest to chest, their cocks half hard and lying tantalizingly against each other. Fury released a relieved breath when Sin ran one hand through his hair, tucking it behind his ear. He couldn't resist leaning in and pressing a gentle kiss to Sin's mouth. "You finished with me?" Sin said in that dark, masculine tone that Fury was quickly growing to love. Fury chuckled against the side of Sin's face and nipped at his cheek. "Oh, I got more, baby." Sin's smile stole Fury's breath. Fury tilted his pelvis forward, groaning at the feel of their quickly hardening cocks grinding together. Still lying on their sides, Sin hooked his leg over Fury's hip and ground harder against him. Fury kneaded at the hard muscles of Sin's back, just aching to make his way down to that sexy, firm ass. He gasped when Sin grabbed his cock and began to stroke him with sure, confident moves. "Fuck, Sin," Fury moaned against Sin's neck. Fury worked one hand down to the small of Sin's back and didn't stop until his fingers were nestled in between two round globes. He gently brushed over Sin's hole, loving the way the strong man jerked and moaned in his arms. "Yes," Sin hissed. Was all Fury could muster. He had his eyes closed and his mouth latched onto Sin's broad shoulder while he thrust his erection in and out of Sin's tight fist. Fury could feel the residual slickness around Sin's pliant hole from the lubed toy and couldn't resist pushing a finger in. Sin jolted against him. "You okay?" "Fuck yes. I need," Sin stuttered, absently pushing his ass back to meet Fury's thrusting digit. "I know what you need, but I want you to ask me," Fury growled against the shell of Sin's ear. He loved the way Sin's body responded to him, just like he'd imagined it would. Sin roughly gripped Fury's shoulder with one hand while the other hand continued to work Fury's cock in his grip, sliding the foreskin up and down in a delicious dragging motion. "I want this, and you fucking know it, so don't play with me," Sin snapped back at Fury. Fury's cock jerked and leaked against Sin's stomach. Fuck, his bottom was so damn hot and bossy, demanding to be fucked. "Turn over," Fury ordered. Sin complied quickly. Fury knelt down and licked a path up Sin's neck to his cheek, sloppily kissing and nipping at his lips. Sin's blissful moans and facial expressions were enough to convince Fury that he was ready to get fucked. He'd make it good for Sin, if it was the last thing he did. Fury grabbed the lube and condom off the nightstand and made quick work of preparing himself. He used 2 fingers to massage around Sin's hole. The way it quivered under his touch had Fury clenching the base of his cock to keep himself under control. So fucking hot. Sin grunted and pushed his ass back for more. Fury knew the man was thriving under his words of praise. Sin was that type of man. He had to be the best at everything he did. He was a bottom, so he was going to be the best bottom Fury ever had. "No more goddamn fingers. Fuck me already," Sin hissed over his shoulder. Fury slapped Sin's ass a few times with his hard cock. "Damn, you are a bossy bottom, aren't you? Look at you, aching for my cock." Fury moaned, rubbing his sheathed cock up and down Sin's crease. He grabbed the lube and drizzled it messily over Sin's hole. "Damn, you gotta bathe me in fucking lube? Does it have to be so damn cold?" Sin grumbled. "Next time I'll put it in my handy-dandy lube warmer first," Fury mocked sarcastically, slapping Sin's ass hard with his right hand. When Sin started to protest that, Fury pushed a hand down between Sin's shoulder blades, slamming him down onto the mattress. He nudged his cock against him and began to push inside. Sin gripped Fury's thigh, urging him on. Fury pushed steadily and Sin opened up to him with little resistance. "Don't fight it, babe. Breathe through it." Fuck," Sin groaned. Fury felt Sin tensing up. He stopped pressing forward and Sin grabbed at his leg, urging him to continue. Fury grabbed Sin's hand off his leg and intertwined their fingers. "Relax. I refuse to hurt you. Breathe, slow and even." Fury rocked the length he already had in Sin's body slowly back and forth. So fucking tight. Fury could feel the rise and fall of Sin's chest as he tried to breathe through the intrusion. Burns, Sin hissed. Trust me, baby. It's gonna get real good. I trust you, Sin whispered. Fury's heart soared at those words. Damn, he wanted this man to be his more than anything in the world. Sin was exactly what he was missing in his life. Although he never imagined falling for a cop, he wouldn't change one thing about his newly gay, overprotective sergeant. Good, baby. Open up and let me in. Let me make you feel good. Fury draped his long frame over Sin's back and pushed in slowly and steadily until his pelvis pressed against Sin's hot ass. Oh, fuck. God damn, you feel good. Furious, Sin said through a shaky breath. I'm right here, baby. Fury moved his hips in shallow thrusts while Sin got used to having Fury inside him, which didn't take long. Sin pushed back against Fury, making him cry out at the pleasure caused by the deeper penetration. Feeling good, babe? Sin nodded his head. His face was buried in the pillow, mumbling something Fury couldn't understand. Fury let go of Sin's arm and laid his body down on top of him, pushing them both into the bed. Sin groaned loudly as Fury buried himself deeper. Let me hear you, Sin. Let me hear how good I make you feel. Fury pulled Sin's hair, turning his face from the pillow. No hiding from me. Fury pulled out and thrust in hard, this time both of them yelling their pleasure into the dark room. Fury didn't want Sin coming any time soon. He wanted to live in Sin's heat forever. Furious, I want... Do it. Fast. Sin didn't know how to say what he wanted, but Fury knew. He rose up on both arms, arching his back, and began to thrust long and deep into Sin's ass. He knew the feeling of being so full and feeling like it wasn't enough, needing more, that indescribable moment where pain and pleasure meshed, the mind not knowing whether to cry out or moan. The sound created is a combination of both, which most closely resembles a whimper. That's where his beautiful sergeant was right now, mewling Fury's name over and over while tilting his ass up toward him, begging for more. Fury leaned down to look around Sin's ear. Want me to fuck you hard, don't you? Make you yell? Make you lose your fucking mind? Don't you, gorgeous? Furious. Furious, please. Sin's deep, pleading voice was the most gorgeous sound in the world. Fuck. Fury pistoned his hips, fucking his lover hard and deep, just like he begged. Fury reared back and gripped Sin's hips, pulling him up on all fours. Sin's protest fell on deaf ears. He knew his man loved that position of Fury putting his weight on him, but Sin was going to love this one too. Fury's hold was unrelenting. He gripped both of Sin's broad shoulders and slammed him onto his cock with each drive forward, going for the deepest penetration possible. His pace was fast and brutal. He changed the angle a couple times until Sin shouted out in delicious bliss. That's it. Fury held that angle and hit his mark repeatedly until his man fell apart beneath him. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Sin panted each time Fury propelled into him. His body jerked and heaved as he yelled obscenities. Fury was lost too. So goddamn hot. Fuck you so good. Fuck you until you belong to me, Fury demanded, pumping his hips like he was a man possessed. Yes. Yes, what? Fury wheezed. He gripped Sin's wet hair, his own sweat pouring off him like rain. Although Sin's face was contorted, Fury recognized it as a mask of sheer ecstasy. He looked so damn beautiful. Fury began to lose his rhythm. Gonna make me fucking come, baby. Yours. Yours. Yours, Sin chanted. Fury didn't know if Sin was just lost in the pleasure, but he'd take that declaration for now. Yes, mine. Fury reached around and gripped Sin's. What the fuck? Very soft cock. Fury's brows furrowed. For a moment, he thought he wasn't making him feel good, but then it hit him like a slug to his chest. Sin had already come. Fury leaned over Sin's back and drug his hand along the covers beneath him, his fingers landing in a pool of cooling cum. Motherfucker, Fury hissed. The thought of Sin coming without Fury even touching his cock sent Fury hurling into his own orgasm. Sin didn't think it was possible to come without touching your dick. But he had. And damn. He'd come so hard that he couldn't even shout. No sound came out. It was an explosive, silent wail, and Fury had fucked him straight through it. Fury was sprawled across Sin's sweaty back, his hips pumping erratically, and Sin was hyper-aware of Fury's cock pulsing inside his sensitive channel. Goddamn, Furious. Sin's back arched as Fury slammed into him, holding him while his cock throbbed his release. Sin had never imagined anything could feel this good. He wanted to fucking kick himself for not taking what he'd needed a long time ago. Plenty of people had successful, demanding careers and relationships. Relationship with Furious. Sin's body shook at the thought. Fury licked at his ear, rubbed his strong hands up and down Sin's back, soothing the tremors that racked his body. His channel was still pulsing as Fury's cock slid out of him. Sin groaned at the empty feeling. It's okay. I'm going to fill you up again very soon. Fury whispered against Sin's earlobe like he'd read his thoughts. Sin's cock was already twitching at the promise of his ass being filled again. Fuck. Sin's arms gave out, and they both came crashing down to the cool, damp sheets. Ah, Sin grouched. He wasn't a fan of lying in cold cum. Fury chuckled on top of him. I guess you're sleeping in the wet spot. Get off me, shithead. Sin's tone was humorous as he turned and threw the sexy man off his back. Fury would have hit the floor, but Sin reached out and grabbed his forearm, laughing louder now. Well, give me a little warning next time. Fury crowded in close to him, and they fell silent, staring at each other. Their smiles faded slowly, and instinctually they both leaned in, letting their foreheads come together first, before lightly brushing slick, plump lips against each other. I feel good, Sin said, running his hands through Fury's hair. Don't worry. Fury smiled languidly. His freshly fucked, relaxed expression made Sin feel like he'd hit the boyfriend jackpot. He felt so peaceful he couldn't help the yawn that escaped him and landed in Fury's mouth. Shit, sorry. A sleepy chuckle was all either of them could manage. Sin's eyes were closed. We're a mess. Mm-hmm. Fury yawned. His eyes were drifting closed as well. The one who came the hardest gets up to get the washcloth. That'll be you. That's you, they said in unison, sharing a sexy post-coital laugh while lazily nuzzling against each other. Sin groaned and got up to go to the bathroom. He passed by the bathroom mirror and almost didn't recognize himself. He looked relaxed. The crease that seemed to be permanently etched into his forehead appeared to have smoothed out. The darkness of his eyes almost gleamed back at him. Sin smiled and liked how he looked doing it. Fucking furious, he whispered. Sin finished washing up and soaped a cloth for Fury. Sin turned the corner and was again hit with that surreal feeling caused by having a naked man lying in his bed. Damn. Fury's beautifully toned, inked-over body stretched from his headboard to his footboard. Fury's ass was petite but round and perfectly shaped. Sin's eyes rolled when his cock showed signs of life at the thought of burying himself in that sexy ass and fucking it until he couldn't see straight. Sin awkwardly walked back to the bed and gave Fury a nudge with his bare hip. Hey, you. Hey, back. Fury's voice was melodic. Here's your rag. I'm gonna make sure the doors are locked. Then I'm going to bed. Sin cleared his throat nervously. You're staying, right? Fury flipped over and took the warm cloth while eyeing Sin. Yeah, but... Fury propped himself on one elbow. Are you asking me to stay in your bed? Or stay so you can protect me? Sin leaned down and kissed Fury's pouty mouth. Both. Now shut up. Fury grabbed the lube from the nightstand and chucked it at Sin's head, just barely missing him as he ran out of the room. Sin laughed all the way down the hall. When he came back, he peeked around the door jamb. Is it safe? Fury had moved to his stomach with the cover pulled up to his lean hips. Sin thought he mumbled no, but his mouth was half buried in the plush pillow. Sin checked his weapons one more time and climbed in bed behind his man. Sin wasn't aware he'd fallen asleep until he was awakened by a cold, prickly feeling running down his spine. Sin, startled, fully alert, and listened intently before moving. His arm was draped over Fury's stomach, his soft cock resting against one of his ass cheeks. Ordinarily, it would feel good, but the nagging feeling at the nape of his neck wouldn't let him enjoy his first morning waking up with a man. Sin closed his eyes, straining to hear anything. But still, nothing. Something was definitely off, though. When Sin pulled away from Fury's intoxicating smell, it registered. Food. Cooking. God damn it. Sin buried his face in Fury's soft hair and whispered into it. Whatever you do, don't get out of bed. I'll be right back. Fury snuffled slightly. Where are you going? What time is it? Oh, God. Fury's rough, bass-filled morning voice was the most sinful sound Sin had ever heard. Shh. Sin pushed Fury's hair behind his ear and kissed his temple. It's a little after 5. Go back to sleep. Okay. Sin pulled his boxers on and quietly left the bedroom, walking angrily to the kitchen. He turned the corner and wanted to throw a shit fit at the sight before him. Day was standing at his stove loading some type of egg dish onto a plate before turning and setting it in front of God. God folded down one side of his newspaper, peering at Sin from behind it. Well, good morning, sunshine, Day said, way too cheerily for 5 fucking a.m. We brought breakfast. Sin clenched his jaw, trying not to yell at his superior officers. Have you two lost your fucking minds? Come on, it's early. Sin turned his wrist, forgetting he didn't have his watch on yet. Damn, you guys are always at the office or at a crime scene or over fucking here at god-awful hours. Oh, it's early? Day said disbelievingly. God shrugged like he hadn't realized either. Seriously, when the fuck do you guys sleep? Never, God said nonchalantly. When do you fuck? Sin snapped. Always, Day quipped. Just did 30 minutes ago. Nice couch, by the way, real comfy. Sorry for the stain. Sin tiredly flipped Day off. Don't be pissed, Day sing-songed. A dab of shout will get that right out. Sin rubbed angrily at his tired eyes, growling. Day. He's not in a joking mood, sweetheart, God said from behind his paper. You know we didn't fuck on your couch, so calm the hell down. Damn, you're moody in the morning. Unless... We weren't interrupting anything, were we? So how's porn boy? God's gruff voice filled the kitchen, making Sin cringe. First of all, don't fucking call him that, ever. And damn it, God, lower your voice. Shit. He's still asleep. Sin berated his lieutenant, who didn't look the slightest bit fazed by Sin's irritation. You guys could let him sleep. He's had a rough night, you know. Day leaned his chest against God's large back, draping his arms over his shoulders. Oh, damn, what kind of friends are we? It was rough, huh? Day looked apologetic. Yes, it was, Day. He just... Try water-based lube next time, Day interrupted, causing God to choke on his eggs. Day, fuck. Sin tried not to grin, but when he thought about it, it really was funny. I knew I'd get you to smile. Have some breakfast, Sarge. We gotta go question the crazy chicks. You know how much people feel like sharing when they've spent a night in jail. Damn. All right, just let me... Wow. Something smells great. Fury's deep voice reached them from down the hall as he made his way to the kitchen. You cook, babe? Who knew? I'll have the gladiator portion. Fury used his best Roman accent as he sauntered into the kitchen with his hands on his hips and his head held high. Sin turned just as Fury noticed God and Day. Oh, fuck shit, Jesus Christ. Fury stumbled, his eyes darting wildly between all of them. Damn, I'm so sorry. Fury looked at Sin, trying to gauge exactly how much he'd fucked up just now. Sin smiled at him, and Fury immediately lost the horrified expression. Sin held his hand out and mouthed to him, "It's okay." Damn. God's sharp green eyes roamed Fury's practically naked frame, his intricate body art on full display, wearing nothing but boxer briefs. The hard smack from Day to the back of his head cut his appreciation short. Did that feel good, God? Sin said, amusingly. I'm sorry. Did you say God? Fury looked confused. Chill out, man. You're not in purgatory. Day winked. You're in Sin's apartment, so it only looks like it. Sin huffed an annoyed breath. Figures, Fury said, like he was disappointed. He smiled, motioning that he was going to put some pants on. Fury yelled from down the hall. Figures. God couldn't be that damn hot. Sin rolled his eyes when he saw the shit-eating grin on Day's face. Wonderful. Your guy thinks my man is hot. Day slowly pulled out the other dinette chair, sitting gingerly, crossing one leg over the other, carefully placing both clasped hands in his lap in a classic psychoanalytical posture. With one eyebrow cocked high, he asked Sin in a monotone, So how does that make you feel? You know what? Get out, both of you. Sin pointed to his front door. Furious came back in, still laughing. He easily lowered Sin's pointing arm and kissed his slack mouth. Sin thought he'd feel uncomfortable kissing in front of other people, especially his bosses. But he didn't. Besides, his bosses weren't exactly typical. Sin pulled Fury in and kissed him properly before releasing him to sit. Fury would swear his heart stopped for about 10 seconds when he thought he'd embarrassed Sin in front of his coworkers. The gladiator comment was an obvious jibe that Fury had really put it to Sin last night. He thought Sin was alone, cooking for him, otherwise he never would have said that. But Sin was okay about it. Fury was shocked when Sin pulled him in for a sexy kiss right in front of his hot-ass friends, and damn, they were fucking hot. Fury sat down and glanced over toward the stove. That smells awesome. What is it? It's a bacon, potato, and egg breakfast casserole, the shorter of the duo answered. He was all smiles and funny energy. Help yourself. Make sure you fix yourself the gladiator portion, the big scary one said roughly. His voice was raw and gritty, and there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile on his tight mouth. Fury wondered what the man sounded like if he got in your face and yelled. He hopefully would never know. Fury ignored the comment and got up to fix himself a plate of the delicious-looking dish. After he sat back down, he thought it appropriate to introduce himself. I'm Furious, he said, extending his hand to the short one first, then to the huge one. We know who you are, the man smiled charmingly. I'm Leonidas Day, but you can call me Day or Leo, and this is my partner in every sense of the word. He's Cashel Godfrey. You can call him Cash if God is a little too off-putting for you. It is for people who aren't used to him. God seems fitting, Fury said in a low whisper. He watched the big man pull the corner of the paper down and wink quickly at him. Fuck, I think I've just come, Fury winked back. Holy shit, I love this guy, Day laughed loudly. Sin, your boyfriend is a riot. Yeah, he's a regular fucking Jim Carrey. Sin gave Fury the evil eye, obviously not liking his "I've just come" comment, but Fury blew a kiss at Sin, loving that he didn't try to correct the use of the boyfriend title. So, you guys work with Sin? Fury asked around a mouthful of bacon and eggs. Yep, we're his lieutenants, Day answered, picking up the largest coffee cup Fury had ever seen and taking a huge gulp. You guys had a trying evening last night, so we thought we'd check in on you. Sin just nodded. Right. Nice bandage. God peeked around his paper again, angling his head at Sin's hand. Nothing broken? Sin looked at his hand. Fury wrapped it up for me last night. Just a little torn skin, it's nothing really. He tried to be all tough, but I had to blow on it to make it feel better. Fury's teasing had Sin smiling. Glad you're okay, Sin. Day winked mischievously. Fury looked at Sin. You just don't realize how awesome it is to have such great bosses. Came to check up on you, considerate enough to bring you breakfast. I mean, just all around awesome guys. Just wait for it, Fury. Sin cut him off. What? Fury's brow creased in confusion. All the warm compliments you're giving God and Day? Just wait for it. Fury looked confused. I don't know what you're... What else did you have to blow on to make feel better? Day said around a snort. Really hate to have missed that show, Spanky. Day smiled broadly at Fury. Fury groaned and dropped his head as he ran both hands through his hair. You guys watched my videos? Hell yeah, Day grinned. For evidence and research purposes only, God chimed in. 5 times, Day yelled, punching God in his large bicep. Okay, guys, shut up, Sin huffed. I'm just saying, you lucky fuck. You get to date a hot porn puppy and we can't say anything? Day stared at Fury, completely ignoring Sin's fuming. Fury laughed and got up to put his plate in the sink. He mussed Day's head on his way back to his seat. God had a smile on his face when he turned to the page of his paper. Sin, go get your ass dressed. We gotta go. Rose should be calling any minute. Fury watched Day's eyes travel down Sin's muscled torso. Fury was fascinated. These men had a type of camaraderie he'd never seen amongst co-workers, especially cops. Day pointed at Sin's hips. You got a little fruit hanging out of your loom, Sin. Sin slammed his hand over the flap in front of his boxers and turned abruptly, heading to his bedroom. Give me 15 minutes, assholes. Fury chuckled and got up to follow. You got 5, God yelled. We don't have time for Spanky to beat your meat first. Chapter 26. You do your job, and I'll do mine. Sin was still shaking his head in disbelief when he started the shower. As soon as he stepped inside the clear doors, Fury came in, leaning his tall frame against the sink. Sin washed quickly, watching Fury brush his hair back into a thick ponytail that reached mid-shoulder. Sin remembered running his fingers through the soft strands and pulling on it when pleasure overtook him. His cock hardened, making him smile at how bad he already had it for this man. Fury had his shirt and shoes on, as if he was also preparing to leave. What are you doing? Sin asked over the running water. I'm getting ready. For what? I called Doug. He's on his way to get me, Fury answered. What? Sin yelled. He shut off the water and flung the door to the shower open. I don't want you leaving, Furious. Your ex could still be in town, and I want to be 100% positive we've got the person that tried to run you down. I think you should stay here. Fury stared at Sin like he'd lost his damn mind. Sin wrapped a towel around his waist and stepped closer to Fury. Okay, that came out a little harsher than I intended. Sin put his hands on Fury's waist and closed in until his damp forehead was resting on Fury's shoulder. I understand, Fury whispered in his ear. But I can't stay holed up here. I have things to do, Sin. The property manager for the shop is meeting with us to do a walkthrough and sign the lease today. I also have to meet with a couple of mechanics that we hired. Fury smiled wide. Then I have to go and pick up the assignment for my final so I can graduate. Sin stared into Fury's sparkling eyes. He brought one hand up and tenderly brushed Fury's cheek. Congratulations. Thank you. Fury kissed his lips gently. I'll be fine. I'm a big boy. I know you are, Sin winked. Fury flushed with embarrassment. Shut up. Don't start something you can't finish. I'll finish it later, Sin promised. His look was pure lust as he pushed his rising cock against Fury's jean-clad thigh. Fucking right you will, Fury moaned against Sin's cheek, rocking back against him. I'd fucking take you right now if your bosses weren't in the front room. Sin groaned. Fury gripped Sin's cock in a firm grip and stroked a couple times, wrapping his other arm around Sin's back to hold him close. He nipped at Sin's stubbled chin, peppering sweet kisses along his jaw to his ear. Fury flicked his tongue out and pulled the fleshy lobe between his soft lips. Fury's lips were pressed against his ear as he spoke in a low, sexy drawl. I'd bend you over this sink and fuck you until you yelled my name and begged me not to stop. Fuck, Sin moaned. Heat tore up through him at Fury's nasty words. Fuck you hard, just how you like it, baby. Fury increased the speed of his stroke. Oh, fuck, no. Stop, honey, Sin protested weakly, his balls already throbbing with the need for release. Why? Fury hissed. Because I fucking refuse to let Day hear me come. Sin put some room between their bodies and kept backing up until he hit the wall. He tried to control his breathing, but staring at Fury's gorgeous, flushed face didn't help. You guys are crazy, Fury shook his head. Day's pranks have no boundaries. I wouldn't be surprised if my moans are broadcasted over the loudspeaker in the office today. Sin opened the bathroom door and gestured for Fury to look out into the hallway. See? Fury busted out laughing at Day standing there in the hallway with his cell phone in his hand, studying the non-existent art on Sin's bare wall. He whistled like he was just lounging around, not looking for trouble. Sin just flipped him off and pulled Fury into his bedroom, slamming the door behind them. Oh my fucking god, that shit is too funny, Fury laughed while he put a few things into his backpack. Yeah, because you don't have to deal with his silliness. Sin hurried to get dressed. Is he a good cop? Fury asked without looking up. Sin smiled. Believe it or not, he's awesome. Put him with God and they're unbeatable, otherwise I wouldn't have come all the way from Philly to work for them. Sin finished clipping on his phones and badge before snapping his weapons into his holster. He walked over to where Fury sat on the bed watching his preparations. He nudged his way in between his knees and cradled Fury's face in his palms. If the gesture shocked Fury, he didn't show it. He just lifted his face up to stare at Sin. If you have any problems, Sin took a deep breath, silently wishing Fury would just stay where he knew he'd be safe. He wasn't Fury's keeper, and he wouldn't bully him. He'd already had enough of that in his life. Get someplace safe first. Then call me immediately. Fury put his hands over top of Sin's and slowly brought their hands down. He stood and wrapped his arms around Sin's neck, and Sin hugged Fury tightly to him. Their mouths came together hard and hungry, biting and licking each other, like one of them was leaving for a long journey. They kissed like it could be their last time, and it unnerved the hell out of Sin. He didn't like this feeling. He didn't like the uncertainty of this whole fucked up situation. He needed to fix this. They weren't in bed right now. Fury wasn't on top of him or inside of him, grounding him. They were heading back out into the ruthless world, and that was Sin's domain. That's where he took back control. If something happened to the man in his arms, he'd never forgive himself. What's Doug's phone number? Sin asked, breaking their kiss. Fury looked at him for a few seconds before rattling off the few digits. I'll only use it if I can't reach you, Sin said, programming the number into his personal cell. Fury released a deep sigh, making Sin look up. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Actually, yes. Very much, Fury confessed, and Sin desperately wanted to put him at ease. Sin lifted Fury's chin so they were eye to eye. I'm only a phone call away. If some shit pops off, I can have someone to you in seconds. Do you understand? That's it right there, Fury cut Sin off. I'm not nervous about my ex or Sasha's angry bitches. I'm nervous about you. Sin started to speak, but Fury put his hand up to stop him. I know I fought you tooth and nail before. I was a jerk to you, and that's only when I wasn't acting like an unappreciative brat. You've saved my life more than once already, and Fury seemed to search for the right words before he could continue. I don't want you to give up on me when you start to feel like this is too much work. You can't be focused on your already demanding job if you're worried about what trouble I may be getting into. You have to keep your head together so you can lead your team. Sin was shaking his head no before Fury finished talking. That's not true. I don't throw my hands up and surrender on anything. Have you had many boyfriends or girlfriends, Sin? My guess would be no. It's stressful at best. You definitely don't need it affecting your ability to do your job. Sin pointed out his bedroom window. Out on those streets, I can handle that all day. Let me do what I do, Furious. Let me handle it. Sin gestured around the room. This here in my bed, I'll let you handle that. And everything will balance itself out. Fury smiled at Sin's suggestion, hopefully liking it. Furious. Sin stepped in closer and put his mouth on Fury's long neck, inhaling the masculine scent and the intoxicating sandalwood fragrance that lingered in his beautiful hair. Now that I've had you inside of me, I'm not going any fucking where. Sin leaned in for another kiss and was just about to deepen it when he heard God bellow from the front door for him to bring his ass. I gotta go. Sin kissed Fury's cheek. I'll call you later. Be safe. It felt like something else wanted to emerge from his lips, but he tamped down that unfamiliar feeling and left the room. Chapter 27. Verbal Vomit. Sasha Payne was an incredibly beautiful woman. She sat on the other side of the cold metal table staring at them with a moue of shock and fear. Ranowski had already got Sheila McIntyre, also known as Sasha Payne, to confess to conspiring with Lady J to commit murder and buying laced ecstasy to drug her co-workers. He'd done all that before they even arrived in the office. Sin gave Ro a congratulatory pat on the back while they walked to their office. Good job, man. Real good work, Sin smiled. Ro squinted his eyes, giving Sin a peculiar look, as if he were trying to figure out what was different about him. What? Sin said nervously. He opened the door to their large office, noticing that most of the team was already there waiting on their assignments. God and Day were marking off names on the whiteboard. He plopped down in his chair, fidgeting with some files on his desk. Ranowski leaned casually against the side of his chair, staring down at him. Sin huffed, trying to hide the chuckle that was just underneath his grin. Why are you looking at me like that, Ro? Ro smiled back at him. No reason. You just look, I don't know. Happy, I guess. Oh, he's happy all right, Day yelled across the spacious area. Fuck, here we go. Sin knew Day wouldn't keep his mouth shut. Sarge is very happy. Day turned to look at him. He feels like a fucking room without a roof, don't you, Sarge? Day gave him an exaggerated wink, and Sin just barely resisted the urge to dump his trash can all over the top of Day's desk. He settled for flipping him off. Ro cut Sin some slack and got back to their case. Ms. Payne is not a male basher. Well, not as bad as some of those BTNSers. She admits to trying to scare Furious by chasing him off the road with her car, but claims she wouldn't have hit him. Ro's voice was thick with sarcasm. Bullshit, Sin snapped. Calm down, Sin. We're gonna nail this, God said, walking over to them. What's she saying now? Ro turned to look up at the big man as he practically stood on top of Ranowski. Sin thought God was closer than was strictly necessary to ask his questions. He was so close that Ro could lay his head on God's chest if he wanted to, but whatever. She's scared right now and willing to cooperate, Ro told them. Is she willing to cooperate regarding the ecstasy dealer? Sin asked. Only one way to find out, Day said, scooping up the file on his way toward the door. When they made it back downstairs to interrogation, Sasha's lawyer was talking quietly with her. All four of them filed into the small room, and Sin was itching to put his hands on the woman. He had never struck a woman in his life. He was raised to be an honorable man. But he would shake the fuck out of this one. Sasha needed some sense shaken into her. She looked at all of them as they took their places. When can I get out of this room? I've been here all morning. When we're done, Sin said dryly. My client has not been officially charged, and she's been here going on 48 hours. I wouldn't be so eager, counselor. Your client has already confessed, Rose said, sitting directly in front of the petite attorney. We'll get to the charges, but we need to talk with you about where you bought the laced drugs. We may be able to get you a good deal with the DA if you give us the information on the ecstasy dealer. Rose softly patted Sasha's shaking hand. If you're cooperative, Ms. McIntyre, the DA will probably let you plead to a lesser charge and drop the attempted vehicular manslaughter. Lady J killed those guys, not me. I actually tried to stop her. I didn't try to kill Furious. I was only trying to scare him. He humiliated me. Tears were flowing down Sasha's cheeks. Sin couldn't believe the ease some people had with explaining away their bad behavior. Why did people think breaking the law was no big deal? This woman couldn't be that damn stupid. Sin tried not to growl, but when he thought of those headlights barreling toward Fury the other night, he was having a hard time controlling his anger. Save the tears, princess. No one here is buying it, not even your own fucking lawyer. Excuse me, Sergeant Sidney, but I don't— Shut up, Sin put his hand up, cutting off the lawyer's unwelcome rebuttal. He wasn't in the mood to hear it. Give us the name of the ex-dealer or you're going to be up shit creek without a paddle. Look at it this way. Since you're so anti-cock now, where you're going, there's a huge goddamn shortage of them. Sasha bit on her bottom lip while her lawyer whispered something in her ear. I can give you Fury's husband's name. He paid me to give him Fury's work and home addresses because he's after him. I think he wants to hurt him. He promised the other girls of BTNS that he'd help Lady J if they helped him. We already took care of that bastard. I don't give a fuck about him. Sin braced his hands on the table. I just can't figure out why you agreed to do all of this to Furious when he was the only guy who never fucked you. Your little bullshit clique claims to be against men mistreating women, but the one guy that didn't fuck you over you went after? Why? Because your Facebook friends laughed at you when he refused to do a movie with you? You wanted him, and he wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. Don't try to act like you know me or what I was thinking, Sasha hissed at him. I know what you were thinking. I'm the fucking whore whisperer, Sin bit off nastily. He already knew he'd overstepped when the words tumbled out of his mouth, but this skank tried to hurt someone very important to him. So fuck her. Sasha's lawyer gasped, her face turning a bright red. She leveled an angry glare at Sin. Do I need to get your captain in here, since your lieutenants aren't doing a thing about your misconduct? This has gone beyond any interrogation I've ever been a part of. My client doesn't have to sit here and be ridiculed because of her profession, Sergeant Sidney. Sin heaved a disbelieving laugh. Profession? Seriously, counselor? What the fuck is her degree in? A bachelor of bitchiness? Sergeant, outside, now. God's abrupt yell startled everyone, but Sin had been expecting it. He was emotionally involved in this case, and it was fucking him up. Sin looked up and saw God motioning for him to leave the room with him. Day got up as well. Damn. Sin didn't say another word. He just jerked the door open and slammed it behind him. The three of them stood outside the room. Sin was going to try to apologize to his lieutenants for his inappropriate conduct, but God cut him off. Don't fucking speak. I know you got it bad for your first piece of dick and all, but you better get yourself under fucking control, and I mean right the hell now. I won't tolerate your goddamn tantrums in my interrogations, Sin. God's low growl was intimidating. Wait a minute, God. Day chimed in, his tone soothing and calm. Don't you think it's fair to hear his side? Fine. What's his damn side? God barked, his green eyes sparkling with anger. Everyone fell silent. Sin scratched the back of his head. Day's brows scrunched in concentration, obviously neither of them able to concoct an excuse that was good enough to condone Sin's outburst. God waited impatiently, one eyebrow cocked. Okay, Day drawled out. Back to your side, God. This is no time to be a wise-ass, Day. God glared, turning his attention back to Sin. Despite your vomiting insults at the girl, you better hope she's still willing to talk, because if I miss the chance at that dealer, y'all are going to see me get very angry, and I'm going to take it out on your ass, Sin, and not in the way you'd like. God turned and went back into the room without letting Sin say a word. Sin ran his hand through his hair, tugging on the length at the top. Damn it. I fucked up, Sin said between clenched teeth. Fuck, man. I'm sorry, Day. Day continued to watch through the one-way window. God and Ro were back to negotiating with Sasha after apologizing for Sin's behavior. Sin was saying a silent prayer of thanks that their suspect was still talking about a deal. Sin dropped his chin to his chest. He felt Day's hand squeezing his shoulder. Don't beat yourself up too bad, Sin. We've all been there. Day whispered, his eyes still watching Ro write down all the information for their next bust. Go on home. We'll finish up here. Strategy meeting at 0700 sharp. I don't need to go home, Day. I'm good, Sin argued. Day finally turned to look at him. Sin, go home. It's not a request. The fear of almost losing someone you care about and then being able to stick it to their attacker is a hard opportunity to pass up. Have a stiff drink, go to bed, work it out of your system. We'll handle all the details in the morning. Sin turned to leave. Before he rounded the corner, Day called out to him. Hey, Sin? Yeah. The whore whisperer? Day laughed heartily. Classic, dude. Sin couldn't stop his leer. Leave it to Day. He turned the corner and made a beeline for the back doors, not really in the mood to run into anyone for a stop and chat. When he was finally outside, he'd realized he'd ridden in with God and Day. Damn it. Sin went back inside to his office and grabbed a set of keys off the board for one of the team's SUVs. He quickly signed his name and hurried back through the bullpen. He didn't stop and breathe until he was barreling down North Decatur Boulevard toward Emery Point. He needed fury. Chapter 28. Clash of the Friend and Lover. By noon, Fury had already turned off his cell phone after receiving the fifth threatening text message. Fuck. He knew who it was. God damn him. Should have known he wouldn't bow out gracefully. Fury, are you even listening to me? Fury's head shot up at Doug's loud voice. Yeah, I'm listening. So, receptionist or no receptionist? Even though we have it in the budget to hire a receptionist, I think we should just buy a good office phone system for now. Have cordless receivers around the shop and let the mechanics take turns answering the phones. If it gets busy fast, then we'll hire someone. Fury checked off a few notes, flipping through a ton of other papers they had spread across the six-top table. Right after Sin left this morning, Fury went to wait across the street for Doug to pick him up for the meeting with their new property manager. Both of them were buzzing with the anticipation of finally being able to make their dream a reality. They'd also found Jace's auto shop almost 6 months ago. Anytime Fury needed specialty parts for his school assignments, that's where he'd end up. Fury really liked the guys who worked there. They were friendly and talented as hell. It reminded him of his dad's place. When Jace said he was retiring and selling the place the following year, Fury and Doug immediately jumped on it. Jace's was a great location in a prime area of Atlanta with very loyal customers. The work the man did was nothing short of phenomenal. Definitely some of the best auto repair and customizations in the state. The 7,500 square foot space had a decent-sized waiting/reception area, a detailing space, 2 offices, a fully equipped garage with 5 bays, 4 of them with lifts. Although it had taken them an extra 9 months to save the deposit needed for the lease, they knew it'd be worth it. The great news was Jace was willing to offer them an excellent price on his entire inventory, too. They'd been at IHOP for the past 3 hours since they'd signed their lease. The garage was theirs, jointly owned, 50-50. Now they were hashing out important details with their new manager and 2 assistant managers on grand opening ideas, staffing needs, inventory, permits, customers, etc. They'd decided to open in 30 days. The garage was already fully functional, so all they required were the new licenses, set up some of their newer tools, and enough time to run a 2-week grand opening ad. During the last week, they'd have the place professionally cleaned by industrial specialists, all the new furniture brought in, including Fury's father's bike, which would sit on a raised platform in the window. It was sure to intrigue passers-by. Fury and his dad had completely rebuilt and tricked out the bike before he passed. It was the last project they worked on together. Fury was having it shipped all the way from his grandmother's in Florida, the only place he knew it would have been safe. "Fury, this place is going to be fucking awesome, man. I already got people lined up. Are you sure you don't want to open the auto detailing portion?" Doug asked, taking another sip of his 3rd cup of coffee. "I think it's a good idea to open it, Fury, since it was the most popular service Jace offered. We don't want to lose his client base." Roderick, one of the assistant managers, spoke up. The older man was a brilliant business major from Morris Brown College. There wasn't a business-related problem he couldn't solve. "All right," Fury agreed. "We can give it a try. But that means hiring a few more guys. Let's hire 2 experienced detailers and get some senior-year interns from the Votech school," Roderick suggested. "I can start the paperwork on that immediately. They could do it for the experience, and we'll get a tax break for participating in a non-profit educational program." Doug smiled. "Nice thinking, Brainiac." "Well, I think that about wraps up this meeting. Let's meet at the shop to—" Fury stopped mid-sentence when he noticed 2 uniformed police officers staring at him. Doug turned and looked. "Are they looking at you, Roderick?" Doug asked. Roderick dropped his pen down on the table, throwing his hands in the air exaggeratedly. "Why the hell would they be looking at me, Doug? Because I'm the only one in here with a damn record? Nice, man, real nice. That really hurts." "Jesus, Rod, ain't no one trying to hurt your sensitive-ass feelings. Tell me, how's your vagina feel? That get hurt too? You fucking wimp." Doug rolled his eyes, looking back at the cops that were still staring in their direction. "Calm down, guys. It looks like they're looking at me." Fury began to gather his papers, keeping an eye on the officers, one of them talking on a cell phone now. "Let's just go." "Something you need to tell us, Fury?" Roderick asked while gathering his own belongings. "No, Rod. Look, I'll meet you guys tomorrow at 9. Fury got up, tossed the rest of his papers in his book bag. He was hoping that the cops weren't there to question him about his ex getting the shit beaten out of him. He wondered how much damage Sen did. He'd assumed the man had used some restraint since he was a police officer. Fury pulled out his phone and turned it back on. "I'll drive you home, Fury." Doug stood beside Fury, openly glaring at the cops. "You think this has anything to do with Illustra?" "I don't think so," Fury whispered. "Why are you whispering?" Doug said loudly, making the couple in the next table look over. Will you shut up? Come on, let's just go. Fury pulled out a few bills and tossed them on the table. He waited on his 3 new hires to pack up their stuff, and he followed them to the front door. Excuse me, sir. One of the young officers put his hand up to stop them. Are you Furious Barkley? Maybe, maybe not. Is there a problem, officers? Doug stepped in front of Fury. Damn straight there's a problem. Sin stepped inside the door, yanking his dark aviator glasses off his face. The scowl he wore told Fury this was not a pleasant coincidence. Thanks, guys, you can go. Fury stood with his mouth hanging open while Sin dismissed the officers. Seriously, Starsky, you gonna track my boy down every time he leaves the house? Doug said angrily, still blocking Fury. He's not your boy. And what I do regarding Fury is none of your goddamn business. Sin's clenched jaw made his words sound like an evil hiss. He shouldered past Doug and got directly in Fury's face. When I've been calling him for over 6 hours and he hasn't picked up or returned any of my calls, I'll send a fucking SWAT team to find him if I want to. Sin spun and pointed his finger in Doug's face. That's my say, not yours. Sin's voice was rising with his growing temper, and all eyes were on them. Okay, let's get out of here. Fury pushed at both men, urging them out the door. As soon as they were out in the brisk fall air, Sin rounded on Fury, pushing their chests together. Where have you been, Furious? I've been going crazy trying to check on you, and you're sitting here casually eating pancakes, Sin growled. Hey, back up, man. Doug tried to wedge in between Fury and Sin. Sin looked up in annoyance. Doug, I swear if you touch me, I'm going to ensure that you never regain the use of that hand. Okay. Fury put both hands flat on Sin's chest, feeling his rapid heartbeat underneath all that muscle. Fuck. He really was scared. What was I thinking turning off my phone with everything that's going on? Sin, I'm so sorry. I turned my phone off because you don't owe him an explanation. You're a grown man, Furious. You were having a business meeting. He has no right to demand you be available to him at all times, just like Patrick. Fury and Sin both snapped at Doug, but Fury took control. Hey, don't you ever say that again. This man is nothing like that asshole. Fury shook his head at the absurdity of Doug's accusation. Don't even say his name in the same sentence as Patrick's. Doug looked at Fury as if he were a stranger. Doug, you don't know everything that's been going on, but I promise I'll catch you up, okay? Then you're going to feel pretty shitty about what you just said about Sin. Fury nodded his head. Go home. I'll call you when I'm back at Sin's place. You're staying with him? Doug yelled. Doug, you know it's not safe at my place, Fury said softly, his eyes pleading with his friend for him to understand. Then you should come stay with me. I don't trust this guy. This is fucking crazy, Sin snarled. I know you're his friend, but you're sounding more pissed than a friend should be. Don't try to read me, Detective. Fury is my best friend, and I've had his back since the first day he got here. Doug wasn't backing down from Sin's intimidating posture. Sin's dark glasses were back on, creating a perfectly badass look with his black leather coat and boots. All the hardware Sin had tucked under his arms and the shiny badge hanging around his neck was a sight right out of a sexy cop porno. Sin stepped into Doug's space. Fury is mine to protect. He's with me now, like it or not. If it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for him, I'd be dead right now, and this conversation would be moot, Fury said, cutting off whatever Doug was going to say. Fury ignored Doug's questioning look. I will call you, okay? And I'll fill you in. I'll make sure I'm close by when he does so you can apologize to me, dumbass, Sin grumbled. Fuck you. Oh, now you want me too, Sin barked a laugh. I thought you were straight. Sin, Fury snapped, knock it off. Sin took Fury's backpack off his shoulder and slid it onto his own. He intertwined their fingers, and Fury couldn't ignore how much he liked that gesture from his tough sergeant. Doug still stood very close to Fury, watching them both through narrowed eyes. "Stop looking like that," Fury whispered. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" Doug whispered back. Fury turned and looked behind him at Sin's ruggedly gorgeous face, then down at their joined hands. He turned back to Doug's concerned eyes. "Yes, I do." Fury leaned in and chastely kissed Doug on the lips and watched him turn and leave. When Fury turned back, Sin was wearing a large frown and his chest was frozen like he was holding his breath. Fury got as close to Sin as he could. "What's the matter?" "Don't do that again." Sin's voice was rough and low. "Do what?" Fury frowned in confusion. Sin brought his free hand up and wiped the pad of his thumb across Fury's full lips. "Don't put your lips on him again." Sin shook his head when Fury opened his mouth to argue. "I know it was friendly, and it didn't mean anything. But humor me, okay? Don't put your mouth on his." Sin leaned in and pulled Fury's bottom lip into his mouth and gently sucked on it right there in the IHOP parking lot. "Only I get to taste these pretty lips," Sin moaned inside Fury's mouth. Fury put his arms around Sin's shoulders. "Okay," he whispered back, kissing Sin's cheek. "Let's go." Sin carried Fury's backpack to the large Suburban he'd parked beside the building and placed it in the back seat. "Whose truck is this?" Fury asked. "I borrowed it from work. It belongs to the team. We can use them if needed." Sin started the powerful engine. Fury hooked his seatbelt and turned to look at Sin, realizing he was just sitting there, staring straight ahead. Fury unhooked his belt. "Babe, what's the matter?" Sin took his glasses back off and turned his body so he was facing Fury. "Fury, what you did today. Don't do that again. I can respect your privacy, really, I can, but in light of recent events, please don't cut yourself off like that. I thought... Fuck, Sin. I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking. I wanted to call you so many times today." Sin's eyes widened. "Just to hear your voice. Not because I was in trouble. But I didn't want to seem all clingy and shit. We fucked once and already I'm acting sprung. Can't stop thinking of you." Fury knew his embarrassment was making him blush. But Sin was trying to find the words to say he was scared today, so Fury wasn't holding back on his feelings. They closed the distance over the large console and let their kiss be their words. Fury pushed his tongue deep in Sin's mouth, expressing how deeply sorry he was. Sin's hot, eager tongue told Fury how important it was to him to keep him safe. When it felt like all the oxygen had been sucked out of the vehicle, they inched back slightly to breathe against each other's cheek. Sin's breath came out in shaky bursts, his hands twisting in Fury's long hair, trying to tug him in closer. "I thought I was going to lose my shit today, Fury." Sin pounded his hand on the dashboard, suddenly making Fury flinch. "All I could think was I would kill that fucker if he had you. I'd kill him slowly." Sin sounded deadly, and Fury hated himself for putting Sin through hell. "Baby, I'm so fucking sorry. I don't know what else to say. I just kept getting these messages and I just shut the damn thing off." "What messages?" "From him." Fury turned in his seat, his aggravation spiking again. He was so sick of Patrick and his brother he could scream. Now their bullshit was going to fuck up his chance at something great with someone else. "Let me see." Sin held his hand out for the phone. Fury reluctantly gave it to him and sat silently while Sin scrolled through the messages. They were all similar. "I'm not finished with you yet. Your bodyguard won't always be around. I have guns too. You're mine and I'm not leaving until I have you with me. Till death do us part, remember." I knew I should have finished his ass in that alley. Sin stared down at the display face on the phone, mumbling the words like the phone was listening. "This bastard is like a bad habit. So damn hard to get rid of. Now I have to go fucking batshit on him. Sin, I don't want you jeopardizing your career. Patrick and his brother are dangerous and unpredictable. They think they rule the world just because they have money and people jump to do what they say. They'll try to save face. No one humiliates them and gets away with it. Fury looked at Sin with hurt etched across his face. This is my fight, not yours. We'll do things the legal way. We'll get a protective order, okay? Something tells me Patrick wouldn't want to have any negative publicity regarding him and his business, so he'll most likely adhere to the order, stay away from you, and cease all contact. Good. Fury blew out a breath. I'll take care of it tomorrow, okay? Thank you. Fury stroked the back of his hand down the inside of Sin's thigh, loving the low groan that immediately fled those parted lips and filled the space of the cab. You're welcome, Sin whispered. Touch me some more. Not here. Go back to your place. Now, Fury ordered. Sin floored it toward his apartment. Chapter 29. One boyfriend, 1,000 feelings. I'm gonna come with you. I'm in the mood for something to drink. Sin was already crossing the street behind Fury. Yeah, right. I know why you're really coming. Fury shot Sin a sideways smile. Don't know what you're talking about. A cold one sounds nice. Sin feigned ignorance. You just said you couldn't wait to have a hot shower and get me in bed. Now you want to walk to the pub and have a drink while I check my schedule? Sin didn't answer. He just winked slyly at Fury and pulled the door open for him. He was keeping Fury in his sight as much as he could. If this beautiful man stumbled, Sin was going to be there to catch him. Sin sat at his usual spot while Fury disappeared into the back. There was only one other person at the bar, most of the customers in the booths having lunch. A petite lady that Sin hadn't seen before wiped the area in front of him and asked if he wanted to see a menu. I'll just have water, no lemon, please, Sin ordered. What happened to the cold one? Fury was back at his side, his voice ghosting over the fine hairs on the back of Sin's neck. What had Sin been thinking about that he didn't see him approach? Water is cold. Sin snaked his arm around Fury's waist, loving how easily he molded against his side. Sin took a couple of sips and again declined the offered menu. Hi, Susan. How've you been? Fury leaned over and kissed her cheek. Oh, good, sweetie. How about you? How's school? Sin watched the easy conversation between them. School is fine. I'm actually done. I'll turn in my final next week. Then I'll be consumed with getting my shop open. I just came in to make sure Unc didn't schedule me this weekend. Fury smiled. Oh, Furious. I'm so proud of you, honey. Come here and give me a big hug. Your own shop. How exciting. Fury chuckled as he watched the woman scurry from behind the bar, her arms thrown wide open for him. Fury hugged her, lifting her slight frame off the floor and spinning her a couple times. She squealed, and Sin found himself smiling too. She laughed hysterically while swatting at Fury's shoulders with her bar towel. Put me down, you silly boy. We'll be open next month, so you be sure to bring your car down and I'll give you a free tune-up. Fury kissed her cheek and moved back to Sin's side. Oh, don't worry yourself with that beater of mine. It's useless, she chuckled. A car is never useless as long as it runs, dollface. You just bring it to me, and I'll have it purring like a kitten. The woman blushed and looked over at Sin. So, who's your gentleman caller? Fury's chuckle was soothing. Gentleman caller, really, Susan? Sin stuck his hand out, and the woman placed small fingers in his, barely holding his hand. My name's Corbin. I'm Fury's boyfriend, Sin said confidently. He could feel Fury's surprised eyes boring into the side of his head, but he kept his focus on Susan's happy face. Well, you are so handsome. No wonder this one is smiling from ear to ear. Susan playfully swatted Fury's stomach with her towel. It's nice to meet you, Corbin. I'm Susan. You might as well say I'm Fury's aunt, because I've been with that uncle of his for over 15 years, God bless me. She laughed again. It's a pleasure to meet you, Aunt Susan. Sin presented her a half smile, making her blush. Pleasure's all mine. Well, I'm going to go check on my tables. Are you working tonight, honey? Fury and Sin both stood. No, and I'm off all weekend. I got a ton of stuff to do around the shop. She beamed and hugged him again before trotting off. "She's nice," Sin said, holding Fury's hand while they crossed the street. "Yeah. If it wasn't for her, I'm pretty sure my uncle would have thrown me out on my ass alone." Fury stopped talking when Sin jerked to a stop at the curb. Sin scanned up and down the sidewalk, still keeping Fury close. Something didn't feel right. Shit. "Go inside, Fury," Sin ordered when he spotted a black town car parked a half a block up across the street. The windows were all tinted and it stuck out like a sore thumb among all the other older cars that lined the street. He could see two figures sitting inside. It was obvious they'd realized they'd been spotted because the car revved and jerked away from the curb, cutting down a side street. "Fucking coward," Sin growled. "Was that?" "Yes, it was him." "Why didn't you go inside like I said?" Sin glared at Fury. "Because I wasn't just gonna run like some bitch," Fury glared back. "If he wants me, then I'm standing right fucking here. He can come and try to get me." Fury stuck his chin out. "That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard," Sin snapped back at him. "Throwing yourself at danger doesn't make you brave, it makes you an idiot. Now, go inside." "Hey, Sin tissed. "You're reneging on our agreement. Remember, I run this." Sin gestured to their outdoor surrounding. "Fine, boyfriend." A sinister smile crept up on Fury's stunning lips as he stood chest to chest with Sin. "Let's go inside then, and I'll say what I have to say in there." Sin noticed how Fury punctuated the word boyfriend, and he especially understood what Fury was thinking as he watched his long legs bolt up the steps and disappear into his building. Sin took a deep breath. He was getting ready to step into Fury's sexual stronghold, and he was helpless to resist it. He didn't want to fight it. After the kind of afternoon he'd had hunting Fury down, the man owed him some stress relief. Sin stepped onto the elevator with Fury, both of them settling on opposite sides of the small compartment, staring longingly at each other, letting the erotic tension build. When the doors parted on Sin's floor, they both bolted as if someone had set off an alarm. Sin stopped at his door and was immediately aware of Fury's chest pressing against his back, his hot breath on his neck, and oh God, Fury's hard cock pushing against his ass. Sin's key hovered over the knob as he let all those life-affirming sensations flood his nervous system. Fury pushed harder against him, trapping him against the door. It felt so good, it felt cathartic. He let his head fall back on Fury's shoulder. Open the door, Sin, or I'm gonna fuck you in this hallway." Fury licked Sin's ear. It was something about Fury's voice and the way he talked to Sin that made him completely defenseless to the man's advances. "Fuck," Sin groaned, jiggling the key in the doorknob. He panted when he finally got it unlocked. He turned the knob and both of them stumbled into the apartment. Fury kicked the door closed and crossed the distance between them in an instant. Sin's dick was harder than Chinese arithmetic, and his tight jeans were only adding to his discomfort. He tried to adjust it, but nothing short of yanking his pants down was going to give him any relief. Fury was on Sin, licking and biting at his mouth, his neck, his jaw, anywhere he could reach. Sin snapped off his holster and set his weapons down on the nearest surface. Fury backed him up until he hit the wall, and then his mouth was on him again, hot and demanding, just like Sin needed. He let his head fall back, hitting the wall with a thud while Fury sucked hard at his throat. "So you're my boyfriend now, Sin?" Fury thrust his hips forward, making Sin completely forget his response. "You're just making all kinds of decisions today, aren't you?" "Fury," he moaned. "You're a real force out on the streets, huh, baby?" Fury unsnapped Sin's jeans and forcibly yanked them down to his thighs, his cock snapping back up, weeping at the freedom. Sin was reaching for it when his hand was yanked back and tucked behind his back. Fury spun him around, keeping his arm pinned in place, and slammed Sin's chest against the wall. But you don't run this in here, do you, baby? Fury had Sin in a police hold, and he didn't know whether to resist or come. Fury's hand traveled slowly down Sin's abs to his dark red cock, just barely brushing over it while continuing lower to Sin's balls. Sin whimpered, a full-on, needy-ass moan. From his cheek down to his chest, he was pressed flat against the wall, but Sin wasn't ashamed of the way his ass was pushed out silently begging for Fury's attack. Fury manipulated the round orbs before tightening his grip. "Answer me." Fury snapped his hips again and pulled hard on Sin's balls at the same time. "Ugh, fuck yes. Yes, yes," Sin shouted. Damn, this man would be the death of him. "You're goddamn right. I control this." Fury fisted Sin's cock and stroked him fast and hard. "All this is mine now. Right, boyfriend?" "Ugh. Fuck you." Sin squeezed his eyes shut at the obscene amount of pleasure assailing his body. Fury's dominant talk and his firm grip was going to make him come all over his fucking wall after only 1 minute. Fury's chuckle sounded almost demonic. "Fuck me," he whispered in Sin's ear, licking the rim before probing inside it. The wet, licking sound made Sin's cock leak some more. Fury kissed across Sin's cheek to his lips, and because of the angle, the kiss was sloppy, but delicious. Fury's fingers ghosted over Sin's throat, up to his prickly beard, and danced between their kiss. "Suck 'em." Sin took 2 of Fury's fingers in his mouth and sucked hard on them. He worked as much spit as he could onto those long digits, knowing where they were about to go. Sexy bastard. Look how fucking excited you are. Just begging for me to fill that hole up, aren't you? Damn, Fury's bass drawl was a powerful aphrodisiac. Sin was barely able to verbally respond to Fury's kinky talk. All he could do was listen and enjoy it, his brain too flooded with endorphins to form a coherent response. Fury still held one of Sin's arms behind his back, and when he pulled his fingers free from Sin's mouth, he didn't waste time sliding them up and down Sin's crease. Sin's ass clenched with eagerness when Fury brushed over those ultra-sensitive nerves around his hole. He boldly pushed his ass out further, silently begging for more. Needing more, wanting more. Chapter 30. This is so real. Oh my God. Sin was too damn much. Fury never thought the man would take to bottoming so beautifully and so fast. Sin not only took to it, but he embraced it. He used it to strengthen himself. He didn't see it as a weakness. That had been Patrick's problem. Sin's ass was out and begging. Fury had to take a couple calming breaths to hold off his orgasm. Sin, this responsive, was like nothing he'd ever imagined. Sin called himself Fury's boyfriend in public. That had definitely been a surprise. Even men that were gay and out for years still hesitated using the B word. Fury rubbed across Sin's hole, loving the hiss that eased from his man. "Yes, I know what you want." Fury pushed gently at the tight opening, letting it loosen a bit before probing further. "I don't want it easy. Just do it already," Sin growled, pushing back on Fury's hand. Fury let go of Sin's arm and slapped his ass hard enough to leave a nice red handprint. Sin jerked and glared back at Fury, but the look didn't deter him. He wasn't about to let Sin take over what was his. "Put both your hands on the wall and don't fucking move them, or else I'm gonna jerk off and come all over your ass, and there won't be a damn thing you can do about it. I'll leave your hole empty and hungry all night," Fury threatened at the back of Sin's head. Sin's chest expanded with his inhale and fell evenly as he slowly placed his hands on the wall. Fury inwardly pumped his fist in victory. This big, bad sergeant was his to control. Even though Patrick had wanted Fury to top him, he'd never allowed Fury to top him like this, to top the way he wanted to. Good, baby. Let me take care of you. Fury first rubbed the stinging skin on Sen's ass before pulling one cheek aside to open him up. Fury pushed a wet finger inside, not stopping until his entire finger was in that cavity. Furious, Sen yelled, rising up on his toes at the forceful entry. Oh, fuck yes. Furious only pumped Sen's ass a few times before he pushed the second finger in, hooking it to nudge Sen's prostate. Sen was cursing in that growly timbre that made Fury want to test the man's limits to see just how deep Sen's voice could go. Glad you're so damn sexy. Shit. Ready to fuck you right now. Yes. Sen's fist hit the wall hard, and Fury knew he had to get inside him fast. Don't move. Stay just like that. Fury pulled his fingers out slowly. He barely heard the moaned, "Hurry up," from down the hall as he darted into the bedroom and got the lube and a condom. Sen's forehead rested against the wall, his chest heaving with each breath. His pants were at his ankles and his t-shirt was sweat-dampened in the back. He looked gorgeous and ready to be fucked. Fury didn't dare stroke his dick when he freed it from his jeans. It was ready to blow from seeing Sen completely submissive, waiting for him. Fury made quick work of the rubber and was just popping open the slick when Sen reached back, burying his hand into Fury's hair, pulling him in close. Not too much lube. I want to feel you. Sen's voice was full of passion, rough with desire. Fury was frozen for a few seconds before he was able to speak. You're a man after my own heart, Sen. Fury dabbed some lube on the head of his dick and smoothed a thin layer down his shaft. He put a few more drops on his fingers and coated Sen's rim, shoving some inside to slick his walls. Sen growled and tugged on Fury's hair. Need some lube, babe, or you won't like how it feels when you walk tomorrow. Fury let the bottle fall to the floor. Sen still had a nice hold on Fury's hair, keeping him flush against his back. Fury rested his forehead on Sen's broad shoulder as he lined his cock up to Sen's tight bud and steadily pressed forward until he breached the guardian ring of muscles. Sen's body vibrated against him. God, he was so responsive, like he'd been waiting for Fury his entire life. Deeper. Deeper, Sen rasped. Fury had a death grip on Sen's hip as he eased into his channel. He was so tight and hot around him that Fury had to clench his jaw to keep from crying out. Baby, you feel so good. Oh my God. Fury didn't stop until he was balls deep inside his boyfriend. Fury took one hand off Sen's hip, brought it up under his arm and wrapped it around his chest, keeping their bodies sealed together. Fury used shallow pumps of his hips, not wanting to separate from Sen. You feel good. So strong, Sen whispered. His last word came out as a sob. Sen pushed back into him, his fist clenched tight against the wall. Fuck right there. Fury bent a little at the knee, angled his cock upward, and ground his pelvis against Sen's ass, knowing his cockhead was rubbing that special spot. Oh God, Fury. Fuck me, he cried. Fury held tight to Sen's hips and began to thrust in and out of Sen's snug channel. The minimal amount of lube made the sensations that much hotter. Sen was slamming his ass back against Fury's thrusts, the loud slapping like sensual music to his ears. Fury's eyes rolled back and he knew he was close, very fucking close. Touch yourself, Sen. Want to see you come from me, Fury panted. Sen let go of Fury's hair and braced one hand on the wall while the other hand rapidly pumped his leaking cock. Oh my fucking God, Sen. Fury kissed Sen's neck and bit at the fast pulse beneath sweaty skin. He yanked Sen's shirt over his head and quickly did the same with his own, needing the skin-to-skin contact. Furious. I'm gonna come, Sin just barely finished his words before his ass clamped down on Fury's dick hard enough for him to see stars. "I'm coming," Sin choked out. His body jerked violently with his orgasm, and Fury held him tight while Sin sprayed his jizz against the wall and all over his hand. He was so glad they were practically the same height, because he loved watching the myriad blissful expressions that moved across Sin's face. He'd never been with anyone who came so hard. "Oh, fuck. Sin eagerly threw his ass back with each word he yelled, battling with Fury's fierce thrust. Fury didn't stop fucking Sin until his guttural moans had turned into satisfied whimpers and his hole spasmed gently around him with the aftershocks of his orgasm. Sin was breathing heavily and the sweat from his back was dripping between them. Fury flicked out his tongue and lapped at Sin's perspiration, loving the saltiness on his tongue. "Ready for me to come?" Fury held Sin close. Sin was completely spent, his hand lazily stroking his cock, and now Fury was ready to empty his balls too. "Yes. Come." Sin's words were slurred. His body was pressed flat against the wall, but he managed to lift one hand to pull Fury's head back to the crook of his neck. "Cock feels so good inside me, Furious. Is it always like this?" "Yes. With you it is." Fury licked Sin's rough cheek. "I'll always want this. All the fucking time." Sin sounded like he was high, as if he was floating. The post-coital bliss had his walls completely down. He loved it when Sin spoke back to him, praised him for fucking him so good. It made him feel like a damn rock star. Fury rotated his hips in a slow, sexy circle, pushing his orgasm through him. The grinding made Fury feel nasty. He started to dirty talk to Sin while he ground hard against him. "Gonna make you a slut for my dick, baby. Gonna make you want it all the time." Fury's balls drew up tight against his body. He bit down on Sin's shoulder and slammed into the hilt against Sin's fuzzy ass. His cock throbbed inside Sin while he shot his load into the condom. Fury groaned low with each jet that rocketed up his length. "Fuck," he gasped. Fury pulled out slowly and had to lean heavily against Sin to keep from sliding to the floor. Sin was the first to stir. "Am I allowed to move now?" he asked, his sinful voice full of humor. Yeah, I think you've earned it." Fury laughed against his ear. Sin turned around and looked into Fury's eyes, and Fury liked what he saw. He saw surety and peace. "Feel better?" Fury whispered, softly kissing Sin's moist lips. "Yes, much. Thank you, baby." Sin stretched and bent to pull his pants up, leaving them unbuttoned. "Come shower with me. You can wash my back." "Sounds good." They kissed lazily for another few seconds until Fury backed up and pulled his own pants up. They decided on Chinese for dinner, since it was late and they were both exhausted. While they ate, Fury filled Sin in on all the details about his new shop, and he loved how genuinely happy Sin was for him. Fury was elated at how well things were developing between them after such a rough start, but he had to be realistic. Although Sin seemed to be comfortable with Fury in his personal space, that could change any minute, and while he didn't want to rock the boat, he didn't want to be blindsided either. Sin was reclined on the couch with his feet propped up on the ottoman while Fury stretched out on the length of the couch with his head in Sin's lap. Fury had on a wife-beater with some lounging pants, and Sin wore a pair of athletic shorts and no shirt. Sin's eyes were drifting closed as he unconsciously weaved his fingers through Fury's hair. "So it's okay for me to go back home after you get the protective order for Patrick, right?" Sin stopped finger-combing Fury's hair but didn't open his eyes. "I mean, I'm sure you're ready to have your space back to yourself, and you won't have to worry about babysitting anymore." Fury blew out a laugh, but the topic was far from humorous. He liked being with Sin. In just a couple days, he'd enjoyed his quiet apartment, being in his strong presence, stripping his control, showering with him, eating with him, all the little things that strengthened a relationship. Now it felt like it was all just a 2-day fantasy vacation, and it was time to go back to the real world. Sin sat up straighter and stared down into Fury's eyes, his expression dark and serious. Sin cleared his throat before he spoke. First of all, I never felt like a babysitter, because I don't let babies fuck me. I thought I was looking out for someone who was important to me. Sin moved to stand up, and Fury had to get up out of his lap. I thought I was spending time with my boyfriend. I guess I was wrong. Sin shut off the television and moved quickly down the hall to his bedroom. Fury just sat there, stunned. He understood that Sin was pissed about the way he'd worded that, but he couldn't help smiling. He was smiling because Sin didn't want him to go. He was enjoying their time together just as much as Fury was. He got up and went into the kitchen to get a bottle of water and slowly made his way into the bedroom. It was dark, and Sin was already in bed with the covers pulled up to his waist. Fury pulled off his shirt, dropping it along with his pants and briefs and climbing in bed with his man, nestling up close to his side. He turned Sin's face toward him since he couldn't see if his eyes were open. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like it sounded. Fury sighed softly. I guess I just don't want you to get annoyed with having me here. Patrick and Brendan used to always say how irritating I was to be around, and that I fucked up the vibe anytime I came into a room. I just can't take you feeling that way about me. Ow, shit! Fury yelled out. You hit me in the nuts, Sin? No, I didn't. Sin's voice was stern. I hit you where your nuts should be. What? Fury groaned, rubbing his sack. Granted, Sin didn't hit him hard, but the firm tap was enough to make him grunt. I don't want to hear another word about what that asshat said or did to you. I don't want you to repeat the things he called you or hear how many different ways he tried to put you down, because I'm not a fan of listening to bullshit. Sin pulled Fury in close to his chest, and when he spoke, his warm breath puffed against Fury's mouth. You don't understand, that bastard was jealous of you. Anything he said about you, the complete opposite was true. The only reason he said you fucked up the vibe when you came into a room was because all eyes would fall on you, and therefore no one gave a fuck about his boring ass. Your personality and style turns heads, and that probably bothers insecure pricks like him and his brother. So please, don't compare me to him, and don't try to base what I'm going to do or feel on what he did. I may have stumbled some on our date, but I'd be proud to have you on my arm as mine. You're fucking gorgeous, babe. Fury savored the compliment. Won't happen again, was all Fury could say. He had no right to even think of Patrick when he was around Sin. Next, while I don't think we're ready to actually live together, I do like you being here, talking about our day over dinner and then getting into bed together. I've never had that before. Never realized how much I'd like it when I found it. Sin leaned in, kissing Fury's neck, and buried his nose in his hair. God, you smell so good. I've slept alone all my life, and when I think about it now, damn, I've missed you. Fury pulled Sin's face out of his hair and kissed him passionately. He vowed at that moment that he was going to stop living in the past and focus on how bright his future looked. He wasn't going to worry about running Sin off. The man was too fucking strong and stubborn for that to happen. Sin rolled on top of him and slid his hand down between his thighs. Oh, fuck. Sin felt wonderful on top of him, all that weight and muscle pressing him into the mattress. Sorry I hit you in the nuts, but you needed reminding that they're there. Sin released a throaty laugh. Fury chuckled against Sin's jaw. Well, whether it was warranted or not, it hurt. Fury's voice dropped a couple octaves and was now tinged with heat. Why don't you kiss it and make it all better? Sin lightly massaged Fury's balls while his hips rocked against him. Baby, I've never, you know, Sin stuttered nervously. I know, Fury whispered. It's okay if you don't want to. No, Sin hurried. I want to, I just might suck at it. That's the point, Fury smiled. You know what I mean. I might be terrible at it. What if I bite you? Bite me? Why the hell would you do that? Fury grasped Sin's hips and ground into him. Nibbling is good, babe, but a full-on bite can only happen on purpose. I don't think you'll have that problem. Okay, Sin said, slowly inching his way down Fury's long torso. Fury reached up and turned on the small lamp next to the bed, flooding the room with soft light. I have to watch this, baby. Fury rose and slid back so his upper half was against the headboard. He spread his legs wide and let Sin settle himself between them. Fury's cock was already hard, the foreskin pulled back revealing the head, a deep shade of red and the tip glistening with a large bead of clear fluid at his slit. Sin stuck his tongue out and licked the pearl before it could leak down his shaft. Fury hissed. Sin looked up and quirked one side of his mouth in a cocky grin. That hot tongue came out again, this time flicking the cap on the underside of his head. Driving me crazy, Sin. Sin was taking his time, using only his tongue to make long, slow licks up Fury's dick. Next, Sin nestled a little lower to tongue his balls. It felt good, but wasn't nearly enough. Fury propped one knee up, letting it fall to the side. He put his palm on the back of Sin's head, and with his other hand around the base of his shaft, he nudged it against Sin's lips. Open up, baby. Get it in your mouth. Sin's lips parted, but Fury didn't miss the trembling of that plump bottom lip. Fury's voice was rough, but his touch was gentle. It's good, babe. Just like that. Suck it a little harder. Sin applied more suction and tried to go down further, but ended up gagging, pulling off abruptly. He looked embarrassed. Fuck, Sin wiped at his mouth. Fury's smile was seductive. He kept his cock pointed at Sin's mouth and used his hand to ease him back down again. Sin opened a little wider this time, and Fury raised his hips, letting the head slide against Sin's moist tongue, and Fury groaned at the warmth of it. He didn't push Sin down lower. He let him decide if he wanted to take more. Fury pumped the base of his cock while Sin sucked on his head. Yeah, that feels good. Sin tried to inch down a little more and gagged loudly, pulling off again. God damn it. Baby, you're doing fine. Fury's cock was hard and aching. I love the sound of you choking on my dick. Fucking turning me on. You're lying. It doesn't feel good to you. I look like a damn fool, Sin grumbled. He looked like a disappointed child who was losing at his favorite game. It took everything in Fury not to laugh. When Sin tried to inch back up, Fury stopped him. Where do you think you're going? Fury's hand was heavy on Sin's shoulder, pushing him back down. Come on now. No one likes a quitter. Practice makes perfect, love, Fury drawled. He took the tip of his cock and tapped Sin's lips with it, making Sin laugh out loud at his teasing. That's it. Open those soft lips for me. Sin opened so beautifully and Fury slid right in. He kept his palm on his dick to prevent Sin from trying to go down further, letting the man concentrate on the sensitive head. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, go ahead and lightly graze your teeth under the head. Lick under the foreskin. Sin complied perfectly and Fury arched his back at the blissful sensation. Perfect, baby. Sin continued to suck and nibble on the head until Fury began to feel that sexy burning sensation churning in his balls. His cum was boiling within his sack, ready to explode up his shaft into Sin's hot mouth. You ready to take my load, Sin? Sin's guttural moan was enough of a yes for Fury. If he didn't want it, then he'd pull off. Sin continued working the head, his strong jaw flexing repeatedly. Fury's legs were restless. They moved back and forth along the cool sheets as his orgasm edged closer. Fury sat up further and placed his hand on Sin's throat, wanting to feel him swallow his cum. Sin's body jerked, and his enthusiasm spiked exponentially at that move. Oh, God. Sin liked to be choked. He was so excited at Fury's hand on his throat that it was spurring him on. Sin was zealously working his own cock, pumping his tight fist on the upper half, concentrating on his own blushed head. Fuck, you're gonna make me come, baby. Oh, God. Right now. Fury squeezed Sin's throat a little tighter, and his growl vibrated around his cockhead, rocketing Fury into his orgasm. He'd just felt Sin's first release of warm jizz against his thigh, his own first jet wrenching a harsh cry from deep in his gut. Sin jerked again, his mouth never leaving Fury's cock and his throat still trying to swallow down each drop, but Fury couldn't stop. He kept coming, and the sight of his cum spilling from the corners of Sin's mouth was too much. Fury threw his head back against the headboard and wailed again as another blast of cum shot from him. Sin was sucking so hard now, his jaw locked from the intensity of his own orgasm. Their moans and curses mixed to create a beautiful symphony, until the finale. Both men panting against each other, their cocks completely sated. Chapter 31. High Alert. Sin's alarm went off at 6. He picked up his cell, quickly killing the annoying noise before slamming it back down on the nightstand. Don't break the thing, Furious groaned behind him, his throaty morning voice making Sin's already hard cock turn to granite. Sin didn't think he'd like being the little spoon. Turned out he loved it. Fury's arms were warm wrapped around his middle. Sin pushed his ass back into Fury's long cock and moaned when he received a sexy response. Fury pumped his hips into him, squeezing his waist to keep him in place. You're insatiable, you know that? Fury chuckled lazily. It's your fault, Sin moaned back. How so? Stop fucking me so good and I won't want it as much. Well, you're screwed, literally, because I know no other way to be but to be great. Fury nibbled the back of Sin's neck, and he could feel the smile against his skin. Conceited ass, Sin mumbled before rolling out of bed. Hey, where you going? Fury whined. Sin smiled down at the gorgeous man taking up half of his bed. Fury's hair was spread wildly across the pillow, and his dark lashes were half covering his sleepy eyes. Sin wanted nothing more than to get back in bed, wrapped in Fury's warmth. I gotta be in early. We're going to do surveillance on that bastard who was supplying BTNS with the laced ecstasy. Seriously? Fury sat up, looking more focused. Yep. Even though Illustra's been quiet and there've been no more homicides, Sasha told us that the guy sold his poison to anyone, not just BTNS. I'm really glad you left there, Sin said, continuing to throw items in his APD duffel bag. Me too. Illustra was always supposed to be temporary, just until I graduated. I wasn't trying to make that shit my career. Fury got up and yanked all the covers off the bed, including the comforter. What are you doing? Sin stopped at the door, towel in hand. I'm going to wash the sheets. What does it look like? Fury ran his hand through his hair, trying to tame it. It looked so beautiful to Sin that he ended up just standing there watching. You don't want to sleep in dried cum tonight, do you? Good point. Sin closed himself into the bathroom, hearing Fury's laugh following him. Sin stood by the front door with his bag at his feet. He had on his dark jeans and black turtleneck, warm but comfortable since he'd be in an undercover Roto-Rooter van all day. His firearm of choice today was his big Sig Sauer in his shoulder holster and a Colt .25 automatic strapped to his ankle. Today was planned as a surveillance day. If all went as expected, then they'd serve a warrant tomorrow. Fury leaned against the wall by the door as Sin closed in on him. What time are you leaving? Sin asked. In about an hour. Sin didn't let their bodies touch. He ran the back of his hand down the center of Fury's chest. His hair was wet from his shower and he smelled like Sin's soap. I'm going to call you after I get the protective order. Can you wait until then before you leave? Sin was definitely nervous. What time will that be? Fury asked, already gearing up to say no. About 3 to 4 hours, Sin said with his most charming smile. Fury's look said, for real? I can't sit here with my thumb up my ass, Sin. I have a shop to open, remember? I have to meet with Doug first, then let in the men who are installing the security system, and be to a meeting at my bank by 9. I'm not sitting here waiting on a goddamn restraining order. I'll be riding with Doug all day. Great fucking Doug. All talk, no action Doug. Sin couldn't help but think of the threatening text messages Fury'd gotten, or the way Patrick was following Fury just waiting for Sin to not be around. If Patrick got his hands on Fury, there was no telling how far he'd go to take him home with him. Sin also didn't know how many other women from Illustra Patrick had hired to help him get to Fury. He had hated to let Patrick go in that alley, but with the rich man's high-priced attorneys, they would need something more concrete to pin on him, besides the word of a few jilted women. Hey, you. Fury's warm grip was on the back of his neck, pulling him out of his horrific thoughts. Hey, back, Sin whispered. He pressed into Fury's toned chest and buried his face in Fury's neck, breathing him in. I don't like this. He wants you back. I know. I don't like this either. Fury rubbed Sin's back in long, slow strokes, the gesture surprisingly comforting. Sin kissed Fury's long neck up to his earlobe. He can't have you, Sin whispered softly. Because you're mine now. That's right. So I'm not going anywhere. Fury kissed Sin's jaw. I can't wait around for hours, but I'll tell you what. I won't make myself an easy target either. I'll be with Doug or with the new hires. He won't try anything with an audience. I'll also keep my phone on, so if you want, you can call me. That made Sin feel a smidgen better. He didn't trust anyone to keep Fury safe except him or his men. Oh, Sin dug out his cell. I'm going to have a couple uniforms on you today. Sin was dialing when Fury yanked the phone out of his hand and ended the call. The hell you are. I don't need a fucking security detail, Sin. Fury didn't push hard, but he backed Sin up out of his space. I'm not the president, jeez. Sin released a frustrated sigh. He needed to go, but he didn't want to leave. Fuck, Sin growled. He was still thinking of solutions when he heard something scrape against his doorknob. Something metal was tampering with the lock. If he were anywhere else in the apartment, he wouldn't have heard it, but he was right next to the door, so he could hear someone trying to get in. He instinctually moved to stand in front of Fury, pulling his cig from its holster and unlocking the safety. He felt Fury tensing behind him. He could hear the tool manipulating the lock mechanism. Is this bastard really fucking brave enough to break into my home in broad goddamn daylight? Sin was in awe at the size of this guy's balls. The closet door was arm's length away. He yanked it open and grabbed the blanket off the top shelf, pulling his loaded 12-gauge shotgun down just as the door eased open. All Sin could see was the tip of a black boot. Fury gripped his shoulder. Hey, listen to this, Sin yelled out. He put the stock of the gun firmly against his shoulder and pulled the pump back in 2 extremely swift moves. The sound was extremely loud and intimidating in the quiet room, by far the scariest sound an intruder could hear. Don't shoot, Dirty Harry! The irritating chuckle that followed was unmistakable. Son of a bitch, Sin grumbled. Day, have you lost your fucking mind? His lieutenants came all the way through the door, Day laughing at the pissed look on Sin's face, and Fury leaning on the wall behind him recovering from a panic attack. Sin, what the hell is going on, man? Are you really going to put a buckshot in someone you think is breaking into your little-ass apartment? Because you do know that's excessive force, right? God asked, looking at him expectantly. I was just scaring them off. No one comes in after hearing that sound, trust me. Sin removed the shell and placed the gun back in the closet, covering it with the blanket. He turned to look at Fury. He looked a little pale, but he was okay. Sin spun back around. Day, knock on my damn door like a normal visitor and wait for me to say come in. Day pfft, plopping down on the couch. You don't invite the wind. The wind just... Stop saying that stupid wind bullshit. Because if your door is shut and you weather guard that bitch, then the wind stays the fuck out until you open the door. Sin's dark eyes bored into Day's hazel ones. God's laugh was raspy while Day looked bewildered. But we're family. Oh, for fuck's sake, Sin grumbled. He had to get going. He had no time to explain to Day about how to behave in civilized society. He turned serious eyes back on Fury. I gotta go. But I really think... Fury pulled Sin to him before he could finish the sentence, kissed him hard on the mouth before turning, heading to the bedroom. Just concentrate on your job and don't take any officers away from their assignments to follow me. There could be someone out there who really needs their help. Sin didn't get to say anything because Fury had closed the bedroom door. End of discussion. What's up, Sarge? God asked, his green eyes focused on Sin. That rat bastard is still after Furious. He's been sending threatening texts and calling him. Last night he and his fuckwit brother were parked down the block from the pub, probably waiting to see if Fury was working so they could go at him again. When they saw I was with him, they bailed. Sin angrily yanked his duffel bag up off the floor and followed his bosses out the front door. While in the elevator, he realized just how tense he was when Day put a hand on his shoulder, making him jump. Easy, buddy. You know we got your back. All of us. You taught this guy a lesson once, but he must have a hard head and a soft ass. Those are the type of people who cause a good cop to lose his shield and his pension. Handle it through legal channels. Get a restraining order and have it served fast. After what just happened at your place, I don't want you encountering this guy again. Day's words were friendly, but they had an official undertone. His lieutenant was telling him to stand down. Sin huffed, not liking Day's words. He didn't even have to look at God to know he agreed with his partner. Whether Sin wanted to admit it or not, they were right. If he got his hands on Fury's soon-to-be ex again, he wasn't sure he'd be able to control himself. What do you mean he wouldn't sign off on it? The order is being requested by a goddamn sergeant. Sin stood by one of the department's Suburbans in the dimly lit parking lot. After a long, grueling day of surveillance, he was now listening to the magistrate's paralegal deliver news he didn't want to hear. There is plenty of evidence to support the request. Is the guy fucking blind? I showed him the text messages. Sin needed to calm down. He was talking about a judge, the judge who would not grant Fury a protective order. Those are threatening words. If I tell you to watch your back, or I will have you till death do us part, how the hell would you take that? Are you telling me you'd feel safe? God, he was so angry. He wanted to curse the woman out even though she was just a messenger. Not even a temporary one? Sin argued. He listened a little more before aggressively pressing the red end button on his cell. Fuck, he yelled. Sarge, calm down, man. We'll just have to put a couple guys on your boy. Ruxberg, his electronics specialist, chimed in as he leaned against the driver's side of the vehicle waiting to drive him home since God and Day were staying to meet with the captain. It was almost 8 p.m. He was starving, and now he had to give Furious this bad news. There's no way he'll allow that. He doesn't want any cops on him. Sin was so wound up he thought his head would explode. He threw his duffel in the back seat and climbed in the front. Hey, I got an idea. Ruxberg pulled into traffic and headed toward Sin's place. What's that? Sin blew a tired breath. Call Day later tonight. He has a different magistrate that he works with a lot. He can just about get her to sign off on any warrant he asks for, so I'd think he could get her to give you a restraining order for as long as you want. Sin turned to look at Rux with newfound hope. You think so? I'm positive. They got a warrant for a suspect that we only had 25 minutes of surveillance on. Rux gave him a smug expression. All right, I'll try that. If that doesn't work, you call us, and we'll handle this shit ourselves, Sarge. I appreciate it, man. Sin fist-bumped his detective. He couldn't have asked to work with a more dedicated group of men. Besides, I like your guy. Don't want to see nothing happen to him. He makes some damn good videos, man. Fuck off, Sin barked a laugh, pushing Rux's shoulder. The ribbing and Rux's suggestion had lifted Sin's spirits. He pulled out his cell and hit the #1 speed dial. He needed to see where Fury was now. He'd only texted him a couple times all day, but Fury must have known he'd be concerned because he'd checked in with Sin periodically throughout the day. Sin's last text had told him to go with Doug and his new manager to his apartment to touch base with his landlady and get some more clothes for the next few days. Not so Sin could protect him, but because he wanted to be with him. Sin heard the phone ringing and hit the speakerphone. Hey, you. Sin couldn't help but smile at the sound of Fury's deep voice doing their familiar greeting. Hey, back. You headed home? Fury asked him. Home. It almost sounded like they lived together. Yeah, I am. Where are you? I'm at the pub. You are? Sin's heart jumped. I'm with Doug. Calm down, baby. I'm safe, Fury said seductively. His tone made Sin's cock twitch in the confinement of his jeans. Be there in 15. All right. I'll be here. Sin disconnected the call. Man, you got it bad, Rux laughed heartily. Sin couldn't argue, because he did. Chapter 32. Date Redemption. Fury stepped out of his uncle's pub 15 minutes after Sin had called. He had to admit he was anxious to see him. It was unbelievable how much he cared about the overprotective, bossy man already. He'd texted him every couple of hours today just to say, hey. Sin texted right back with his lone responses of, hey yourself or hey back, and then that was it. Doug stood outside with him while he smoked a cigarette and shot the shit with Jared, the pub's outside bouncer. He'd filled Doug in on what was going on with Patrick and everything Sin had done for him. Doug was Fury's best friend, but he was also another worrywart in Fury's life. Fury laughed at Jared, who was slap-fighting with Doug when he saw a dark Suburban turn the corner and parallel park just a quarter of a block from the pub's entrance. A tall man in army fatigues and a tight black t-shirt opened the driver's side door and got out, slowly looking around as if he sensed something. Sin got out of the passenger side and came around the front, giving Fury a full look at him. Dressed in all black with a leather coat hiding what Fury knew were deadly weapons, Sin looked like every gay boy's wet dream image of a bad boy. His dark hair was tousled, some men having to work hard to achieve that look, but on his man it was effortless. His eyes were almost coal black, and when he was just a few feet away, the street lamps illuminated them, and Fury could see Sin's passion for him. Sin closed in, wrapped his arms around Fury's middle and tugged him tight against his thick chest, kissing him as if he'd just returned from war. Right there on the street in front of his co-workers, Doug and Jared, Sin kissed Fury like he'd really, truly missed him. Ignoring the wolf whistle behind them, Sin ended the kiss after a moment and dug one hand into Fury's hair. Hey, he rasped. Hey yourself, Fury teased, planting another quick kiss on Sin's mouth. How you doing, Doug? Sin asked, never taking his eyes off Fury. I'm cool, was all Doug managed to say. Fury, I'm out. I'll see you tomorrow. Pick me up at 8. Doug waved a hand in acknowledgement on his way to his car 3 blocks down. No kiss for your friend? Sin cocked one eyebrow. 1, I doubt he'd want to since you just checked my tonsils for me. 2, he told me not to anymore. So why are you asking me that? Fury looked at him expectantly. Sin ignored the question and posed his own. Where's your stuff? Inside, I'll get it. Fury raced back in to get his bag from behind the bar. Fury came back out with his bag over his shoulder. He was glad he was able to get some more of his personal things, like his favorite shampoo, his own shaver, his favorite sex toy. You know, the day-to-day necessities. Sin was still talking with the officer who drove him when Fury approached him and put his lips to the back of Sin's neck. He didn't break conversation at all, just kept talking about the meeting scheduled for Monday as Sin brought his arm up to grasp Fury and hold his mouth to his neck. Damn, he loved how relaxed Sin was with him. His friend didn't bat an eye either. "How's it going, Furious?" the tall, red-headed officer asked him, extending a hand to him. Fury lifted his forehead from Sin's strong shoulder to answer him respectfully. Fury held his hand out to shake the officer's. He'd seen this detective before. His name was Ruxpin or Ruxberger, whatever. None of them wore name tags, but he was one of the dicks that brought him in for questioning. The one that needed a lesson in manners. But tonight he seemed friendly, most likely because of who Fury had his arms around. "Pretty good, man. How about yourself?" "Can't complain. I'm still vertical." Fury and Sin both laughed at the response. No one wanted to be horizontal staring at the ceiling of a church, Fury's dad used to say. "I hear you've been having some crazy ex problems." He suddenly looked serious, his light green eyes penetrating. "Sarge is part of the family and we protect our family. If you're with him, then you're extended family now. I'm Armin Ruxberg, by the way. Call me Rux." Fury just stared, awestruck, as the man spoke. "If you have a problem, Fury, then 23 other men have a big-ass problem too. That's our creed." He reached into the breast pocket of his jacket and pulled out a business card, handing it to him. "You ever have an immediate need, you call Sin first. And if for some bizarre reason he doesn't answer your call, you call me. I always answer that line, day or night." Fury was speechless. He now had a family. He believed this man was telling the truth, and no matter what fight was lying in wait for him, he wasn't going to have to face it alone. Rux put his hand out again, and this time when Fury clapped his hand in his, the man pulled him in for a one-armed hug. "Damn. Thanks. I really appreciate that. You have no idea." Fury was careful to keep his emotions under control. He couldn't help but think back to his time with his dad. This scene was all so familiar. His father had the full protection of the Grittian motorcycle gang behind him. They were there for him day or night, watching out for him and his little boy. Now Fury had let a man into his life who brought a kick-ass family along with him. Fury truly felt like he was walking in his father's footsteps. After all this time. Sin clapped his hand to Rux's and gave him a quick pat on the shoulder. "All right, man. We're gonna get out of here. See you Monday." "Heck yeah, you will. I'm ready to take this fucker down on Monday." The big man looked like he could take down 5 fuckers, all alone. Sin looked just as dangerous. "That's what we do." "All right, I'm gone. Bye, Furious." "Bye," he said quickly. Sin took his hand and looked around carefully before he led him across the street. Fury was quiet riding up the elevator. It stopped on the 3rd floor, but there was no one there. Sin crowded in close to him, covering him with his bulk, and pushed the button to close the doors. "There's no one there, hero. Calm down," Fury whispered against Sin's neck. Sin stared at him for a few seconds while the elevator ascended, his dark eyes scanning his every feature as if he'd never seen Fury before. "You are so beautiful." Fury leaned in and touched Sin's lips oh so gently. "Thank you," he whispered. They were still standing together when the elevator doors opened. "Not the place, man. So not the place," said a man's slurred voice. Fury looked up at Sin's angry huff. A guy with long, stringy hair and his crew were barging into the elevator before Sin and Fury could get out. Sin barreled past them, pulling Fury behind him. Fury found it amusing. "Who was that?" "No one of consequence." Sin rolled his eyes. Fury leaned against the door while Sin angrily turned his key and shouldered the door open. "He's my annoying neighbor. Lives directly across the hall, plays his fucking music way too loud, and always has too many people over making noise in the hall. He's a stoner and completely insignificant." "Then why are you mad?" Fury caught Sin's shoulder before he could get further inside his apartment. "I'm not. I just hate when people make it a habit of irritating other people. Not your concern. Fury pulled his bag off Sin's shoulder and dropped it on the couch. You're right. Sin wrapped his arms around Fury's waist. How was your day? Good. Got a lot done. Everything's really coming together. This all felt so domesticated. Fury tried not to think about his previous failed effort at domesticity. Sin was so mature, so protective, so everything Patrick wasn't. You hungry? I'm starving, actually. All I had all day was a piece of Doug's burger. I've been in full steam-ahead mode all day. Want to get a bite? Sin hesitated before he added, Out? Fury studied him. He knew Sin was thinking about their last time out and how it had ended. Sin flustered and embarrassed, Fury storming off alone. Yeah, I do. He'd give Sin another chance. He didn't think he'd disappoint him this time. Sin smiled a sexy, crooked grin. Good. I know a nice Japanese steakhouse downtown. Then we have to make a stop. Fury was pulling his brush out of his bag to run it through his hair quick before they left. A stop where? Things didn't go as well as I hoped with the protective order. Fury paused mid-stroke. What do you mean? Do I have one? No, but don't worry, Sin continued when he saw the nervous expression Fury couldn't disguise. Fuck. There's nothing to tell that bastard to stay the fuck away from me. Sin's hands were on his cheeks. Hey, I said don't worry. I'm gonna handle this shit my way. Fury blew out a tired breath and reached his hand up to run it through his hair, but Sin caught it. Don't pull your hair, baby, he smiled. Do you trust me, Furious? Do you trust me to handle this for you? Fury looked Sin in the eye. He saw loyalty there. Yes, I do. He leaned in and fused their mouths together. They kissed like they were solidifying their dedication to one another, seconds turning into minutes. Neither was in a rush to stop or end the kiss, only pausing briefly to switch positions or take in a quick breath. You taste good. But you better stop before you end up starving to death, because if you keep this up, I'm going to take you, fast and hard, right here on your living room floor. Fury panted against Sin's swollen lips. Sin rubbed Fury's arms as if he was trying to calm himself as well. All right then, I'll stop. For now. But you make sure you hold that thought. Sin was perfect. It was like they'd just had their first real date. They ate by candlelight at a quaint restaurant overlooking the Missouri River. He couldn't believe how romantic Sin could be. He held his hand and gazed at him longingly, as if Fury were everything to him. Fury wanted that to be true, but it was also so early in their relationship. Sin was just getting a feel for being with a partner, and Fury wasn't so blissfully ignorant as to think that things couldn't change on a dime. But he'd told Sin he wouldn't voice that doubt anymore. He'd enjoy whatever time he had with Sin. They walked along the boardwalk, holding hands and talking about nothing in particular. Sin was so intrigued when Fury talked about his shop. It was such a relief. Felt so different to be with someone completely supportive of something important to him. Sin didn't talk much about his family, just that they were all about job and career accomplishments. Life wasn't about fun and games, it was about work. It was heartbreaking to hear that this larger-than-life man had been brainwashed to believe he didn't deserve happiness. It was after 11. They were back on Interstate 285, stuffed with Sakuro steak and Japanese rice lager. Dinner was really nice, thank you. Sin looked at him and smiled briefly. You're welcome. The sexy grin that came next told Fury that Sin was thinking something naughty. Are you going to put out later? That dinner wasn't cheap. Fury bust out laughing. God, he loved it when Sin got cheeky with him. The man needed more laughter in his life instead of constant worry. Oh, definitely. I'm an easy lay, baby. Sin took his arm off the center console and put his hand on Fury's thigh. Good, because I plan on taking full advantage of you tonight. Before Fury could respond, he noticed Sin had passed their exit. Hey, you're so horny that you missed your exit. I told you I have to handle something. Sin, Fury growled and closed his eyes. Do you know where Patrick and his brother are staying? Of course I do. I'm a detective, aren't I? Sin was completely serious when he looked at him. Sin, I don't like this. Come on, we had a nice evening. Let's go back to your place so I can fuck you and show you how much I appreciate it. Fury purred, hoping to deter his determined date. Just relax. I promise this will be quick and painless. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fury slouched down in the seat, willing himself to disappear. Much as he would love to see his big bad boyfriend kick his ex's ass, he just wanted Patrick and Brendan out of his fucking life. He didn't ever want to see them again. Chapter 33. Payback's a bitch. Sin was smiling so hard on the inside. Fury was slouched in the passenger seat looking like he wanted to be anywhere but in the car with him right now. He'd told Fury he was going to handle this for him, and he meant it. Sin was done playing games. After 20 minutes of silence, they turned onto a long, winding street lined with large contemporary-style homes, each backed up against a large man-made lake. Sin cut his lights off as he eased past an impressive 2-story brick house with a U-shaped driveway. He didn't see any vehicles and assumed they must be in the attached 2-car garage. He cut the engine, reached over, and took his mini mag light, Sig Sauer, and a pocket-sized canvas case from the glove box, and tucked them all in the front of his waistband. Sin, this is fucking crazy. I'm not doing this. Hell no. Let's go now, Fury barked. Shh, babe, you're way too loud. Now stop yelling at me, get out, and don't slam your door, Sin whispered, already out and pushing his door quietly shut. Fury looked at him like he was nuts. Holy hell, was he now discovering that Sin was psycho? Sin lightly tapped on Fury's window, his frayed nerves causing him to jump. Come on, babe. I promise it's gonna be all right. You said you trusted me. Sin smiled devilishly. Fury cracked his window so Sin could hear him clearly. I do trust you, but there are no buts in trust. Sin cut him off. Show me you trust me completely out here. I trust you in the bedroom. No ifs, ands, or buts. I let you show me what I need, even when I don't know I need it. Damn it. Okay, that made sense, but this was by far the craziest, most dangerous thing he'd ever done, because he had a sneaking suspicion that Sin wasn't going to the front door to politely ring the bell. Fury got out slowly and eased the door closed behind him. Sin held out his hand, and Fury hesitated slightly before he clasped it with his. Sin took off at an easy jog, going around to the back of the house. The backyard was open, no fence. The beautiful view of the lake beyond completely unobstructed. The patio furniture was expensive, but what was more impressive was the screened-in wraparound porch. That's how we get in, Sin whispered. What happens when the alarm goes off? We're gonna get shot, Fury yelled. If you don't shut up, I'll shoot you myself. Fury knew Sin was joking because he was having a hard time holding in his laughter as he turned and quickly kissed him. He pulled Fury to the door and dug in his waistband, pulling out the small canvas pouch. What's that? Fury whispered, crouching down by the door. Sin chuckled at him. Why are you down there? I don't want to be seen. Fury's hands shook as he braced them on his thighs. But there are no cameras, babe, Sin grinned. Is this fun for you? Is this how you get your kicks? Fury stared at him. Sin bent down and whispered in his ear. You know damn well how I get my kicks. Fury wished his body didn't respond to Sin's throaty growl, but it did. Sin, in stealth mode, was making his cock jump, His worn black leather coat was zipped up, just revealing the collar of his thin black sweater. Sin's jeans were dark blue and hugging him deliciously. Finishing off the sexy outfit were camel-colored Timberland boots. This was as dressed up as Sin got, and Fury loved it. Sin worked a tool into the traditional-style wooden-framed screen door. There was a soft click, and Sin turned to him with a shit-eating grin. He pulled the door open slowly, and they walked into a porch that looked more like a living room. It had modern wicker couches with plush outdoor cushions. A large television was in the far corner, along with a refrigerator and minibar. There was abstract art on the wall. Nice. Fury was still looking around while Sin was standing at a larger, more secure door, unscrewing the face of an alarm panel. Fury hurried over to him. "Do you know what you're doing? What if you fuck it up and the alarm goes off and we get locked in here?" "Well, thanks for the vote of confidence, babe. You're not a very good wingman, you know that?" "You mean accomplice?" Fury corrected. "Sorry, but no, I'm not. We've got limited time and something needs to be done, so I have to act quickly. I'm the guard, baby. You're supposed to back me down in the paint," Sin said calmly as he pulled different colored wires out of the box on the wall. "I'm supposed to do what?" Fury's brow furrowed. "In the paint? What the hell are you talking about?" "Basketball. You know, the area below the free throw line and between the lane lines. If I'm going in for the shot, I need you to back me up." Sin said all that nonsense, which was what it sounded like to Fury, while taking out some mini scissors and clipping 2 wires. Done. And now... Sin worked 2 ultra-thin metal tools in the bolt lock in the doorknob. Turning one tool clockwise and the other counterclockwise, the lock clicked, and Sin turned the knob, opening the door. Sin turned, looking at him with so much pride Fury couldn't help but grin. "You're crazy." Fury shook his head, still smiling stupidly. "But you like that, don't you?" Sin whispered. "Whatever." Fury rolled his eyes. "Now what?" "Now we go in." Sin pulled the maglite out next and shone it through the door before opening it fully and walking in. The house was dark, and Fury couldn't see a thing other than they had come in through the kitchen. It smelled like an Italian dinner had been cooked that evening, as the hints of garlic and other spices hung heavily in the air. Sin shined the light downward while he walked slowly across the smooth floor. Fury hung to his belt loop so as not to lose him and bumped into something in the middle of the floor. Sin stopped and turned to him. "Quiet, Fury," he hissed. "I can't fucking see a thing," Fury snapped back. "We're cat burglars, baby. You gotta use your cat vision." Sin laughed quietly again. Fury wasn't finding any of this funny, and he couldn't figure out for the life of him how Sin was having such a good time, cracking corny jokes and using sports metaphors that made absolutely no sense. "Calm down. Just hold on to me." Fury crowded in close, and Sin led them to the edge of the large kitchen and settled onto a stool in front of a breakfast bar. He left the flashlight on, but put it beam down on the counter, submerging them in complete darkness. Fury felt Sin pulling him between his legs, and he tried to resist. "What are you doing?" "Waiting." "For what? For them to come down and get us?" Fury was talking so quietly, afraid of being caught. Sin wrapped his arms around Fury's waist. "Who's them, baby? Where do you think we are? Is this where Patrick and his brother are staying?" he whispered. His eyes were darting around even though he couldn't see. He just had the feeling someone was going to knock him in the back of the head. Sin slid his arms from around him, and Fury heard the sound of a zipper before he was pulled back into Sin's warm chest. "I wouldn't do that. I never want you around him, ever. Do you understand me?" "Then whose house are we in, for heavens?" Before Fury could finish his sentence, he heard men's voices, 2 of them, coming downstairs. They were laughing. "Someone I trust, so stop worrying," Sin said soothingly. "Someone's coming." Fury was trying to scramble away from Sin. "Shh, it's all right. Just don't move and don't make a sound." Sin whispered against the shell of his ear. Sin stuck out his tongue and traced it across Fury's earlobe before grazing it with his teeth. Fury settled back in, letting Sin nuzzle his face up under his loose hair. "You always smell so damn good," Sin moaned quietly. "Sin," Fury responded to the gentle caress. Sin was running his fingers up his neck and into his thick brown hair, massaging his scalp while he licked and nipped at his neck, sucking the skin just below his ear, drawing the blood to the surface. Sin was marking him where only he would see it. 2 men came into the kitchen, not bothering to turn on the light. One of them opened the refrigerator, casting a glow across the room, and Fury was finally able to see who it was. "Oh my God." One man was standing behind the one bent over looking into the refrigerator. He was grinding his pelvis into his ass while he grabbed 4 bottles of water. "Holy shit, is that?" Fury didn't know what the hell this was, but he sure wasn't expecting the scene in front of him. It was Sin's funny lieutenant and the hot cop that had questioned him when he was brought down to the police station. "I thought he was with the big guy. Is he having an affair?" Fury had a million questions barreling through his mind, but he couldn't voice them, didn't say a word. Sin was quiet, his face still buried in Fury's neck, not bothering to look up. Any minute they were going to be caught. The lieutenant closed the door to the fridge, and the room was dark again, but Fury could clearly hear them kissing and whispering to each other in between the groaning and heavy breathing. Their sounds of lust echoed through the blackness. This must have really been turning Sin on because his hands were moving lower to Fury's ass so he could slowly grind their hard cocks together. Now that Fury was relatively sure they weren't in danger, he listened to the sounds of the 2 sexy men about to ravage each other while Sin snaked his hands down his crease, applying wonderful pressure. It was all so sneaky and dangerous. Fury was starting to like it. A lot. Fury tensed when he heard 2 more deep voices coming down the stairs. "I'm not finished with you yet," one of the men said to the other, his bass-filled voice laced with passion. The 2 men emerged from the hallway and entered the room. A light switch was flicked on, and the sudden brightness was startling. "Evening, gentlemen," Sin said from the crook of Fury's neck, still not bothering to look at his half-naked bosses and the 2 other very sexy men. "Holy shit!" Day yelled. All eyes were on him and Sin now. Sin finally looked up, and Fury tucked his hair behind his ear, rubbing the area on his neck that Sin had been sucking for the past couple of minutes. It felt good. "Sin, what the fuck, man?" God's voice was low and intimidating. Fury drank in all the exposed male flesh in front of him. "Well, I'll be damned," he whispered. Sin's laugh was borderline sinister. "You said it, babe." All 4 of the men were wearing only briefs, except the hot cop that had questioned Fury, Detective Ranowski. Yeah, that was it. He was stark naked. Day switched their positions so that he was in front of Ranowski. "I hope I'm not interrupting, fellas. Fury and I were in the area and thought y'all might be up for a game of Parcheesi." Sin snorted a laugh. "But it looks like you're already playing a game. One that's much more fun than Parcheesi." Sin's voice was like smooth whipped butter. "Do you want to play too?" Day asked, staring directly at Fury. Fury hid his face in Sin's shoulder since he was trying hard not to stare at his boyfriend's co-workers. But they were all hot as hell, especially God. Damn, the man was huge and built. All those muscles and tattoos on full display. "Hell, Day. 1 cock is sexy, 2 cocks. That's heavenly, but 3 cocks to play with. That's just an embarrassment of riches." Day walked over to them, and Ranowski had to scramble behind the kitchen island to conceal his nudity. The intent in Day's sexy gait and gleaming hazel eyes was unmistakable. "Maybe Porn Puppy wants to put on a little show for us?" Day said, standing directly in front of them. Day brought his hand up and ran it through Fury's long hair. Sin yanked Fury tighter against him. "Unless you want your hand severed at the wrist, remove it." Sin's voice was deadly low. Although Fury was sure Sin was just joking, it was a major turn-on when he showed off his possessive side. Day narrowed his eyes and stepped back, but Fury didn't miss the smug look. "How the hell did you get in here? I know the alarm was on," Day asked. "Just think of me as the wind," Sin said, his voice full of sarcasm. God went to the back door and peeked out. "He cut the wires," God said, sounding annoyed. "Fucker." Sin ignored God and looked at the other two men, embracing each other while watching the exchange with amused expressions. "How are you, Detective Johnson? Fancy seeing you and Ranowski over here at this late hour." "Fuck you," Johnson laughed. "You already knew, so don't act shocked." "I'm not acting shocked. You're right, I did know. And you four are always staring at each other like pieces of prime USDA beef. I'd be a pretty shitty detective if I never noticed." "So, all of you are, you know," Fury gestured between them with his hands. "We're really good friends," God confirmed, and his tone clearly indicated the conversation was over. "Fuck," Fury groaned, rubbing his stiffening cock. "That's fucking wild. Nice piercings, by the way, fellas." Both Day and Ranowski had pierced nipples. Day opting for black barbells while Ranowski's gold ones glowed against his tan skin. "You got a hot one, don't you, Sarge?" Ranowski's beautiful smile could be any man's undoing. Fury stared at the beautiful naked man and couldn't stop his own grin from stretching across his face. Imagining all six of them in bed would be way too overwhelming for him, but it made one hell of a visual fantasy. "Don't even think about it," Sin growled. "You're gonna replace that fucking panel, fuckface," God said, slamming the back door. "You got it, boss. However, I have a problem, and there's something more important that I need handled first." Sin suddenly looked serious. The others turned serious as well. "Anything," Day spoke up first. "Name it," Johnson chimed in, folding his large arms over his ample chest, listening intently. Wow. If one has a problem, they all have a problem, each one ready to join in and take the other's situation on themselves. Exquisite valor. The protective order for Furious was denied by Magistrate Henley. Fury is still being stalked and threatened. I'm not underestimating this guy, Day. After the beatdown I gave him, he's still trying to make a move. He's been watching Fury's workplace and trying to catch him alone. I'm trying to do what's right and follow the chain of command. I need to protect Fury and my job. If he touches Fury, I'll find him, and I'll kill him. Fury shivered at Sin's directness and intensity. He felt Sin squeeze him tighter, like he couldn't bear the thought of losing him. All right. First of all, don't do anything rash. I'll call Magistrate Jones. I'm sure she'll grant us the order. In the meantime, do you know where these guys are staying? Day asked. Yeah, Jessup found them for me with the partial plate number that I gave him. They're at the Mandarin Chateau in West Atlanta, Sin said. Maybe we should pay them a visit, Johnson said menacingly. Fury had no doubt the guy could do just as much damage as the others. God turned to look at Johnson, and Fury got a glimpse of an extremely large lion's head tattooed on God's back. Jesus Christ. It took up the entire left side. The mouth was open wide in mid-roar. The full bushy mane was so detailed it looked like it moved with God's muscles. Its coloring was its most breathtaking feature. The golden brown of the mane was mixed with streaks of black and gold. The paws were big and the claws were extended as if it was about to attack. Damn. Fury was snapped out of the beast's trance when Sin popped him on the ass. His face flushed when he noticed everyone staring at him. It's beautiful artwork, Fury admitted. Glad to know, Day said. But I asked you if your ex has approached you since he cornered you in the alley. No, I'm always with my business partner or Sin. So no, I only get calls and texts, Fury answered. Forward those to me ASAP. I'll call Valerie in the morning. It'll be handled, I promise you. Sin, in the meantime, make sure Fury has everyone's personal cell programmed into his phone, Day said. Fury was beginning to see why Sin thought so highly of his bosses. Tomorrow's Sunday. Magistrate Jones probably won't be in until Monday, Sin said. the frustration clear in his tone. Magistrates work 24 hours, and she covers most Sundays, so it works, Ranowski added. For fuck's sake, Ro, go put on some goddamn clothes. The moment's over, man, Sin grated out. Everyone laughed as Sin and Fury got up to leave. Ranowski was slinking out of the room, walking backwards with his hand over his junk. God clasped Sin on his shoulder. You are not to try to handle this on your own, you got that? Sin stared for several seconds, neither man looking away. I got it, Sin finally spoke. Fury let loose a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Damn, there was a shitload of testosterone in this room. Sin turned to his other lieutenant. Thanks, Day. I'll call you tomorrow when it's in effect, Day answered. Fury shook Day's hand and voiced his own gratitude as Sin led him to the back door. We'll just leave the way we came in. Sin was back to teasing his bosses. You have a really nice kitchen, Fury added. Day threw a potholder at him. Get the fuck out. Next time, knock, God barked after them. Ditto, Sin yelled back, halfway out the door. Chapter 34. Dare I say this is love? Sin's hands were everywhere when he opened the door, and they fell into the apartment. Fury was rough and demanding as usual, but it was multiplied exponentially. Fury kicked the door shut and pushed Sin back against it, then slammed his taut chest into him, pinning him in place. Sin's breath left him with an oomph when his back connected with the wood of the door. Sin laughed roughly against Fury's neck while he ate at his throat. I hope it wasn't seeing God half-naked that has you this worked up. Fury pulled back and looked at him with complete solemnity before speaking in a rough voice. You have me worked up. You make me fucking crazy. That shit you did tonight was reckless. You had me scared shitless for a while. Fury stopped talking and took Sin's face in his hands and licked a slow path across his scratchy cheek. And you're about to pay for that, baby. Fury spun Sin around and pushed his chest against the door. Furious, Sin groaned when he felt his sweater being roughly yanked over his head. Fury's hand pressed hard into the center of his back, keeping him pinned against the front door. Yes. Punish me. Sin froze when Fury's assault on his body stopped immediately after he said that. Oh no. Fury's hair was brushing against Sin's face as he leaned in to whisper in his ear. You ever been handcuffed, Sergeant? Restrained? Sin shivered, his cock leaking in his tight jeans. Oh, fuck. Don't fucking move. Fury ground himself against Sin's ass for a few seconds, and then he was gone. Hurry. Sin heard the telltale sound of his steel cuffs being removed from the inside pocket of his leather jacket on the floor. Sin held completely still while his cock twitched with each chime of the metal cuffs. The anticipation was torture, and Fury took his time coming back to him. But when he finally did, Sin wasn't prepared for Fury's aggression. One of his arms was yanked behind his back, and Sin quickly felt the cool metal clamp around his wrist. Sin's face and shoulder were pressed against the solid wood while his other arm was gripped and twisted behind him to join the other hand. Fury clamped the second cuff over his other wrist, tight enough that he felt restrained but not so tight that he couldn't enjoy every second of this. Sin's hands were level with Fury's groin, and he couldn't help but caress the nice-sized bulge in Fury's pants. Fury stepped back and Sin groaned. He'd only be able to touch what Fury allowed him to. You liked me all nervous tonight, Sin? You liked it when I was crouching down next to you in the dark while you broke into someone's home? Sin heard Fury unbuckling his pants, and the sound of his zipper could barely be heard over his own panting. You liked scaring me tonight? Fury's voice sounded calm, like a merciless man who would soon have his revenge. I wasn't trying to scare you, Sin confessed, just above a whisper. I don't believe you, Fury snapped in his ear. In one swift motion, Fury wrenched Sin's pants and briefs down to his ankles, his cock springing free and slapping against his abs. Holy fuck. I think you enjoyed it. Having me in your element was a turn-on for you, I get that. But you're in my domain now, Corbin. And believe me when I say I'm really going to get off on this." Sin had no time to react. He was spun around again and slammed back against the door, his hands trapped behind him. He looked straight into Fury's dark eyes and knew he was in delicious trouble. "Gonna watch every expression that crosses your face while I fuck you." Sin was naked except for his pants and underwear bunched up around his ankles. Fury had removed his own shirt at some point and his jeans were unzipped, just the glistening head of his cock peeking out from its foreskin. Sin found himself wanting another taste of the intense man. Fury was doing just what he said, watching him. Fury gripped Sin's cock and set up a ridiculously rapid and brutal pace right off the bat. "Oh, fuck! Fuck!" Sin yelled, his knees giving out as he fell forward, his head landing on Fury's left pec. "Shit, too much! Too much!" Fury pressed his upper body into him, forcing him back up against the door. "Uh-huh. Thought I was going to go slow with you, didn't you? You think you deserve slow and sweet tonight?" Fury pumped Sin's cock so fast his vision became distorted. Fury's fingers flew up and down his rigid length in a blur. He wasn't going to last long at all. Sin's eyes were clenched shut so tight they hurt. His forehead was creased and every muscle in his body was tense from the overwhelming sensual attack, shattering his thoughts and body. Sin's body slumped against his lover. His eyes rolled back as he buried his face and growled against Fury's neck. He bit Fury at the juncture of his shoulder before he could think better of it. Fury kept up the brutal pace on his cock, but took his other hand and slammed Sin back against the door. "Biting, baby?" Fury grinned mischievously. "Trying to hurt me?" Sin could only shake his head. He really hadn't meant to bite Fury, but he could see his teeth marks in the man's shoulder. "I'm sorry," he huffed. Sin's face was still furrowed with the intensity of the pleasure, since Fury's fist hadn't stopped moving on his cock. He couldn't think of anything else to say. His brain was slowly leaking out with the pre-cum from his dick. Fury knew what he was doing to him. There was no way Sin could be held responsible for his actions right now. "You need something in your mouth to make you behave," Fury whispered against his parted lips. Sin's cock leaked some more. He would need to have his fucking carpet cleaned after this. Fury's cock was leaking as well, and he knew the man had to be as turned on as he was. "My cock would look beautiful being shoved down your throat right now. But we'll wait on that. This'll have to do in a pinch." Sin didn't get a chance to figure out what that meant before Fury's index finger was shoved into his mouth. Sin was bewildered at how Fury could be working his cock fast in his tight fist, but slowly fucking his mouth with his finger. Sin licked and lapped at the long digit, his hole clenching at the anticipation of Fury putting that finger inside him. Sin let loose a strangled moan. "I'm gonna come. Can't take much more," he damn near whined. He didn't fucking care. Fury was working him over like nothing he'd ever felt. An orgasm was coming on that was surely going to bring him to his knees. He could feel the burning in his spine, the stirring in his balls as they drew up close to him. Fury looked dead at him, his face a serious mask of concentration. His upper lip went up into a mean but somehow sexy as fuck snarl as he kicked Sin's legs apart in a move similar to what an officer would use. Sin's wide stance had him open enough to take what Fury was going to do next. Sin was still sucking on Fury's finger like it was a cock when Fury removed it and quickly brought it around to his ass. He only had to take his hand off Sin's cock for a second to pull apart one side of his ass and rub his slick finger quickly up and down that taut bud, heating up the tight skin around it before pushing his finger in fast and not stopping until his palm was against his ass. "Jesus fuck!" Sin yelled out and went up on his toes at the fast, rough intrusion. Oh, fuck yeah. Damn. When the hell did Sin start being so turned on by a little pain? Had he always liked it rough? He could never be rough with the women he'd had. There'd never been anyone to handle him. So honestly, he never knew. Oh, thank you, baby. If Sin didn't live another day after tonight, it'd be okay. This experience was one to go out on. Not gonna be gentle today, Sin. You deserve everything that you're gonna get tonight. But you can't fool me, love. I know how much you like it when it hurts. Fury kissed away the moans that Sin released into the air between them. Make it hurt. Make me feel it, need to feel it. Hurt me, Sin chanted almost to himself. He was in some kind of free-floating, pre-orgasmic subconscious state. Fury pumped his finger in and out of his pulsing hole with the same wild timing he was using on his dick, and Sin lost it. The double assault, something filling him and jerking his cock, was devastating. His orgasm crashed to the surface like a bullet readying in the chamber, but the bastard held him there in its clutches, almost like Fury ordered it to wait just a little longer. Fury concentrated on the head of his almost purple cock. Fuck, he was ready to shoot. Short, quick, slick strokes over the ridge of the head, squeezing and twisting every couple of times while simultaneously pegging the gland deep inside him. Fuck! Sin pumped his hips hard. It felt so wild not being able to brace his hands on anything when he was about to come. There was nothing to squeeze. He couldn't shove his fist inside of his mouth to muffle the shout. There was nothing to do except bare his expression to the man who wanted nothing more in the world than to see every second of his release play across his face. And he was just about to see it. Sin was getting so close to coming, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. That's it. Fucking look at you. Fury reared back to get a better look. The finger in Sin's ass slammed inside one final time, and Fury shook it so fast it felt like a vibration against his gland, and he didn't stop until Sin started yelling loud enough to wake the neighbors 2 floors below him. The first jet sent Sin crashing down to his knees, and Fury went with him, never breaking stride. That's right, Sin. Come all over me, Fury groaned. With each jerk of his fist, he pumped more cum from his cock. Sin fell forward, all of his upper body weight bearing down on Fury. He was a puddle of languorous ooze in his lover's arms. Sin nuzzled his head in Fury's thick hair and panted through the rest of his orgasm. He twitched and jerked while Fury calmed his frantic pace and lazily worked Sin's opening. Fuck feels good, Sin groaned, slowly rotating his ass on Fury's finger. Fury knew that Sin thought the pace was going to go from chaotic to serene now that he'd made him come, but he was terribly mistaken. Fury moved off to the side and wrapped his arm around Sin's broad chest to lower him to the carpet since his hands were still secured behind him. Fuck, he looked good enough to lick all over. Naked and submissive, completely under Fury's control. Fury wasn't into BDSM, but he did know how to give his lover that euphoric feeling of being taken over sexually. More people than would admit it craved that relaxed, worry-free moment in bed and just needed a selfless partner to give it to them. Fury finally pulled his finger free of that warm channel to fully remove Sin's boots and jeans so he could finish his man off properly. Although Sin was new to relationships, Fury had no doubt he could keep him spellbound indefinitely. He would show the gorgeous specimen stretched out beneath him how beautiful it is to be a gay man in a committed relationship. He'd hoped the scene tonight at God and Days didn't dissuade him. Fury didn't need any more cocks in bed with them. While it could be fun, not all gay men played with other couples. One man was enough for Fury. Sin was man enough for Fury. He'd show him every day if he'd let him. Sin would be able to trust him with his heart and his body, knowing there was no way he'd hurt him. And he secretly hoped Sin felt the same way. Fury, Sin moaned, still sounding sedated. Fury let Sin's chest rest on the carpet, but he grabbed his hips with both hands and yanked him up to his knees. Sin grunted hard, but it quickly turned to a sexy whimper when Fury's warm tongue began lapping at his stretched hole, laving and swirling his tongue around the pliant skin before delving in for a more thorough taste. Oh, fuck. Fuck yeah, Sin moaned. Fury, what you do to me. God damn it, this man would be Fury's ruin. Everything about him was so fucking sexy. The way he moaned, the way he cried out to him, the way he responded to him, and most of all, the way he tasted to him. All musk and leather with just a hint of Irish Spring, which he now knew was Sin's favorite soap. Fury reached into the drawer of the coffee table and pulled out a condom and fresh bottle of lube he'd stashed in there before he left yesterday. Always good to be prepared, he'd thought. Fury rolled on the tight latex while never taking his eyes off Sin's hips. They moved in a simulation of being fucked. His man knew it was coming. Fury was glad that Sin was practically face down so he couldn't see the self-satisfied look on his face. Fury popped the cap on the new bottle of lube and saw Sin's body jump at the sound. He reached up and smoothed his hand down Sin's spine. His fingertips trailed over each vertebra, loving the chills that racked Sin's strong body. Furious. Not too much lube. Need you, Sin mumbled in a hoarse whisper. Fury grabbed the base of his cock to keep it from exploding. It took a few seconds before he was able to spread a thin layer of lube on his cock. With just a small dollop on his finger, he pushed it inside of Sin's impatient channel. He closed his eyes and took a calming breath before lining up his cock with Sin's hole. He tapped Sin's hole with his cock to tease him a little more, knowing the man was beyond ready to be fucked. Furious, come on, Sin barked, looking over his shoulder with a pissed expression. Oh, you're not getting bossy, are you, Sin? Fury said softly. It was the same tone he used before he stole Sin's breath away and jerked his cock like he was trying to skin it. Are you in control here, baby? Sin's back was rising and falling as he breathed quick, short breaths. He knows it's coming any minute. Damn, Fury had never had such fun or felt this type of exhilaration with a partner. If it came down to it, Fury didn't think he'd ever be able to let Sin go, even if the man demanded it. No, I'm not in control, Sin sighed. Who is? Fury asked, his own voice rough with lust. Sin didn't answer fast enough. Fury yanked on Sin's wrist, the cool metal cuffs clinked together, and Fury slammed his dick into Sin, his pelvis slapping against that hot ass, both men bellowing at the extremely powerful move. Fury, fuck, Sin hollered. His voice was raw now, his resolve snapping a long time ago. Fury knew there was no way he'd last longer than a couple minutes, and he wasn't ashamed. No man could last long in Sin's tight heat. It was a living, pulsing furnace, cinching and searing his cock in the most erotic way. Fury threw his head back, his long hair falling down to the middle of his back, giving himself just a few minutes to enjoy the sensation before he put his entire focus back on Sin. Harder. Harder, Sin whispered huskily. But Fury heard him. Fuck. He heard, and he listened. Fury got a solid grip on Sin's sweat-slicked shoulders and yanked him back onto his cock while thrusting his hips forward. Fury clenched his teeth so hard his jaw ached. His man wanted hard. He'd give him hard. Sin dug his forehead into the carpet, his ass up in the air for the taking. It was a sight like no other. This strong, overprotective elite task force sergeant writhing and crying beneath him, repeatedly begging Fury to pound his ass. Like that, Sin? Fury fucked Sin's ass like he wanted him to be able to think about nothing else tomorrow but Fury fucking him. He would remember who'd been inside him for at least the next 24 hours. He let go of Sin's shoulders and held onto his wrists, right above the cuffs, and yanked on his arms, slamming him repeatedly back onto his dick. Sin yelled to whatever god was listening, but Fury didn't let up for a second. Motherfucker! Sin barked as his ass was taken violently, just the way he'd begged for it. Fury was gonna blow soon. He paused just long enough to grab Sin's keys off the table in front of them and quickly unlocked the handcuffs. No, Sin groaned as his arms fell down to the floor. Fury tossed the cuffs and hurriedly shoved back into Sin's warmth. He leaned over the toned back, giving the man his own heat. Shh, I got you, baby. But I'm not going to hurt your shoulders. Fury fucked him hard and deep, snapping his hips so his balls slapped against Sin's taint. The groan that left Sin sounded animalistic. It was time. Fury reached under Sin and gripped his hard cock. Fuck, he was so hard again. He didn't jerk him as roughly as he did before, instead opting for an easy but firm glide, letting the skin do the work. He brought his forearm around Sin's neck and applied subtle pressure to his throat, knowing Sin liked that. "Oh, fuck, Furious. What the fuck are you doing to me?" Sin moaned. "Claiming you, Corbin." Fury licked the shell of Sin's ear. He heard Sin gasp at the response, probably the use of his first name, and Fury put everything he could into the few seconds he had left. He needed to come. He was an unselfish lover, but he wasn't ashamed to take his release after his partner had gotten his. "Come for me, gorgeous." Fury kept full body contact as he pumped his cock into his man, only raising his hips high enough to withdraw a few inches and thrust deep into him. Fury felt his balls tighten, his abs clench painfully. He concentrated on the head of Sin's cock when he felt it harden like a solid steel pipe. Sin's head went back onto Fury's shoulder, and Fury put his hand on Sin's throat and squeezed just enough to push him over the edge. The first spout of hot cum from Sin made them both jerk violently. Sin came harder than any man Fury had ever seen. He pressed his own lithe frame to Sin's back. He could feel the man's orgasm completely take over his body, every muscle and nerve in him ignited. Sin yelled and jerked powerfully beneath him while his orgasm had its way with him. Fury held on, whispering encouraging sentiments in Sin's ear while he wrote it out. "You're mine, baby. All mine. Let go for me. Show me how much you love me controlling you." Sin's keen cry was the sweetest sound, and the kiss Fury stole while he released it tasted like the purest nectar. "Oh, God. Oh, God, Corbin." Fury was there, ready to empty deep inside his lover if only it wasn't for the fucking barrier. He'd fill Sin with his essence, claiming him in the truest sense of the word. One day, Fury slammed inside him and stilled while his cock throbbed with his release. He groaned deep and low in his throat, expletives right on the tip of his tongue. His hands roamed up and down Sin's back while his cum flooded the condom. Jet after jet shot through his cock, racking his body with tremors. "Fuck, baby." Fury gripped Sin's hips, which had started to gyrate against him, milking Fury for everything he had. He scurried to get a strong hand on Sin's shoulder and one on his hip to keep him still, his cock way too fucking sensitive for that now. "Should fucking punish you for that." Fury half laughed, half groaned as his soft cock slid from Sin's hole. Fury rose up so he could pull Sin with him, both of them falling to the side. He held one arm around Sin's middle and propped himself up on his elbow so he could look down at Sin's handsome face. Sin's eyes were closed, and it looked like he was concentrating on something. Fuck. Was I too rough? Maybe he didn't want to be handcuffed. God, but he's so wonderful. He should be mine forever. More words lingered on Fury's tongue. Words he couldn't say yet. Words he was afraid to say. Instead, he opted for, "How do you feel?" Sin turned so he could look at Fury more closely. "Why do you ask me that after we have sex? You think I can't hear the nervousness in your voice or the fear in that question? You want to say something else, but you ask that instead, and then you tense up until I answer." Fury stared wide-eyed at Sin, amazed by his perception. "Do you forget I'm a detective, Furious? I'd spent a lot of years reading between the lines." Fury looked ashamed. Sin had asked him to trust him, but Fury kept letting the doubt linger. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to be sure I didn't hurt you." "You did." Sin couldn't fully mask the grin. "But I liked it." "You might not like it so much tomorrow." Fury looked deep into those coal-black eyes, wondering briefly if Sin was really fully his. "No, it will be even sweeter. A constant reminder that you've been there, right? Isn't that what you said while you slammed into me?" Sin raked his fingers through Fury's hair, tucking it behind his ear. Fury smiled at him. "I'm surprised you can hear anything I say with all the yelling you do." Fury jumped up the second Sin realized what he'd said. No one wanted to be reminded of the sounds they made, or especially the faces they make when in the throes of ecstasy. Fury ran around the couch, his limp cock swinging in the cool air. Sin was up fast and on the other side, trying to predict which way Fury would run. "You making fun of me now?" Sin grinned. "How about I don't yell for you anymore, then?" "You can try." Fury darted to the left and took off for the hallway, but Sin was on him before he could get past the closet door. Fury spun around and ducked Sin's arm as it reached out for him, his hair flying over his shoulder. He ran through the opening to the kitchen, coming out the other side, just barely dodging Sin's grasp again when he looped back into the living room. Sin ran after him and Fury jumped over the back of the couch, putting them in the same positions they had started in. Sin on one side of the couch and Fury on the other. He was laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. "You're too old man. Either that or I fucked you too hard. You can't catch me," Fury teased. "No, your moves are just too childish for me to counter, youngin'. But that must be some of that wide jiu-jitsu you learned in 6 months. Impressive," Sin taunted him right back. Fury growled at Sin, making fun of his classes, and leapt for him. There was no memory of any training. He aimed high, wanting to grab Sin around the neck, get him in some kind of headlock, but Sin crouched low and Fury hugged nothing but air. Damn, that was good. Sin spun around and grabbed him around the waist and pulled him back into his wide chest. Sin held him with both large arms, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get away. Sin spun them and pushed Fury up against the wall, and in 2 efficient moves had one arm pinned behind him and the other hooked with his forearm. Fury couldn't move at all, and he liked it. Sin pushed hard against his back and removed his hand from Fury's wrist, but he couldn't pull his arm out because of Sin's bulk holding it there. Sin pushed Fury's wild hair back from his face and stared at him. Fury was breathing hard while Sin looked like he hadn't used an ounce of energy. Sin's midnight gaze traveled from the crown of his head, slowly panning down to his parted lips. He didn't have to wonder long what Sin was thinking. "God, you're so beautiful," Sin whispered against the sides of his face while he held him still. "Never thought I'd find another man beautiful. But here you are." The lump in Fury's throat kept him from responding. Sin was looking at him with so much so much of something he didn't want to even think about it. Was it possible? No. Too soon. Sin leaned in and laid the softest of kisses against Fury's mouth, which quickly escalated into frantic tongues and loud grunts. Sin's cock went from semi-erect to rock hard while he ground into him from behind, and Fury couldn't stop himself from pushing his ass back into him. Fuck. Sin bit Fury's plump bottom lip and sucked on it while he thrust his leaking cock into his crease. Just because Fury liked to top didn't mean he couldn't appreciate a nice fat cock filling him up. Sin, Fury panted. He couldn't get his heart rate to slow. It had been well over a year since he'd been fucked. "You want to fuck me, Corbin?" Sin's grinding intensified, obviously liking the question or the offer behind it. Sin's face was buried in his favorite place, at the base of Fury's neck, in his hair. He could feel the man breathing and inhaling him. Sin released Fury's other arm and slammed his palm against the wall, like his passion was getting the better of him. His other hand had a punishing grip on Fury's ass cheek. Sin massaged the tight globe, his breathing becoming erratic. Sin was losing control. Fuck, Sin. Fury braced both hands in front of him. Did he want his first time in a long time to be up against this wall or in a comfortable bed? He was torn because while the bed sounded wonderful, what Sin was doing to him right now was sinful at its absolute best. If Sin wanted to do it, he wouldn't, no, he couldn't refuse him. Fuck me, Fury whispered. Fuck me, Sin. Sin growled against his ear, and Fury wished he hadn't shivered so violently in reaction to the sound. No matter what the roles were, he always needed to be in control. He'd top from the bottom. Fury reached for Sin's hands and pulled until he had both of his wrists secured, and he placed both his palms flat on the wall in front of him. "Keep your hands there," Fury ordered. When he removed his hands from Sin's, they remained firmly in place. Fury reached back and grasped Sin's cock and nestled it more snugly in his ass. He pushed back against Sin and enjoyed the hiss in his throat. "Harder," Fury snarled. "Fury." Sin's voice was low. He only heard him because his face was buried against his neck. "I won't fuck you now." Fury closed his eyes and exhaled before he could speak. "You will if I tell you to." "Yes, I would. But I'd rather wait." Sin stopped grinding against him, and Fury heard the tortured groan from the big sergeant. "Wait for what?" Fury breathed deeply. His ass was clenching, and he wanted to voice how disappointed he was that Sin didn't want him in that way. He understood not all men were versatile, but he was shocked as hell that Sin had refused him. "Until it's time," Sin whispered, and moved away from him. Fury didn't ask him to elaborate. He wasn't sure what Sin meant by time. They'd already fucked. What exactly were they waiting for? Fury turned around and stared back at Sin. He nodded his head that it was fine for them to wait. "Shower?" Sin asked, his mouth twisting into a wry grin. Fury braced his hands on the warmed tiles while Sin soaped and bathed his body from head to toe. "Can I wash your hair?" "Yes," was all Fury managed to say. The 5-star treatment felt so damn good he didn't trust what would come out of his mouth if he didn't limit his replies to one word. Like an undying declaration of love. Sin reached in front of him and retrieved Fury's shampoo and poured a whole palmful in his hand. Fury chuckled lightly. "You think you got enough? I love the way this smells. Where do you get it?" "I buy it online from someone who came up with their own concoction for men's hair. But it works well for me." Fury groaned as soon as Sin's hands connected with his scalp. He massaged the special conditioning shampoo into his long locks, and Fury got lost in the repetitive motions. Sin moved in close to his back, and Fury's cock quickly took notice. "Does it feel good when I do this?" Sin said against Fury's neck. Fury had no other words. Good just didn't describe it. Fury pushed his ass back against Sin's cock and wasn't surprised to find him hard as concrete. Sin finger-combed Fury's hair and tilted his head back so he was under the powerful spray. When Sin was done rinsing out all of the product, he reached for the bottle again. Fury didn't have to wonder long what Sin was doing when his hand reached between them and grasped both of their raging hard-ons and started stroking quickly. Fury's knees buckled, and Sin pressed his chest hard against him to keep him upright. Fuck Sin. This wasn't about gentility or romance. It was about two men that needed to get the fuck off. Sin growled against Fury's neck. His fist was applying just the right amount of pressure for Fury. Sin had taken care of every one of his needs tonight, and after washing him like a king, he was getting him off one last time, which would ensure him falling into a coma as soon as he got in bed. "I'm about to come," Sin moaned, his hips jerking against Fury's. "Yes." Fury grabbed Sin's face between both his palms and made him look at him. "Let me watch you." Fury's hips bucked once, twice, and he was coming all over Sin's tight fist. It had to have driven Sin mad because he followed right after, his hot cum mixing with the hot spray of the shower. He could see Sin fighting to keep his eyes open and trained on him, but he managed it. Watching Sin come was becoming Fury's most favorite thing in the world. There was nothing like it, muscles tensing and veins bulging everywhere. Whether it was true or not, Fury believed he was the only one who could make him come like this. He'd believe it until Sin told him otherwise. Sin brought his hand up and looked at their combined releases dripping between his fingers. Fury could see the indecision all over his face. He wanted to taste, and he wasn't sure. Fury grabbed Sin's wrist and brought one coated finger to his mouth and licked it clean, never taking his eyes off Sin's. Damn it, Fury. Fury liked the strained damn it that slid from Sin's mouth. His eyelids were half closed as he watched Fury clean his hand. "Come here," Fury ordered, Sin wasted no time obeying. Fury cupped his jaw and brought their mouths together, slipping his tongue in Sin's mouth to give him a taste. Sin moaned in his mouth and opened wider to take him in deeper. "You like the way we taste, baby?" Fury whispered, sealing his mouth over Sin's again. Yes." Sin held him close. They stood, staring at each other, and Fury found himself clenching his jaw to stop from saying something that might make Sin bolt. God, this man was intense. Everything about him screamed perfect for Fury, but he'd be patient until Sin realized it too. They rested their foreheads together as they came down from the high of their orgasms. "My balls are going to be shriveled up for weeks," Fury groaned, letting the water rinse away the last of their cum. Sin groaned in agreement and shut off the water. "I'm exhausted." "Me too." "Sleep. Now." Chapter 35. I didn't say that. Oh yes, you fucking did. Sin woke up before Fury, but he tried hard not to disturb him. He just wanted to watch him. Fury was on his back, and his hair was spread wildly across Sin's blue pillowcases. Sin couldn't stop the smile from spreading across his face when Fury snorted and absently ran his hand across his chest, downward to his pubic hair, and gave the wiry hairs a good scratch. It took everything for Sin not to burst out laughing. Sin hadn't felt the urge to laugh in so many years. Fury was making him feel amazing things emotionally and sexually. He was all about making Sin feel good. Fury rolled to his side and automatically reached for Sin so he could grind his morning wood into his thigh. Sin couldn't hold his chuckle anymore. "What's so funny?" Fury said in his sexy morning voice, not bothering to open his eyes. "You? Aren't you still fucked out?" Sin asked, his voice just as foggy. "Well, my dick has a mind of its own." Fury finally opened his eyes, and Sin immediately got lost in their depths. He couldn't think of a comeback. Sin's eyes roamed over the gorgeous man in front of him. Even with sleep in his eyes and his hair in an unruly heap, he was still the most beautiful sight in the world. Sin's face must have revealed his thoughts because he felt Fury's palm cup his cheek. "I know," Fury whispered. "Fuck. He knows." "Wait, knows what? How?" Fury couldn't possibly know. Sin buried his face in Fury's chest and let the man stroke his tense back. He couldn't let Fury have all the power. If he put his heart out there too fast, there was no telling what the man would do with it. Fury had never indicated that he was ready for a full-on relationship, especially with his divorce not being final yet. He was sure Fury didn't want to fuck around, but that didn't mean he was ready to pick out China patterns with Sin either. "Don't hide from me." Fury gripped Sin's short hair at the nape of his neck. "It's okay." Sin squeezed Fury's shoulders, holding him close. "Not until you're ready, okay? I'll be right here when you are," Fury told him softly. Sin was thankful that Fury didn't press the issue. He wasn't ready for a heart-to-heart, and he didn't want to be considered a sap falling for a man after only knowing him for 3 weeks. "What are your plans for today?" Fury changed the subject. Thank goodness. "Nothing. I'm off today, unless I get called in." Sin rolled back and settled onto his side of the bed. My side. "Oh, cool. I gotta go to the shop and accept a delivery at 4, Fury informed him. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and ran his fingers through his hair. Sin cleared his throat, hoping Fury was giving him this opening. "You want to get some breakfast? Maybe catch that new action flick that came out last week? I was going to go by myself today, but if you're not busy." Fury turned slowly and revealed his shit-eating grin. "Aww. Are you asking me on a day date, Sin? That's so sweet." Sin flipped Fury off and sat up in bed, grabbing the remote so he had an excuse to ignore Fury's teasing. Fury sauntered around to Sin's side of the bed and yanked the remote out of his hand. "Don't try to ignore me." He glared at Sin. Sin moved fast, grabbed Fury around his narrow waist and twisted, throwing him back on the bed. Fury grunted loudly and Sin dove right in, biting and making loud snarling sounds against his neck. Fury laughed uncontrollably, and Sin realized that he was laughing just as hard as Fury tried unsuccessfully to get out of his grip. Okay, I'll go with you," Fury yelled. Sin stopped gnawing at Fury and got off the bed, walking into his closet. "That's all you had to say in the first place," Sin said easily. "You asshole." Fury propped himself up on an elbow and watched Sin across the room. Sin noticed Fury didn't start to get dressed until Sin was completely finished. Those dark eyes tracked his every move. By the time they'd finally stopped playing around, it was afternoon. Sin took Fury to a nice bar that was situated on Lake Sinclair. When Sin told Rux that he loved any kind of seafood, the man had quickly recommended it. Sin was biased, coming from up north. It just seemed natural that they had the best seafood. But Rux had been right. The atmosphere was laid back since they were serving the lunch crowd, and the service was friendly. After 6, the restaurant turned into the locals' favorite dive and karaoke bar. Sin didn't sing, but he and his day date sure as hell enjoyed the wonderful fried crabs. After the movie, Sin walked around Savannah with Fury on his arm. When he wanted to hold his hand, he did. When he wanted to wrap his arm around his waist, he did. When he wanted to kiss him, he did it like his life depended on it. Sin enjoyed every minute of it, but he did it partially because he needed to show Fury that he was proud to be seen with him in public. Sin ignored some of the uncomfortable stares and instead focused on the most wonderful man he'd ever known. Walking through the streets of Savannah was like something out of a movie set. Cobblestone roads, historical landscapes, 300-year-old architecture, and shops of all kinds lined the streets. Fall colors and 100-year-old weeping willow trees shaded the park they strolled through. Fury stopped suddenly and leaned against a massive tree trunk to watch a large riverboat dock. "That thing is huge," Sin remarked, leaning into Fury's side. "Yeah, they have dinner cruises." "Really? You want to go on one?" Sin said before he even thought about it. Fury looked at him in shock before the look quickly turned to appreciation. "Yes," he grinned. "When?" "Tonight, if they have one." Sin gave Fury a fast kiss and yanked on his arm, pulling him along behind him. They ran across the park, both of them grinning like lovesick fools. Sin strode up to the ticket booth and looked up at the board displaying the cruise times. Sin pulled Fury into his chest and crooned in his ear. "Oh, they have a twilight cruise at 7. How's that sound? A riverboat ride at sunset, dinner on the water, then you in my arms on the top deck under the stars." Fury wrapped his arm around Sin's neck and let his head fall to the side so Sin could keep whispering. "Then back to my place for dessert." "Have you always been this romantic?" Fury breathed heavily against the side of Sin's face. "Absolutely not," Sin answered honestly, and turned to purchase their tickets. Sin drove Fury to the shop so he could sign for his delivery. He didn't want to be away from him, even for a second, which was a crazy new feeling to him. But he wouldn't crowd him. Fury needed to handle some business, so he would give the man his space. Sin had to take his hand off Fury's thigh so he could answer his cell phone. He saw it was Day and put it on speakerphone. "Yeah, Day, what's the word?" Sin greeted, cutting right to the chase on the decision of Fury's protective order. "It's done, and I had Rux and Green serve it this afternoon." Day's grin could be heard through the phone. Sin and Fury turned and smiled at each other, remembering how intimidating those two detectives looked. There was no way Patrick and Brendan would want to go up against them. They were the muscle of the task force, so Sin could only imagine how they served that order. Surely Fury's ex was on the first thing smoking back to Charlotte. "Ask Fury if he's gotten any phone calls from that asshat today." "Wait." How'd you know he was even with me? Sin glanced a look at his phone. Day pfft. Yeah, right, just ask him. Fury spoke up, his deep voice filling the small space of Sin's truck. No, I haven't. Thank you very much, Day. I really appreciate your help, man. Day's voice dropped a couple octaves and rumbled back through the speaker. Call me Leo, darling. And just how appreciative are you willing to be, Furious? Click. Sin disconnected the call and tossed the phone into the console. Fury laughed so hard he had tears coming down his cheeks. I'm glad you think he's funny. I think I'm going to give him a chop to his fucking throat when I see him, Sin grumbled. He pulled into the parking lot of Fury's shop and stopped right in front of the first auto bay door. I have about an hour before the delivery is supposed to arrive, and then I'm going to hang around for Doug. Why don't you leave your truck here and I'll tune it up for you? Is there someone close who can pick you up? Sin smiled. All right. There's always someone close. I'll have Ranowski pick me up. I got some files to look over in the office before we do the ecstasy bust tomorrow. After Fury unlocked the garage-style door, Sin pulled his truck in. He got out and followed Fury into the shop and was awed at how much they'd gotten done in the past week. Baby, it looks great in here. I love the checkerboard floors. Thank you. My dad's bike will be here soon. I can't fucking wait. It's tricked out real cherry. Fury's face was full of pride, and Sin basked in it. He loved that Fury was finally going to have what he wanted out of life. Sin just hoped he could be a part of it too. Fury tied his hair into a ponytail and pulled on some well-used dark coveralls. He pulled his sweater over his head, revealing the tight wife-beater underneath. All that lickable ink for Sin to feast his eyes on. Fury tied the arms of his jumpsuit around his waist, letting them hang low on his narrow hips. Sin had to keep from salivating on his shirt. Damn, Fury was sexy as fuck. What man could make a dingy pair of coveralls look so good? He'd never seen one until now. You keep staring at me like that, and I'm going to show you what I can do with some of these tools. Fury smirked at him. Sin's eyes snapped back up to Fury's face, but he wasn't the least bit embarrassed at being caught. Sin's phone buzzed. Ranowski texted he'd be there in a couple minutes. Fury had already jacked Sin's truck up in the front and was lying on his creeper. Are you sure I need a tune-up? It sounds like it runs fine to me. Sin leaned against a huge red toolbox, talking to Fury's bottom half while he clinked away under the truck. You would. What's that supposed to mean? Sin frowned. In a smooth motion, Fury rolled from under the vehicle. I mean, you don't know how to take care of your vehicle. This truck will be an antique in 6 years, meaning it will be over 25 years old and it still runs. But it won't for long if you don't take care of it. I do, Sin grumbled. Fury gave him a whatever look before jumping up from the board. Lie down and slide under. I want to show you something. No. Yes. Go on, get under there. Fury gestured at the board. Unless you're scared to get a little smudge on those pretty hands. That did it. Sin furrowed and clumsily dropped down on the creeper, almost falling off one side. Fine, what now? Fury was clearly stifling a laugh at Sin's expense, but he wasn't going to be a baby about it. He'd prove Fury wrong. He did not consider himself pretty at all. He could probably do whatever Fury asked him to do as long as he gave him clear instructions. Sin rolled under the truck and surveyed the dirty parts. Fury had a light clipped to the bumper so he could see. All right, I think everything looks in order, Sin called out. Oh, yeah? Fury called. Yeah. Reach up and unscrew the drain cock right in front of you, Fury instructed. Sin didn't want to ask, but what the fuck was a drain cock? Look up. It's the largest bolt, Fury clarified. I know that, Sin lied. I need a tool. No, you don't. Just twist it off, Fury said, humor lacing his voice. Sin started to unscrew the bolt when a nasty, thick substance started to ooze out. There's a bunch of shit leaking out up there, Fury. Oh no. Is it red or green? Fury hurried. What the fuck? It's red! Fuck! Get out of there! Get out of there now! Hurry! Fury hollered. Shit! Shit! Sin scrambled from under his truck, awkwardly rolling off the board and running away from the truck. Sin looked back and saw Fury doubled over, dying with laughter. "Aw, you little bastard." Sin ran full speed at his little prankster. Fury ran around the truck, trying to get away from Sin while still laughing hysterically. Sin caught Fury easily and pulled him into a tight bear hug, squeezing him. "You shithead." Fury huffed, trying to catch his breath. Sin didn't want to laugh at being fooled, but Fury's laughter was contagious and Sin found himself laughing at the clever trick. "You should have seen your face," Fury joked. "I'm glad you're entertaining yourself at my expense, baby." Sin spun Fury around to face him. The man was simply wonderful and such a breath of fresh air. Sin loved how fun Fury was with him. He hadn't laughed like this in years. Actually, he couldn't remember laughing like this in his life. Sin couldn't help but be elated that he could make Fury so happy too. Fury huffed against Sin's cheek. "Forgive me. I couldn't resist. You're such an easy target." Sin sucked hard on Fury's neck, making him cry out at the stinging feeling. "You drive me crazy, Furious, but I love you anyway." Sin was still chuckling until he'd realized what he'd said and noticed the very quiet, stock-still man in his arms. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Sin didn't want to show his face. He slowly lowered Fury back to the ground. He'd told Fury he loved him after only a few weeks. The man was going to think he was crazy. Sin heard a horn honk and remembered that Ro was picking him up. Thank you, Ro, for impeccable timing. Sin needed to get the fuck out of there. He pulled back from Fury but couldn't meet his eyes. Sin thought of backtracking, but there was no point. Sin cut Fury off. He didn't want to hear the rejection, and he was 99% sure that Fury wouldn't reciprocate his feelings. That's my ride. I gotta go, Sin stammered. Looking horrified, he turned on his heels and hightailed it out of there. Sin got in the dark, unmarked car and slammed the door shut. He could still see Fury standing at the garage door out of the corner of his eye. "Drive, Ro," Sin gritted out, his voice full of emotion. Ro looked at him a second before he took off. Sin refused to look in the side mirror, not wanting to see a look of repulsion on Fury's face. "Fuck," Sin groaned. "Now what did you do?" Ro cut his eyes at him. "I fucked up, man." Sin rubbed his eyes tiredly. "Let's go to my place. Fuck the office. I think you could use a stiff one." Sin looked up in annoyance. "I mean a drink." Ro laughed. Everyone was full of jokes today. But Sin didn't really feel like laughing right now. Fury stood there, stunned, as Sin jumped in the black Lexus and disappeared. He turned to go back into his garage, running his hands through his hair and pulling at the ends. Love. He said he loved me. Love, Fury whispered to himself. He didn't know if it had been a slip-up, like someone said they love pie, or if he really meant love, and freaked because he didn't want it out yet. Kind of like Fury. He felt it was too soon to say the words, but Fury would give Sin some time, and then he'd tell the man it was okay, because he loved him right back. He didn't care about a goddamn timetable. Chapter 36. Love never felt so good. After a couple hours, Fury called Sin, but he got no answer. No sooner had he hung up when Ranowski called him right back. "Hey, everything all right?" Fury frowned at the receiver before finally responding with a drawn-out, "Yes." It registered a few seconds later that though Sin didn't answer, he made sure that one of his men did, just in case Fury was calling because he was in trouble. "I'm fine. I want to speak to Sin." "He's in the bathroom," Ranowski replied too fast. "Seriously?" Fury scoffed. "Put him on the goddamn phone." There was some shuffling and muffled curses before Fury finally heard Sin's voice. "Yeah. We have a date in an hour and a half," Fury said softly, his anger gone as soon as he heard the man's voice. Sin was scared, and Fury couldn't blame him. He was too. But sticking your head in the sand didn't make shit disappear. "I have to cancel. I have a ton of work to do. I'll call you," Sin said in a pained voice. "Sin, wait. It's okay. I feel like I'll call you soon," Sin cut him off. Fury heard the call disconnect and looked at his phone in utter shock that Sin had fucking hung up on him. Fury was not going to let Sin run from him. He must have thought Fury didn't feel the same way, but he'd bolted before he could reply. Otherwise, he would have known that he felt exactly the same. Fury called Sin's phone back, but it went to voicemail again. "Stubborn bastard," Fury muttered. He'd finished the tune-up on Sin's truck and even managed to change all the fluids. The deliveries were all locked up and Doug had left 30 minutes ago. Fury was glad his friend had stayed in the office most of the afternoon because he would have easily noticed Fury's distress. He wiped a few smudges off the hood and tidied up his workspace. Fury realized he was smiling when he locked up his shop. Sin loved him. Fury looked at his phone and saw he only had an hour to get home and cleaned up and then to Savannah for their cruise. He was going to have to call a cab. He wouldn't have time to wait for the bus. "Wait a minute. I have a perfectly fine truck right here," Fury grinned. He raised the bay door and jumped in the driver's seat to back the truck out. As he drove off, he wished his new apartment over the shop was finished so he could simply go up there and shower, but he still had quite a bit of renovating to do before that loft would be livable. Fury was buzzing with excitement. New shop, new home, new love. Everything was finally coming together nicely for him. Out with the old, in with the new was Fury's new mantra. Fury called Sin again when he pulled up to his small basement apartment. No answer. "Damn you for making me do it this way." Fury would have to text him. "I'll be on the dock in Savannah by 7:15. Hopefully the man I love too is there to join me, since he promised to hold me in his arms under the stars." Fury made sure to use extra conditioner in his hair and blew it dry so it was extra soft, just the way Sin liked it. He was dressed in the only pair of khakis that he owned and a soft black cashmere sweater his Aunt Susan got him for his birthday. He dripped on an expensive fragrance sample that he'd picked up at a department store and was back in Sin's truck flying down the interstate. He had 8 minutes to get there on time. The last thing he wanted was Sin to get there and not see him. Although Sin didn't reply to his text, he was certain the man wouldn't stand him up after reading it. Fury parked in the lot reserved for the riverboat patrons and walked over to stand on the side to wait for his man. His hair blew in the evening breeze and he couldn't wait to get on that top deck to let Sin run his hands through it. It was 7:15 and people were beginning to board the boat. Everyone was dressed in nice casual clothing. The air was brisk, the water giving it more of a bite than away from the water, but he'd be warm in Sin's large arms. Sin just had to get his ass here first, because the boat would set sail in 15 minutes, whether Fury and Sin were on it or not. Fury kept looking toward the street, but he didn't see any vehicles slowing to turn into the lot. It was 7:25. Only 5 minutes left. There were already couples on the top of the boat, laughing and holding each other, nibbling on finger foods and sipping wine that was being served by men and women in starched uniforms. Fury watched couples gaze into each other's eyes as the sun set in the distance, bathing the sky in romantic purples, reds, and oranges. He said a quick prayer that Sin would miraculously appear in front of him. Reluctantly, Fury checked his watch again, knowing his time was up. Sin wasn't coming. Fury watched hopelessly as the deckhands pulled up the gangway. The riverboat revved its diesel engine, and the propellers cut through the waves as it began to back away from the dock. He'd told Sin he loved him, and it had been too much. Maybe Sin didn't mean it after all, and it was just a slip of the tongue, but Fury didn't want to believe that. He wanted to think that Sin loved him. Fury gripped the rails in front of him and let his chin fall to his chest. As much as he didn't want it to, Sin's no-show hurt him deeply. How could this day have started so beautifully and ended in such catastrophe? "What have I done?" Fury whispered into the darkening sky. "Why do I keep picking men with these fucked up issues?" Fury watched the riverboat float away and the dock became eerily quiet. It made Fury shiver because it all seemed so fucking symbolic. Something so beautiful and vibrant was fading away from him and he couldn't stop it. He wasn't sure what to do now. It was a little after 8 and he was still staring out over the dark water. His chest was tight and his eyes watered. If he blew it with Sin, he'd hate himself. The man had all but screamed that he needed a second to decompress, but Fury had pushed him. Now he may have pushed the man away completely. "Furious. Did you mean it?" The dark voice cut into Fury's thoughts, and he had to blink a few times to make sure he hadn't just imagined Sin's voice. Fury turned around slowly, and there he was, in dark slacks and a button-up white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. A black blazer hung off his fingertips over his shoulder. God damn, he looked sexy as Sin. Fury just stared for a moment, relieved that Sin had showed it all. Forget the cruise, there would be others. Sin stepped into Fury until they were chest to chest. He brought his hand up and ran it through Fury's hair. Fury moaned like Sin had just run his tongue up his cock. "You look beautiful," Sin whispered. He pulled Fury into a slow, passionate hug and held on to him tightly. "I saw your text. Tell me you mean it." Fury squeezed Sin back and buried his face in his neck. "Yes, I mean it. I wish you would have let me say it to your face instead of in a text, but I couldn't get you to answer me." Sin pulled back to look into Fury's eyes. He tucked his hair behind his ears and cupped his face. "I'm sorry I jetted like that. I thought you would have been mad." "God, why would I be mad about that?" Fury questioned. "Because you were just getting out of a relationship with someone very controlling. I thought you might have felt like I was pushing you into something that you weren't ready for. I'll tell you what I'm ready or not ready for. Although I was hesitant when we first met, that doesn't have a damn thing to do with now." Fury couldn't help but lean in and take a quick taste of Sin's mouth. He'd trimmed his beard and the groomed shadow looked so sexy. Fury licked and traced his tongue along Sin's soft lips as he panted into his mouth. "Damn you. You scared me when you didn't show for the cruise. I'm sorry. God called Ranowski in to handle something, which meant I had to catch a cab home and still get ready after I saw your texts. I moved as fast as I could, but the traffic from my place was terrible," Sin explained. "But I got a special surprise for you." Fury smiled back at Sin. "I don't need special surprises. I'm just glad you came." "Of course I came." Sin stopped and looked seriously at Fury. They were most likely thinking the same thing. They'd said, "I love you" in roundabout ways. Maybe it was time to say it directly. "Will you say it to me now?" Sin asked quietly, his eyes focused somewhere on Fury's chest. "No one has ever said." Sin stopped talking, but Fury knew what he was asking. He needed to hear those 3 powerful words from Fury's mouth, needed it to be real, to be spoken into existence. Fury lifted Sin's chin and looked him in the eye. Fury could already see the love brewing in Sin's. There was no doubt about it. "Sin," Furious whispered. He brought his face so close that their noses touched and rubbed against each other. "I love you." Fury felt Sin twist his sweater up in his fist. The lump he heard Sin swallow was audible in the night. Furious. I've never been in love before. Never thought I'd want to. But I know that I'm in love with you. Sin licked his own lips right before he placed a gentle kiss on Fury's. And please believe me when I say I will never, ever put my hands on you unless it's like this. Sin gathered Fury protectively against him and kissed him until he was weak-kneed. He kissed him to reinforce what he'd just said to him, leaving Fury without a doubt that he was truly loved. Sin pulled back after a minute and both of them gasped as they caught their breath. I need you so bad right now, Sin confessed. He took Fury's hand and led them further down the dock that was lined with everything from personal-sized fishing boats to luxury yachts. Fury strolled with Sin as they made their way toward the end of the dock, and Fury trained his eyes on a luxury motor yacht with a blue stripe elegantly laced down the side. The stern was facing the dock, and on it, in elegant black script, was the yacht's name. Seize the Day. A man in a starched white uniform approached them and pumped Sin's hand in a vigorous shake. Holy fuck. This is Day's boat. Jesus, how loaded is that guy? Sergeant Sidney, everything is ready for you and your guests, sir. The man spoke professionally, as if he and Sin were fucking royalty. Fury's mouth was still gaping when he stepped into the yacht's spacious salon and was blown away by the extravagant interior. Dark leather furniture, cherry wood tables were all positioned in front of a large flat-screen television mounted on the one solid wall. The rest of the walls were full-length windows to view the water from. A large bar sat in the far corner, and there were already 2 glasses of champagne poured for them. Sin sat on the couch with one ankle propped on the opposite knee and watched Fury as he took in his surroundings. You like it? Sin smiled at him. It's crazy beautiful, babe. I can't believe Day can afford something like this. And with a staff? Fury was awed. Sin let out a bark of laughter. He can't. This belongs to a friend of his, some fancy chef. I don't know him personally, but he's here on business, so Day asked him for a favor. The yacht is ours for the night. Fury was stalking over to Sin, prepared to show him just how much he appreciated everything the man went through to make this night so special, when a petite man in a chef's coat came into the room, followed by another young man dressed similarly and carrying a silver tray. Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Chef Moreau. My sous-chef and I wanted to introduce ourselves before dinner is served. He spoke with a thick French accent while extending his hand to Sin. Chef Vaughn has asked me to take good care of you this evening. He told me that you are very special friends of a dear friend of his. Fury shook his head. I'm sorry, did you say Chef Vaughn? As in Chef Prescott Vaughn, the Frenchman smiled. This is his yacht. He and his 2 partners are here in Atlanta visiting. Holy shit. I'm gonna kill Day. He knows Prescott Vaughn. Knows him. We're on his goddamn personal yacht. Fury was beaming with excitement, and Sin loved it, although he hadn't a clue who this Vaughn person was. He must be a great chef. Sin tried to join in. Fury poofed. There's no must. He's the best. He was blind for like 5 years. It was a miracle that his sight came back, but he never stopped cooking. He has like 10 restaurants, his own television show, tons of cookbooks, and a line of cookware. Fury rattled off on his fingers, and Sin grabbed his hands and pulled them down to his sides. Breathe, baby, Sin laughed. If you want, I'll see if Day can arrange something so you can meet him. Fury turned to look at Sin. His smile faded, revealing a look of seriousness. No, I don't need to meet him. I don't need anything else. This is a wonderful surprise, Sin. Thank you so much. Sin first introduced himself to the chef and then pulled Fury into his side, introducing him as his partner. The handsome chef didn't bat an eye as he welcomed them and informed them when dinner would be served. Do either of you have any special requests or food allergies? Sin shook his head and looked to Fury, who did the same. Wonderful. The chef stepped back, and the other man stepped forward and set the tray down on a white cloth-covered table adorned with formal place settings. Please enjoy this amuse-bouche while we prepare the first course. Thank you. Fury spoke up and took his seat across from Sin. Wow, this looks delicious. What is it? Sin looked at the single bite-sized hors d'oeuvre in confusion. Fury tucked his hair behind his ears and picked up the appetizer fork. An amuse-bouche is French. It literally means entertain the mouth. It's a tiny appetizer. I believe this is a seared scallop topped with chutney. Fury said, quickly cutting the delicate seafood in half, eager to taste some fine cuisine. It had been a while. Okay, Sin said hesitantly. What's this green stuff underneath? Fury loved Sin's boldness when he was out of his element, and it appeared Elegant Cuisine was one such place. It's pea puree. Sin picked up his dinner fork and stuffed the entire scallop in his mouth, chewing heartily. Man, that's pretty good. You like this type of food? Sin asked with his mouth full. Fury chuckled at Sin's crude table manners. It was such a relief from his ex's uptight critique any time Fury used the wrong fork or fidgeted in his seat or reached too far across the table. Sin couldn't care less about Fury's dining etiquette, and he found himself breathing a relieved sigh as he stuffed the rest of the bite into his mouth. Yeah, I love this type of food. I used to have to attend a lot of snooty dinners, fundraisers, and formal functions when Patrick entertained his clients. The only good thing was the food. I enjoyed learning about it, too. Sometimes I'd escape into the kitchen to talk with the chef, which I always paid painfully for later. Fury looked up and saw Sin staring back at him. We have functions and fundraisers for charities, too, but I'd never make you go to one if you didn't want to. Fury reached his hand out, and Sin quickly intertwined their fingers. I know, but I'm sure I'd want to go with you. Most of them don't have food like this, but the annual policeman's ball does. You're gonna love that. Sin said it like it was obvious Fury would be on his arm. That sounds real nice, Fury said roughly, his voice betraying his calm exterior. God, he loved this man in front of him. The captain maneuvered them just off the coast while not drifting out too far. They ate the 5-course seafood meal and were barely able to waddle to the stern after the decadent chocolate lava cake dessert. Fury's hair blew in the night breeze, and Sin stayed buried in it while he licked and kissed his neck. Fury let his head fall back to gaze up at the stars while Sin held him tightly. Things were getting heated, fast. Sin pressed Fury hard against the railing, gripping his ass and grinding his hard dick into him. Fury's own cock jerked excitedly in his pants while Sin dug his hands into his crease, skimming over his hole. Fuck, Sin, Fury gasped. His hole was clenching, wanting to be filled by this man. Say it's time. Please, Fury whimpered. He didn't give a fuck tonight. He was beyond ready to bottom for Sin. He needed to so badly. Needed to completely wipe out all the times he'd been made to bottom for Patrick. Yes, was Sin's response. He kissed Fury again before pulling back, offering him his hand. Fury took it, and they walked together back through the salon and down a narrow hall that led to a staircase. Sin slowly walked them into what must have been the master stateroom because there was a luxuriously decorated king-sized bed dominating the room, a couple of dressers against the walls with another large television mounted above one of them. Scented candles were scattered around the large space, and Fury blinked away moisture at the wonder of it all. Had Sin arranged all this just for him? An electric fireplace was already lit, blowing warm air into the room, and Fury felt like he was dating Prince Charming. Sin still stood in the doorway watching Fury carefully. He reached to turn the lights all the way down so only the fireplace and candles cast a warm glow in the room. Take your clothes off. Slowly, Sin said huskily. Fury stood by the bed. He never broke eye contact as he kicked off his shoes, then leisurely removed each article of clothing. Fury was stark naked as he waited for Sin's next order. How the tables have turned. Get on the bed, beautiful. Sin's voice was so deep and gravelly it sparked fire in Fury's gut to hear how powerfully he was affecting this strong man. Sin strolled toward him, carefully removing his own clothing. Fury pulled back the black and silver comforter and settled into the middle of the bed. Fury's eyes roamed over Sin's muscular body, mapping each ridge and valley until his eyes landed on the thick, dripping cock jutting out proudly from a nest of dark pubic hair. Sin stroked himself a couple times, his head falling back as pleasure racked his body. Fury held out his arm, needing Sin's contact right now. Sin crawled up the bed like a panther stalking his prey. His dark eyes were full of hunger, and just beneath that desire was a whole lot of love. Sin. Fury's back arched off the cool sheets, needing to be touched by him. He'd prefer that touch to be on his cock, but anywhere would suit him. Sin started at Fury's knee and licked his way up. Sin lifted Fury's leg onto his shoulder and licked behind his knee while massaging his calf. Alternating licking both thighs, Sin slowed considerably when his face nestled into Fury's balls. "Oh, God," Fury groaned, looking down his tight torso at Sin. So sexy between his spread knees, looking like he didn't know what part of Fury's body he wanted to feast on first. Sin kept his gaze on Fury when he stuck out his tongue and sloppily dragged it from Fury's balls up his shaft to his leaking head. Sin pulled that delicious skin back, lightly nibbling on it before flicking his tongue on the cap and delving in the slit, driving Fury insane before licking back down again. "You're killing me, love," Fury panted. He gripped the base of his cock and cupped Sin's chin, trying to give him the hint. "Impatient little bottom, aren't you?" Sin laughed throatily against his balls, and Fury thought he'd lose his load right there. Fury slammed his eyes shut and squeezed the base of his cock. Sin took the opportunity to fully suck the head of Fury's dick into his mouth and give it a couple hard pulls. Fury yelled out in the dimly lit room, but Sin didn't stop. And he wouldn't until Fury was out of his mind with ecstasy. Chapter 37. Never knew love like this before. Sin's cock throbbed between his legs as he grounded into the plush comforter to try to ease some of the ache. Fury was yelling his name as he sucked hard on the head of his dick. He still couldn't go down far without gagging, but it didn't seem to bother his man because Fury jerked stunningly for him. But he didn't want Fury to come like this, at least not yet. Sin spread Fury's legs wide and buried his face down further, but he still couldn't reach his destination. "Turn over, baby." Fury didn't hesitate to do what he'd asked. He flipped over, gracing Sin with yet another striking view, and Sin's hands instinctively roamed all over Fury's back and ass. Fury's hips began to grind against the silky sheets, and Sin gave him a couple hard slaps for it. Fury hissed and chuckled at Sin's new dominant side. "Don't think I won't make you pay later if you want to be cocky about topping me," Fury growled at him over his shoulder. Fuck yeah." Sin was so glad to see a glimpse of Fury's controlling side appear that it had him pumping his hips forcefully into the mattress while he pulled Fury's smooth cheeks apart and dove in, eating his whole with all the fierce animalistic lust he felt. "Yeah, Sin, eat that fucking hole," Fury panted, lifting and rubbing his ass against Sin's face. Fury tasted better than the rich dessert they'd just consumed, full of musk and a hint of his body wash. Sin knew he had to get that tight star to loosen up good so his lover wouldn't experience much discomfort, the same way Fury did for him. Sin didn't want to rush this. He had to calm down. They had all night. He slowed his energetic nipping to slow circles around Fury's pucker before dipping inside for his first deep taste. Fury's flavor was strongest there, and it made Sin feel drunk. "Fury, you taste so good." Sin said between licks. He'd reduced Fury to quiet whimpers and shameless motions as he pushed harder against Sin's face. Sin finally rose up and stretched across Fury's back and moved all his pretty hair to one side so he could see his face. I'm going to make love to you, the way you deserve to be made love to. That's why I wanted to wait, until you knew for sure that you were special to me and not just a fuck. Sin kissed the side of Fury's face and licked at his lips. Thank you, Fury whispered. Sin wasn't expecting that response, but it pleased him nonetheless. He'd hoped that Fury appreciated him and everything he did tonight to make this special. Sin really didn't think he was going to see Fury for a while after he'd blurted out that he loved him. Fury was going through so much, and Sin just didn't want to add any stress. After a few shots with Ranowski, Fury had called, but Sin was scared as hell to answer. He didn't want to hear those dreaded words he was sure was coming. I think we need to take a break. That's what men said when things got too heavy too fast. But after he'd gotten Fury's text confessing he felt the same and that he'd be waiting for Sin on the dock, he couldn't keep the wide smile from his face. He didn't even care about Ranowski's ribbing. As soon as Day got wind of him taking Fury on the riverboat cruise, he'd called Sin and told him of his friend's yacht and that he'd be happy to help him look like a rock star. Damn, becoming part of God and Day's extended family was the best thing he'd ever done. Until meeting Fury, that was. Fury let out a strained moan when Sin rubbed his hard shaft in the moist cleft between his cheeks. Please, hurry, Sin. Sin reached into the drawer by the bed and got the lube that Day confirmed would be there and popped the cap. He drizzled an ample amount on his fingers and started to work one finger against Fury's too tight bud. Oh, God, I want in here. Sin ground his cock against one cheek while slowly working his finger inside. Yes, need you in there, Fury confessed. More, baby, I won't break. Sin dug his hand under Fury's raised hips and massaged his cock while he eased another finger inside. Damn, the man was going to squeeze the fuck out of his cock. Sin wasn't sure he'd survive it, but he was going to damn sure try. I'm ready, Fury huffed. Now. Sin was so gone watching his fingers disappear inside the flushed opening that he quickly lathered more lube on his hand to get his cock nice and slippery. With his hooded eyes leveled on the pulsing hole, he lined his cock up and began to push inside with slow, steady pressure, remembering exactly how Fury always did it. He got past the first ring of muscle with a pop, and both of them let out a startled grunt. Sin was braced on one forearm while he rubbed Fury's back with his other hand, whispering soothingly in his ear, "You feel so good. You're so beautiful." He waited for Fury to adjust as he clenched his abs in determination. He wouldn't move until Fury was ready. Sweat dripped down Sin's face, landing on Fury's neck. He nuzzled in close to him, wanting more heat, more contact. Although he was inside, he wanted to get even closer. Sin, Fury moaned and pushed his hips up to take in another inch. Sin groaned and clasped Fury's hips, pushing forward. Oh my God. It's so tight, so hot, baby. Fuck. Don't stop, Fury ordered. Sin kept going until his pelvis was flush against Fury's round ass. He could see Fury twisting and pulling on the sheets, his back rising and falling rapidly. Sin knew any minute the discomfort and burn Fury was feeling would morph into indescribable bliss. Sin pulled out and slightly eased back in just as slowly. Fury moaned, and Sin did it again. Fuck, Fury voiced in a throaty whine, causing Sin's balls to draw up. Sin pulled out further and looked down between them at his slick cock, glistening in the warm glow of the candles. He drove back in with a little more force, and Fury yelled his name. Jesus, Sin whispered. I want to last all night for you, Furious, but you feel too fucking good, baby. Make love to me, Sin. Fury turned slightly and Sin captured his mouth in a passionate kiss. He didn't release Fury's mouth as he withdrew to the head of his dick and slowly slid back in, snapping his hips with the last inch. Fury's back bowed at the move. "Yes, like that," he shouted. Sin repeated it exactly how Fury liked it, keeping the pace slow and tight. The gentle waves that rocked the boat aided Sin's rhythm. Fury began to thrust his ass back against him and Sin's eyes rolled. "I'm gonna fucking come," Sin groaned, his voice sounding tortured, like Fury was killing him softly. "I need to see you." Sin pulled out slowly, gripping the base of his cock. He rose up so Fury could turn over. The look on Fury's face was his undoing. So much love and adoration shone back at him, reflecting his own feelings like a mirror. Fury spread his legs and Sin took one thigh and pulled it up high, wrapping it around his back. He locked eyes with his lover and buried back inside. "Oh, shit." Fury's scorching channel squeezed his dick almost to the point of pain. Fury's body rocked gracefully underneath him as Sin went back to his slow, love-making pace. He'd bury into the balls and lazily grind against him before pulling out and doing it again. Sin's balls were getting tighter, the muscles in his back were contracting, and his asshole clenched with its own need to be penetrated. "Fuck." Sin's face was furrowed in concentration as he tried to hold off what was about to be the most mind-blowing orgasm he'd ever had. "I feel you, Sin. I feel you about to explode." Fury groaned against his ear. His hands traveled down to Sin's ass. He pulled him in tight against him, making Sin grind hard inside him. Fury worked his hips from the bottom, and Sin had no doubt Fury's prostate was being stimulated. If the noises coming from him weren't evidence enough, the cock trapped between them that had turned to steel definitely was. "You're gonna make me fucking come, Sin," Fury rasped out. Fury's cock was trapped between them, and the way Fury controlled Sin's hips had his abs rubbing roughly over its length. Sin's orgasm was rising. He was having a hard time keeping his eyes on his lover's beautiful face, especially when Fury took one hand off Sin's ass and made a show of sexily sucking on one finger. "Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck," Sin cried, his hips snapping in anticipation. He knew what Fury was about to do, and that thought alone had his orgasm barreling to the surface. Furious. Fury's back rose off the damp sheets, sealing their fronts together. He squeezed Sin's ass, pushing him into the hilt, and ground hard against him, Sin's stomach providing Fury's dick with some much-needed friction. Sin shouted when he felt Fury's finger breach him roughly, just the way he liked. The first jolt of that delicious burn had Sin seeing stars right before the first jet of cum shot through him. Sin's body shook ferociously, his orgasm so intense it hurt. Fury pegged his gland and Sin fell down hard on top of Fury, shoving his cock in as deep as he could. Fury's shouts of ecstasy were muffled beneath him, his curses muted, but the slick warmth that spread between their sweaty torsos was unmistakable. The feel of Fury coming all over him was fueling Sin's massive orgasm, which still had him in its grasp. He grabbed 2 fists full of Fury's hair and hollered against the crown of his head while his hips spastically thrust into him with each spurt of hot essence that filled his man. After who knew how long, Sin was finally able to make his brain function again. Sin's hips stilled inside that still quivering channel while he peppered tender kisses on Fury's forehead, eyelids, cheeks, nose, all the way down his throat. "I love you so much," Sin whispered against Fury's ear. Fury's response was nuzzling his face into Sin's delicate kisses. Sin's cock slid from Fury, and with an exhausted groan, Sin rolled to Fury's side. "I'll get you a warm cloth in just a minute." Fury's eyes were closed, and his breathing was even. "Are you okay?" Sin asked with concern. "Hey, that's my line." Fury's deep chuckle made Sin's chest tighten. Fury was more than okay. "You're right, it is. Now I see why you ask it." Sin rubbed Fury's hip. "That was intense." Yeah. But so good, too, was the breathy reply. Sin smiled and rolled off the bed, headed to the bathroom to get a cloth to clean Fury up. After cleansing himself, Sin went back in the room and smiled at the quiet snores coming from Fury's open mouth. He was sprawled across most of the bed on his stomach and his hair was all over the place. He looked fucked out, and Sin wanted to pat himself on the back. He'd put that blissful look on his man's face. Sin leaned over and began to wipe at Fury's ass, gently removing the drying cum around his stretched hole and in between his thighs. It wasn't until right at that moment that it finally registered that Sin hadn't worn a condom. When it was time to enter Fury, a barrier was the furthest thing from his mind. He'd wanted to show Fury how much he meant to him, fill him up and mark him as his, as the man he loved. Damn. Sin didn't want to use condoms with Fury anymore, but he still should have checked with Fury first. Fury stirred slightly before twisting to look back at Sin. The words that came from Fury's mouth were all he'd needed to calm him. If I'd wanted you to use a condom, I would have made you, Fury said quietly. I needed you this way. It's okay. It's better than okay, and I'm clean, if you were wondering that. Sin tossed the rag into the corner and settled in next to Fury. No, I wasn't wondering that. But I'm clean too. I just didn't want you to think. You know. Come here. Fury held his arm for Sin to nestle in next to him. After napping for a couple hours, Sin was awakened by Fury sucking his soft cock in his mouth. He pulled and licked and sucked until Sin was hard and throbbing. Fury shoved Sin's hands into his hair and encouraged Sin to fuck his mouth. It only took a couple minutes before Sin was shouting Fury's name and coming hard down his open throat. Waking up in an unknown environment on the water was a strange but exhilarating aphrodisiac for Sin. Let's stand on the top deck, Fury suggested, licking his swollen lips. Whatever you want, Sin responded. That answer held true for anything Fury might ask of him. Chapter 38. Love is Contagious. Fury was still elated from his midnight cruise with Sin, but it didn't stop him from missing him like crazy. They'd stayed on the top deck until the sun came up, lying in each other's arms on the plush deck couch, basking in their new love. Fury didn't want to leave that yacht, but life didn't stop for love. He had work to do at the shop, training some of the new staff, and Sin had left for Augusta that morning to apprehend the man suspected of selling the laced ecstasy. It had only been 2 days, but Fury was looking forward to seeing Sin, kissing him, making love to him. Sin had called him each night, and each night they'd jerked off together. When Sin had called him at 2 a.m. after finding the download Fury had put on his phone, he thought Sin had injured himself from coming so hard. Fury had downloaded his last masturbation video with Illustra to Sin's cell, the one in which he'd thought about his hot detective the entire time. Fury moaned into the receiver as Sin watched the video. When it got to the part where he'd looked at the camera and asked, "Is this what you want?" he let Sin know that he'd been talking to him. Sin lost it right there on the other end of the line, and it only took Fury a couple hard pulls to come right along with him. Fury was zoning in and out, splitting his thoughts between Sin and his father's bike on the raised platform in the window. He reminisced about all the time they'd put in rebuilding each piece together. People had already tapped on the door asking how much he wanted for it, but it was the one thing in the place that wasn't for sale. "Hey, Fury, want to grab some lunch?" Doug yelled across the shop. "Yeah, sounds good," Fury called back. While they ate their chicken dinners at Doug's favorite soul food restaurant, they talked about some last-minute details for their grand opening in a couple weeks. The place had come together nicely. They ended up hiring 2 secretaries because the orders and appointments were already flying in. Fury wiped his mouth, realizing Doug was staring at him. "What?" "I asked Sel to marry me," Doug said around a wide smile. Holy shit, Fury barked. Yeah, man, I fucking love her to death. Doug laughed. I honestly don't know why I waited this long. Fury knew exactly how Doug felt. Love was thick all around him. I guess from the smile on your face that she said yes. Of course she did, Doug scoffed. Fury threw his hands up in defense. Okay, was just being sure. And it's not because she got us that huge line of credit with the bank for our business either. She supports everything that I do, man. Always has my back, you know? Fucking sweet as hell. Not all needy and demanding like a lot of girls. She's a hard worker and smart, but not afraid to let me be the man in our relationship. That's the type of women you don't let get away, Doug said seriously. And she and my mom are inseparable, dude. Well, that's it right there. If your mom loves her, that's when you know you got a winner, Fury joked. But Celine was a phenomenal girl, and she did truly love his best friend. When she offered to get them the line of credit to ensure they had everything they needed for the shop, Fury had hugged her on the spot, damn near crushing the petite lady. She didn't just believe in Doug, she believed in both of them, and for that, Fury loved her too. So, have y'all talked about a date? Fury asked, downing the last of his diabetes-inducing sweet tea. In the spring of next year, she wants to go to a beach or something and have a small ceremony on the water with just family and close friends. Nice, dude. That sounds perfect. Will you be my best man? Fury didn't answer. He stared at his best friend for a few long seconds before he stood up, and Doug knew what Fury wanted to do. He grabbed him and hugged him tight right there in the middle of the restaurant. He kissed Doug on the cheek when he pulled back. Fuck yeah. I'd be honored, man. They sat back down, completely ignoring some of the perplexed stares. Best man gets to plan the bachelor party, right? Fury grinned devilishly. Wonderful. I got a gay man throwing my bachelor party. I can't wait. Doug shook his head. Fury started singing off-key, waving his napkin over his head. It's raining men, hallelujah, it's raining men, yeah, yeah. They were still laughing on their way to Doug's car. Hey, come have a drink with me after we finish to celebrate. Okay, I'm supposed to meet Sin at his place tonight, but he won't be in until late. How about we go to my uncle's place? Cool. Doug hadn't admitted it yet, but Fury knew his best friend admired Sin. They'd had a rough start, but he'd get them to come around eventually. They would have to learn to accept each other because both men were permanent in Fury's life and equally important. Doug only wanted Fury safe, and Sin had seen to that. When Fury told Doug about Sin's co-workers' protectiveness, he'd been relieved that they weren't the assholes they'd come off as during the Illustra questioning. Doug was quickly warming up to the thought of him and Sin. Chapter 39. Not Like This. Fury was on his second rum and coke, and Doug was probably on his 10th. They were playing pool, dancing, laughing, and joking like a couple of teenagers. Fury couldn't remember the last time he'd had so much fun. Sin had texted him and told him he'd be late, but to wait in bed for him. It was almost 2 a.m., and when Cell called, she'd teased Fury, asking him to put his boyfriend in a cab and send him home. Cell had always called Fury Doug's boyfriend. He wondered what she'd call him now that Fury had a real boyfriend. Fury pulled the unneeded drink from Doug's hand and ushered him outside. Doug draped his long limbs around Fury's neck, almost making them stumble onto the street. You need some help, Furious? Jared asked on his way out of the pub. No, I got him. Fury laughed. Jared was finished with his shift. After bouncing all night, Fury didn't want to delay him getting home because of his and Doug's silliness. All right, I'll see you later. The big guy waved and headed to his car in the back parking lot. Finally, the yellow cab pulled up. I love you, man. Doug slurred heavily and placed a wet, sloppy kiss on Fury's cheek before he was able to finally shove him in the back of the vehicle. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. If you're not too hungover. Go home and have drunk sex with your fiancé. Fury slammed the door and tapped the roof of the cab, watching it disappear around the corner. Fury went back inside and saw there were only a few stragglers cashing out their tabs. Fury sat at the bar and picked up his drink, downing the rest of it in one gulp. He slid it back and Cindy quickly asked if he wanted another. Fury thought about it for a second. No, I'm good, thanks." "Okay." She shrugged and went about pulling off and washing all the liquor bottle jiggers. "You want some help?" Fury asked. "No, sweets, but you can keep me company," she smiled. "All right, I got time." "Where's that hot man of yours?" She winked. "He'll be home late. He got held up at work, so I'll meet him at his place." "You should be there in bed, naked, waiting for him." She peeked over her shoulder. Fury pulled the key Sin had given him out of his pocket before he left so he could let himself into his apartment. He twirled the small handcuffs keychain around his finger, the thought of handcuffs making Fury's cock throb. Damn, he was horny as fuck now. "He probably won't be in before it's time for me to go to the shop tomorrow," Fury grumbled. Ah, the life of loving a police sergeant. "You guys sure got serious fast. I can tell you really like him," Cindy crooned. Fury smiled, suddenly feeling real lightheaded. "I love him," he slurred. Love ended up sounding like wub, and Cindy laughed. "You better get on over there, sweetheart, and take you a couple Tylenol before he gets in." "Maybe you're right." Fury held his forehead as he fumbled off the stool, almost knocking it over. "Man, that last drink really whacked the punch, Cindy." "What?" she giggled. "You're not making any sense, Fury. I couldn't even make out what that was. Go home and sleep it off. Your dick isn't going to work with all that alcohol in you." All that alcohol. But I only had 1, 2. Jeez Louise. Fury's tongue felt thick and heavy. He stumbled towards the door and barreled through it, almost face-planting into the concrete before he heard Cindy yell, "Good night." Yeah, night." Fury wasn't sure if he only said that in his mind or out loud. He looked around him. Everything looked distorted and disfigured. He could see Sin's building across the street. He knew it was Sin's building, but it looked miles away. The street lights blinded him, and he went to take a step forward and his knees buckled. Fuck. I've never been this drunk. Fury stood there with his hands on his knees, trying not to drop and lie down right there on the sidewalk. It felt like he was high as a kite, like he'd just finished snorting a line. Drugs. My drink. The thought had just registered in his hazy mind when he heard the scariest voice imaginable behind him. "Looks like you could use a little help, darling." No, please. Fury tried to reach for his cell, but his hands felt like they weighed 100 pounds each. A strong hand wrapped around his bicep, squeezing him in a punishing grip. Another hand was digging in his back pocket. "You won't be needing this." Fury heard his phone shatter on the concrete. It felt like everything was moving in slow motion. He was aware of what was happening, but was too weak to do anything about it. "Get him across the street, Bren," his ex-husband ordered. "Imagine how your little bastard sergeant will feel when he comes home and finds your brutally beaten and mutilated body in his bed." Patrick snarled in his ear. Fury felt like he was going to throw up. The beaten and mutilated did sound horrific, but the thought of Sin finding him like that was unimaginable. Next thing he knew, he was practically being dragged across the street. The few people on the street at that time of morning likely didn't pay much attention to what they must have thought was just another drunk, because no one called out to them. "Pat, please don't do this," Fury mumbled as he was pulled through the hall to the elevator. He wasn't even sure if he was speaking his thoughts or if they were only tumbling around in his mind. He tried to speak again, but his body was thrown viciously into the elevator. He crumbled to the dirty floor like a sack of potatoes. He struggled to sit up, but it felt like there was a huge weight on him. He slowly brought his hand to his chest, realizing there was a huge boot keeping him pinned to the floor. Fury tried to open his heavy eyelids wider. He could just make out the angry frown on his brother-in-law's face, and it scared him to death. He really was going to die tonight. "Which apartment number did she say it was?" Patrick asked, and then a woman answered right back. "It's apartment 805, the woman said. Fury dragged his head up and saw Patrick with his cell to his lips talking through the speaker. Who is that he's talking to? "Where are they now?" Patrick asked. "They're just pulling into the precinct. I'll keep you posted." "Please don't be talking about Sin." Brendan was digging through Fury's pockets and pulled out the small keychain there. As soon as the door was opened, he was shoved so hard that he flew across the coffee table, landing with a hard thud in front of the couch. Fury groaned and struggled to gain some leverage to pull himself up on the furniture. "We got eyes on your man," Patrick sneered. "So I'll make sure I'm done with you long before he gets here." "Pat, don't." Brendan grabbed a fistful of Fury's hair and yanked him off the floor. Fury thought he screamed out in pain. He was backhanded across the face, sending him flying back onto the couch. In his mind, he was scurrying to get away, but in actuality, he was barely moving. Fury drug his hand over his already sore face, wincing at the pain. He was still trying to stop the ringing in his ears from the backhand when Brendan grabbed him by the throat and hauled him to his feet again. The solid punch to Fury's stomach brought tears to his eyes, but when he fell back to the floor, that pain was multiplied by the kick to the ribs. "Pat, don't let him hurt me," Fury said softly, completely out of breath. "Why not?" "You hurt me," Patrick said from somewhere in the room. "I just want to live my life." Brendan slapped Fury again. "Shut the fuck up," he yelled in his face. "Take him to the bedroom," Patrick ordered. "Please don't. Don't do it, Patrick. I'll come back with you. I promise I'll be a good husband, I swear," Fury slurred. He was grasping at Brendan's hands while he lugged him down the hall, throwing him through the bedroom door. "I don't want you," Patrick said in his collected voice. "Not after you've let him have you. Tell me, Furious, does he let you fuck him? Are you the top, baby? Do you handle him like you tried to handle me, or is he the one fucking your sweet ass, huh? Because I know you love it any way you can get it." Brendan grabbed Fury and threw him on the bed like he was weightless. He tried to work his way off the bed, but Brendan grabbed his hair and pulled him back. "Try that again, and I'll break your fucking legs." Maybe it was the adrenaline coursing through him counteracting the drugs they'd put in his drink, but Fury was able to see a little more clearly. His limbs were still too heavy to fight back, though. "What did you give me?" Fury panted. It felt like his heart was going to beat out of his chest. "Ecstasy, dipshit. You're the porn slut. You don't know what ecstasy feels like," Brendan said, slapping Fury's face again. This time, Fury could taste the blood from his split lip. "Oh, and there's a little something extra in it, too." "Brendan, check in," Patrick said. Brendan caught the two-way radio Patrick tossed to him. "Girls, come back." Fury looked around nervously for anything he could use as a weapon. He knew Sin had guns in the house, in this room, but he doubted he could get to one and use it properly in his drugged state. He was fucked. "Yeah," the woman's voice crackled through the speaker. "What's a 20? "It looks like they're all stopping for something to eat," the woman responded. "I think you guys should hurry up." "Just tell us when they've left," Brendan barked before tucking the radio in his back pocket. Fury's drugged eyes left Brendan and focused on Patrick and couldn't figure out why the fuck he was taking his clothes off. "Looks like my time is almost up. I'm going to fuck you real good one last time, darling, before I kill you. Bren, you want to get a little taste too?" Patrick's laughter was so sinister, Fury had no doubt he was about to make good on his threat. "Brendan, turn the radio up all the way so the neighbors can't hear him scream." "No, not like this. Sin." Chapter 40. Please say it's over. "We got a tail," Day said from the front seat. You sure? God cut his eyes to the rearview mirror. Sin didn't dare turn around. Who the hell would be following us? The same dark Chrysler was behind us when we pulled into the station an hour ago. Now it's back there again, on the right. There's a lot of Chryslers around here, sweetheart. You're just tired, God grumbled. Don't patronize me, God. Make a right up here, Day ordered. Sin didn't turn around, but obviously the car had followed because Day turned to look at God with an I told you so expression. Make a left. This time the car had to swerve over 2 lanes in order to turn behind them. I'll lose them. God stepped on the gas. No, don't. I want to know what the fuck is going on. Pull into an all-night diner and park. Sin just barely restrained his annoyance. All he wanted to do was get to his place since he was sure Fury was there waiting on him, keeping the bed warm. They all got out of God's truck and walked into the diner like they were just there to have a bite to eat. Instead, they walked straight to the back, flashing their badges. We need to go out your back door, Sin told the tired-looking waitress. She looked like she couldn't care less, pointing over her shoulder without bothering to stop texting. They opened the back door of the restaurant and jogged up the alley. Day peeked out. They're 2 cars down. The men walked fast, approaching the vehicle from behind. Sin could see that there were 2 girls in the car, the back seat empty. God went around to the passenger side and Day walked up to the driver. The window was already down, so Day squatted and peered inside. As soon as she noticed them, the girl scrambled to grab something in her lap, but Day grabbed it first. It appeared to be a walkie-talkie. Why are you following us? He asked calmly. God was watching the passenger closely while Sin opened the back door to make sure no one was in the back. Hey, close my door. You don't have a warrant to search my car, the driver yelled. Don't need one. Tell me why you're following us and maybe I won't take you to jail if it's a good enough reason, Day said, staring intently at the women for any readable tells. Like I said, we're not. She looked back at Sin and gave him an angry glare before turning her attention back to Day. Give me my phone back. I'm leaving. She held her hand out the window. This isn't a phone. It's a radio. Who's on the other end? Day asked. None of your... The radio interrupted her answer. Girls, what are they doing now? Sin immediately recognized that voice. Sin knew that voice as sure as he knew his own. That voice almost brought Sin to his knees. Sin barely registered Day pulling his weapon, always the fastest to act. He grabbed the woman by the back of her neck and her passenger started screaming bloody murder. God slammed his hand over her mouth. Scream again and I'll slap a fucking muzzle on you. Her eyes were wide as saucers, but when God pulled his hand away, she didn't make a peep. Day pointed his 9mm at the driver. Tell him we're still inside, nothing new. Day pressed his gun to her temple. No fucking code words. Day's face was a mask of anger. Sin was barely registering what was going on. All he knew is that Furious was in trouble, and that bastard had him, and had been keeping tabs on Sin. God was already on his phone with 911, running back to his truck, but Sin was stuck. He couldn't move. All he could think about was how long had that monster and his brother had his love and what they might have done to him. Sin vaguely heard the radio crackle and the woman saying exactly what Day told her to. After Fury's ex acknowledged the check-in, Day yanked the door open and jerked the woman out of the car, the passenger still mute as a statue. She stumbled back into the utility pole, looking terrified and angry. Sin finally snapped. Pulling his own weapon, he grabbed the woman by the hair. Where the fuck are they? He yelled, pointing his weapon at her forehead. What he was doing was illegal, but he didn't care. This bitch had helped set Fury up, so he'd pistol whip the hell out of her if she didn't start talking. He didn't give a fuck if he never worked as a cop again. All he needed right now was to get to Fury. Day was there, yelling at him to stay calm, but he ignored everything and everyone, except the woman at the other end of his gun. Where is he? Sin screamed in the girl's face, causing her to cringe away from his rage. Your house! Your house! she cried, cowering down on the street. The sound of tires squealing around the corner had Day and Sin running to jump in God's truck. "They're at Sin's," Day said, jumping inside, barely getting the door closed before God was burning rubber down the deserted street. They were less than 5 minutes away. He was glad Day was smart enough to tell the girl to answer, otherwise Patrick would have had time to either kill Fury or get him away from the apartment. Sin was shaking in the back seat. He held his gun tightly in his lap, his finger hovering over the trigger. He rocked back and forth, wanting to get out of the confines of the truck and run to Fury. He felt so helpless right then. Day's hand on his leg made Sin jump. "We're gonna get to him," Day assured him. Sin could hear the police radio on God's dash, dispatching all units to his address and rattling off information on the location they'd left the women that tailed them. What if we don't make it in time? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying not to think of the worst possibilities. Please be okay. Please be okay. Fury watched Patrick walk around Sin's room, observing the space. "It looks like we're good on time, darling. Can you believe your boyfriend decided to stop to get some food and hang out with his pals instead of coming home to be with you?" Patrick sucked his teeth. "Anytime I went away, I couldn't wait to get home to you." Patrick climbed on the bed, straddling Fury's lower body. "This is what you left me for?" Patrick gestured around. "I left you because you didn't love me," Fury whispered. Patrick slapped Fury across the face, stinging his cheek, and Fury yelled out at the sharp pain. "Shut the fuck up. I loved you every day I had you. I still love you. If this is what loving you feels like, you can fucking keep it," Fury snapped back. His remark earned him another slap across the same cheek. Fury groaned, but he turned back to look at Patrick. He was going to keep him talking, because as long as Patrick was cursing and slapping him, he wasn't raping and killing him. "I gave you everything you asked for, and even the things you didn't. Then, while I'm gone on business, you run away," Patrick fumed. "I thought you'd been kidnapped. Do you know how long I searched for you? And here you are sleeping with some bum without 2 pennies to rub together. He can't afford you." "I'm not a goddamn whore. I don't need his money or yours," Fury growled as well as slurred. He'd thought maybe he'd gone too far because Patrick gave him a look that chilled him to the bone. Fury blinked, and Patrick's large hands were around his neck. The music was really loud, but Patrick's yelling and cursing could still be heard. Even though it was the early hours of the morning, no one came to ask Sin to turn the noise down. God, why? Fury could feel his world going dark. Patrick was literally choking him to death. Fury kicked and bucked, trying to throw Patrick's heavy weight off him. All that did was cost him a lot of energy. Yelling was futile. His mouth was wide open, but there was no sound coming out. "Looks like the drugs are wearing off," Brendan yelled over the music. "I know," Patrick yelled back. "Come hold him down. Then when I'm done, I'll hold him for you." No, Fury yelled in his mind. Tears were streaming down his face, blurring his vision. The sound of a loud cracking noise, followed by Brendan yelling out, was just audible over the hard bass pounding in Fury's head. Brendan went down on the bed, his face twisted in agony. In a split second, Fury saw a bat coming down hard on the back of Brendan's head. Fury struggled with Patrick. He was still trying to hold Fury down while yelling at whoever had barged in. Patrick's eyes were focused on his unmoving brother. Fury tried to make sense of what was going on. He hoped Sin had come, but it wasn't him. It was the neighbor. The stoner that drove Sin crazy. His eyes were wide and alert as he held the bat up high in the air, screaming at Patrick to back away. "Get the fuck off him right now, or I'll whack your ass too," he hollered at Patrick, holding the bat in striking position. Fury was so grateful at that moment. He'd really thought his life was over. Fury watched Patrick move off of him, his steel gray eyes honed in on the neighbor. Fury had to move. With every ounce of strength he had, he tried to work his way off the bed, but it was very difficult. He was having a hard time taking in air while he coughed and spat from being choked. He lifted himself some, but fell back down again, his limbs still like dead weight. The neighbor came over and tried to offer Fury a hand, and as soon as he took his eyes off of Patrick, his ex jumped on the neighbor. The bat flew across the room when Patrick landed on the scrawny man with a hard thud. Fury clumsily swung his legs over the edge of the bed and struggled to stand. From the side of the bed, he could see Patrick cock his fist back and land a devastating blow to the neighbor. Oh, God. Fury couldn't let this innocent man get killed because of him. He just managed to half yell, half cough. "I'm calling the police," the statement making Patrick abandon the neighbor and come back to him. He couldn't have called the police if he'd wanted to. No phone. Fuck. Fury was exhausted. He didn't bother trying to get his heavy arms up when Patrick grabbed him and threw him hard across the room. Fury hollered out at the dresser connecting with his already tender ribs. Patrick closed the distance and was standing over him. When Fury looked up, he saw Patrick's fist aimed at his face. He closed his eyes, but was jolted violently before he could feel the punch. "Atlanta PD! Atlanta PD!" Fury slowly opened his eyes, and that's when he saw God and Day barreling into the room, their guns drawn with at least 5 other men. Sin, Fury whispered. But he didn't see him. "Sin, don't," he heard Day yell. "Stay back. Don't touch him. Stand down. All of you, lower your fucking weapons." Who is Day talking to? Fury tried to get to his feet, but he couldn't. Uniformed cops had their weapons drawn and pointed. Fury figured they must have been aiming their guns at Brendan and Patrick. Fury was still on the floor on the other side of the room and couldn't see what was happening. Was his ex resisting? Did he have a weapon out? Fury's head was still foggy and his vision hazy. Sin was there somewhere because everyone was shouting his name. Fury managed to get to his knees, his arms trembling, trying to hold his weight up. "Sin, don't throw your life away over this trash," Day yelled again. "Officers, I said stand down, goddammit." God's throaty roar sent a scary chill through Fury's body. "Tell your sergeant to drop his weapon," another uniformed officer called back. "He has his gun drawn on an unarmed man." Fury was still crawling. He saw Brendan's motionless form still lying on the floor, his hands cuffed behind his back, blood oozing from his ear. Where is Sin? Fury needed to see him. He'd know everything was all right when he saw him. What he didn't expect to see when he crawled to the other side of the room were countless guns drawn and aimed at the man he loved while he crouched over his ex with a gun pointed at the center of his forehead. "Drop your weapon, Sergeant Sidney," the officer yelled again. Someone had turned the music off, and all that could be heard was the commotion of so many men in a small space and angrily barked official orders. "If you shoot my sergeant, there'll be hell to pay." God's deep growl broke over the yelling. Fury was making his way to Sin. He was all Fury could focus on. He didn't care if it put him in the line of fire. All that mattered was Sin. He wouldn't let Sin go down like this. They were supposed to live a long and happy life together in love, while Patrick had to watch from the sidelines. Sin in jail for the next 20 years for murder was not part of the plan. "Do it," Fury heard Patrick taunt Sin. "You better do it, or else I'll come back for him, and next time I'll make sure I finish the job. How does it feel to know that I fucked him in your own bed? And he screamed my name, Sergeant, not yours." Sin's body shook with the power of his wrath. He was going to kill Patrick. "That's a fucking lie," Fury rasped out, trying to break through Sin's rage. He could see the sweat dripping down Sin's face as he stared down the line of his gun. Both hands were grasped so tightly around the deadly weapon that the veins in Sin's forearms bulged. His rapidly beating pulse was clearly visible just beneath his flushed skin. Sin's finger rested heavily on the trigger. One sudden move and Patrick's brains would be all over the floor. "Keep talking, Furious," Day told him quickly. "Sin, please listen to me." "He did not have me." I would never let that bastard have me. I belong to you. Sin, please put the gun down. Don't let him take you away from me. It's exactly what he's trying to do. I swear to you, he did not have me. Fury stressed. Let him go to jail, not you. I need you here with me. Fury was right next to Sin, looking up into his gleaming eyes, but he didn't touch him. He knew not to touch him. Don't kill him, Sin. Jail is a far worse fate for him. Let him be confined to a 6x8 cell. Let him be someone's bitch. Let him have to wash another man's dirty drawers for the next 20 years. Fury saw a small crack in Sin's anger. He slowly brought his hand up and very gently brushed the back of his hand down Sin's cheek. Look at me, Corbin. Sin was still glaring daggers at Patrick. Corbin, I love you. Look at me. Sin blinked slowly before turning and looking at Fury. His eyes roamed over him as if he just realized Fury was actually there talking to him and not in his mind. He could see Sin's love reflected back at him and knew he'd gotten through. Fury had managed to get to his knees but fell back down to the floor from the exertion. Fury needs you. Help him, Day told Sin. Sin was on his feet and cradling Fury in his arms. He picked him up and whisked him out of the room and away from Patrick's curses and threats. Sin laid Fury's tired body on the couch and took a breath against the side of his face. I'm so sorry I was late. I'm so sorry. Fury dropped his hand to Sin's back as he rested his forehead on Fury's shoulder. You were right on time, Sin. It's okay. I'm okay. He really was okay, just so exhausted he could probably sleep for days. God and Day came back in with the other officers, and Fury grunted, struggling to sit up. Sin rested his hand on Fury's chest. Don't try to move, baby. Fury turned his head as Patrick was aggressively ushered out in handcuffs right before paramedics came in with a stretcher for Brendan. Is he dead? Fury asked, with little to no feeling. He kind of hoped he was. No, Day told him, just unconscious. When he wakes, he can join his brother downtown. A paramedic came over to Fury, but he waved him away. Sin protested, but Fury didn't want to be prodded right then. He felt he just needed rest. The cuts and bruises would heal on their own with a little bit of Sin's TLC. The stoner neighbor came out of the kitchen with 2 other officers. A paramedic had put a butterfly bandage above his eyebrow, but he looked fine. Sin stood up and put his hand out to him. I have no words to thank you. I have no words. Sin's voice was husky with emotion. If it weren't for you, Fury might be. Sin choked on the last word. It's all good, dude. Don't sweat it. I gave my statement to the cops, so... He trailed off and ran his hand over his stringy hair, barking a humorless laugh. I was actually coming over to be a dick and yell at you to turn the music down when I heard him screaming. I'm just glad you're all right, man. Stoner looked at Fury and gave him a quick nod before leaving the apartment. You've got to get that guy a coupon for unlimited free pizza deliveries or some shit like that, Day said while flipping through some paperwork one of the officers handed him. Sergeant Sidney, I'm going to need you to come down to the precinct and fill out. We'll take care of it. God cut off the young officer. First, he's going to take his partner to the hospital. Everything else can wait. But, Lieutenant, he said it can wait. Day's stern voice brooked no further argument. The officer took the clipboard from Day and left with the other officers. Just as the door was about to close, more of God and Day's men came thundering in like a storm. Son of a bitch, Ranowski grumbled. That fucking bastard, Rox added. Did you get the women that tailed us? God asked Ranowski. Yeah, we got them. I sent Jonas and Horn back to process them to make sure they're properly charged. The men were all staring sadly at Fury while they gave God an update. Fury hadn't seen his face, but he was sure he had some bruises from all the blows he'd taken. "I'm all right, fellas." Fury managed a slight smile, but he was having a hard time breathing. "It's not as bad as it looks. You should see the other guys." Day went down on one knee and looked over Fury's face. "You're in pain." Turning his attention to Sin, he asked with sincerity, "May I?" "May he what?" Sin nodded his head, and Day slowly began to pull up Fury's shirt. "Oh." Sin's pained frown told Fury how bad his torso must look. Day pressed and grazed certain areas, a hiss escaping Fury's tight mouth. When Day applied a little pressure to Fury's ribs, he wished he had been able to contain the scream, but he couldn't. The agony was clear in his voice. "Enough," Sin snapped. "He has broken ribs." Day stood back up. "Can you carry him to the truck?" "Yes." Sin carefully pulled Fury's shirt down, and Fury caught his hand before he could pull back. He knew Sin was blaming himself for this, and it was killing Fury to see such hurt on Sin's face. He mouthed, "I love you," and Sin squeezed his hand and brought it to his lips, kissing his knuckles. "I love you too," he whispered. "Ro, go grab that quilt off the top shelf in the front closet," Sin said. He took the offered blanket and wrapped it around Fury. "I'm gonna be as gentle as I can, okay, baby?" Fury nodded and gritted his teeth when Sin lifted him. Searing pain shot through his body, but he kept his grunts to a minimum as he tried to appear tough in front of all the big, bad detectives. One of the task force members opened the door and Sin eased him through it, making his way down the hall. Fury kept his head buried in Sin's shoulder while in the elevator, and Sin leaned his head into him. "I missed you while I was gone," Sin whispered, holding him as tight as he could without hurting him. Fury smiled tiredly against Sin's neck. "I missed you, baby." Next thing he knew, he was being placed gingerly in the back seat of one of the fleet of Suburbans in front of Sin's building. The sun was just coloring the sky in its majestic oranges and purples. If it was any other time, Fury would have stopped to enjoy it. Sin slid in the back seat and laid Fury's head in his lap. Fury didn't remember much else after that. He was so fatigued he finally let sleep claim him as he rode to the hospital, knowing that he was truly safe now. Chapter 41. Embrace Sin. Fury turned toward the heat pressing into his side and yelped at the pain that jerked him fully awake. "Shit!" "Easy, Fury." Sin's groggy voice was in his ear. Sin stroked his palm over his chest. "Do you need something? Can I get you another pain pill?" "I need you," Fury groaned. Sin chuckled against his face. "Not for a while, love." Fury grumbled some obscenities while his cock ached between his legs. When they'd gotten back from the hospital, it was almost 9 a.m., but Fury had insisted on showering. Although his ribs were freshly wrapped, he'd told Sin to unwrap them. He'd refused to get in bed without washing the smell and the memory of the night off. Sin had thrown the sheets away and remade the bed for him, and Fury loved him even more for it. He slept hard and long. He'd hoped Sin had kept his promise and called Doug. "Did you call Doug?" "Yes," Sin groaned. "He'll be over when he leaves the shop. I told him you were fine and that Patrick was in jail. He wanted to come as soon as you got back this morning, but I told him you were crashing." "Okay," Fury said softly. He felt bad about the whole thing. He'd caused all the people that cared for him so much anguish. He wanted to stop being such a burden. "Hey, why all the sulking? Knock it off. I already know how your mind works. And if you're even thinking of entertaining the thought that you wished you'd never caused any of this, you're about to get socked in the balls again." Fury chuckled. Sin was right. He couldn't think that way. He should just be thankful he had found such a wonderful family. "No, you can't hit my balls, but you can touch them, like this." Fury spread his legs and cupped his balls, rolling them around in his fist. "You'd better fucking stop," Sin murmured against his cheek. "Or else what?" Fury moaned. Or else those ribs are never going to heal, Day yelled from in the hall. Now cut that shit out, porn puppy, and come eat. We bought you guys some lunch. Damn you, Day, Sin yelled. I thought we were clear on the knocking first. Fury lifted the covers off him and slowly brought his legs over the edge of the bed, the exertion from those simple tasks making beads of sweat pop up on his forehead. They can barge in as much as they want as long as they always bring food. Come on, lunch sounds good, I'm starving. If this is what we have to deal with to get food, then I'd rather grocery shop and cook myself, Sin grumbled. You need to buy some groceries anyway, Fury admonished. Sin grunted some choice curse words and kicked his covers off like a petulant child. I'll even go with you to help ease the pain. That way you don't end up with a cabinet full of Chef Boyardee and Spam. Fury blew a kiss at Sin when Sin flipped him off. Be nice, baby, or I won't cook for you, Fury purred while looking up at Sin, who'd eased between his spread legs. You sure you want to get up? I can bring it to you. Sin smoothed his hand over Fury's hair. No, I'm getting up. I'm fine, Sin. Don't start fussing like a mother hen, Fury said with a cheeky smile. He rose little by little from the bed and braced himself before he took the first step. Sin was there with a hand on his back, ready to fully support him. Just lean on me, baby, I got you. Sin wrapped Fury's arm around his neck and took slow steps with him down the hall. Fury stared at his man for a few minutes, in complete awe at how lucky he'd gotten. Finally, the fates had smiled on him. When he'd first seen the mystery dark detective at the end of the bar, he'd told himself that getting involved with him would be a huge mistake, and he'd fought Sin the best he could. But he was drawn to him, like a moth to a flame. It just didn't get any better than Sergeant Corbin Sidney, and Fury was ready to fully embrace this relationship. Ready to fully embrace Sin. Epilogue. You cook for us, bitches. Hey you, Sin whispered. Hey yourself. Are you sure you're okay? Sin asked, helping Fury loosen his tie. I'm better than okay. We got the guilty verdict, right? The thought of Patrick and Brendan's sadistic asses in a filthy jail cell for the next 15 years makes me very okay. Fury gave Sin his most reassuring smile, and it seemed to do the trick. They'd all testified over the length of the 3-day trial, but Fury's testimony had sealed the brothers' fate. There was no way they'd have beaten those charges, but Fury had still held his breath until the jury foreman said the words, guilty on all counts. Fury took the tie and hung it in his walk-in closet. Most of his clothes were in his newly renovated loft above the shop, but he still had a dresser at Sin's place, too. If Fury was extremely tired from a long day in the shop, then simply going upstairs to his apartment and taking a hot shower made things much easier. What was even nicer was when Sin used the back stairs and surprised Fury. When he'd finally come up from work and the hot man was already there waiting for him in his bed or simply lying on his sectional watching a game. Fury removed his slacks and replaced them with a pair of his work jeans and then his coveralls. It's not even noon yet. Do you have to go to work right now? Sin's sexy, confident walk over to where Fury was bent over, tying his boots, brought him flush against Fury's ass. I thought you'd have a little time before work, maybe for a game of Stroke the Mechanic's Tool. Sin bent over Fury's back and pressed his rising cock into that perfect bubble ass. Fury laughed as he finished tying his boots. I would love to play a long game with you, baby, but I'm swamped. I need to get down there and help my guys. I'm really grateful for Day pulling some strings and getting us that contract with the city to service the department's vehicles. But if I see one more Suburban this week, I'm going to choke one or all of you. It's like you guys break them on purpose. I mean, seriously, what cop chases a suspect and jumps out of the truck before stopping it and putting it in park? Sin laughed. My guys do. Fury went to tie his hair back in a ponytail, but Sin stopped him, his eyes burning with lust. I need you, Fury. Sin kissed Fury's neck. You smell good. Want to taste you right now. Feel you bury that long cock deep inside of me. Fury's head fell back against the wall as Sin licked and nipped at his throat. Feels good, Sin. Then let me have you. Sin tugged at Fury's overalls, but was stopped. Today is Friday. I'm off all weekend. Fury spun Sin around and slammed his chest against the wall and pressed his cock against his ass, wrinkling the nice slacks Sin'd worn for court. I promise you, I'm going to spend every one of those 48 hours buried balls deep in your tight ass. Fuck me, Sin groaned, his hands pressed firmly against the wall. Can't right now, but I can do this. Fury spun Sin around hard and placed a firm palm to his chest, pushing him back against the wall again. Sin's breathing was fast and his cock was difficult to conceal in those thin slacks. Fury kept eye contact with Sin's dark pools as he dropped to his knees. He made quick work of undoing Sin's belt and dropping his pants and briefs to his ankles. Fury took Sin's length all the way to the back of his throat and held him there. Oh, furious, Sin yelled, grasping at Fury's shoulders. Fury had to take the edge off for his lover, and then he had to get to work. And he had to take care of himself, too, since his dick was just as hard and aching. Sin fucked Fury's mouth while he unbuttoned his jumpsuit and anxiously dug inside his jeans, pulling himself free. He moaned deep in his throat at the first contact of cool air on his hot dick. No doubt the vibration drove Sin crazy because he grasped Fury's hair and started slamming his cock in and out, the rhythm of his hips already faltering. Gonna fucking make me come already, you sexy bastard, Sin groaned. Fury's palm was dry, and the painful friction he jerked his cock with was tipping him over the edge fast. He opened his mouth wider, feeling Sin's length harden to granite right before the first hot splash of cum hit his tongue. Sin bucked hard against him as usual, his orgasm kicking his ass. Sin bowed over Fury's head and grunted hard as the ruthless tremors racked his body. Fury barely had time to swallow the first couple of spurts before more creamy goodness flooded his mouth. Salty, warm, and plentiful. Fury squeezed his eyes shut and kept the tight hold on Sin's cock in his mouth while he fucked his own a couple more times into his fist and shot his load over his other hand. Fury released a long, throaty groan while he milked his cock head for the last drops. Fury let Sin's cock slip from his mouth so he could rest his forehead against Sin's hard thigh. Damn, that was good, Fury breathed. Sin stroked Fury's hair while he pulled himself together. Fury stood up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he'd finished drying, Sin was standing in the doorway, a satisfied look on his face. Fury winked at him in the mirror and turned around to face him. He walked forward until they were chest to chest. He whispered against Sin's mouth. Feel better? For now? This will only hold me a few hours. Sin's dark voice coursed through Fury's body, making him want to drop to his knees again. Sin rubbed his coarse cheek against Fury's. I need more. I need rough. Fury reached between them and gripped Sin's balls and tugged on them, making him grunt at the ache. Shit. More, Sin grumbled. Fuck, Fury moaned. It always turned him on when Sin begged him. Fury dipped low and took both his hands and cupped Sin's balls and his cock, applying ample pressure to both of them. He squeezed the head of Sin's cock and simultaneously tugged his balls. Sin rose up on his toes and bucked his hips, seeking more sweet torture. Fury's cock was rising again. He nuzzled the side of Sin's neck and licked a warm path to his ear. He pressed his lips firmly to the shell, whispering hoarsely, Fucking pain slut. Gonna give you all you can take this weekend. Fury ran his tongue to Sin's open mouth, his breath panting across Fury's face while he breathed through the throb in his balls. Please, Sin whimpered. Holy hell, how'd I get this damn lucky? Yes. Fury released Sin's balls and wrapped his arms around him to kiss him properly before they both went back to work. Sin walked with Fury down the stairs to the shop that was already buzzing with activity. Since the grand opening 3 months ago, business had grown exponentially. Fury and Doug already had 2 big contracts, one with the city and one with a medium-sized car dealership. But they stayed busy with regular maintenance and detail work customers too. The place ran like a well-oiled machine. Cars were treated with care and the work performed on every one was quality. The operations manager was already talking about running a commercial during primetime television. Fury didn't let any of this go to his head. He simply nodded and told the man to come back to him with specs next week, and he and Doug would consider it. It turned Sin on to watch Fury run his business. He was so proud of him, proud to be on his arm, proud to love him and be loved by him. They walked to the service bay area, which was where Fury worked 90% of the time, and they both halted when they saw God's big truck pulled into the last bay. The hood was up, but no one was messing with it. God only trusted Fury to work on his truck now, and everyone knew it, so no one dared overstep. God was leaning against it with Roe and Rux, while Doug and a few other mechanics stood around talking. Roe's hands were gesturing wildly, like he was telling a very entertaining story. When they approached where the men were standing, Sin tugged Fury's hand and he instinctually turned and kissed him softly on the mouth. Fury hoisted himself up on the front fender and leaned inside the hood of the F-350 and settled down on the side frame. "What the fuck did you do now, God?" Fury huffed. "That's no way to talk to a customer," God chided Fury. "Fuck you. Now tell me what happened," Fury shot back. Everyone laughed, including God, as he went about telling Fury he was chasing a suspect when he took a wrong turn, down some stairs. Fury raised his head and gave God a heavy scowl. "Stairs?" "Like I said, wrong turn," God said nonchalantly. "Now something's rattling under there." "No shit," Fury said, pulling the flashlight from his pocket and taking a closer look. "You've probably fucked up your tie rods." "Hey, Furious, I'm willing to offer you $75,000. "It's not for sale, Day. It wasn't for sale the last 50 bids you proposed, and it's still not for sale," Fury said calmly, not bothering to look up from God's truck while he shot Day down again. "Give it a rest, sweetheart. He's never going to sell you his father's bike." God looked down at Day's pouting face. "There's like 15 other kick-ass bikes in his showroom. Pick one of those if you're ready for a different bike." "But that one is tricked out like a motherfucker," Day snapped. "Leo, you do realize I designed that bike. If you pick a bike, I'll customize it for you." Fury finally looked at Day, who now looked like he had just been given the largest present under the tree on Christmas morning. "Oh, hell yeah. All right then. I'll be by next week to do the paperwork on the Valkyrie." "That was quick," Fury laughed. "Well, I'd already decided I'd get that one. Just wanted to throw one more number out there at you." Day shrugged. "I couldn't sell my dad's bike, any more than you could sell your dad's jazz collection." Fury looked down at Day, and everyone recognized the moment Day got the point. "Hey, let's celebrate that fucking trial being over this weekend," Rux called out, breaking the silence. A lot of the mechanics around them whooped and hollered. Between Brendan and Patrick's trial and the ladies of BT&S's homicide trial, it had been draining on top of their other casework. They were happy the weekend was here, and God and Day had given everyone 2 full days of R&R. "Day, what are y'all's plans for tonight?" Roe asked. "Well," Day drawled, "I was gonna redefine the word manhood for God, but I'm open to other suggestions." God lunged for Day, but the smooth man slipped through his arms and sought refuge around the back of the truck. Sin was cracking up along with everyone else until Roe continued. "Let's get together tomorrow for the game. Bring some beer. Johnson has a whole box of Cubans from his trip to Cancun. Day and Fury can cook." "Whoa. You say that like we're the little ladies who belong in the kitchen." Day came back out with his chest puffed up. Sin saw Fury shaking his head, a huge smile on his face as he listened to their banter while working away on God's truck. Ever since Fury and Day had cooked together and made a meal fit for a king's table, Everyone always offered up that suggestion. Honestly, Sin knew how much Fury loved it when the guys went on and on about their cooking. Fury doesn't mind, huh, Fury? Ro added. Leave me out of it, Fury chuckled. But if Day wants help in the kitchen, I'd be happy to help him. Well, it's settled, Ro concluded. No, the hell it's not. Day shoved Ro out of the way and pointed his finger at all of them, except Fury. You guys are cooking for us, and we'll be in the den watching the game. Fury threw his head back, laughing. I like that plan. I don't, Sin added. Show them you can cook in more than just the bedroom, baby. Fury winked at Sin. TMI, God grumbled. I just remembered I actually do have plans, Rux said quickly. Fuck that. You too, Rux. Now it's settled, Day smirked. Time to stop standing around looking pretty. Gentlemen, there's bad guys to chase down out there. We gotta get back to the office. Sin waited for them to clear out. He stepped over beside God's truck, looking up at his love. I'll see you tonight, gorgeous. Yes, you will. Fury leaned down and kissed him, slipping him a little tongue just before pulling back. I love you. Be safe out there. I love you too, Furious. And I'm always safe. Got too much to live for. This concludes Embracing His Sin by A.E. Villa, narrated by Aidan Snow. Copyright 2014 by A.E. Villa. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with A.E. Villa and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Fury said softly. He felt bad about the whole thing. He'd caused all the people that cared for him so much anguish. He wanted to stop being such a burden. Hey, why all the sulking? Knock it off. I already know how your mind works. And if you're even thinking of entertaining the thought that you wished you'd never caused any of this, you're about to get socked in the balls again. Fury chuckled. Sin was right. He couldn't think that way. He should just be thankful he had found such a wonderful family. No, you can't hit my balls, but you can touch them, like this. Fury spread his legs and cupped his balls, rolling them around in his fist. You'd better fucking stop, Sin murmured against his cheek. Or else what? Fury moaned. Or else those ribs are never going to heal, Day yelled from in the hall. Now cut that shit out, porn puppy, and come eat. We bought you guys some lunch. Damn you, Day, Sin yelled. I thought we were clear on the knocking first. Fury lifted the covers off him and slowly brought his legs over the edge of the bed, the exertion from those simple tasks making beads of sweat pop up on his forehead. They can barge in as much as they want as long as they always bring food. Come on, lunch sounds good, I'm starving. If this is what we have to deal with to get food, then I'd rather grocery shop and cook myself, Sin grumbled. You need to buy some groceries anyway, Fury admonished. Sin grunted some choice curse words and kicked his covers off like a petulant child. I'll even go with you to help ease the pain. That way you don't end up with a cabinet full of Chef Boyardee and Spam. Fury blew a kiss at Sin when Sin flipped him off. Be nice, baby, or I won't cook for you, Fury purred while looking up at Sin, who'd eased between his spread legs. You sure you want to get up? I can bring it to you. Sin smoothed his hand over Fury's hair. No, I'm getting up. I'm fine, Sin. Don't start fussing like a mother hen, Fury said with a cheeky smile. He rose little by little from the bed and braced himself before he took the first step. Sin was there with a hand on his back, ready to fully support him. Just lean on me, baby, I got you. Sin wrapped Fury's arm around his neck and took slow steps with him down the hall. Fury stared at his man for a few minutes, in complete awe at how lucky he'd gotten. Finally, the fates had smiled on him. When he'd first seen the mystery dark detective at the end of the bar, he'd told himself that getting involved with him would be a huge mistake, and he'd fought Sin the best he could. But he was drawn to him, like a moth to a flame. It just didn't get any better than Sergeant Corbin Sidney, and Fury was ready to fully embrace this relationship. Ready to fully embrace Sin. Epilogue. You cook for us, bitches. Hey you, Sin whispered. Hey yourself. Are you sure you're okay? Sin asked, helping Fury loosen his tie. I'm better than okay. We got the guilty verdict, right? The thought of Patrick and Brendan's sadistic asses in a filthy jail cell for the next 15 years makes me very okay. Fury gave Sin his most reassuring smile, and it seemed to do the trick. They'd all testified over the length of the 3-day trial, but Fury's testimony had sealed the brothers' fate. There was no way they'd have beaten those charges, but Fury had still held his breath until the jury foreman said the words, guilty on all counts. Fury took the tie and hung it in his walk-in closet. Most of his clothes were in his newly renovated loft above the shop, but he still had a dresser at Sin's place, too. If Fury was extremely tired from a long day in the shop, then simply going upstairs to his apartment and taking a hot shower made things much easier. What was even nicer was when Sin used the back stairs and surprised Fury. When he'd finally come up from work and the hot man was already there waiting for him in his bed or simply lying on his sectional watching a game. Fury removed his slacks and replaced them with a pair of his work jeans and then his coveralls. It's not even noon yet. Do you have to go to work right now? Sin's sexy, confident walk over to where Fury was bent over, tying his boots, brought him flush against Fury's ass. I thought you'd have a little time before work, maybe for a game of Stroke the Mechanic's Tool, Sin bent over Fury's back and pressed his rising cock into that perfect bubble ass. Fury laughed as he finished tying his boots. I would love to play a long game with you, baby, but I'm swamped. I need to get down there and help my guys. I'm really grateful for Day pulling some strings and getting us that contract with the city to service the department's vehicles. But if I see one more Suburban this week, I'm going to choke one or all of you. It's like you guys break them on purpose. I mean, seriously, what cop chases a suspect and jumps out of the truck before stopping it and putting it in park? Sin laughed. My guys do. Fury went to tie his hair back in a ponytail, but Sin stopped him, his eyes burning with lust. I need you, Fury. Sin kissed Fury's neck. You smell good. Want to taste you right now. Feel you bury that long cock deep inside of me. Fury's head fell back against the wall as Sin licked and nipped at his throat. Feels good, Sin. Then let me have you. Sin tugged at Fury's overalls, but was stopped. Today is Friday. I'm off all weekend. Fury spun Sin around and slammed his chest against the wall and pressed his cock against his ass, wrinkling the nice slacks Sin worn for court. I promise you, I'm going to spend every one of those 48 hours buried balls deep in your tight ass. Fuck me, Sin groaned, his hands pressed firmly against the wall. Can't right now, but I can do this. Fury spun Sin around hard and placed a firm palm to his chest, pushing him back against the wall again. Sin's breathing was fast and his cock was difficult to conceal in those thin slacks. Fury kept eye contact with Sin's dark pools as he dropped to his knees. He made quick work of undoing Sin's belt and dropping his pants and briefs to his ankles. Fury took Sin's length all the way to the back of his throat and held him there. Oh, furious, Sin yelled, grasping at Fury's shoulders. Fury had to take the edge off for his lover, and then he had to get to work. And he had to take care of himself, too, since his dick was just as hard and aching. Sin fucked Fury's mouth while he unbuttoned his jumpsuit and anxiously dug inside his jeans, pulling himself free. He moaned deep in his throat at the first contact of cool air on his hot dick. No doubt the vibration drove Sin crazy because he grasped Fury's hair and started slamming his cock in and out, the rhythm of his hips already faltering. Gonna fucking make me come already, you sexy bastard, Sin groaned. Fury's palm was dry, and the painful friction he jerked his cock with was tipping him over the edge fast. He opened his mouth wider, feeling Sin's length harden to granite right before the first hot splash of cum hit his tongue. Sin bucked hard against him as usual, his orgasm kicking his ass. Sin bowed over Fury's head and grunted hard as the ruthless tremors racked his body. Fury barely had time to swallow the first couple of spurts before more creamy goodness flooded his mouth. Salty, warm, and plentiful. Fury squeezed his eyes shut and kept the tight hold on Sin's cock in his mouth while he fucked his own a couple more times into his fist and shot his load over his other hand. Fury released a long, throaty groan while he milked his cock head for the last drops. Fury let Sin's cock slip from his mouth so he could rest his forehead against Sin's hard thigh. Damn, that was good, Fury breathed. Sin stroked Fury's hair while he pulled himself together. Fury stood up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he'd finished drying, Sin was standing in the doorway, a satisfied look on his face. Fury winked at him in the mirror and turned around to face him. He walked forward until they were chest to chest. He whispered against Sin's mouth. Feel better? For now? This will only hold me a few hours. Sin's dark voice coursed through Fury's body, making him want to drop to his knees again. Sin rubbed his coarse cheek against Fury's. I need more. I need rough. Fury reached between them and gripped Sin's balls and tugged on them, making him grunt at the ache. Shit. More, Sin grumbled. Fuck, Fury moaned. It always turned him on when Sin begged him. Fury dipped low and took both his hands and cupped Sin's balls and his cock, applying ample pressure to both of them. He squeezed the head of Sin's cock and simultaneously tugged his balls. Sin rose up on his toes and bucked his hips, seeking more sweet torture. Fury's cock was rising again. He nuzzled the side of Sin's neck and licked a warm path to his ear. He pressed his lips firmly to the shell, whispering hoarsely, "Fucking pain slut. Gonna give you all you can take this weekend." Fury ran his tongue to Sin's open mouth, his breath panting across Fury's face while he breathed through the throb in his balls. "Please," Sin whimpered. "Holy hell. How'd I get this damn lucky?" "Yes." Fury released Sin's balls and wrapped his arms around him to kiss him properly before they both went back to work. Sin walked with Fury down the stairs to the shop that was already buzzing with activity. Since the grand opening 3 months ago, business had grown exponentially. Fury and Doug already had 2 big contracts, one with the city and one with a medium-sized car dealership. But they stayed busy with regular maintenance and detail work customers too. The place ran like a well-oiled machine. Cars were treated with care and the work performed on every one was quality. The operations manager was already talking about running a commercial during primetime television. Fury didn't let any of this go to his head. He simply nodded and told the man to come back to him with specs next week, and he and Doug would consider it. It turned Sin on to watch Fury run his business. He was so proud of him, proud to be on his arm, proud to love him and be loved by him. They walked to the service bay area, which was where Fury worked 90% of the time, and they both halted when they saw God's big truck pulled into the last bay. The hood was up, but no one was messing with it. God only trusted Fury to work on his truck now, and everyone knew it, so no one dared overstep. God was leaning against it with Roe and Rux, while Doug and a few other mechanics stood around talking. Roe's hands were gesturing wildly, like he was telling a very entertaining story. When they approached where the men were standing, Sin tugged Fury's hand and he instinctually turned and kissed him softly on the mouth. Fury hoisted himself up on the front fender and leaned inside the hood of the F-350 and settled down on the side frame. "What the fuck did you do now, God?" Fury huffed. "That's no way to talk to a customer," God chided Fury. "Fuck you. Now tell me what happened," Fury shot back. Everyone laughed, including God, as he went about telling Fury he was chasing a suspect when he took a wrong turn, down some stairs. Fury raised his head and gave God a heavy scowl. "Stairs?" "Like I said, wrong turn," God said nonchalantly. "Now something's rattling under there." "No shit," Fury said, pulling the flashlight from his pocket and taking a closer look. "You've probably fucked up your tie rods." "Hey, Furious, I'm willing to offer you $75,000. It's not for sale day. It wasn't for sale the last 50 bids you proposed, and it's still not for sale," Fury said calmly, not bothering to look up from God's truck while he shot Day down again. "Give it a rest, sweetheart. He's never going to sell you his father's bike." God looked down at Day's pouting face. "There's like 15 other kick-ass bikes in his showroom. Pick one of those if you're ready for a different bike." "But that one is tricked out like a motherfucker," Day snapped. "Leo, you do realize I designed that bike. If you pick a bike, I'll customize it for you." Fury finally looked at Day, who now looked like he had just been given the largest present under the tree on Christmas morning. "Oh, hell yeah. All right then. I'll be by next week to do the paperwork on the Valkyrie." "That was quick," Fury laughed. "Well, I'd already decided I'd get that one. Just wanted to throw one more number out there at you." Day shrugged. "I couldn't sell my dad's bike, any more than you could sell your dad's jazz collection." Fury looked down at Day, and everyone recognized the moment Day got the point. "Hey, let's celebrate that fucking trial being over this weekend," Rux called out, breaking the silence. A lot of the mechanics around them whooped and hollered. Between Brendan and Patrick's trial and the ladies of BT&S's homicide trial, it had been draining on top of their other casework. They were happy the weekend was here, and God and Day had given everyone 2 full days of R&R. "Day, what are y'all's plans for tonight?" Roe asked. Well, Day drawled, I was gonna redefine the word manhood for God, but I'm open to other suggestions. God lunged for Day, but the smooth man slipped through his arms and sought refuge around the back of the truck. Sin was cracking up along with everyone else until Roe continued. Let's get together tomorrow for the game. Bring some beer. Johnson has a whole box of Cubans from his trip to Cancun. Day and Fury can cook. Whoa. You say that like we're the little ladies who belong in the kitchen. Day came back out with his chest puffed up. Sin saw Fury shaking his head, a huge smile on his face as he listened to their banter while working away on God's truck. Ever since Fury and Day had cooked together and made a meal fit for a king's table, everyone always offered up that suggestion. Honestly, Sin knew how much Fury loved it when the guys went on and on about their cooking. Fury doesn't mind, huh, Fury? Roe added. Leave me out of it, Fury chuckled. But if Day wants help in the kitchen, I'd be happy to help him. Well, it's settled, Roe concluded. No, the hell it's not. Day shoved Roe out of the way and pointed his finger at all of them, except Fury. You guys are cooking for us, and we'll be in the den watching the game. Fury threw his head back, laughing. I like that plan. I don't, Sin added. Show them you can cook in more than just the bedroom, baby. Fury winked at Sin. TMI, God grumbled. I just remembered I actually do have plans, Rux said quickly. Fuck that. You too, Rux. Now it's settled, Day smirked. Time to stop standing around looking pretty. Gentlemen, there's bad guys to chase down out there. We gotta get back to the office. Sin waited for them to clear out. He stepped over beside God's truck, looking up at his love. I'll see you tonight, gorgeous. Yes, you will. Fury leaned down and kissed him, slipping him a little tongue just before pulling back. I love you. Be safe out there. I love you too, Furious. And I'm always safe. Got too much to live for. This concludes Embracing His Sin by A.E. Villa, narrated by Aidan Snow. Copyright 2014 by A.E. Villa. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with A.E. Villa and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.